Hello Sharks, I am Jonathan Love for PokerCoaching.com, and today we're going to be reviewing, well, actually I don't have any hands lined up to review, so let's go to Las Vegas. I'm ready to gamble. We made it to Vegas. We're here with just GTO.
What's up, guys?
What are we playing today?
Got 10K Pogo.
It's the US Poker Open.
Yeah.
We're ready to gamble. I'm tired. It's like almost time to go to bed in New York, but we're here in Vegas. Justin's ready. We're ready. Let's gamble.
Yep.
We're about to get started. I assumed there would be about 50 players in this tournament. You want to say hello?
Hi.
Hello. It's a madhouse here. There's going to be 100 people, maybe more. We're ready to gamble. So we're about to get started. We have the best man for my wedding, Shannon Short here. We were all waiting in line together. Here's Justin, just GTO. You all know him. He's going to try to take all of our money.
12 seconds later.
Oh, well, day one was rough. We got new poker coaching hats. Kind of cute. You like them? Let me know in the comment section below. It's a rough day. I played 2 times. I lost every all-in. So we have an off day tomorrow. Who knows what'll happen? We'll see. Well, I'm in Las Vegas, and there's a hockey team here called the Las Vegas Knights. They are excellent, and they're in the playoffs. They're playing against the Colorado Avalanche, who doesn't lose. They've won something like their last 10 games of hockey, which is a high variance game. Let's go see if the Vegas Knights, what are they? They're down 2-0? Not good shape. Let's see if they can go win a game and stay in this. Well, oh well, I'm back in the hotel room. It's been a hectic last few days. First day of the tournament series. There's a $10,000 tournament. I played it twice. I lost twice. I went to go see the Las Vegas Knights game yesterday. That was a lot of fun. And today I played the $10,000 buy-in tournament again, and I lost. Hello, everyone. I'm back in my room. I just busted in 17th place when 13 people got in the money. It's important to realize that we still needed to lose 25% of the field before I got in the money. Well, I busted. I got up to about 2.5 starting stacks. So, 2 tough hands. It's always tough whenever you lose, or you win like 20 hands to double up, and then you lose 2 hands to go broke. It's probably not optimal, huh? So I made it through the re-entry period of the $50,000 tournament on 1 bullet. So that's good. We'll only lose about $130,000 on the trip if I bust. I have 2 starting stacks, which is great. I just made a big hero call. I raised Ace Jack of Hearts to 11,000. Ali, who's absolutely crushing it, calls small blind. Flop comes King Jack 7. King Jack 7. King Jack 6. King Jack 6. He checks. I check it back. Turn is a 7. He pots it. I have middle pair, top kicker. I call. River is an 8. 10-9 gets there. He goes all in. About 2x pot. I folded every hand today on the river so far. So this time I decided not to. I called. He had queen high, queen 9 of clubs, and just like that, we have 2 starting stacks. So that's good. That's good. We got him off my left. He's tough to play against. He 3-bets a lot. He applies a lot of aggression. Alarm bells are going off. They can't believe I won a hand. So yeah, I think something like 24 people remain. 6 or 7 will get in the money. Some people are enter, I think. But anyway, there's an update and a poker hand. Well, we're down to 7 players. It's a stone bubble. The short stack on the bubble doubled up. So that's not good. I now have 600,000 chips going to 25,000 big blinds. That means what? 20-something big blinds? There's one other stack equal to mine, Sam Sorvell. I haven't had very good cards on the bubble, to be fair. I actually was up to about 1 million chips, but then I lost an all-in. At ace-queen against tens, and I lost. Have not fared well on the all-ins on this trip, but we might as well change that now.
Many unbearable hours later.
I'm back in my room. But this time we made the final table. It's not a sad sob story of how I lost the tournament. We're at the final table of the $50,000 buy-in tournament. It's funny because I have bubbled, I think, 2 of the tournaments I played that were $50,000 buy-in and higher. 2 out of the, like, 3. So I have not been so lucky in these, but today I was lucky on the bubble to burst the bubble. I burst the bubble. Would you ever think that was possible? Maybe I didn't actually. I took almost all the guy's chips. He raised from the from the hijack seat minimum. Actually made it 90K at 20K, 40K. I had ace-6 of clubs, playing about 20 big blinds deep. There were 2 other 20-ish big blind stacks. I decided to call. This guy's been pretty active, shockingly active for a medium stack. He's been absolutely abusing Sean Winter. I don't know how it happened, but Sean Winter has a big stack, and this guy just played every pot against Sean Winter. Anyway, he raised it up. I called. Ace-6 of clubs. Flop comes 4-3-2, all clubs. I check. He pretty quickly bets 160K, a big bet. I decided to do the live pro trick of just like 2-second thinking. I'm all in. I only had like 650K behind. He instantly called me. On 4-3-2, 2 clubs. You know what he had? I had ace-6 of clubs here. He had king, queen of clubs. I was pretty sure I was going to lose because I bubbled 2 out of the 3 previous big tournaments I played. This time I did not, though. It runs off a 3 and a 2, with the 2 being a club, giving me the nut flush and the second nut flush. To make the final table with about an average chip stack of 1.6 million. We are playing 40K big blind, so I have 40 big blinds, which is a solid stack. That said, I think everyone is like kind of comparably stacked. I do not have a good seat at the table. I have Sean Winter on my left, who is very loose and aggressive. I also have to his left, Stephen Chidwick. I think Sean Winters thinks I'm kind of tight. I know Stephen Chidwick, I presume he thinks that I can get after it. And Stephen Chidwick's been playing it pretty insane on the bubble, to be fair. So it's not a particularly good seat because they both have a decent number of chips. But, I mean, whatever. What do you expect in a $50,000 buy-in tournament? You really want a great seat in the $50,000 buy-in final table? Also at the final table is Bill Klein. He has lots of money, gives a lot of money from poker to charity. He's made 8 hole-in-ones. Pretty good for a 72-year-old. I like him a lot. I don't know much about him, but I like him a lot. Also, we have Jason Kuhn to my right with a medium stack, and Sam Sorvell, who I like a lot too. He's been needling me all tournament. He is on, he's there as well. So anyway, 6-handed final table. We're guaranteed $100,000. First place is $750K. I think I'm in for like $135K on this trip. It's been the running joke. Pretty much everyone who made this final table needs to get in the money to get even, and we all did it. We won. We succeeded. We didn't win yet. I'm going to try to win the whole tournament tomorrow. It's time for some rest. All right, we're about to go play the final table. Didn't sleep particularly well last night, but it's okay because I watched about 7 hours of training videos, some of which were by my opponents. So that's good. We're playing this weird even stacked final table. I think the shortest stack has 20 big blinds and the deepest stack has like 45 or 50, something like that. So ICM pressure is really weird in scenarios like that. And I'll tell you my game plan. I am second, third in chips, but not that far away from the chip leader. My goal is to go in there, be a little bit aggressive, more aggressive than they think I will be, to either get a hold of the chip lead so I can then run everybody over, or get to a medium stack where I'll hang out and just, coast to a third place. That's the goal. It's a little bit risky, but we'll get in there. We'll put in a few light 3-bets. We'll put in a few check raises on the flop turn and or river, maybe a few triple barrels. It's funny, I always go into the spots like this thinking, yard, I'm just going to go run them over, but inevitably I never do. I do think all of my opponents think I'm a little bit on the tighter side because, to be fair, when we were on the bubble, I played almost no hands. I didn't really give any good hands. So, kind of a weird scenario, right? Where I think they think I'm going to be tight, but I'm not sure. Poker's fun when you make deep runs. It's not so fun when you don't make deep runs. I'm tired. Hope this thing doesn't go too long. All right, let's go. So we're down to 4 players. I know I said I was going to go in there and play every pot, but then Sam Sorville got down to 1.5 big blinds. And there was a nasty spot where I had ace-jack offsuit in the hijack seat with like 17 big blinds. Two loose aggressive players to my direct left. Sam in the big blind. I had ace-jack offsuit and opted to fold. It's a pretty rough spot. Could be an all-in. If I was shallower, like, what? 15, 12, 13, something like that, I think I'd be all in. But anyway, I folded. Got kind of shallow, hung out, got a double up with 7s against ace-9. Jason Kuhn shoved small blind. For my 12 big blinds, I called it off. I won. He had ace-9, I had 7s. Then won a few other pots since then. So we have about average chips, 4-handed. It's a pretty good spot to be in, all things considered. We're down to 4. I played so tight.
You've done a good job.
Steve said I should have min raised, or 2.5x the ace jack. He said shove, I think.
A few moments later.
Oh, well, back in the room. First hand, back from break. Steven Chidwick min raised the button. I called 25 big blinds deep with 10-8 offsuit. Flop comes 8-6-3, 2 diamonds. You know how this one ends. I checked and he overpotted it. And he looked very excited. If we had our super live pro reads on, maybe we find a fold. I had like 1.7 million. He bet 500 into the 400 pot. I don't really see what you can do besides get it in there because he could have lots and lots of draws. Yes, he probably has stuff like over pairs, better top pairs. He could easily have a draw though. Live pro read though, man. Anyway, I popped it in there. What are you gonna do? He could have worse hand. He could have like 9-8, 8-8, 9-8, 9-7, etc. Anyway, he had the king 8. I turned to 7. Did not get there on the river though. So we're out, 4th place, $231,000. Guess you got to be happy with that. It's actually it's kind of a weird feeling because I think I was in for like 7 or 8 bullets and I got 4.5 back from this one, but we ended up making money. Not that I really care about making money on the trip. A lot of people are like, oh, good, you profited on the trip. Like, I don't really care because at the end of the day, I'm just trying to win as much money as I reasonably can. Kind of bummed out about this final table, honestly, because I don't know. I feel like I didn't really get to play a lot, you know? I guess that's just how it goes. There were 2 spots I wish I could have had back. One, I raised ace-5 suited in the cutoff. Someone told me Sean Winter 3-bet the king-7 offsuit. I think, I don't know for sure. Should have probably just ripped it in there. That would have given me a chance to like kind of take over a bit of a chip lead. It results in me busting in 6th place sometimes, which is way worse. 6th place was 100,000. I got 231. So, you know, you hang out sometimes, good things happen. Then another one, I think I talked to the other people at the table. They said I probably should have like 2.5x it with the ace-jack offsuit. Whatever. I don't think it's that big of a deal just to fold with Sam in the big blind. Terrible for hand histories right now because, you know, a little bit tilted. Whenever you lose a big tournament, it feels like you get hit in the head with a bat. That's how I feel. Anyway, so yeah, interesting trip. 1 cash out of like 7 or 8 tournaments. It was a good one. Covered all the quote-unquote losses. And now we're going to have a retreat with my employees. I don't know if we can get any of that on video blog. We'll see. It's our first time meeting up since COVID, so it's been a long time. For those who don't know, pokercoaching.com has more people working than just me, and I have a great team who does a great job getting all the content together, making all the site, etc., etc. They do great work. So we're going to have a retreat, which mainly means having some good food, playing some poker, and talking business. Thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed this. If you did enjoy this, click like, click subscribe, click the notification bell. Good luck in your games.
Yo, if you want more tips like this, go to pokercoaching.com.
Absolutely.
Plenty of amazing
The reason we haven't gone broke yet, pokercoaching.com.
Exactly.
You know what to do.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello Sharks, I'm Jonathan Little, here with Just GTO, Justin Saliba, recent World Series of Poker bracelet winner. How'd that feel?
Pretty good.
Yeah. Today, we're going to be reviewing a hand that he played in the $10,000 buy-in Poker Masters tournament. They had a few of those here recently in Las Vegas, and this is a spot that I think a lot of people mess up. So, set up this scenario for us.
So we're stone bubble. I think it was 13 left probably of one of the 10Ks. I am the shortest stack, or very close to the shortest stack, but there are 4 total stacks of the 13 with sub 10 big blinds. Schindler was on my right. He was very short. Kerry Katz was 2 to my left, 3 to my left. He was also very short, and then 1 at the other table. So it was a very tough stone bubble spot where we had to be really, really tight, putting in our, being all in that spot.
Well, so in this scenario, I think a lot of people think, oh, I have 8 big blinds. Everybody had about 8 big blinds. They think, I need to gamble. Got to try to get some chips. But you're highly incentivized to just collect a min cash, which means you have to play really tight in these spots, right?
Yeah. I've messed up. I've messed up enough bubble spots to realize how tight you have to be when the pay jump is the most it will ever be for the rest of the tournament. You
Right.
get 0 if you bust, and then you make something if not. So.
And it's not just
Infinite pay
something.
jump.
It's 0 or a buy-in and a half, or 2 buy-ins.
Yeah.
And some of these small field tournaments, they give 2 buy-ins when you get in the money, whereas I realize a lot of games nowadays are 1.5. But anyway, in this hand, folds around to Dale Negreanu on the button. He's a big stack, or at least a bigger stack than our 8 big blind stack. In this scenario, if it folds to you on the button, small blind and big blind both have 8 big blinds on the stone bubble. What would you do in that scenario?
You need to be all in infinite.
With any 2 cards, right? Probably literally any 2 cards.
So I think you want to min raise the very top of your range, so maybe 9s plus, ace queen plus, something like that, and then your total garbage. So 2-7-0, maybe just min raise.
Okay.
And 10-2-0, maybe just min raise, and then jam literally everything else.
You're playing every hand here because small blind and big blind both must be very tight. And they will be, right? So this is a spot where, instead of shoving, Negreanu makes it 2.5 big blinds. Do you think he's very polarized here, or do you think he's just doing this with everything? Or most hands?
I wasn't sure at this point.
Okay.
I mean, Negreanu plays well, so I think that for the most part he's pretty polarized, but he might have a few too many, middling hands.
Okay. So, small blind folds. Now it's on you. We are heads up against Dale Negreanu. But we have pocket aces, so it's okay.
Yeah, pretty good hand.
Yeah. So what are you thinking about in this scenario, given their payout implications?
So, with the payout implications, I think that you actually do have fold equity in the spot because someone's range can be so polar here, and he can just have 7-2 offsuit. If I go all in for 8 big blinds, he's gonna fold. You know, like he knows how tight I have to be in this spot. So I think in game I was just like trying to like breathe, take my time, like, and then put in the call. yeah. I mean, I knew I was gonna trap the whole time, and so you just want to make it look like you don't want to make it look like anything, but you don't want to just like put the call in quickly and you know be an idiot.
You don't want to say call.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah, exactly.
So what a lot of people do in this scenario is they just go all in, but it's probably not ideal because we have the super nuts.
Yeah.
We know we're not folding on any board, and we know Negreanu's hand, whatever it is in bad shape because we have the aces, right? You're going to find often when you are shallow stacked, you do want to be trapping specifically aces, right?
Yeah.
If you look at our GTO charts, when there are no payout implications, you also want to be trapping. I would wonder if on the stone bubble, do you actually want to trap? Because you're going to lose here 20% of the time or something.
Yeah.
Is it worth that risk in your mind to try to get a full double up? Because you're often going to get a full double up when you call, right? You're going to call, you're going to check the flop, he's going to bet, you're not folding. So you know you're going to get a double up. Is it worth the risk on the stone bubble?
My guess is like there's some threshold of how deep we are. So like when you have like 15 big blinds here, I don't think we can trap because like you're gonna actually have an SPR such that it goes check enough, he gets to realize enough equity, and it's not worth it at that point because we're such a lock to make the money. But when you're the shortest stack here and you have sub 8 big blinds, that's a spot I think we have to trap with aces. But like if we had just in terms of chips here, I think we could trap with like 10s. Mm-hmm. But on the stone bubble, you don't want to trap with 10s, right? Because you don't mind if he folds Jack 4 offsuit or something like that, because we don't want him to realize any equity when we have a hand as vulnerable as 10s on the stone bubble. But I do think we still want to trap aces in this spot.
Okay.
It's just so good.
So you call, flop comes king 10-7. We lose to the king 7 now.
Yeah.
You check, and in this scenario, he bets all in, which is roughly the size of the pot. We don't know what he has. I don't know what he has. In this scenario, do you think he should be going all in with most of his range, or should he be doing something different, like betting a big blind and a half? I realize this board's pretty coordinated, so you probably want to bet bigger on this board in general, but at the same time, you have to be really tight getting it in, right? So imagine he has ace-2 offsuit or something like that. Does he really want to jam this board?
I think ace-2 offsuit should just be all in pre every time. I'm
Sure.
more thinking about like 8-3 offsuit.
Okay,
Like if he has like 8-3 offsuit, he's just dead when called. Like literally no equity. So I think he definitely wants to have some portion of his range that just min bets. Like if he has top set here, you know, he's not going to, does not want to go all in. So I think like if I'm thinking about like a very, very polarized range in the spot.
Because remember pre-flop, he's going to be jamming all the stuff in the middle, min raising the best hand, or 2.5x the best hands, and some total garbage, right? So we are presuming he has total garbage or a premium hand, right?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, you should bet small, right?
I think minning is probably common here, but with his stuff that interacts with the board, like imagine if he just has like 8-9 here. He just wants to be all in.
Sure.
I think because like I have to fold. Like if I called the flop with like I don't know a 10 or something, I just have to fold. You know I can't. I mean maybe not a 10. Maybe I call it 10, but like a 7. Say I have the I don't know queen 7 suited or something like that. I think I should probably fold pre. But if I have a hand like that, I think I would just have to muck.
Because you don't want to get it in roughly flipping
Yeah.
on the bubble. It's a disaster to get it in roughly flipping on the bubble because when you lose, you bubble, and when you win, you're probably in the money, but you very often don't double your equity in the tournament.
Yeah, it's not
right?
that sick.
So anyway, you check, he jams, you call. He has the Jack 8 offsuit. Probably a hand he wants to shove pre-flop, right?
I think so. I'm not positive, but I would think so.
So on this flop of King 10-7, do you think he should have min bet and then folded to a shove? If we have the Jack 8 for a gut shot, which actually has pretty good equity against everything, because quite often the Jack or the 8 are going to be good.
Yeah, I think his all-in's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, once he gets the flop, it's kind of fine. But if he had an inclination that I'm just like trapping here always, then he wants to check back, right, or like do something different that's not all in. But yeah, I think my range can be wide enough that jamming here is probably just the right play.
It's kind of a hand like
Once you get
9-8,
here.
right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, exactly.
Anytime you have a draw that lacks showdown value, but has decent equity, you're probably just in.
Yeah.
So anyway, you trapped here. Did you bubble?
No, we
Well,
ran hot.
that's lucky.
Yeah.
So that was good. One thing I wanted to address before we wrap up this video is, what if there were no payout implications? What if we're nowhere near the money, there's no bubble, everyone folds to Negreanu now, who raises to 2.5 big blinds. You have 8 big blinds in the big blind. With the payout implications, you have to be pretty tight, right? But what do we do with no payout implications?
Defend everything. Almost everything, right? Like, when you're so shallow, you're going to realize almost all your equity.
Which means you make a pair or
You
a
just
draw,
let-
you
yeah.
don't fold,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
It's nice and easy. It's very different when you're deeper stacked, where if you make bottom pair, you're often going to fold it by the river, right? When you're shallow stacked, you're never folding it, right?
Yeah.
So you're essentially calling pre-flop, knowing that if you make any decent hand at all, you're putting your money in. What a lot of people do wrong in this spot is they think, well, I have to be all in or fold before the flop. But that's not accurate, because if you don't have nearly as much fold equity than before the flop, because he put in 2.5, he has to call another 5.5. He's going to call basically everything there. And you don't want to get it in with like 8 high, right? But if you have 8-7, you want to call the raise, flop a pair, and then go with it.
Exactly.
But you don't want to call off all your money, which is effectively what you're doing if you shove with the 8 high.
Yeah.
So
and you have very little fold equity in chips, right? So
right.
So it's not like you can just re-jam the spot and make him fold a better hand in here.
Correct.
And like, I think this is a spot that people mess up when you have 60 bigs in the spot. People are like, oh, I can defend so wide because I'm deeper stacked, because I'm getting such good pot odds. But you also have to worry about that you're playing the pot out of position. You have reverse implied odds. You're not going to realize all of that equity. And so at 60 bigs, you have to be tighter than as you get shallower and shallower. And then the shorter you get, especially sub 10 big blinds, you just have to defend everything, because it doesn't matter if you're dominated more often. None of that stuff matters, because you're not facing multiple streets of aggression where you're going to have to fold the middle pair on the turn to a big bet. You're going to have to fold the top pair to a river bet. Not you, but, you know.
I don't fold the top pair.
Yeah. But so when you're shallow, you just have to defend such a big, I mean, probably like 95% or something extremely wide range.
Right, so as you're facing smaller raise sizes, as you often are when you're shallow stacked, you defend wider. As you are facing wider raises, you defend wider. And as your stack gets shallower, you defend wider. And you can see this if you look at the GTO pre-flop charts at pokercoaching.com. It's very clear if you just take some time and go through and check those out. So that's it. You got in the money?
Got in the money.
Wow, you're winning bracelets, getting in the money. Took 4th place in the circuit event the other day. Congrats on that.
Thanks.
Smashing them. That's going to be it for today. If you enjoyed this video, do me a favor, click the like and subscribe button below. Also click the notification bell. Good luck in your games. Have a great week. And we'll talk to you next time. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I won at about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. And I see that Boogie Boy 75 wants to know right off the bat, Daniel, who are your poker heroes? Because I know, look, a lot of people out there, you are their idol. You are the man. I was actually opening up some poker cards the other day. You know who number 1 is? Daniel
Hey,
Negreanu.
there it is. Look at that.
Daniel Negreanu is number 1, the number 1 poker player. This was back in 2000, whatever this is, 6 or 7 or something. And you're still pretty much number 1 today. So who do you look up to in poker?
Well, so that's evolved through time, right? Like I remember, and Phil Hellmuth's going to love this. I remember when I was a teenager watching Phil Hellmuth playing on ESPN in the World Series of Poker and winning all this money and being like wowed by it, you know? But really, I think even back then and throughout, I had some weird sort of, I guess, affinity for Stu Unger. You know, the kid. He was Stu the Kid Unger, and I became like Kid Poker, and that's where my acronym came from, because I sort of admired how ahead of the curve he was. And I look back to the old days when it was kind of romantic to be a degen, like a drug addict, heroin guy who gambled all his money in sports. Like today, it's like, oh my goodness, you didn't diverse your portfolio and you invested too much in one. Back then, it's like, how much money you got? I got 100,000. All right, bet it on Buffalo. So you bet it on Buffalo and you see what happens, right? And then, of course, as time evolved, Jennifer Harmon was somebody who really helped shape my game in so many ways because she allowed me to sweat her in these big games. And Phil Ivey, somebody who I respect and admire because I feel like, he's the best all-around player we've had over all the genres because, he's done it online, he's done it live, tournaments, and of course, mixed games. He's a stud savant, if you will. So a lot of different people, but usually friends of mine as well.
Phil Ivey is a stud and he's a stud savant, both. Yeah, he's got it all going on. One thing that is really interesting to me about Phil Ivey, because I got to talk to him a little bit, like we're not good friends or anything, but I've talked to him here and there, and he always realizes there's like more to learn about everything, I think. Like he's a student of everything, whether it be poker, video games, fitness, golf, sports, whatever. It seems like he studies.
He's a sponge, man. This is what makes him so great. Like he used to tell me, because back in the day, when he was playing on Full Tilt and these heads-up games, he would tell me privately, like, they always are a favorite in the beginning. Because, like, fundamentally, he wasn't necessarily sound. But Phil had his knack, whether it was playing Pac-Man or whatever, of figuring you out. So these guys would have an edge in the beginning. And then, of course, because this is before really, game theory was at the forefront of the highest stakes. He would figure out your tendencies and then exploit the hell out of you. And he beat everyone, so they would always, like, start ahead and be like, if this guy Phil Ivey sucks. Because he was doing things outside the norm, check raising 20% of flops, like all kinds of stuff that didn't make sense. But he was doing it as an exploit against the competition. So, yeah, he's certainly a sponge. And, if there was going to be a game where, we sit 8 players down, he'd be like, all right, we're going to make up the rules right here and go for it. I'm betting on Phil Ivey because I feel like he adapts very, very quickly.
Yeah, well, someone else I would bet on in that structure is also you. So you are 2-time WPT champion, like me. WPT Player of the Year, like me, but that's pretty much where all of our poker accolades end. You have 6 World Series of Poker bracelets. I have 0. You're 2-time World Series of Poker Player of the Year. Hall of Fame member. That's a pretty amazing accomplishment given you're still a very young man. You have over $42 million in live tournament earnings. And up until recently, you were the number 1 player on the all-time tournament money list, which is amazing. You're Daniel Negreanu for those who are just trickling in. Hello. Daniel, how does it feel to be the boss of poker? Because not a whole lot of people can say that.
I did spend, for most of my career, I did spend my time as number 1 on the all-time money list. And obviously, when I came into the game, before me, there were TJ Cloutier and Miami John Cernuto. And these guys, they were playing $300 buy-ins to amass their, amounts. So when I started playing, there were these new 10Ks and stuff. So I was able to, sort of, reach the next level. And now, of course, you have 100Ks and $1 million buy-ins. So, the people eligible to be at the top of that are very, very, small group of players. But I'm just certainly proud of, the accomplishments I've had in my career. I'm at a very comfortable place in my life where I'm very satisfied with where I'm at. I don't have anything to prove to anyone else, but I always find ways to motivate myself and set goals so that I can, think of different things that I want to achieve, whether it's learn to play chess better or decide to play heads-up poker against a guy who's like known as one of the best and figure I can learn it in 4 weeks. I'm always up to taking a challenge.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I won at about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello everyone, I'm Jonathan Little for PokerNews.com, here today reviewing a hand from the $25,000 buy-in Super High Roller final day that took place at Dusk Till Dawn in Nottingham. It's a great place. If you have never checked it out, do yourself a favor and give it a try. We are going to be looking at some shallow stacked play, about 20 big blind poker featuring two of the absolute best players in the world. A lot of people think whenever you're playing very shallow stack that your only options are to go all in or to fold. But that is not true. You have the ability to raise the minimum, re-raise the minimum, check raise small on the flop, etc. And this hand is going to show you that. I have a free downloadable tournament tips PDF for you that discusses things like this and also things to do before the tournament, during the tournament, and after the tournament to make sure that you are maximizing your equity. Please do yourself a favor and check that out at pokercoaching.com/tournament tips. It's completely free. Go ahead, pause the video and get it. This hand is going to feature two world-class players. We have Mikita Bazukowski, one of the absolute crushers. He has over $28 million in live tournament earnings, and he has had $7 million or more scores. That's a lot. Also in this hand is going to be Adrian Mateos. He gets in there, he battles, he mixes it up. I have played with him sometimes where he's been really tight, and other days he's just playing every pot. He's a lot of fun to play with, and I'm excited to take a look at this hand and share it with you. Let's get right to it. We are playing 30,000, 60,000. Mikita raises the button with ace-jack off of his 20 big blind stack. And Adrian Mateos defends his big blind with king-7. Perfectly fine in standard so far.
Mateos and Mikita heads up.
Oh boy.
Jack 7-7.
This is a board where Adrian's going to be doing a pretty good amount of checking. And Mikita, with his top pair, should just go for a standard continuation bet, right?
Trips for Mateos. Jackson 7s for Mikita.
Both players clearly in their mindset thinking we've got it all.
You're very happy with both players' hands normally.
When
in actuality, he is crushed.
Let's see what size he uses.
The ace of diamonds.
Pot's 340K, as you see here. Mikita has 1.1 million.
Poker Team Pro is in some trouble. The down bet to 75K.
Tiny bet. So that's an interesting bet size. Typically on these boards where you should probably be betting infrequently, you typically want to bet a little bit bigger. That said, on these middle paired boards and low paired boards where the player on the button doesn't have a ton of the trips, but the player in the big blind has a lot of the trips, when you do bet at all, you typically want to bet using a very small size because you, to some extent, lack the nut advantage, meaning you just have fewer effective nut hands in your range than the big blind does. So Mikita does go for a very tiny continuation bet, and now in Adrian's shoes. It's an interesting spot, right? What a lot of people do very wrong here is they just shove it all in. It's 20 big blinds deep. How bad could it be? Well, it turns out it's actually really bad because when Mikita does not have a strong hand, he just gets to fold a ton. Also, when you check shove all in, you can only really do that with good hands and good draws. But what about if you have a junky draw here? Like, I don't even know, Queen 10 of hearts, right? Backdoor flush draw, overcard, backdoor straight draw. That's definitely not a hand you want to be check shoving it all in with. But you could conceivably put in a small check raise, and if you get a good card on the turn, you can continue bluffing, right? So this is a spot where Adrian's going to want to check raise with a lot of his hands, something like decent jacks and better, and premium draws that can happily get it in, and junky draws that can check raise and then fold to a shove.
Didn't wear the sunglasses today. He brought out the shades. He's going to need more than a pair of rec specs to find his way out of this one.
He's giving it some thought.
Real curious to see what Mateos does with trips. I would assume we just call. I would like that. He's going to go for the raise.
Notice Adrian does go for a relatively small raise. This is perhaps bigger than you would normally see when people check raise the flop here. Usually you're going to check raise like 2.2x. However, because Mikita bets so tiny on the flop, you don't necessarily want to go 2.2x. Realize, though, that at this point in time, Mikita's getting amazing pot odds to call, right? He has to put in, what, 140 or so to try to win 625 plus his call, so 700 and something. So he's getting very, very good pot odds. This strategy is actually discussed in a book by poker coaching coach Michael Acevedo, the GTO expert. Make sure you check this out. Make sure you check out his videos at pokercoaching.com. He has lots and lots of very, very high-level GTO strategy advice to make sure that you are not screwing up these very common spots with a shallow stack. Like I said, a lot of people play really poorly with a shallow stack but just by ripping it in. They think their only options are all in or fold. Hate to break it to you, if you go all in or fold whenever you have like 20 big blinds or fewer every time, you're torching your money. All right, back around to Makita. This is a spot where I presume he should call a lot.
Makes it 210,000.
But these players are known to get in there and battle. They are not afraid. They'll splash around. What's he going to do? Makita takes his time. I do not recommend you take quite as much time as Makita. But, you know, they're playing gigantic stakes tournaments against the best players in the world. It's probably okay to take your time in exactly this scenario. If you're playing with recreational friends, keep the game moving, keep the game casual, and keep it fun.
Look at this.
Announces raise.
Minimum raise.
We've got a 3-bet.
Wants to min
pot.
3-bet.
Yeah.
Adrian's like, what?
Just trying to induce.
345.
Wants to make it 345,000.
This is why Mateos' raise on the flop is 345. So delicious.
Yum, yum. So they say here that Makita's probably trying to induce Adrian to shove, and I definitely think that's the case, because Makita has an effective nut hand. You got to realize, when you're playing 20 big blinds deep, you get top pair, top kicker on pretty much any board. You're just not trying to fold. Yeah, you lose to all the sevens, but you also beat all the jacks, and you also beat all the draws, and by re-raising tiny, Makita gives the really junky draws okay odds to continue, and every once in a while, Adrian may just rip it all in with a junky draw that's drawing thin. So pretty cool strategy. This is a spot where I don't think I would ever re-raise small. I would just call and hope Adrian continues bluffing with all of his nonsense bluffs. But Makita decides to click it back. Now, around to Adrian, and I have no clue what he's supposed to do. This is a scenario where it heavily depends on what you think about Makita's range. If you think Makita's range here is just really premium, you should just shove it all in and get all your money in, right? But if you think his range contains a lot of nonsense as well, which, you know, maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. If it does contain a lot of nonsense, like, you know, Queen 10 of Hearts or even weaker hands, you definitely want to call and give him every possible opportunity to continue bluffing on later betting rounds. Let's see what Adrian does.
These guys are just clicking buttons back and forth.
Best players in the world, clicking buttons.
That leaves Makita with 770,000 behind.
About 13 big blinds or so. 12 big blinds, I suppose. No, 13. 13 big blinds.
With 3 of a kind, and here we go.
Adrian does elect to call, which is pretty neat. He's just going to presumably try to keep Makita in with all of his weak hands, because at this point, Adrian assumes he's probably going to stack any 7. He's going to stack any jack. So there's really no reason to re-raise unless you're trying to make draws fold, but you know, maybe he has some draws here, but if he does have strong draws, he probably also has some weak draws, which you really don't care if they stick around because they're drawing thin or dead.
I have the ace of diamonds. What does he have? Does he have some sort of combo draw? He would never do this with a jack, would he?
King of clubs on the turn.
Ooh. Nuts for Adrian. Definitely a spot to check. No need to bet. No need to bet.
We saw Reiner Kempa fold a jack in the small blinds.
Pretty bad card for Makita, I'd have to think, because now if Adrian did have random King 10 of Hearts that decided to check raise flop and then call the tiny re-raise, he just got there. That said, again, the Ace-Jack is still really good. At this point, I have to presume Ace-Jack is a hand you want to do everything you can to induce your opponent to bluff. And if you bet the turn here, yeah, you're going to make some draws fold or put their money in. But whenever you're beat, you're just always getting called. And a lot of the weakish bluffs that Adrian could have had on the flop improved. So I think this is a spot where you just got to check it back. And then don't fold river, right? Like you're not planning on folding here if Adrian does bet the river. Always try to think ahead when you're playing poker hands. Some people think, I'm just going to think one street at a time. But no. You want to think ahead. Always consider how the hand's going to play out.
Makita bet the flops.
And also consider if it will go in scenarios that are good for you if you bet versus check, or scenarios that are bad for you, and then try to go to the spots that are good for you. And right here, Makita really wants to do everything he can to keep Adrian's range as wide as possible.
75,000. Mateos Check raises to 210. Makita then 3 bets to 345,000. Mateos calls, and here we are on this turn. It goes check, check.
River is the 9 of spades, and Adrian has to go first. What in the world should he do here with the effective nuts on the river out of position against Makita? What do you think he should do? Should he slow play and check? Should he bet small, like 250,000, about a third of Makita's stack? Or should he go all in for 3/4 pot, which is Makita's entire stack? I want you to think about this for just a second. Pause the video and write what you would do in the comments section below. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. All right, this is a dicey scenario where if you want to play the GTO strategy, as recommended in Modern Poker Theory by poker coach and coach Michael Acevedo, the GTO master, this is a spot where you want to have some checks in your range with hands that you know are just literally never folding. You also ideally want to have hands that make it very difficult for your opponent to call if you bet in your checking range. And notice here, when you have King 7, you block the 7s, you block the Kings. If you go all in, what are you trying to get called by? You're trying to get called by a Jack, right? And to be fair, Jack probably will still call because some draws missed. But this is a spot where when you have a really, really good hand, especially when there's not a ton of money left, quite often checking and giving your opponent every opportunity to bluff is a good strategy. Also, in this scenario, maybe Makita does have a hand like 9-8. They decided to click it back, and then he decides to turn it into a bluff on the river to try to get Adrian to fold out a Jack. Who knows what's going to happen in this spot? I don't know. All I know is Adrian is not going to be folding. But when you have super nut hands, assuming you think your checking range contains many hands that really don't want to necessarily face a bet, like imagine Adrian did have a hand like Jack 8 here. Doesn't really want to face a bet. You want to make sure you're protecting your checking range in these spots. So you want to check with some nut hands, giving your opponent every opportunity to bluff and also strengthening your checking range. What a lot of people do wrong is when they bet the river here, they bet with all of their good hands, and that makes their checking range very weak. You want to make sure when you're playing against strong opponents that both your betting ranges and your checking ranges contain very strong hands and contain some bluffs or hands that are going to fold to a bet. That way your opponent is pretty much always stuck in a guessing game. So I definitely like checking in this spot. And then Makita's going to be in a mess.
River is a 9. Adrian's hand is best.
What does Makita assign Mateos' hand to be?
They just started vacuuming above my head in the apartment above me.
We now just have a horrible
Adrian's about to
decision
vacuum
to
up some chips, I bet.
We can assume that Mateos is going to move all in here on the river with his full house.
Using a time card to make you go at least somewhat fast in these high roller tournaments. Only a little bit of tanking. Otherwise, they'd sit here all day.
Total rewind. It's one of those spots, Jeff, where when you bet the flop on Jack 7-7 with the ace jack, you are either way ahead or way behind. Clearly, he was way behind, and that's what led to this moment with this raising war on the flop.
He does make the check.
We're gonna
Checks.
Now Makita has to figure out if he should value bet.
let Makita have.
This is a scenario where, like, if you're at a final table, I think the right play is to just check it back. I know they're on the final day. I'm not actually sure if they're at the final table. Very big difference here. Like, if they're nowhere near getting in the money, then it's almost as if we are playing a cash game instead of a tournament, so there are no payout implications. But if there are payout implications here, unless you think Adrian is just like a pretty big calling station, I think the right play is probably just to check in this spot and only shove with a very polarized range of, like, probably a king and better or bluffs. That said, if there are no payout implications, I could definitely see a bet being reasonable because you're not really incentivized to not go broke here. So, interesting spot for Makita where he probably has the best hand, but the question is, can you get value from worse? Let's see what he thinks.
Happily show down this loser with ace-jack.
Makita escape with
Poor Brent Hanks in the commentary. He's trying his best over here.
I would love a check back here.
I'd like a check back too, to be fair.
Happy to get the showdown considering what happened on the flop. So strange.
whenever really weird stuff happens, it's tough to say. I'm not necessarily say this is true, but whenever really weird things happen, like a bet raise, re-raise on the flop, typically you should be a little bit cautious because ranges tend to get pretty strong whenever weird stuff happens. That said, I realize Adrian and Makita are like good, strong, world-class players, so I'm not going to say they're entirely straightforward in the spot. But if you're playing against recreational players in small and medium stakes games, when it goes bet, raise, re-raise on the flop, you should be very, very concerned that one or both players have really, really good hands.
Yeah, you could be missing out on value, but would a worse jack even call?
So pot is 1 million. He has 3/4 pot behind.
Look at this. He's gonna fire it out there.
And he bets almost all of his money. 590K, leaving 180K left. So he basically goes all in. What in the world is happening here? Cool spot, right? So apparently Makita thinks this hand is just good enough to value bet. Adrian's obviously going to shove. There's no merit in calling here. Like, yeah, you're beat every once in a while, but you will get called off by a 7 here pretty much every time, and a straight pretty much every time, which are some of Makita's bluffs that would have gotten there. So you definitely want to put all your money in if you're in Adrian's shoes.
This is all for value.
And then Adrian has to put in 180. I'm sorry, Makita has to put in 180 to try to win a whole load.
A little bit behind.
Is Adrian ever bluffing or overvaluing? Probably not. But do you really save the 3 big blinds? Probably just pay. Go eat a cheesecake. That's what I would do.
I believe I'm saying this, but I'm not certain I like the way Makita played this hand.
When Adrian shoves, Makita is sick.
Shoves.
Because he has to presume Adrian is literally never shoving with a worse hand. Because he would just call, right? You would save your last 3 big blinds. But I suppose if there's some world where Makita ever does fold a made hand here, then maybe it makes sense to run some insane bluff. Interesting spot again where like playing against weak recreational players who will just have a hand like Queen Jack and think, oh, I guess I might as well put all my money in because they don't understand that saving that 3 big blinds is valuable. Against those players, I guess you just have a pretty easy call-off. But in this scenario, Adrian's probably not going to do that. So I'm not going to say this is a fold because you're getting a bazillion to 1 pot odds. And Adrian is a sicko. He just might put in a bluff here. But I would bet almost every time, if not every time, this ace-jack is beat.
Knows he has the worst of it.
That said, 3 big blinds, you know? What you going to do? Look at Rainer here trying to figure out what in the world's going on in this hand. Such a bizarre scenario, right? Hope you enjoyed this. Did you enjoy this? If you did, click the like and subscribe button below. Also the notification bell, ding, ding, ding. Let's see if Makita pays off like a slot machine here. Ding, 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 click the button. Yeah, he pays.
Gonna throw the chips in.
What are you gonna do?
See the bad news.
See the bad news, and on to the next tournament. So that's me it for today. Hope you enjoyed this video. If you want poker news, make sure you check out pokernews.com. Huge thanks to Party Poker for letting me use this awesome hand. Check them out on YouTube at youtube.com/partypokerlive. Good luck in your games. Have a great, great day. And I'll talk to you next time. So how do you feel about Negreanu basically saying, here's what I'm going to do, and Helmut's not going to do anything about it? Like, how do you feel about, like, is that a good decision in your mind, or should you just stay a little bit quiet given you're playing for gigantic amounts of money?
No, I mean, I think Daniel already has, he already has this vision in his mind, of playing, technically correct poker and using GTO, and it's a very tough strategy. And last time he had me down low, as you know, and I was lucky to come back, so from Daniel's perspective, he's thinking, okay, this time I'm just not going to let him, I'm just going to do the same thing, and I'm just not going to let him come back,
Yeah, how does it feel to make such a gigantic comeback on a televised stage where like everyone in the poker world is watching it? I mean, that's got to be exciting, right?
was kind of fun when I did it against Jungle Man. I mean, I think Jungle Man, I don't want to exaggerate. I think Jungle Man had me down to 3,000. He had 197,000. For sure, in the case of Jungle Man, it was 195 to, 5K. But I'm pretty sure it was 3K. And, so I came back and won that. And that was nice because the chips we were using, you could actually take them right to the cage. So, I won that. And I just took the 200K right to the cage and said, okay, I'm going to cash in. Thanks, guys.
That is not too bad. So Negreanu he's posted at least one video that I saw about his thoughts on the match with you. Have you been through that yet? And if so, do you have any thoughts on his general thought process?
I looked at the video and it made a lot of sense to me. What he was doing and the way he was playing. And I mean, sometimes in the heat of the moment, I get upset, and you've seen it before many times. And sometimes something that's standard. I can just be upset because it just didn't work out well for me. And I mean, I think I was pretty pissed off when he had the 4-6 of diamonds and I had 2 9s and it came 3-4-4. But I mean, and I showed my emotions.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello everyone, I'm Jonathan Little for PokerCoaching.com, here today reviewing a gigantic pot that Rampage Poker played at 1-2 no limit. When I say gigantic, I mean $16,000. I can't even count how many big blinds that is. It's a lot. I don't know much about Rampage Poker, but he is crushing it on YouTube, so check out his YouTube channel. We'll have a link to it below in the comments section. Let's take a look at these Pocket Kings and we will see, well, how we would have played it, how he plays it, and I'm just gonna give my general thoughts on his thought process throughout his commentary.
Okay, everyone, strap in. We need some seatbelts on because this one's a roller coaster. We have Pocket Kings in +1. We have a stack of 6,500-ish in front of us, and on this table, we can't keep going multi-way. All
right, $6,500 deep playing 1-2 no limit. Look, I have no problem playing super deep stacked. No problem at all. But you have to make sure you're happy playing for all of the money, especially if your opponents will run bluffs. I'm not sure where this game is, how this game plays. It doesn't really matter. What matters is the idea that if you're not cool losing $6,500 in one hand at 1-2 no limit, maybe you shouldn't be playing that deep. To be fair, maybe he bought in for like 1,000. He's just winning all the pots. I don't know. I'm observing this hand in a vacuum. Take it for what it's worth. There is the idea that you can play super deep stacked like this, $6,500 deep, with the idea that you're only going to put your money in with the nuts, and your opponents are so bad that they are going to sometimes put $6,500 at 1-2 no limit in with far worse than the nuts. But, that's not always true, especially if your opponents are in there battling. However, look, if you have an edge over your opponents, you should be pretty happy to play deep stacked with them, especially if you have position on them. If you have 6,500, the 2 players to your left have 6,500, and then everybody else has 200, that's actually a really bad spot to be in. You always want
the big stacks on your right and the short stacks on your left, because chips flow to the left in no limit Texas Hold'em. All right, he also mentioned he does not want the pot to continue going multi-way. This is a issue that a lot of 1-2 no limit players deal with, because if you raise, let's say, $6 like you may do online, you're going to get 8 callers. So what are your options? Well, you can just raise bigger. I think a very viable strategy is to just raise bigger with your best hands. Just raise big with a strong linear range so that your opponents put money in poorly, right? In some games like this, a standard raise may be to 10 big blinds, $20. And if you make it $20, everybody will call. Fine, make it 40, see what happens, right? You need to experiment with what will result in you getting called by one marginal hand. The problem with raising big, though, so let's say $20 or $40 or whatever, is that as you go bigger and bigger, your opponents are going to fold a lot of the junk you want to get action from. Like when you raise to $6, they're going to call with 9-7 offsuit in a lot of these games, and they're just torching their money. There's also this idea that you don't want to go multi-way with big pairs, and you got to realize that you make money when your opponents make errors. And more often than not, you're going to have a strong overpair, and that's going to be the best hand if you go 2, 3, 4, 5 ways. As you start seeing the flop very multi-way, though, you are no longer going to have the best hand a decent amount of the time. And that is okay, because when you raise to, let's say, $6 or $10 before the flop and everybody calls with junk, you have a substantial equity advantage. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull up Equilab real quick and show this to you, because this is a very, very important concept that a lot of people do not, either they don't fully grasp or they don't care about. They just want to win the pot. But winning the pot is not the goal. Let's give you pocket kings. I say winning the pot's not the goal. The goal is to win money. Just want to make that clear. And then let's give our opponents calling ranges, okay? This is going to be a range they're going to call our pre-flop raise with. And we're going to make it wide, because in these games, 1-2 no limit, people are calling with all sorts of junk. You may say this is too wide. You may say this is too tight. Who knows, right? Who knows what it's actually going to be? We have them 3-betting the best hands. And I said they called 9-7 offsuit, right? So we're going to presume they're calling some pretty bad stuff because they're loose and splashy and passive, right? That's how they operate. Let's give them this range. It may be slightly different. And now what we're going to do is we're going to give everybody else this range too. So here we are. We're going to play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ways. We click evaluate here, and we see that 6 ways we're going to win this hand if everybody gets to the showdown 41% of the time. Less than half. And a lot of people say, oh my God, less than half, that's terrible. But realize we're putting in 1/6 of the money. Also, a lot of these junky hands are not going to get to the showdown, right? If your opponent flops a bad gut shot, they're not going to get to the showdown all that often. And if they do get to the showdown every time with a bad gut shot, they're going to end up with, a junky high card a lot of the time. You're not going to make a straight more often than not. So we're putting in a small portion of the money, and we're going to have a giant equity advantage, and that is fine. And the way you beat a lot of these small stakes games are either by just playing better cards than your opponents, or by getting them to pay you off for lots of money very poorly when you in turn do not pay them off very poorly. What it amounts to is, as you see the pot multi-way, you got to realize your kings are not going to be the best hand by the river a lot of the time, and that's fine. It's okay. And your job is to get full value from your opponents. In these games, a huge amount of equity is going to be won by you just value betting when you have the best hand, and then when they raise you, the loose passive opponents, when they raise you on the turn in the river, you just fold. It's okay, move on with your life. I know we've, who knows how long this video is so far, and we haven't even seen what's happening yet, but there's a lot to this spot, and it causes a lot of people problems, like this thought process of, I want to be afraid to see a multi-way pot. Anyway, in this scenario, let's see what happens. He goes for the limp.
The young player folds, and I'm going to do something weird and limp. Now, Wolfgang on my left raises to $20. And why do we not
1-2 no limit, limp, raise to 20. You see they're blasting it, right?
Open before? Because 4 players make the call for 20. This is exactly why we didn't want to raise. We're going for that good old limp 3-bet, because I think that'll work here in this spot.
So when he says he thinks that will work, again, understand that if we see a 4-way flop or 5-way flop, let's say we see it 4 ways, this is great. Imagine, let's get out the calculator here. We put in $150 each because they all limp and they call. Pot's going to be $600, right? We can get out our old school calculator, $600, and we put in 150 of it, right? our equity in this pot, 4 ways, is going to be $55, or 55%, right? Minus the 150 we put in. If we get this limp re-raise in, we get $180 in equity when we see it multi-way. That is huge. Now look, obviously I realize equity realization is a thing. Everybody who is super strong poker player here, bear with me, we're trying to give some rough math to show that you're happy when your opponents put in a lot of money with marginal ranges. Obviously as well, they're probably not going to call a $20 raise and then a $150 raise with all this junk. It's a little bit overly simplistic, but the point here is that it's not that bad to go multi-way because you have a big advantage. You just have to make sure you play well after the flop. And what a lot of people do wrong is they just drastically overplay their big hands, aces, kings, queens, etc., after the flop when they're in a multi-way pot against on boards that are not great for them.
So when action is on to me, we put in that limp 3-bet trying to isolate. We size to $150.
So again, trying to isolate, that implies we're trying to get heads up, which, you know, is fine, but you'd rather be in a very multi-way pot against a lot of presumably not great players because they're just going to be making middle pairs and bottom pairs and top pairs and paying you off poorly.
A little bit smaller here, but once again, I don't really know what the resistance point is when people call or fold. But clearly, 150 is not a lot because when the preflop raiser Wolfgang gets out of the way, we get 3 players to call around. So now, yep, 4 ways to a flop in this 3-bet pot where we just tried to isolate. But we got 620 in the pot. The flop comes 8-7-6.
Pause real quick. This is going to be like an hour-long video, isn't it? If you like this hour-long video, do me a favor, click the like and subscribe button below. I appreciate it. Also, click the notification bell. 9.324% of you have clicked the notification bell. You might as well bump that up to 10.3% after today. Give it a click. Thank you. This is a scenario where when it goes limp 20, call, call, call. 150, fold, call, call, call. Now, it's kind of actually difficult to know what the opponent's ranges are. You have to presume they're going to be reasonable, right? You got to presume the opponents are not in here with a 9-7 offsuit for $150. So let's go through here and give them a reasonable range. What do we think reasonable humans who are loose, splashy, etc., which clearly they are because they're in this pot, what do we think they're actually going to call the 150 with? If we're all 6,500 deep, the big offsuit hands go way down in value. If they're like $400 deep, then, you know, maybe they're okay. But even then, these hands are pretty bad. I think in reality, we're probably looking at something like this. This is loose. This is not what the opponents should be doing. This is what I think a lot of people are doing. So we see this range is actually still kind of wide, right? So let's keep that in mind. Obviously, they could be like randomly slow playing aces, kings, or queens, ace, king, but most of the time they're not going to be doing that. Anyway, 8-7-6. Let's just consider the ranges we are against. In this scenario, on 8-7-6, notice our opponents have all the sets and some number of straights and some number of 2 pairs, right? So this is actually a very bad board because notice that we're only really going to get full value here from like ace-8 suited, jacks, 10s, 9s, maybe 5s, right? Everything else here is pretty bad. Also, there's flush draw available and they do have some good flush draws. Do we block it? We do block the king flush draw, so there's going to be fewer of those, really just a few of these that also have gut shot straight draws, which also have very high equity. This is a spot where when you bet and the opponent's call, you're usually in pretty marginal shape. Also, notice if the opponents would have folded to a bet, it's usually just going to be with these suited ace-x or like low pairs or ace-queen, which are drawing very thin against us. So this is a spot where very multi-way, even though we have the best hand most of the time, it's not going to be particularly great for us. You know what? Do we actually have the best hand most of the time? Let me apply this range here and clear out these 2 ranges and then put these ranges here. Let's put the board. 8 of clubs. What was the board? 8 of spades, 7 of clubs, 6 of clubs. 8 of spades, 7 of clubs, 6 of clubs. We'll run this. Notice here, our equity dropped substantially, right? We were, what I say, 55% pre-flop. Now here we are 35%. And if we bet and get called, again, you got to be very, very cautious in this scenario because we're really only getting called by like decent draws, like open-ended straight draws and better, and mostly very good made hands, especially if they don't have stuff like king 8, 10 8, jack 8, etc. Okay, so be a little bit cautious here.
2 clubs. Overall, just a disgusting and gross board that we didn't want to see. Anyways, when action checks to me, I decide to c-bet this one, really small amount to $200. 4 ways, this is extremely thin, but given what I've seen so far, I think we just have to get value with these overpairs.
So he says, given what we have seen so far, we got to get value. So again, this kind of presumes the opponents are playing really, really loose, really, really splashy. And let's just go through here and edit this opponent's range really quick and just see what we're going to be looking at. First things first, let's get rid of all of the obviously terrible hands. Will they fold ace-5? Maybe not. Let's go through here in suit selection. Just clubs for these. Obviously, these are not available. These will be gut shots or overcards with open-endeds. I think they'll probably call any 9 for 200, right? Because they're getting really good odds. They'll probably call Jack 10 as well, any Jack 10. Okay, so now we click suit selection, select clubs. They're probably not going to float with backdoor spades. Maybe they will, who knows. All right. And these are all going to fold here because these are not available because we have the king of clubs, right? So that's fine. These are all going to fold, of course, to any bet, you got to think. Unless they're going to call ace queen on this board. That seems ridiculous. These are going to fold. All right, so opponents' ranges are going to look something like this for a $200 bet, roughly. Okay. Do we do this right? Let's just make sure. Okay, so this is the range we want. We're going to clear out these two. Against one caller on this board, you see, we are barely ahead. If they're anywhere near reasonable, and again, I think this pre-flop range is like way too loose. I don't think they have many of these suited ace of X. Don't think they have these high cards to begin with a lot of the time. They may splash around with these hands, so this makes a lot of sense. But this range is probably going to be somewhat reasonable for loose splashy players. Against two people here, notice we're down to 33% equity. If we go 200 and get called, if we go 200 and all three of them call, and they're reasonable, you see now all of a sudden we are behind, right? And this is very, very important. Our equity realization with this hand is going to be really bad. What I mean by that is say any 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, club, if any of those cards come, those are all really bad for us, where we essentially have to just check fold. Because, again, considering the opponent's ranges, right, all of those cards are going to really line up with them. Let me actually show you what happens on various cards. Let's say the turn is the 8 of hearts, okay? Actually, that's not so bad. Why? Because I guess they don't have all that many 8s like we said. Let's make it the 9 instead, 9 of hearts. Oh, by the way, so even though this doesn't look so bad, we have 33%. When they give us action, it's going to be mostly with better hands at this point. So even though we have an equity advantage, we are going to lack the nut advantage, and they are probably going to fold out the weakish hands then. So it's not as good as it looks, just straight up. 9's obviously awful. We're just dead. Let's make it 10 of hearts. 10 of hearts is awful, just dead. What about 5 of hearts? 5 of hearts is terrible. We're just dead. What about Queen of clubs, random club? It's okay, mainly because we have a flush draw. But again, like if they blast it, probably got to fold, right? Bad equity realization. What about 5 of clubs? Bad. What about 2 of clubs? Not great, right? So you see, all these cards are pretty terrible. Let's do 2 of diamonds. This is a good one. Even then, even though it's good, it's, again, we're not just like crushing the opponents. This is a spot where we're going to have very, very poor equity realization, and for that reason, you just don't want to put money in the pot. Also, if we bet here and get raised, don't forget this, if we bet and get raised, how are we going to assess the opponent's range, right? I would not be shocked if some players will raise with draws here, and some players will only raise with effective nuts. I have no way of knowing. And I think betting leads to us getting, we'll call it outplayed some portion of the time, and I don't really think we're pushing that much equity here. Look, Rampage did make this very clear statement that we are going for thin-ish value here. This is a thin bet, which I completely agree with. I would have to know my opponents are just especially weak and passive to justify this bet size, but maybe they are, right? There's a lot of value in exploiting your opponents in small stakes games, and if they are weak and passive, then this is certainly a reasonable exploit. However, I think I would have bet a little bit bigger, because if we are pushing equity and we do expect the opponents to play poorly and weakly, you just want to bet more money. Typically on these very coordinated boards, you just want to get more money in the pot when you have the best hand. So if the pot's 620, I would have bet more like 350, expecting to get called by basically the same range I outlined, right? Notice this range I outlined here is all reasonable. It's going to call any reasonable bet. So I think this is a spot where you probably just want to bet a little bit bigger. But whatever, 200.
The cutoff, who's been playing fairly loose, makes the call. Now the button makes the call. And the big blind calls as well. So we eliminated the field from 4 ways to the flop to 4 ways to the turn. The turn is now the 8 of hearts. It is all around, in my opinion, a pretty decently bad card for us. I don't know what that means. Obviously, top pair turns into trips, but it's less likely someone has an 8x holding.
So let's talk about this really quick. So we get the 8 of hearts, which we already saw was a reasonable card. 8 of hearts. calculate, see 33% equity. But again, the problem is now, if we bet and get called, what's going to call us on this 8 of hearts for any reasonable bet, even like third pot? Will ace-7 call? Probably not, right? So let's presume, let's go through and assume if we make a bet, the opponents will fold some pretty junky hands. 7-6 will now fold. 8s will obviously call. How about 9s, 10s, jacks? It's pretty nasty. I guess they'll call. Flush draws are obviously going to call. What about the 9s? Do we think a 9 is going to call a bet on this board 4 ways? They shouldn't, but let's presume they will. Let's presume they will, because we're just going to assume they're terrible. I'm trying to give us every benefit of the doubt here, right? All right, let's see how we're looking at now. We remove some of those junky hands. You see we are, okay. Let's go through and remove some 9s now to just, make this not so amazing for us. It's not going to change a ton, but it should change a little bit. And again, these ranges, like I said, are already pretty loose. We see now, if we bet and get called, it's like roughly break even. But again, equity realization on the river is going to be very bad because there's a lot of terrible rivers.
And we have the best
I would just
combo. Anyways, when action checks to me again, given the dynamics of the table, I am going to be a little bit exploitative and go very, very thin once again and throw out a bet of $350. Well,
so now, I actually don't hate the small bet. Like, if we had to bet, on the flop, I think we should have bet big. But on the turn, I think we can justify the smaller bet because now, even though we have perhaps a little bit of a range advantage, we definitely lack the nut advantage. And in spots like this, you either want to be checking a ton or you want to be betting small. We actually discussed this thoroughly at pokercoaching.com in the fundamentals course. Check that out. It's completely free at pokercoaching.com/fundamentals. And Rampage Poker does decide to bet, which I probably just checked here, but he does make the small bet. If you are going to bet, small bet is good. And I realize $350, what is this? 175 big blinds? Is that right? 175 big blinds at 1-2 is not a small bet, but in relation to this already gigantic pot, it is a small bet.
350 is still enticing of a price, especially given how big this pot is. The cutoff makes the call.
So he says this is an enticing price. The thing is that you're not really giving your opponents bad odds to call in this scenario. If they have any straight draw or flush draw, they're going to win 20-ish% of the time against you. And notice, in this scenario, they're only going to need to win, assuming these graphics are right, like 1/7 of the time? It's like almost never, right? So when you bet tiny, you're not inducing mistakes from your opponents. You make money when your opponents screw up. And this small bet is going to get a lot of calls. The thing is, though, is that all of the hands that are going to call you are calling very appropriately. Now, if they are going to call with like, I don't know, Queen 6 or something, then sure, I love the bet. But do they really have Queen 6? Like if they have any pair, it probably has a straight draw with it. Like even if they have 6-5, it has a straight draw. So they're not making an error by calling. And when you are betting in these scenarios, usually you want to make a bet that makes it to where it's at least an error for your opponent to continue with some portion of their range.
Who's been playing very loose, and so does the big blind. So we go 3 ways to the river, which comes the deuce of spades. It is the most brick river we could ever ask for.
All right, I'm going to presume the opponent checks. Pot is $2,500, and we have, what, $5,700 behind, something like that. I want you to think about this scenario. Pause the video and write what you would do in the comment section below on this super blank river. In the spot, would you check it if they check to you? Would you bet small, like 1,000? Would you bet medium, like 2,000? Or would you bet gigantic, like all in? Go ahead, pause the video, write it in the comment section below. All right, did you do it? Good. Going through this active learning process is going to go a long way to helping you improve your poker skills because it's like you're playing along. I actually have over 1,000 interactive hand quizzes at my training site, pokercoaching.com, and you can try them for free at pokercoaching.com/free. Many of the students just go through the quizzes and they just sit there and grind it out all day, every day. If you do not want to go play live poker because of, you're worried about COVID or you live in a place where online poker is not legal, then it's a great, great way to go and get experience with a coach sitting there giving you feedback on every single betting round. So check that out at pokercoaching.com/free. So if they check to Rampage Poker, I would definitely check. if we bet and get called, now we got to presume all the draws are going to fold, right? So if we bet this river and get called, what's this river? River is the 2. What's going to call us? This is going to fold, 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 fold. Will ace-8 call? Yeah, of course, we lose that. So maybe we get called by this if we shove. Or if we bet river, if we bet like any reasonable amount. So let's just delete these. Let's say we bet and one player calls us on the 2 of spades. How do we feel? Little bit ahead, right? The problem, though, is that we're running into a lot of opponents, right? So let's just assume we bet and get called by 2 people, which, will happen a decent amount of the time. You see now we're just already behind. If they all call, it's just terrible. Also, they may not have jacks or 10s in their range. Notice these are the hands we're trying to get value from, right? If we remove jacks and 10s from their range, it's just going to get really, really bad. You see, no equity, right? So if they don't really have overpairs in their range, you can't even value bet against one player. They probably do have overpairs in their range, though. But the thing is that when we go bet 4 ways on this board, they may just start folding out overpairs. Like, if I'm sitting here with pocket 9 somehow, it's just an easy fold. So anyway, this is like a pretty clear check in my mind.
And when the big blind checks to me, we have a decision to make whether...
By the way, if you are going to bet, you want to bet tiny. Same thing as on the turn, pretty much. We don't even have the range advantage, so you want to check. But if you are going to bet, you want to bet small.
We want to block bet, or we can just check because the button player has the propensity to bluff a lot.
Ooh, that's some good information. Player on the button likes to bluff. It's a very good reason to check, because if you bet, a lot of the people who like to bluff, if they are going to bluff, they're going to rip it all in on you, which you don't really want. And if you do go bet 4 ways on the flop, turn, and river, they're probably not going to bluff you because it's pretty clear you like your hand, right? So this is a spot where, knowing that, I think we have a very, very clear check.
Ultimately, I take the line of checking here, and now onto the button. He doesn't take too long before announcing his action.
I'm sorry? You said all in? Okay, I just want to make sure. All in.
All in. Ooh. If it goes fold. This is the nasty spot, but I think it's actually a call if they fold around to us. Because, assuming Rampage Poker's read is right, which I'm going to presume it is, he seems to be, very, very competent poker player here. If you think your opponent bluffs a lot, when all of the draws miss, and it's checked on the river, check, all in. Well, check, all in. You got to presume this player is going to bluff some portion of the time. Now, very important. If there are 3 people yet to act, and this guy bets into 2 more people who have not acted yet, I'd be way more inclined to fold. But let's say the blinds both checked, and now I check, and then this player to my left is last to act, then I'm way more inclined to call. Because whenever he's checking, or when he's betting into 2 people who have not acted yet on the river, he has to worry that they could just be sitting here slow playing the nuts, right? But when the players and the blinds both check, and then I check, he doesn't really have to worry about the players in the blinds having a very premium hand, because if they had a very premium hand, they would often value bet themselves, right? So this is a spot where the player who goes all in's relative position is vitally important. Okay, let's see what happens.
That's right. It is a $5,000 all-in, and the big blind doesn't take too long, maybe 10 seconds, to make his decision.
So 2x pot all in.
Take call. Okay, fuck.
Big blind calls pretty immediately. Rampage has an easy fold. In reality, this is just a trivially easy fold at this point. On the river, when it goes 2x pot all in and call, I don't even know what you're supposed to call with here. You're probably supposed to call with do you call with a straight? I think a straight's close. Bad end of the straight's definitely a fold. The thing is you got to think about big blind's range, right? Let's actually consider this. Once it goes all in, what is going to call here? Ace-8, 9-8, 8-7, obviously. Full houses, obviously. 9s will fold. Maybe let's just give them jacks to say that they have 1 jacks. So let's give them this range to call. So this guy's range is loose, okay? We're just going to ignore this guy's range for now. This guy's range is loose, but this guy who calls must have a good hand, right? Our equity against the guy who calls is 33%, right? And whatever equity the other guy has, he's going to have the nuts sometimes, right? That's just going to decrease it as well. Because we have to beat this player here who has a lot of nut hands. Obviously, if this player doesn't have pocket jacks in his range or any overpairs, then we're dead, right? So this is a spot where even if the big blind is loose and splashy, this is still just an easy fold. It's only going to be anywhere near a reasonable call if the player on the button who went all in is just insane, And the player in the big blind who called is just a super duper calling station, and will call with stuff like all over pairs here, which seems unlikely. So pretty easy fold for the bottom kings.
And now on to us. The button with a 5K jam, the big blind with essentially a snap call of 4,400 total. We cover both, and I think now we have a pretty clear decision to make. Essentially easy decision to make to, I guess, fold and let this one go, unfortunately. So we take one last look at our cards, kiss this one goodbye, and send it to the muck. And good thing we get to see what the other players had, because the button shows pocket fives.
Pocket fives! Ah, he did run the $5,000 bluff. I mean, good read by Rampage, right?
So bottom pair, I don't think that's going to win it. The big blind, please show us trips or something. He shows pocket queens for another one pair holding that we could have beat. And that is how we lost a potential $16,000 pot at 1-2.
Rampage must be thinking, queen. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Guy snap called with queens too, by the way. 10-second call, $5,000, bad bluff catcher. Sure, why not? Look, I don't fault the way Rampage played this hand on a lot of the betting rounds. I think it seems perfectly reasonable, and, well, if anything, I would have played the hand slower. So on the flop, I would have checked. To be fair, the guy with pocket fives probably would have bet. The guy with queens, for all I know, would have just raised, and I would have folded immediately. Folded the best hand immediately. But you got to realize, when you're playing very multi-way, and everybody wants to put in a lot of money, and they all have a lot of nuts in their range, or at least in their potential range, that makes logical sense, you just got to play really, really cautiously. I have a decent amount of courses over at pokercoaching.com specifically discussing multi-way pots, because this is a tricky spot where a lot of people just drastically overplay their normally strong hands, like pocket kings. And a lot of money that you make from the small stakes games is just going to come from value betting, having your opponents call with junk or hands that are dominated. But when they want to put all of their money in, all $5,000 of it at 1-2, you probably have to get out of the way. Can't talk, go figure. Long video, huh? You probably have to get out of the way. I hope you enjoyed this video. Let me know what you think. It's something a little bit different. Huge thanks to Rampage Poker for letting me use his content. Make sure you follow him here on YouTube. Click the link below for that. Also, if you like this video, click the like and subscribe buttons and the notification bell. We're going to try to get above 10% today. You're going to make it happen. Thank you very much. Good luck in your games, and I'll talk to you next time. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I won at about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. So, you mentioned mistakes. Do you think taking a match with Doug Polk was a mistake?
No, absolutely not. No. And then no fronts, right? Obviously we lost, right? I believe, and again, this is a silly, like obviously the all-in EV, was like 6 or 7 buy-ins, but I lost outside of that. I do believe that in very key spots throughout, I ran pretty unlucky. I obviously feel like I was the underdog for a justifiable reason. I just didn't feel like the match was that, big of a discrepancy in terms of skill. And I just do feel like I feel like I ran quite unlucky in a lot of big spots. In terms of draws and whatnot. So overall, the question is did I work hard? Did I put into place the best, strategy that I could with the knowledge that I had under the time limits that I had? Absolutely. If I could do something over, the only thing I would do differently is instead of having a 4-week window, take on somebody who's, already done this for a long time, I would ask for a much longer window, because I felt like it's like there's 4 years worth of information. Okay, here's 4 years worth of information. You got 4 weeks. Right? It's very, very difficult. I think I did a pretty good job as a sponge, but what I ended up having to do was evolve my strategy as the match went on. So on day one, I wasn't as prepared as I was by the round 20 or 30, right? So if I could come in prepared as I was near the end for round 1, now I'd be, a lot, I'd have a much better chance.
For sure. I mean, full disclosure, I bet on you. I was happy with my bet. Even after you lost, I was happy with the bet. Because, like you said, I think you did probably better than the odds listed. To be fair, I was actually kind of unhappy with your play at the beginning. But by the end, I was overly happy with your play, right? And if we could just run it back from, let's say, the middle of the match forward, I'd be thrilled with the bet, and I'd run it back all day, right?
Well, that was part of the bet, I thought. Like, part of the reason the odds were like that is because, like, there was going to be an assumption that in the early stages he's going to be a bigger favorite. And
the odds were about 5-1 against you, just so people know who are not paying attention.
But as the match progressed, I'm obviously going to get better at a rapid rate, and it's going to be more difficult for him because he's already so good to get much better. So the gap will close as time went on. But we assumed going in that, from, the first month or so, or the first, 10 sessions, I'd be a considerable underdog, considering I was only really fluent, if you will, at 2 bet sizes. And they wouldn't let me have any more. And then I was like, all right, they gave me some more sizes. Thank God, because this is really tough to pick 20% or 75%.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello there, Sharks. I'm Jonathan Little for PokerNews.com, and today we are going through a hand featuring the poker video blogger Rampage Poker. He gets in there, battles hard. He is on a rampage. Y'all have told me in the comments on my YouTube channel at youtube.com/pokercoaching that sometimes Rampage gets in there and battles hard. He mixes it up, he gambles hard, he makes big calls, makes big folds, makes big bluffs. He is in there battling, and that makes for good content, which is why he has almost 100,000 YouTube subscribers. Make sure you check out his YouTube channel. Click the link in the description below. Check him out. Go there, click like, click subscribe. You'll enjoy it. Let's get right to this interesting hand from 2-5 No Limit Texas Variety.
All right, everyone. Pocket Kings. This is going to be a fun hand. We're on the button, and the player on my right in the cutoff opens it up to $20. This is the spot we've been waiting for. He's been very limp happy, so it seems like his raising range is going to be narrowed to very strong hands.
So Rampage mentioned something here that a lot of people do not fully understand, and that is that just because someone plays a lot of hands does not mean that they have a wide range in all scenarios. Some players will limp a lot or call raises a lot, but then when a lot of money goes into the pot, or when they raise or when they re-raise, they usually just have something pretty good. So against those players, you have to realize that they may be playing 50% of hands, but their range of hands when they take the aggressive line, when they raise, may only be like the top 8% of hands or top 10% of hands. So keep that in mind as we move forward.
So here, we're going to 3-bet and be a little more exploitative. We 3-bet 5x to $100.
Normally you'd 3-bet to about, $70, $80 or so, playing 2,000 deep at 2-5 no limit. But because the opponent's range is probably stronger than normal, they're probably not going to fold it to a 3-bet. Or if they do fold it, they're going to be folding out a hand like Jack 9 suited, which is perfectly fine. So this is a good exploitative 3-bet. People always ask me, what do you do whenever your opponents call every time you re-raise? Well, re-raise bigger and re-raise a more linear range and just get money in the pot with the nuts, like Rampage is doing right here.
The blinds fold and the cutoff makes the call, and we're playing about $2,000-ish deep. He covers me. Going to a flop which comes 8-3-4 2 hearts. And weird enough, this player throws out a lead and donks out $150. I've been playing with this guy all night, and I've seen him do a lot of unorthodox things like committing stacks and leading out on every single flop, whether he had something or he had 6-3 offsuit for 6 high and barreling all 3 streets. So here, I'm not going to do anything but slow play this and slow down. He bets a really large amount, and I'm comfortable with it. We make the call for 150. If he has air, I'm just going to let him hang himself. And if he has a draw, then it's a pretty bad price for a draw anyways.
All of that makes a lot of sense. This is a scenario where some people think, all right, I'm going to raise immediately because I have the best hand, and I want to get money in the pot and protect against draws. The thing is, though, is that if the opponent bets 150 into 207, it's already a pretty big bet, right? And if they are leading with any sort of reasonable strategy here, they're going to be very polarized to either really good made hands, perhaps, I don't know, Queen 8 and better, King 8 and better, Ace 8 and better, something like that, which we're actually not in all that great a shape against because the opponent could easily have 8s, 3s, 2s, or 4-3 suited. You may say, didn't we say they're raising with a tighter range than normal? Yeah, but you don't know. And then they're also going to be leading with good draws like Ace 5 of hearts that has plenty of equity against us, and then also some junky draws like 7-5 of clubs or Ace 2 of clubs, and you don't really mind keeping those in the pot either. What a lot of people do in this scenario is they raise to 450. The opponent, who we think is loose and splashy, then rips in for all $2,000, and now you're in a guessing game for all your money. And, you should probably call against most people, but some people will literally never be bluffing there, and you will be torching your money. So, I think a better line is to just keep your opponent's range really wide. Also, if you just call here and the opponent does have Ace 8, they may just think you have Ace King or something like that and decide to bet the turn and bet the river for a lot of money, and clearly that's just all going to go to you. So, I definitely like calling in this scenario for the reasons Rampage laid out.
But we're not folding just yet. Going to a turn which comes the deuce of diamonds, and again, he throws out another bet. He throws out a bet of $350.
All right, $350 bet into a $507 pot. This is slightly off over here. Really, same logic applies on the turn that applies on the flop, except for now the board is a little more draw heavy, which is kind of annoying because now if he does have a hand like, Ace 4 of diamonds, he has loads of outs. If he has a hand like 7-5, he just picked up additional outs. But again, the problem is if you raise and the opponent jams on you, it's not a good spot. So another spot just to find the call.
And as much as I'd like to raise, there are a lot of draws out there. It's another sizable one. The issue is I just don't want to slow him down if he's just bluffing with legit 0 equity, which I've seen him do a bunch.
He could have hands like 9-7 of clubs. Don't forget. Some players will literally just get after it, right? Maybe it's Jack 10 of clubs. Overcards and a backdoor straight draw. Brick on the turn, what are you going to do? Fire away, right? So against players like that who will get after it, you definitely want to call. As your opponent's range contains more and more just absolute nonsense, you should be way more inclined to call because, like Rampage said, they are drawing dead. You do not want to raise and let them fold.
So, this is the spot where we're just going to pray and hold, and we're going to play a big one. So toss in $350. We're going to a river. The river is the 3 of spades. This is literally amazing now that we're sitting with the best 2 pair combo, given he doesn't have aces.
Could have aces. Don't be too quick to narrow their range.
And even better, he's piling more money, and this time it's $520.
All right. Pot is currently, slightly off earlier, pot is currently $1,207. Opponent bets 500 with about 1,000 or so remaining in the stacks. What do we do with the kings? How do you feel about this spot? Take a second, think about it. And then pause the video and write what you would do in the comment section below. Do we find a fold? Because, you'd have to be insane to run a bluff here. Do we call? Or do we pile it all in? Pause the video and write what you would do in the comment section below. All right. We have 2 options here. We can either call or go all in. We are not folding whenever all the draws miss and we beat some overvalues like Ace 8 or pocket 9s or pocket jacks or pocket queens. We are absolutely not folding. Folding would be not just kind of bad, but atrociously bad. Now, one thing that is worth asking is, does the opponent ever have a 3 here? And I would venture to say probably not a whole lot of them. The opponent could have pocket 8s. They could have pocket 4s. They could have pocket 3s. Those hands all make a whole lot of sense. So what are there? How many combinations of those are there? There are 7 of those, right? 3 8s, 3 4s, 1 3. Opponent could also have ace 5 suited. It's 4 of those, right? So that is 11 effective nut hands. They could have 6 5. It's 4 of those. It's 15 effective nut hands that we lose to. Is there anything else we really lose to here? I guess 4 3 suited. One of those. 16 nut hands. So how many hands are there that our opponent will call with if we raise? Ideally, you want there to be a pretty good number of those. Well, if the opponent has ace 8, will they call if we shove it all in? I don't know. What do you think? I never know what they do with that hand in this spot whenever all the draws miss. What about pocket 9s, pocket 10s, pocket jacks? Those hands all make a lot of sense. Maybe pocket queens even, right? 9s, 10s, jacks, and queens. There's 24 of those. And if the opponent has ace 8 suited only, there's 3 of those. So that's 27 pretty good hands the opponent could reasonably have that would take this line that will very likely call a jam. Maybe they have 9-8 suited. Maybe they call a jam with 9-8 suited. I don't know. This is where you have to know your opponent. Some players will fold literally every hand worse than a 3 here if you raise. And if you know that to be the case, obviously you should not raise, right? Because then you're only going to get called when you're beat. But I think you will find that most loose, splashy, battling opponents are going to be willing to find a call when lots and lots of draws miss. And on this board, lots and lots of draws miss. So you should be kind of willing to go for thin-ish value if they will call with overpairs and ace 8 and king 8 suited, queen 8 suited, whatever. Any 8s they could have. So even though we do lose to a pretty good number of combinations of hands here, I think we need to shove. Now, before we see what Rampage did here, one thing you have to be aware of is that some people in this spot think that kings here are just the super duper nuts. And while they are good a lot of the time, some players really will fold out everything besides a 3 or better here. They really will, especially in the small stakes games, because they think, well, you must have had ace 3 and you got there on me, or you trapped me with ace 5. They're never going to assume you have many busted draws in your range, which maybe you do, maybe you don't. But this is a classic spot where I don't think people in Rampage's shoes bluff all that often. And to be fair, if your opponents do not bluff all that often, you should in turn make an exploitative fold, right? So this is a spot where I'm not sure everyone's going to pay you off, even if they are loose end, splashy, and battly. You're going to find when 400 big blinds go in the pot, both players usually have something pretty decent. All right, let's see what happens.
There is only one move to do in this situation against a player like this, and it's pretty much to go all in and hope he has something. So I look at my stack, and it's a little bit under $1,500. So after thinking things over and Hollywooding just a little bit to make it look like I'm not nutted.
Just a little bit, just a little bit. Don't Hollywood too much. If you Hollywood even a little bit too much, the subconscious mind of almost everyone goes off and says, something's not right here. So just a little bit.
I rip it all in for an exact total of $1,478. This player doesn't love the situation, but he doesn't snap fold, which means he doesn't have 6 high, which is amazing. He thinks about it for a while.
6 high. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Tosses in chips for a call. We show pocket kings, and he shows pocket 10s. And just like that, we scoop over a $4,000 pot our way in this nice little 2-5 game. I told you guys, this is not the typical 2-5 table.
Nice. Good, good, good shove. And as you see here, Rampage wins all the money. What a lot of people do, I'm not going to necessarily say wrong, but probably a little bit too cautious in this scenario, is they just call. They think, well, if I shove, they're never going to call me with worse. But if your opponent's loose and splashy, and you are loose and splashy, as Rampage is, you will get paid off. There's a lot of value in having a loose, splashy, battling image, because when you do actually make a good hand, you are way more likely to win a gigantic pot. That's going to be it for today. Thanks to Rampage Poker for letting me use this hand. If you all know any other video bloggers out there whose content you love, if they have a great hand you want me to analyze, put a link in the comments below. Timestamp me to it, and I will try to make it happen. Thanks for being here. Good luck in your games. Have a great, great week. If you like this, click like, click subscribe, and I'll talk to you next time. Bye-bye. So
I don't think a lot of people recognize the opportunities you have in life compared to every other poker player, right? Like, say you do play against Doug Polk, you're going to put in tons of time getting good at heads up, no limit hold'em, right? You got to presume, particularly Daniel Negreanu, is going to have a lot of opportunities to play people going forward in the future at heads up, no limit hold'em that, let's say, Jonathan Little or anybody else would not, right? And you hop right back into it. You played against Phil Hellmuth. And, seemed like a good spot. Betting odds were in your favor. You got him down to 3,000 chips out of 100,000 starting stack. And then you lost. How's it feel to lose with a insane chip advantage?
So that was pretty crazy because my game plan in the match went exactly as I expected it to in the first 3 hours, right? I expected him to, in position, win almost nothing. Here's your 2 chips because he limps every hand, and then I was going to basically be able to grind him down with very little risk, which is exactly what happened. Now, one of the other, I was exploiting massively, across the board. I was not coming in with sort of a game theory approach. But one of the things that I did that I won't do in the next match was I took to the extreme when we got short, when both he got short and when I got short, I took far to the extreme my exploits against him, which, didn't serve me as we got late. I figured it was over anyway, right? I'm like, all right, if he puts his last chips in, he's going to have something, I'll just fold. But there were some hands that I could have called. But then when we got them all in, the 10-5 of clubs against the queen 6 of clubs on a deuce 3-4 with 2 clubs, such is life. And then from there, I find like everyone's like, oh, Daniel was doing good in the first half, but then Phil dominated the second. I'm like, did you watch this match? Because what I saw was Phil making the best hand on the river and not getting any value, or him having the best hand on the turn and me folding, right? Like a very good hand. So I felt like up until the very end, I made a very crucial error late because either A, the graphic was wrong, or I miscalculated my chips, or I folded a Jack 10 on a board of like King 10-9 something when I was very, very short. So that was a mistake that I wouldn't make. But overall, all the exploits I went into the match expecting Phil to, be a victim to. He is. He has a very simplistic view of how to play the game. And deep stacked, he's drawing just completely dead. Like, if you sit there and play 500 big blinds and he decides, anybody, frankly, anybody who plays against a professional poker player and limps 90% of buttons, playing 500 big blinds deep, I'm just saying on that alone, against him, you have no chance to win. You cannot. If you just sat there and did that, you can't win. And Phil's pretty stubborn, so he won't adjust because that's all he really knows.
I would venture to say you can win if your opponent will just always pay you off, right? If your opponent's going to just stick in 200 big blinds every time with middle pair.
Well, that's an extreme. But if you're talking, that's why I qualified by saying professional poker player.
Sure.
So you would assume a professional poker player is going to, play normally.
Right.
And even if they did call him too often, which is, let's say they took a game theory approach and called him that often, which is a mistake against Phil. You're not supposed to. Even if he did that, the fact that the hands he plays in position will have 5 big blinds in them, and the ones that Phil will have 2 big blinds, like position's really, really important. You want to play bigger pots in position than you do out of position. And what Phil does is he minimizes the value in position. And it's a very uphill. It's an uphill climb that's too difficult to climb. But obviously, as the stakes go up and you're only playing 30, 40 big blinds, well, now that becomes a viable strategy, to add limping for sure.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass.
Hello Sharks, I'm Jonathan Little from PokerCoaching.com, and today we're going to be discussing a topic that you absolutely must understand if you want to have any chance of succeeding at poker. We're going to be discussing how to think in terms of hand ranges. It's vitally important that instead of thinking about only your 2 hole cards, you want to consider how you would play every hand that you would play in this manner. That's going to make you much more difficult to play against than if you're only concerned about your exact 2 cards. You also want to be concerned with not just what 2 cards your opponent has, but what cards they would play in that same manner, because people play all sorts of hands in the same manner. Let's go through an example to illustrate this. Let's say you open raise with King Jack of Hearts from early position to $6 at 1-2 no limit. Okay, we're playing $200 deep, 100 big blinds deep. We raise with King Jack of Hearts. But you want to ask yourself, what other hands would I reasonably play in this manner? Because you would certainly raise pocket aces and maybe some pairs and some suited connectors and some suited aces. So you don't have exactly King Jack of Hearts in this scenario. You have your entire range of hands. And notice, in this scenario, if you want to play a good, strong, fundamentally sound strategy, you would raise with something like this. Pocket 5s and better, ace 2 suited and better, ace 10 offsuit and better. You can read the range. You would play all of these hands in the exact same manner, raising to 3 big blinds. You may say, well, I raise bigger with my pocket aces, kings, queens, and jacks, and ace king because I don't want to get outdrawn or I want to get more value, whatever logic you're using, whether or not it's good or bad. Well, if that's the case, think about what that does to your range. Imagine you have a 5 big blind raising range of just the best hands, these hands up here, and a 3 big blind raising range of everything else in this range that is selected in red. Well, that makes your 3 big blind range much weaker, and it makes your 5 big blind range really strong, and if your opponents are paying attention, they're going to crush you. So it's very important that you play in a manner that makes it to where your opponents cannot easily figure out what you are doing. A big leak of a lot of small stakes poker players is they play very specific hands in a very specific manner, and it becomes really, really clear when they have it, right? You don't want that to happen. If your opponents know what you have, they're going to demolish you at poker, especially once they are aware of what you're doing incorrectly, right? So in this scenario, realize you don't have exactly King Jack of Hearts. You have your entire range, okay? So let's say the player in the big blind calls, and the flop comes Queen 8-2, 1 heart, and the big blind checks. Realize that you only have King High in your hand. Not a particularly good hand, right? You normally don't want to be putting all your money in with King High. But what should you do in this scenario? And it turns out you want to consider, how does this board connect with your range in general? So at my training site, PokerCoaching.com, we discuss breaking down your range into 4 hand categories. Either your premium made hands, these are hands that are just very happy getting a lot of money in the pot. A draw, these are hands that have, some equity if you get called, meaning if you bet and your opponent calls, you'll still win some portion of the time. Usually your draws will lack showdown value, not always, but sometimes. And with your premium hands and your draws, you basically always want to be betting in almost all scenarios whenever you are the aggressor on the previous betting round and you are checked to, like in this scenario. And then you have your marginal made hands. These are hands that are pretty good, that are fine enough getting a decent amount of money in the pot, but you certainly don't love it. So for that reason, you often want to check those and only put in 1 or 2 post-flop bets. And then you have junk. These are hands that are just garbage, okay? So let's consider the board. Queen 8-2. Let's go through and think about which hands are premium on this board. Well, using a little bit of logic, good top pairs and better are premium. These are hands that you can bet the flop, bet the turn, bet the river, and be pretty happy. So that's going to be something like, I don't know, your decent queens and better. And as we see here, we have all of our queens selected, Queen 9 and better, right? These are all hands that we are happy betting with, okay? So that makes a whole lot of logical sense. What are our draws on this board? Queen 8-2. Well, we have our spade flush draws. Those are pretty obvious. But also we have some gut shot straight draws like Jack 10. And we also have some backdoor flush draws like, well, King Jack of Hearts, right? And whenever you are betting with your best hands, you also want to bet with your very strong draws that are happy putting a lot of money in, like Ace-X of spades, Jack 10 of spades, etc. But then also some draws that are a little bit weaker, that are fine betting and then folding if they get raised. And so, if you look at these hands selected in blue, we have, you see the S and the H here, these are spades and hearts. All of these here are selected, right? And that makes a whole lot of sense. These are all hands that have some amount of equity. So if you bet and get called, you're still like fine enough and happy enough. You could probably bet with all of your gut shot straight draws here if you felt inclined. I think that would be perfectly fine. Then what's your marginal made hands? On this board, Queen 8-2, marginal made hands are going to be something like pocket jacks and worse. So you'll see hands like Ace 8 suited, Ace 2 suited, pocket sixes. These are all going to be hands in green because they're marginal made hands. And also your ace highs count as marginal made hands in this scenario, where if you check it down, you win some portion of the time, right? So, as you see here, we have basically ace high and better to pocket jacks checking, right? These are all hands that are happy to check and try to get closer to the showdown. You may say, should I bet the ace 2 because I want to get protection and value? And you know, it's fine. It's okay. I would not have a problem with that. But hands like pocket jacks in this scenario are very often going to want to check because pocket jacks is almost certainly the best hand if a little bit of money goes into the pot, right? But if a lot of money goes in the pot, well, you're probably against a queen and you're dead, right? So you want to keep the pot manageable. By the way, the nice thing about checking back a hand like pocket jacks here is that if you let it go check on the flop, your opponent's often going to think you are kind of weak. And that's going to result in them bluffing a lot because they're going to think you're kind of weak. And then you can just easily call. You may say, call with pocket jacks when there's a queen on the board? Well, yeah, you have to realize that your opponent's going to think you don't have a queen, and therefore some people will try to bluff you. If your opponent's a weak, tight, straightforward player, then, you know, maybe you find a fold. Okay, so that's what we're doing in this scenario. Our junk is going to be something like king highs that are not very good, like 7-6, no backdoor flush draw, etc., etc. So our very weak hands, we're checking these back, planning to fold them if our opponent bets the turn. All right, so we bet and the opponent calls, and the turn brings the jack of clubs. So we bet the flop, they call, turn comes the jack of clubs, they check. We have a pair of jacks now. What should we do? Well, just like on the flop, we want to categorize our hands to premium made hands and draws, which we're almost certainly going to be betting, and then our marginal made hands and junk, which we're going to be checking. So what is king jack in this scenario? Well, it seems like a pretty clear marginal made hand to me. If we bet and our opponent continues in the pot, they probably have a good draw, which we're, you know, fine against but not loving it, or they're going to have a queen, which we lose against. They could certainly have a hand like 9-8 or 10-8 that we are in fine shape against, but, you know, we're going to end up being able to get value from that on the river. If it goes check, check on the turn and they bet the river, we'll call. If they check the river, we will then value bet. So this is a very clear marginal made hand in my mind. If we did have a hand like a queen, a good queen, we would still bet it. If we had a weaker queen, like queen 9, I think that probably starts to become okay to check. So you see here, like queen 9's checking, top pair marginal kicker, right? Because we reasonably could be beat. King jack is a very clear marginal made hand here. So we're betting basically queen jack, or king queen and better. Board's queen jack 8-2. So queen jack's 2 pair, but king queen is definitely good enough to value bet in this scenario. So we're betting all the better hands. 10-9 made a straight, and then we're checking our weaker queens, our jacks, and some junk, mainly the flush backdoor flush draws that did not come in. We are just checking those like ace-7 of hearts, looking to give up with it. The nice thing about hands like ace-7 of hearts, by the way, is that if you do check it down, sometimes you still win. Not very often, but every once in a while you do. Notice like ace-10 and king-10 and king-9, these are all gut shots. And, you know, it's fine to have a decent number of gut shots to still be betting the turn with the idea that you're going to fold it, right? Also, like ace-9 is a double gut shot, so, you know, pretty solid hand. So you can, not ace-9, ace-10 is a double gut shot, so you can still be betting that. So that's what we're doing in this scenario. And realize we are playing our range. And as you play your range on every betting round, some portion of your range gets removed. So let's go back to the flop. When we bet the flop, what does that mean about our range? Well, our range goes from being all of these hands on the flop to only the blue and the red hands when we bet. We no longer have the green and the gray hands on the flop when we bet because we would have checked with those, right? Same thing on the turn. Whenever we bet the turn, we no longer have the hands in green and gray, which are not shown, but they are these ace-x down here. So we no longer have those whenever we bet the turn. But because we check the turn, that means we no longer have the hands in blue or green. Okay? So let's say the river brings the 3 of hearts and the opponent bets $13. Okay? Instead of trying to figure out their exact hand, you want to try to put them on a range of logical hands. Just like we went through the process of putting or assigning a range to ourselves, we can also assign a range to our opponent based on how they would logically play. So in this scenario, the opponent probably has something like this. In this scenario, the opponent will probably bet these hands in red, right? If they had a hand like king, queen, or ace, queen, they may not check raise the flop. They may just check call, so you could say they could have those. If your opponent would have check raised ace, queen on the flop, well, then they don't have ace, queen in their range anymore, right? We're going to presume they did, though. Just check call that type of hand. They could also have weaker queens, which we lose to. They could have 10-9, which we lose to. They could also have a whole lot of busted draws, though, right? In this scenario, there are tons of busted draws that make a whole lot of sense that the opponent could get to the showdown with and feel very inclined to bluff. All of these backdoor flush draws and front door flush draws and open-ended straight draws are all going to feel very inclined to bluff on this river. Also, some people will value bet a little bit too thinly. Some people will value bet hands like Jack 10 or Jack 9 in this spot because they think when it goes check, check on the turn that you don't have anything good. They think you just have a hand like pocket 10s, and they'll value bet with a hand like Jack 9. So in this scenario, notice that we're getting pretty good pot odds. We have to put in 13 to win a pot that's going to go up to, what, 47? So we only need to win, let's get the calculator, I'll show you how to do this. To figure out how often you need to win in this scenario, you take the amount you have to call, which is 13, and divide it by whatever the total pot will be. So you see it's 34, that's the 21 plus the opponent's bet, plus our 13. Plus 13 is 47. So 13 divided by 47 equals 27%. So we need about 28% to call. If you want to profit, if you want to ensure you're going to profit, maybe you want to have more like 28% equity. Okay? Assuming this range that we assigned our opponent is accurate, which, you know, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But assuming this range is accurate, the opponent would play all the hands in red in this manner and all the hands in blue in this manner, betting on the river. What you can do is you can then take the total percentage that they are betting. Notice they're betting the hands in red and blue. So that is 29.7 plus 16.3 equals. So this is 46% of hands they're betting. And then we take the amount they're bluffing, 16.3 divided by 47, equals 34%. So remember, the pot odds we just looked at said that we need to be good in this scenario only 28% of the time, but we know we're good 34% of the time. So this is an easy call. If I'm going to win 34%, but I only need to win 27%, 28%, whatever it was, you have a very easy call. Now, if we thought our opponent was not bluffing with all these hands in blue, or if we thought they were value betting a little bit wider with like ace-jack and queen 7 and queen 6 and queen 5, then that would change these ratios, right? But in this scenario, in this exact spot, because the opponent made this bet size of 13, this is a very, very easy call. We don't know what the opponent has. We think they have one of these hands in red or blue. We're giving them a range, right? And that's going to result in us having a very easy call in this scenario because we need to win 28% of the time and we're going to win, I'm so bad at remember these numbers, we're going to win 34% of the time, right? So, easy call. Sometimes they're going to show up with a queen and we're going to lose. And that's okay. Sometimes they're going to show up with one of the hands in blue and we're going to win. And that's good. If you find that your range analysis is wrong, though, let's say the opponent does show up with a hand like ace-jack, right, for a thin value bet. Remember, ace-jack on this board would beat us. If they had ace-jack in this scenario somehow, that should make you go back and adjust your range against that opponent in the future, or adjust your opponent's range in the future, because now you know they're value betting a little bit more. And if they had more hands in red and the same hands in blue, then this number on top would be a little bit bigger, which would result in us winning less often, to the point that maybe it becomes a fold. If they show up with a bluff that you think doesn't make a whole lot of sense, like, let's say 7-5 of hearts, right? Say they check call the flop with 7-5 of hearts, check the turn, bluff the river. Notice we did not give them that bluff here. 7-5 of hearts is not selected, only the spades. So if that's the case, now maybe they even have more bluffs in their range. It is worth noting that just because a hand could bluff does not necessarily mean your particular opponent bluffs, because a lot of people will be sitting here with the king 10 for just king high and just check it and give up, which is not necessarily a good play, but some people do that, so make sure you account for that. Some players will only bet the river with good hands. You need to make sure you account for that, right? Whenever you're playing poker, you have to figure out what your opponents do wrong and adjust. But if you don't know your opponent, if you think your opponent's logical, maybe a little bit passive on the flop because they did not check raise any spade flush draws in this scenario. They also did not check raise any ace queens in this scenario, right? If you think they're a little bit passive and they're going to get to the river, but then they will bluff with their logical ace high and worse hands. This is a very easy call. So we called. This time they showed the 7-5 suited. We Dragonized pot, and we move on with our life. They could have had a queen. They could have had nothing. You don't know. But you can give them a range, and you can play accordingly. I realize a lot of people are going to reply in the comment section saying, my opponents play all sorts of hands. Fine. Good. You can still assign them a range. As the range gets wider and wider, they usually have more junk, which if anything, that should make you call even more often, even though you're still going to lose sometimes. When you're getting good pot odds, you don't have to win all that often. So that's going to be it for today. Hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, do me a favor and click the like and subscribe buttons below. Also click the notification bell. Make sure you are thinking in terms of hand ranges and not thinking, what does my opponent have? Do they have the queen or do they have the busted draw? Because you don't know. All you can do is assign them a range and then play accordingly. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello everyone, I am Jonathan Little for PokerCoaching.com, here today with episode 341 of Weekly Poker Hand. Let's take a look at this hand from High Stakes Poker. The action has been fast and furious, lots and lots of insane, aggressive, maniacal bluffs. Today we are going to look at a hand from Tom Dwan's point of view. You all know Tom Dwan. Loose, aggressive, crazy, splashy, battling poker player. Here, Jean-Robert Belland, also generally loose, active, semi-aggressive player. Straddles from under the gun. This is not a minimum raise, this is a straddle. We are playing 400, 800, 1600 straddle, all right? Folds around to Rick Solomon. You all may know him. He makes videos with himself and other people with no clothes on. He opens it up to 5,000. Folds around to Tom Dwan on the button with ace of spades, queen of clubs. Pretty good hand. Really only one option here. That is to re-raise. We are playing very, 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 very deep stacked right here. Even with the straddle in play, we're playing effectively 280 big blinds deep. 270 big blinds deep? A lot. We're playing very, very deep stacked. Can't even count that high. This is a spot where when you have one of your best hands on the button, you want to re-raise. If you re-raise and get 4-bet, doesn't matter. You can still stick around. You have a really, really good hand with the ace-queen. And that is exactly what Tom Dwan does. Folds around to Jean-Robert Belland. He has a calling hand in the straddle, which is a little bit weird, but you will see that when we are playing very deep stacked, calling does have a little bit of merit. Notice Jean-Robert is the short stack here with only 250 big blinds before the straddle, so 125 afterwards. What should Jean-Robert call here with? You would have to think this is going to be a whole lot of hands like medium pairs, big pairs, really good suited connected Broadway hands. That's a reasonable calling range. I think anything else is pretty unreasonable. You can't really call here with the low suited connectors or small pairs or suited aces. All those hands are just not really playable. If he had a hand like ace queen offsuit, he should probably just fold. Ace king offsuit, he should probably re-raise. And you got to be careful in Jean-Robert Belland's shoes calling too wide, because sometimes Rick Solomon's going to put in the 4-bet, and then like all of those hands become no longer playable, right? Back around to Rick Solomon, he's going to want to continue in the spot with a lot of the hands that he's going to open with that are suited or connected or pairs, because he has really good implied odds. He has to put in a little bit of money, only $13,000 to try to win a $60,000 pot. So he's getting really good pot odds plus implied odds, and he does call. Fine. We see the flop. Flop comes Queen, 10, 10. They check around to Tom Dwan. And this is a cool spot because the Queen 10-10 actually lines up pretty reasonably with both Jean-Robert and Rick Solomon's range. They're both going to have Ace 10, King 10, Queen 10, Jack 10, 10-9, all of those suited hands. Maybe 10-8, maybe 10-7 if they feel like being a little bit loose. There's also 2 diamonds on the board. They could easily have the premium draws. Notice Tom Dwan has Ace Queen but no diamonds in his hand, right? So one of them could have Ace Jack of diamonds or King Jack of diamonds or Jack 9 of diamonds. So this is a pretty rough scenario. At my training site, pokercoaching.com, I actually have lots and lots of in-depth homework questions where I ask you what you would do in situations like this with your entire range. And I would actually be tempted to check with this Ace Queen in Tom Dwan's shoes because I would think I'm going to get check raised here a lot of the time. I think this is one of these interesting instances where even though you have a really, really good hand, I think the board lines up so well with reasonable players' ranges just because they could easily have a 10 and they could easily have a good draw, and those are going to check raise you sometimes and make your life miserable, that I think you're supposed to check this Ace and Queen. If you want to check out pokercoaching.com, by the way, we're having a Valentine's Day sale. How lovely. Check it out at pokercoaching.com/Valentines. So Tom Dwan does decide to go for a small bet, which I think is fine and reasonable. If you are going to bet here, you don't want to go too big. He does bet 21,000 to 56 because if you go big, now if you get raised, it's almost like going to completely blow you off your hand. And when you go small, your opponents can still call with some worse hands like King, Queen, Queen, Jack, Pocket Jacks, maybe backdoor flush draws, even like, I don't know, Ace 5 of hearts if someone has it, which is fine when you have the Ace Queen. So Jean-Robert calls, and now Rick Solomon, who plays an interesting style of poker, he check raises to 63,000. This is absolutely brutal. Because what does his small flop check raising range look like? Let's be realistic here. Assuming Rick Solomon's not just straight up losing his mind in this 3-bet pot once it goes bet and call on the flop, Rick Solomon probably has either a premium made hand, which is going to be a 10, or a draw, which is usually going to be, at worst, an open-ended straight draw, and probably some sort of flush draw with a gut shot. Against that range, Tom Dwan is in a miserable scenario, which is why I would perhaps recommend just checking behind on the flop and just completely sidestepping any situation similar to this. Gosh, what do you do? The tough thing for Tom Dwan is that Jean-Robert clearly has something too, and he could easily have a draw or a premium hand. So if Tom Dwan is against a draw and a premium hand, being a 10 or better, Tom Dwan's just dead, or very close to dead. So that's a good reason to fold. The reasons to call, though, are that you got to think Jean-Robert would raise with a 10 on the flop, so he probably either has a draw or a queen, or a bad, like a weakish draw. So I guess that's okay. Tom Dwan's getting really good pot odds here. When you're getting really good pot odds, folding's kind of rough. The problem, though, is that assuming Rick Solomon is loose and aggressive, you should expect a turn and a river barrel to come a lot of the time, and I'm not sure Tom Dwan's even going to be able to stick around with this hand. This is a nasty spot. You got to be careful betting in multi-way pots because this does happen sometimes. Tom Dwan does like to call. Some people say, why not re-raise and find out where you stand? Because you don't always get clean information. For all we know, Rick Solomon may take a hand like Jack 9 of diamonds and just rip it all in. And if Tom Dwan does make a re-raise, he never gets a 10 to fold, right? So he just gets crushed against those. So this is either a call or a fold, but it's a really nasty spot. Normally, top pair, top kicker is not a nasty spot, but it certainly is here. Jean-Robert folds. I'll give you a little bit of a spoiler here. Jean-Robert had Ace Queen of hearts. I actually like the way he played it. Went raise, 3-bet, he cold called. He could 4-bet if he wanted, but whatever, cold call's fine. Check, call, flop. When you get check raised, when it goes check raise, and then call, you just got to fold. Because what does Tom Dwan have here in reality? Tom Dwan must have a good made hand or a draw, just like Rick Solomon, right? Except for these two players' ranges are now even more clearly defined for Jean-Robert. So this is a spot where Jean-Robert has the Ace Queen of hearts. When it goes check, check, bet, call, raise, call, it's like, all right, you're dead. So very, very good fold by Jean-Robert. He may not get invited to play on the game again if you're going to be folding top pair, top kicker with the backdoor flush draw, but he saves money here, that's for sure. Because this is probably one of the weakest hands that is a made hand that Tom Dwan has. Maybe he has king, queen, but that's as weak as it gets. So I like the fold from Jean-Robert with the Ace Queen of hearts. All right, we see the turn, 2 of diamonds. Terrible turn for Tom Dwan. If he faces a bet, he just has to fold because now he loses to the flush draws. He loses to the 10s. He still beats King Jack and Jack 9, but that's it. Rick Solomon opts to go for the check, though. I think this is a fine spot just to let it go check for Tom Dwan. He is very clearly playing his marginal made hand and just wants to see the river as cheaply as possible. When you have a marginal made hand, you really just want to get to the river cheaply. I actually have a PDF with all sorts of cash game tips, and I'm sure this one's on there, where I discuss lots and lots of things you want to make sure you're doing to ensure you're not making big blunders on a regular basis. Make sure you get that free PDF right now at pokercoaching.com/cash tips. It's completely free for you. Go get it. As a thank you for watching this video. If you like this video, do me a quick favor. Click the like and subscribe button below. I'd appreciate it. All right, river's a 10. Tom Dwan improves to a full house, and Rick Solomon checks. Tom Dwan's hand just went from a marginal hand to a substantially upgraded hand because now he actually beats the flushes. He beats all the draws, but he was beating those anyway. But he still does lose to that pesky 10. The question is, does anyone in their right mind check raise the flop with a 10, check it on the turn, and check it on the river? What do you think? I want you to think about what you would do in Tom Dwan's shoes right here. Pause the video and write in the comment section below if you would check, bet 60,000, bet 140,000, or go all in for 353,000. Going through this process of committing to the decision will go a long way to helping you improve your skills. So go ahead, do it. I'll wait. All right, did you do it? Oh, I see a few of you didn't do it. If you did it, congrats. If you didn't, shame on you. I'll wait one more second for you to do it. All right, I'm very confident that literally all of you did this. Fine. This is a spot where, even though Tom Dwan has a full house, strong hand, he certainly has to be very cautious here because which hands can Rick Solomon check raise the flop with on this board and then check the turn, and then check the river that he can actually call a river bet with? And I think the answer is not many of them. That said, every once in a while, he's going to have pocket jacks. Every once in a while, he's going to have pocket 9s or something ridiculous like that he will find a call for a small bet. However, there's a big downside of opening the action, right? When Rick Solomon checks, if you just check it behind, life's easy. You win the pot sometimes, most of the time really, because when Rick Solomon has ace high, king high, jack high, etc., you win. But if you bet and get check raise, it is miserably bad. So what Tom Dwan needs to do is needs to put on his special glasses, get the x-ray vision on, and try to see what Rick Solomon has. What do you think he has? Did you put your x-ray vision on? Oh, good, you did it. Okay, if you know he has the 10-9, check, dealer. Check. Check behind. Whenever they have quads, check behind. And that is exactly what Tom Dwan does. Somehow, in some world, Tom Dwan flopped the top pair top kicker in a 3-bet pot, got check raised, river to full house, and then put in no more money. The old Tom Dwan that was in there blasting away is dead. We'll have the eulogy next Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will see you at his tombstone. A moment of peace. Rest in peace, Tom Dwan. That's going to be it for today. I hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, click like, click subscribe. I hope you make full houses, and I hope they don't lose. Have a great week. Thanks for being here. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. So, you don't get the respect I think you deserve in the poker world, and I feel like this may rub you the wrong way a little bit, because, to be fair, you crush poker, right? You basically win every time there's some televised game, pretty much any of them, and also, you have 15 World Series bracelets. To be fair, you put in the volume, you grinded hard, but, you played a lot, and you deserve them, and you have something like $24 million in live tournament earnings, which is a lot. What do you gotta do to get respect, man?
Listen, I mean, the weird thing is I don't get a lot of respect, but you have to understand this. And this is the truth. 99% of the world that knows anything about poker thinks I'm the all-time great and give me a lot of respect, right? Now, they may think I'm a poker brat. They may think I'm an asshole because they don't know me. But even by now, 2021, they're confused with, wow, you know what? I actually think Phil's a nice guy. He does lose it at the tables. And so, there's that battle that I have amongst the other like half of 1% that doesn't want to give me credit, that doesn't want to give me respect. And some of those guys, they want to chop me down at the knees to stand on my shoulders. And, because they want to be the greatest of all time. And so you have people that have been doing it for 10 years that suddenly say I'm not the greatest of all time. You have people that are doing it for 15 years that are saying, well, I'm much better than Phil. They may be better than me today. They may not be better than me today. But one thing's for sure, I earned the status of greatest poker tournament player of all time. And I think I've earned the status, alongside a couple of others, at least consideration for the greatest poker player of all time. I did win an absurd 28 out of 30 times with one break even in televised games. It was absurd. You can go back on my Twitter if you don't believe me and find out, because, it's all there. I'm going to play this game. Oh, I won this much. I'm going to play that game. Oh, I won this much. It's easy to correlate and find that data and say, you know what? Phil isn't lying. He really did win that. Now, going into high stakes poker, I only won a little bit for the week. So that kind of record is a little bit, and they started cutting shows differently, right? So all of a sudden my, 28 out of 30 cashes is, all right, well, Phil lost it. Now they turned that into my episodes into 10 episodes, and maybe I lost in 4 of them. The point I'm trying to make is that it's absurd how often I've won in these televised cash games. And then they wanted to attack my high roller legacy. And that hurt, because Daniel's like, well, you're losing money at high rollers. Well, I'm at least maybe 2 million ahead. What the fuck are you talking about? And now I see people on Twitter saying, Phil's losing in the high rollers. By what fucking measure? What are you talking about? I mean, really? I mean, I played the one drops. I'm the only guy to have 3 top 10s in the one drops. I played half of them. And so now Negreanu edits himself. He's a politician. So he realized that, all right, my best finish is, I guess, what is it? A 4th. So he's like, well, you've never finished in the top 3. So he changed one lie, which he never corrected, that I am up $1.5 million, 2 million in high rollers. And, he never even bothered to change that. Instead, when he tried to attack me the next, he's like, well, you haven't finished in the top 3. And I did have like a 7th in a 1 drop, and I had the massive chip lead, and I blew it. I had a 4th in a super high roller bowl, and Eric Seidel was sitting there forever on no chips. And then I had a 4th in the first $1 million 1 drop, where I had 0. I mean, they were showing the stats of premium hands, and I came in at 0 and Antonio came at 14. ESPN was showing those stats, and I still made it to 4th place. And so, it's just, I mean, they're trying to poke holes in my legacy, but they're lying. And so it's kind of frustrating. So if they want to say, so no one can really, even Jason Kuhn's like, yeah, you're the greatest poker tournament player of all time, and maybe the greatest player of all time. And Jonathan, I'll say this: in 10 years, I might not be the greatest poker tournament player of all time, and I might not have an argument for being greatest poker player of all time, because there are a lot of talented, great young players coming up. But they're supposed to give me that in 2020 and 2022, and probably all the way to 2025. I earned that designation. I earned that respect from them. And instead, all I'm hearing is lies. He hasn't done this. He hasn't done that. It's a bunch of bullshit. So I'm frustrated by it. I mean, Jonathan, in the last 12 tournaments at the World Series of Poker and World Series of Poker Europe, I have a 2nd and a 3rd and a 5th or a 6th. I forget which it was. That's in like the last 12 tournaments that we played in the real world. And they're attacking what I'm doing in the modern era. It's comical to me. And so, but if they want to say that I'm not the greatest player today, I'm not. I have to say, I'm not going to say I'm not the greatest player today, but I'm not going to say that I'm greater than guys like Steven Chidwick and Bryn Kinney and these guys. I mean, these guys are great players. So let's see where it leads. But I'm going to start playing some tournaments with these guys. Because I think my legacy, it's important that I start playing more high rollers because of my legacy, and we'll see where that leads.
Hello there, Sharks. I am Jonathan Little, here today with another episode of Weekly Poker Hand, and today we have a hand from Brad Owen, who is the king of video blogging, at least in the poker space. He has a whopping 452,000 subscribers as of the day I made this video. In a week, he'll probably have 500,000, and then in about 3 months, he'll probably have 1 million poker fans watching him get in there and battle it out. That's a lot of fun. That's inspiring, right? Good job, good work, Brad. Make sure you check him out at youtube.com/Brad Owen Poker. He is regularly working with me, helping to spread the word of pokercoaching.com, good, wholesome content to make you better at poker and better at life. So make sure you follow him at Brad Owen Poker on YouTube. Today's hand is from 510 No Limit Hold'em, at the place where I used to play all the time, all day, every day, at Bellagio. Let's get right to this, rather bizarre hand.
Next, we're dealt pocket eights in the big blind.
Good hand.
Cutoff opens to 80. He's one of the players that I feel I have an edge on. I want to get involved with as many hands as possible with him. This seems to be the strategy for the other pros as well. I call for 60 more. We're heads up. The flop comes.
All right. Apparently we are playing 5-10-20 because he said he's facing a raise to 80. Okay, maybe there was a straddle, maybe it's a mandatory straddle. Who knows what's going on? By the way, when it pertains to straddles, if everyone is straddling, it's fine. You're now playing a 3-blind game where the stacks are effectively halved. So if you bought in for, let's say, $2,000 at this 5-10 game, thinking you're going to be playing 200 big blinds deep, if you're playing 5-10-20, well, now you're playing closer to 100 big blinds deep, right? So make sure you account for that. You do not want to be the only or one of the few people at the table straddling, though. That is detrimental. The only positions you should actually be losing money from at the poker table are the small blind and the big blind. So voluntarily putting yourself in another blind is really, really bad, especially when that blind is twice as big as even the big blind, right? From every other seat, you get to play only the good cards, right? And that results in you winning from every seat. You want to have as many of those seats as you can, and you want to have as few of seats in the blinds as you can. So straddling voluntarily is really bad. I don't think Brad did that, but I'm just pointing this out. Just for the few people out there who like to straddle to try to spice it up. If you want to try to spice up the game, I would much more heavily recommend, instead of straddling, why don't you just 3-bet a little bit more? Like, say you normally want to 3-bet with I don't know, 9-7 suited. Maybe a 3-bet the 9-6 suited or the 6-4 suited, right? Say you want to spice it up instead of trying to play good fundamentally sound poker after the flop. Maybe you bluff raise a little bit more, right? Doing that's going to cost you almost no money, and it's going to make the game seem a whole lot wilder to your opponents compared to if you just straddle and put money in, drawing thin. Okay, we have that tangent out of the way. What are we doing today? Oh, 5-10 no limit hold'em with Brad Owen. All right, let's take a look. Someone raised, he calls big blind with pocket eights, perfectly fine. We are playing, by the way, about $3,000 deep, so that is going to be effectively 150 big blinds. 8-3-2, that's pretty good.
8-3 deuce with 2 spades. We flop top set against the right person at the table. I check with dreams of stacking the opponent. Could be tough. He immediately checks back.
Bummer. So Brad has this opponent labeled as the weaker player. Well, not necessarily weaker, but the bad player, right? Bad does not necessarily mean overly aggressive. It does not necessarily mean weak and tight. It is definitely important to classify and try to very specifically say what your opponent does incorrectly. I'm sure Brad did this in his video. But typically when people are bad at the cash games, they're usually overly loose, overly aggressive, splashing around hard, right? So against these players, you want to do everything you can to give them a chance to bluff. So I love to check. I would always check here. And when the opponent checks back on the 8-3-2, it is a bummer. I don't know anything about Brad's poker tells. I'm going to presume he doesn't have any or many. In this spot, though, what some people do very incorrectly with pocket eights on 8-3-2 is they'll just like snap check when they normally take a second and then check. You want to make sure your timing is relatively consistent, especially in live poker. Otherwise, even the most unobservant players will pick up on it. Imagine you did something egregious, like normally you check it after a second. Imagine with your pocket eights, you instead tank for 3 minutes and then check. You think that's going to send off warning bells? Well, clearly it will. And if you normally take 1 second, but instead you take 3, or if you normally take 3 seconds and instead you take 1, and you do that very rarely, even the people who are not trying to pay attention will notice that kind of thing. So make sure you are consistent in that. Anyway, check. I can already tell you, in this spot on the turn, I'm going to be betting basically every turn besides perhaps like an ace or a king or a queen. And that's because ace and king and queen should be pretty good for the opponent. And if they don't have anything, they should also bluff a lot of the time. On the lower cards, I'm just going to bet because there's no reason to think the opponent would then bet with a hand like ace high, which I think is a pretty likely hand here. Opponent could also have under pairs, right? This is a spot where it's definitely important to try to figure out what the opponent does wrong. If they are always going to check behind with hands like 7, 6s, 5s, 4s, ace 3, ace 2, 4, 3, for mostly middle pair type hands, then we definitely want to be betting like every turn, right? But if they're going to be checking behind a lot of ace high and king queen and queen jack, then perhaps we want to keep checking on turns, on all turns, because they're sitting there with a whole lot of king highs and queen highs that are going to feel very inclined to bluff. So always try to narrow your opponent's range based on what you've seen in the past and how they play in general. Anyway, check on the flop. What a bummer.
He probably doesn't have an overpair or a flush draw, otherwise he might have bet. We'll have to figure out a way to get value out of what's likely 2 high cards. The turn is the 4 of spades. I'm not too concerned about it after a check through previously.
4 of spades on the turn. Should we be concerned about this? I actually made a quiz where you can go through and quiz yourself on various cash game spots. It's a completely free quiz. Check it out, pokercoaching.com/cash quiz. And we go through some spots that are sort of like this, where should we be betting here in this scenario? You always want to make sure you are quizzing yourself and actively learning. Okay. In this spot, 4 of spades, I definitely think we need to bet. And I think we want to bet kind of big. If the opponent has any pair, they're not going to fold. If they have any spade, if they're loose and splashy, which I presume they are, they're not going to fold. So I think we want to bet. We want to bet something like $150 here, just to really try to get money in the pot and charge the draws to the best of our ability.
I bet 100 to deny equity in case my opponent has a single spade. Maybe I can get calls out of a variety of ace-high hands that at least just picked up a straight draw.
Okay, that's an interesting thought. So when you bet 100, your opponent needs to realize 25% equity, and they just will with their hand, given they're going to be getting some implied odds. I don't think you can just like automatically check and fold if a spade comes. Even though there would be 4 spades on board, you're going to find that loose aggressive players will take hands like, well, any hand that doesn't have a spade and bluff it. And for that reason, you probably have to call a lot of river bets. So I think the spade is the thing we are most concerned about. We're not really concerned about an ace, either getting value from or denying equity from it, because it's drawing very thin, right? And I just don't know if he's even going to call 100 with a random hand like ace-9 or ace-jack, right? If he has a spade, he will, though, but those hands aren't really making much of an error. So whenever you are betting in this spot, I think you just want to bet a little bit bigger to try to either induce your opponent to fold a spot that's like roughly break even, or induce them to make a call that's slightly bad. I think when they call 100 here, they're just not really screwing up all that much. So I would definitely recommend a bigger bet in spots like this where your opponent's going to have a whole lot of draws that all have 20% equity or so. You want to make a bet that makes it unprofitable to call. And I realize here the opponent needs to win 25% and they're only going to win 20, but again, they do have some implied odds here, I think.
The player calls. The river is the ace of clubs.
River is the ace of clubs. What would we do in this spot? I want you to take a second and think about what you would do with your set of eights on the ace of clubs on this 4 straight 3 flush board. Why don't we have a quiz? I'm going to pause the video. Well, I want you to pause the video. Someone's going to pause the video here. And I want you to write in the comment section below if you would check, looking to check raise, check, looking to check call, check, looking to check fold, or bet small, like 100, bet medium, like 250, or bet big, like 400 or even more. Lots of options today. Pause the video and write what you would do in the comment section below. All right, what a weird spot. Ace of clubs is a card that definitely should hit some of the opponent's range. The question is, will they bet it? And this is where I can't give you a great answer. Is that okay to give a quiz if I can't give you a great answer? The thing is here is that your play here depends heavily on what the opponent's likely to do. If your opponent will just fold out a hand like pocket sixes if you bet again, you probably just want to check, right? If your opponent will check behind with an ace, you definitely want to bet. If your opponent will always bet an ace, though, you definitely want to check. And then you're going to check call or check raise based on what your opponent does. If you check in the spot and your opponent bets $400 for about the size of the pot, then you should definitely just call because they could have a flush. Probably not. They could have a 5. I don't see a reason why they couldn't have like ace 5, 5-3 suited, 5-2 suited if they're loose and splashy, right? 6-5, pocket 5s, right? They can have all of those hands. So when they bet big in this scenario, they're going to be more polarized, either just like nothing or an effective nut hand, and that's going to be like a 5 or better, which you lose to. And if they do have an ace that they decided to bet big and you check raise, then they're probably going to fold anyway. If they bet small, like 120 though, I would go ahead and put in the raise, even on this 4 straight 3 flush board, because when they bet small, they are very likely to just have an ace. And if they're very likely to have an ace and they bet 120 and you make it 340, they're just going to find a hero call a lot, especially if they are loose and splashy. Notice how I'm already thinking ahead about like what I'm going to do based on all of these potential things that could happen. I think that's a very good thing for you to do when you are playing poker and studying poker, because it's almost like instead of playing this one exact hand, we're playing a lot of potential hands. And all these hands do play out some portion of the time in reality. If you are going to bet here, you want to bet small if your opponent's going to call with a lot of hands like pocket sixes, but I think that's kind of unlikely on the ace river. So I think I would bet pretty big. We are trying to get called by 2 pair, like ace 2, an ace, like ace king, ace queen, ace jack. And I mean, I don't think they're going to show up with many other hands besides that, but maybe they decide to hero call like a weird pocket kings that check back flop and then call the big turn or call the turn bet. I don't think that's likely. I think you're going to see a lot of 1 pair hands here, like 8-7, although we block that. I guess that's not even likely, is it? Maybe we are looking at just like under pairs. If we're looking at just under pairs and aces, ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack type hands, I think we just want to bet big because the under pairs are probably going to fold and the ace is going to call any regular bet. So I think I would go something like 270 here. And then if you bet 270 and get raised, I think you can actually just fold here because it is possible for your opponent to have a 5, right? If you bet big on the river, like 270, I don't expect anyone to value raise an ace. Now, if your opponent is going to value raise an ace because they just don't understand hand values on this 4 straight 3 flush board, then maybe you bet and then call it off, but that would take an especially insane opponent. Are we done? Did we finish the hand? Oh no, there's more? Okay, let's see.
Something interesting happens. The player reaches for chips and bets 300 out of turn. This is very bizarre for this to occur in stakes this high. I'm trying to figure out what to make of it. I'm not sure if this is a genuine mistake or some kind of an angle.
All right. I'm going to tell all of you a tip for live poker. Most of you are going to forget this in game, but I'm going to tell you a tip here. When someone does something out of turn and you don't seem to think they're an angly type person, you just think they're kind of a bit more of a novice player, or maybe they're just really excited. When someone acts out of turn, they almost always are losing their minds because they are very excited about what is happening here. Almost always. I'm trying to think of the times I've seen someone lead out of turn here with just some stone bluff. Try to come up with a stone bluff anyway, right? Find one. So, if this player is very excited about this, I think it could be a check fold, as nitty as that sounds. That said, I would have check called if we have some read the opponent's loose, splashy, and battly, because this opponent could have a hand like ace-2 and just think it's the nuts, right? Or ace-3. More likely, though, what are they going to think all of a sudden became the nuts on this ace river? It's going to be a 5, right? I realize 5s are unlikely, but, I mean, they could have 8-5 suited for all I know, or 9-5, 9-5 of hearts for all I know, and call a turn bet looking to get there, right? They had 6 open-ended straight draw, right? So I think the play here is to either call or fold, but it's definitely a tough spot. You definitely do want to check here. If you bet, like, I don't think you're going to stave off a bet unless you bet 250 and then fold to a raise if you plan on calling anyway. But, like, I'd rather just check and collect money from whatever bluff / overvalues the opponent has. But yeah, live pro tip here. When somebody does something very bizarre and you are pretty sure it is not someone trying to angle you, it is almost always a player who is excited about this scenario. And if they're excited about this scenario, it means they like their hand.
I didn't check, but my read on what the player's holding is still about the same.
So Brad says, I didn't check here. I just don't say anything in these spots because I don't want to induce my opponent to not make this error in the future. Like, imagine you were playing against someone who does this sometimes. Perhaps 1 out of 10 times where they get excited. Wouldn't you like to know that you could make a hero fold next time or hero call next time, depending on what they show up with here? Because, like, I already know I'm going to call against a loose, splashy player. I'm just not folding here. And if the opponent does show up with a 5 or a flush, good to know. But if they show up with ace, jack, also good to know, right? And I don't want to do anything to make this player think they did something weird or call attention to the fact that they just made what very easily could be a blunder in the future where they may have this really, really particular tell of acting out of turn that indicates something very specific about their range. I want them to keep making this error in the future, so I would not bring that to their attention. Unless, of course, I have a YouTube channel and I do it right here for them in front of the whole world. I want them to keep making this error in the future, so I would not bring that to their attention. Unless, of course, I have a YouTube channel.
There should be almost no 5s in my opponent's range, especially ones that didn't already make a straight. If he was holding ace-5 or 6-5 suited, for instance, he likely wouldn't have immediately checked back the flop with a straight draw. We ruled out flush draws earlier for the same reason. He probably has something like ace-king or ace-queen with 1 spade in his hand, is perhaps trying to name his price, or is faking strength by betting out a turn.
Okay. Brad just made a few assumptions there, and this is a spot where maybe Brad is doing this correctly, maybe he is not, I don't know. But I am always very hesitant to say things in my head like, I can narrow 5s out of my opponent's range. Especially if we say they're the loose, splashy, not so good player, because the guy could have king 5 suited. Why not, right? King 5 suited, raise some early position, probably not that bad. Check, flop, sure. Turns a straight draw. He's definitely going to call, getting good odds, and here he will be on the river. He could be opening jack 5 suited for all I know. Right? It's possible. I do agree, probably doesn't have a whole lot of ace-5 or 6-5 because a lot of those would raise the turn or bet the flop. But, like, I wouldn't put it past a player like this to have a random 8-5 suited, 7-5 suited, 5-3 suited, right? I definitely think all of those are possible. Pocket 5s is definitely possible, right? That's a hand that would definitely raise early position, certainly could check behind flop, definitely calls turn, and definitely would bet river. Also, the 300 bet into 390, I think, is somewhat telling too. If the opponent bet like 120, then I think you're against an ace way more often. But as they bet bigger and bigger and bigger, this like 300 is setting kind of an expensive price, right? Brad said the opponent may be trying to set his price. I think that logic more applies when the opponent bets small, because 300 is not a small amount. If we were playing in this hand, remember I already said a long time ago that if I did decide to check the river and the opponent bets big, I'm just calling, right? And this is kind of a similar spot, except for if anything, in my mind, the opponent's out-of-turn bet strengthens their range. So if I would have called on that spot, I think we just have a pretty easy call on this spot. Am I going to make the hero fold? You know me, I don't fold so much, but maybe we're supposed to. Like, I'm actually starting to think this could be pretty close to a fold. I don't fold sets. Don't try to make me fold sets in there because I won't do it.
Against anyone else at the table, I'd probably call. Against this guy, I raised to 1,000.
Woo! This is where this play could be A+ if your read is spot on. And I don't know how spot on Brad's read is because I don't know the player. I don't have any backstory on this hand. If Brad has played, 300 hours of poker with this player, and he's seen them make this weird out of turn bet a few times with like one decent pair, this could be a pretty sweet play. In general, though, like I already said, if I checked and the opponent bet, I would have just called. Bet big, I would have just called. And the fact they acted out of turn makes me way more inclined to just call in this scenario.
Ruled out nearly everything that beats me in this.
He ruled out nearly everything that beat him. Again, I don't narrow people's ranges that specifically. And I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily good or bad, really. I don't know. Let me know in the comment section what you think. But like right here, I would not be shocked at all to see pocket fives, which is really logical. 8-5 suited, certainly logical. 5-3 suited, sure. King 5 suited, sure. Queen 5 suited, sure. Right? Like all of those exist. And if the player is really loose, why couldn't they have like random 7-5 offsuit, right? Some people do that. You may say because they would have bet the flop. I don't know that. I don't know that they're going to do that. So while we can like weight all of these hands down to some extent to where maybe they don't have all 7-5 offsuit, maybe they have one combination of 7-5 offsuit by the time they get here this way, they could certainly have it. Also, maybe they just slow played a flush. Could have happened, right? Maybe they did just call your turn bet really quickly with ace-5 or 6-5. Could have happened. So I would not have narrowed their opponent's range that much. Hope the opponent just has like queen jack of hearts.
Particular player.
No. I want to see ace. I want to see ace queen from the opponent, and Brad's value raise just be sick. Have ace queen opponent, ace queen of hearts.
Might be willing to call with worse. He's not even able to follow the action. After a lot of time goes by, the player surprisingly tosses in pocket fives face up in the middle of the table. He mutters something, but I'm not sure if he folded or called.
What did he do? He said he folded. Oh, okay. That's it, man.
Well, that's unfortunate. A few very strange things happened for me to just about lose the maximum, including a terrible run out, and an out-of-turn bet that I imagine wasn't an angle, and likely was more excitement from this player who hit one of 3 outs that got him.
Alright, video kind of messed up at the end. Yeah, so I mean, I agree with this. Let me show you one thing here. If I can find it. Right here, Brad bets 1,000. Opponent says something, then puts chips in the pot. Look, I'm not saying you should angle in this scenario, but the way Brad said it made it sound a little weak. Sometimes in this scenario, you can be like, got it, right? And that may scare the opponent into folding. I know that's a little angle shooty, a little live pro-y. To be fair, if the opponent tanks for forever and then calls, I would have thought I had it. I'm not saying to be an angle shooter. I don't think that's an angle shoot, though. It is worth noting, like, this hand, there were conceivably, like, angle shoots going on, right? Where maybe the opponent was angling this whole time. I don't know. But, like, I don't necessarily view things like that as unethical / bad, because no rules have been broken, right? I mean, the opponent's bet out of turn is definitely breaking a rule, but, like, say on the river, you check raise to 1,000, and the opponent tanks and then calls, and they say something that's not audible, and it's clearly not audible, maybe they're trying to angle you again. Could you imagine on the river, Brad bets 1,000 with a bluff? Well, check raises to 1,000 with a bluff. Opponent says, nah, you know, and then you say, oh, you got me, nice hand, and then you muck. That would be a disaster if they called with some nonsense, right? But imagine if instead you say, got it, you know? You put in the 1,000, they call you. As soon as they call you, say I got it. That's a spot where maybe they all of a sudden fold. So like, are we angling the angler? I don't know, but you have to protect yourself in scenarios like this. And either what you say needs to be very stoic to where you are just straight trying to get a definitive answer. I think Brad said, what'd he do? What'd he do? Which I think is perhaps a little bit negative. Maybe Brad wanted to get called, to be fair. Maybe he did want to get called. I mean, look, maybe I'm being a bit result-oriented here because The opponent had the 5s, right? And I suppose, in theory, once I check raise here to 1,000 and the opponent tanks for a few minutes and then calls, I think I have the best hand, right? So I guess I want him to call. Maybe I'm supposed to sound a little bit sad. I don't know. Weird spot, right? Weird scenario. There's nothing wrong with saying words confidently or unconfidently at the poker table to get whatever result you desire. I'm sure some people are going to try to cancel me for that statement. Hate to break it to you. When you're playing live poker, you're allowed to speak. All right, that's going to be it for today. Fun hand, weird hand. Brad did lose the maximum here. I think, if anything, he was overly confident in his read on the opponent's range. That said, it could have just been good and maybe got unlucky. It's tough to know. That's the tough thing about poker. Who knows? Anyway, check out Brad Owen's channel. He has a lot of great content like this. Check it out at youtube.com/BradOwenPoker. I know this was a long video. I know I rambled a lot. Do you all want me to ramble a little bit more, or do you want me to stay on topic? Some people hate it. I'm sure we can get 25 YouTube comments saying, this was just a 2-minute long hand. Why did it take you 20 minutes to do it? There's a lot of stuff that comes up in poker. Poker's a hard game. Hate to break it to you. Kitty games down the street. Talk to you next time. Oh, did you like this? Click like, click subscribe. Okay. Bye-bye. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. So I think a lot of people do not fully realize that when you get shallow stacked, that you are allowed to limp. Daniel, you can't see this, but on my screen I have 2 charts pulled up where I'm showing like 8 big blind heads up strategy and a 6 big blind heads up strategy, and 6 big blinds deep from the small blind. From a GTO point of view, you're still supposed to be limping some hands that are really bad and some hands that are really good, right? Same thing for 8 big blinds. Once you get a little shallower than that, you can probably just pop your money in. But I think a lot of people think that short stacked is like pure luck. And to be fair, maybe it is, but I know a long time ago, I would just go all in or fold when I had 10 big blinds. And, well, I was torching my money because you are supposed to have a decently reasonable limping strategy in a lot of these spots. And like, I know
that's the evolution. That's an evolution where I think I was definitely ahead of the curve on this one. Because I remember back in the day, you were around, but like, you were new. It's like, they always talked about, you got to jam or fold, shove or fold, re-raise or, fold, right? And I was one of the few people that would, off of 10 big blinds, someone would raise my big blind and I would call. I'm like, I have 10 big blinds. I have 9-10 offsuit. I'll see the flop. If I flop a pair, I'll get it in. If not, I'll fold. And so I understood back then, and Phil did as well, that a 10 big blind stack is actually significant. I think back then, in our day, people thought under 20 big blinds and you're just in, no man's land where you just got to be going all in every hand. But what we've learned, thanks to AI and solvers and, the work you do, is that a lot of the theories that we had back then were correct in terms of, you can stretch out. You can actually raise fold off 12 big blinds. People didn't used to do that because they're like, well, you can't raise, because people probably wrote that too, is because people's raise sizes were like 3 times the blind or 3.5. So, now you're really pricing yourself in. So there's been definitely an evolution there where people are understanding now that like, just because you have like 8 big blinds, it does not mean you're done.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello everyone, I'm Jonathan Little for PokerNews.com, and today we have an interesting hand from the $10,000 buy-in World Series of Poker main event. Under the gun raises, this is a tight player, so probably has a pretty good hand. Folds around to us with pocket threes and the big blind, and this is a situation where, really, calling is the only viable option whatsoever. You don't want to fold because you're probably behind. One time someone told me, we're probably behind with our three, so we should fold. But no. You want to call. The purpose of calling is to try to flop a three of a kind, right? You're trying to flop a set. So we are going to call, try to flop a set, and then stack our opponent, who probably does have a pretty good hand. If we don't get our set, we're probably going to end up check folding on most flops, and that is okay. We're putting in 400 chips, almost nothing, to try to win a whole pile. So this is a great spot to call. You also don't want to re-raise, because you don't want to re-raise against someone who's raising under the gun, who should have a strong range. All right, so flop comes. Queen 3-2. We have the mythical set of threes, 3 threes. So take a second, ask yourself, should we check or should we bet? Well, in general, if you've studied at my training site, pokercoaching.com, you will know that you want to be checking on this board essentially every time. And that's because the big blind doesn't really have a whole lot of good hands here, and the under the gun player does. They have aces, kings, queens, ace, queen, right? These are all hands that are very strong, that are happy to put money in. Whereas I may re-raise before the flop with aces, kings, queens, and ace, queen. Maybe not ace, queen, but definitely aces, kings, and queens. So this is a scenario where our opponent should be a big favorite. Obviously, they're not this exact time, but in general, this is a spot where I'm going to check every time. They're going to bet, and now we have a decision. So pause the video, take a second, and think about what you would do in this situation. Actually, type it in the comments. Commit to the answer. Doing this will go a long way to helping you become a better poker player because you are actively thinking about what to do in these scenarios. So seriously, pause the video and do it right now. Okay, you did it. Good. This is a situation where even though the board is kind of uncoordinated, it's kind of difficult for either player to have anything too incredibly strong, we still want to raise. And the reason we want to raise with this hand is because we want to build a pot. Notice if we do call and the opponent does have a hand like pocket jacks or queen jack, they're very likely to just check behind on the turn or maybe bet the turn, but then not pay us off if we check raise. But if we check raise immediately on the flop, a lot of people are going to assume we would do this with a lot of draws, which, to be fair, we would do this with a lot of draws. If I had a draw like 6-5 for a gut shot, or 6-4 for a gut shot, or even 5-4 for an open-ended straight draw, or 8-7 of spades for a bad flush draw, I'm going to be check raising all of those, as well as my few premium hands. And I will call pre-flop with queen 3 suited, queen 2 suited, 3-2 suited I probably call as well, pocket 3s and pocket 2s. So we do have some very, very strong hands that has even our opponent's pocket aces in bad shape. So by check raising in this scenario with a very polarized range of our best made hands and our draws that have some equity, we put our opponent in a situation where their entire range becomes bluff catchers. Because if I announce I'm only raising with hands better than pocket aces, then pocket aces becomes a bluff catcher, right? So we're gonna check raise. And if we were much shallower stack, like say we only had 4,000 chips in our stack, you won't need to raise to build the size of the pot. But when you're very deep stack, notice we're playing about 100 big blinds deep against our opponent, you need to check raise. So we do check raise to 2,000 over our opponent's 600 bet, they call, and now we're just off to the races. We're gonna be blasting the turn and blasting the river. The goal is to try to get our opponent all in or close to all in on the river. I realize that the pot's 5,850 and our opponent has 27,000 behind, so it's gonna be kind of hard to stack him. I suppose if I do bet 6,000 on the turn for about the size of the pot, and our opponent calls, the pot will be 18, and our opponent will have 21 left. But I would venture to say that in tournaments like the World Series of Poker main event, people really don't want to go broke. So if they really don't want to go broke, and I'm trying to value bet here, I think the exploitative play is to probably make a bet that does not put our opponent all in by the river. And I understand you want to play big pots with your nut hands, but I do think in tournaments that people really care about, they're not going to make kind of big hero calls, especially when they obviously do lose to your nut hands. So I think a bet of more like 4,000 or 4,500 is probably ideal, understanding I'm not going to be able to put my opponent all in on the river. I do go 5,400 in this case, though, so maybe I didn't care about that. You know, if you can just look and tell your opponent has pocket aces and you know they're not going to fold because perhaps you've been aggressive, you've been battling, maybe the idea of our opponent doesn't want to go broke goes out the window. But the fact that I have this player tagged as a tight player makes me think that if I was playing this hand today, I want to make more reasonable bets that will not make my opponent all of a sudden become very suspicious that they could be beat to the point that they would make a big fold. So I think at 5,400, the opponent calls, which is great. I'm just going to be betting every river. Even if a spade comes, I'm still just going to bet. I will say if a spade comes, I'll bet smaller than if a non-spade comes. Like say the river is a 7 or a 8 or a 9 or something like that, just a pretty blank card, I would definitely go on the big side. But if it is a spade, I'm going to be betting smaller, like 5,000 or 6,000, because then if the opponent does have pocket aces and a spade comes, they lose to all the made hands and most of the draws, so now they should actually make hero folds if I bet big. Anyway, we get an interesting river, the king. The opponent could definitely have pocket kings, right? Which is kind of annoying, but understand they could still have pocket aces. There's 6 combinations of those. They could have 3 kings and 3 queens. There's, 6 of those, but they could also be sitting here with a hand like ace, king of spades, or maybe even just like a weird hero called ace, king that decided to bluff catch that's going to pay off every time. They could also have ace, queen that would be likely to pay off, or king, queen that would be likely to pay off. So there's a decent number of hands that could still pay off, not even counting various hero calls like pocket jacks, and they decide to just make an insane call against me. So pot's 16,600. Our opponent has 22,000 left. Again, I don't think we can get it all in here. I would not like an all in unless my opponent just thinks I'm insane. Now, sometimes when I'm playing poker, at the live poker table, my opponents will get the vibe that I'm insane. If they think that I'm just going to be blasting it here like a lunatic, maybe I should go all in for a little bit more than the size of the pot. But I do think even the reasonable players will start folding out pocket aces in this scenario because now they lose to even like random king, queen that was overvaluing and whatnot, right? So I think a bet of something like 13,000 is pretty nice. If I do bet 13,000 and get jammed on, ooh, it's nasty. That's where you really have to figure out if your opponent is capable of ever like overvaluing a hand worse than a set. Because if your opponent does have a hand like king, queen, and jams it all in ever, it's just a disaster, right? So that would be quite bad for me. Or if they have ace, king, like ace, king, spades, they decide to jam it in because they think, oh, well, ace, king's pretty good. Who knows what the opponents are going to do. So you definitely don't want to be in that scenario. But this is certainly a spot where I do think we need to value bet, and I think we want to go on the bigger side. I do go all in, and I don't like the all in unless I know very, very certainly that my opponent thinks I am bluffing a lot. Maybe I can tell that my opponent is trying to get a read on me, and maybe I've given off some subtle tell of weakness as a reverse tell or something. So, look, I understand why I would make this bet. I would love to make this bet with hands like 5-4 or 6-5 or 6-4 or, hands like 9-8 of spades. I would love to make this shove with those hands. So if I would like to make the shove with those hands, I'm trying to be balanced. I think we probably want to jam some nut hands. However, in tournaments like the World Series of Poker main event, where, again, people don't want to go broke, I'm not concerned with balance so much. I'm much more concerned with just getting full value out of my hands. So I think a better play here would be to bet 12,000, unless I have some sort of read that my opponent's going to hero call me. And this time the opponent does fold, which is a bummer, right? I think we probably left a solid 12,000 chips on the table, and I messed up. It's interesting, though, because it's kind of hard to know if you actually messed up, because maybe the opponent just had like ace, queen, and they were always going to fold, or queen, jack, and they were always going to fold. So it would be great to know if the opponent would call with aces, but I do think whenever you put people at risk in the World Series of Poker main event, they're going to start folding out hands like even aces in this scenario, and that's pretty bad. If you're trying to get called by aces, and you make the aces fold because you bet too big, you messed up. And I would pretty certainly say I messed up here unless I had some sort of insane table dynamic with the opponent such that they think I'm a lunatic. It's always a bummer to leave money on the table. That's going to be it for today. Hope you enjoyed this hand. Don't make the same mistake I did. Good luck in your games. Have a great week, and I'll talk to you next time. order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass.
Yeah, I wrote a book called Positivity. Tony Robbins tells people to buy my book. Yeah, Tony Robbins tells people, look at the back of it. Who's on the back?
Bad camera.
Tony Robbins
and
focus. Sheryl Sandberg and Draymond Green.
It's a good list.
Now, you were at a party at Sheryl Sandberg's house.
I was with you, because of you.
And Elon Musk shows up.
I did. I got to talk to Elon. I thanked him for sending us all to Mars.
Yeah, Elon Musk. I mean, these are the situations, and these are the people I find myself with, and I have a chance to really help change the world. And so I'm not going to give that up to play a bunch of extra high rollers. So, but I think my legacy is dependent on that a little bit more. But you're right. I'm going to play 50 high rollers. I see myself crushing or doing really well in the high rollers. Daniel doesn't even think I can break even, but let's just say that I do really well in the high rollers. Let's say somehow I have 5 top 3 finishes, or 10 tops or something outrageous, right? And then, and you're right. Does it stop there? Oh, Phil was just lucky. And if I don't do well in 50, then, oh yeah, we told you so. Phil's, I mean, it's a never ending, what's those, what do they have those mouse on where they just, the wheel, the pinwheel?
Yeah, what's that thing called? A treadmill, a never-ending treadmill wheel thing. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah,
hamster wheel. I don't know what that thing's called. Yeah, it essentially is never ending though. So the question is, where does it end? And I think if you look at a lot of the biggest winners in poker, a lot of them have kind of left poker for this exact reason, right? In my mind, poker is a really great way to get a hold of $1 million or so, right? Like I started with no money. I started with $50 when I was a kid, and by the time I was 21, turned $50 into about $350,000, which is great for a kid with no job, no skills, right? And then, you continue grinding it up. And you did something similar to some extent, right? And poker is a really good way to get kind of rich, but a really bad way to get really rich. And also, I'm not going to say like a really bad way to help the world and impact the world, but there are many better things you could do, like printing heart valves and, curing diseases and adding substantial value to the world. And that's the stage you're in, right? You essentially transcended poker to some extent. And so I guess your question is, do you want to try to continue proving a legacy that in my mind has already been thoroughly proven? And the thing is, like, let's say you do well in these $10,000, $20,000 or $25,000 tournaments. They're just going to say you're bad in the 100Ks. And then you got to go play some 100Ks. And by then the dollar's going to get printed to oblivion, and then they're going to be playing $1 million tournaments all the time, right? You only played 6 or whatever it is. Why have you only played 6? Small sample, right? And it's tough, man. It's tough when you got to stop caring what people think, I think, because they will drive you crazy.
Yeah, but you have to understand something. That they feed me fuel.
They
right?
do. They do.
How does that go? There's an Eminem song. They feed me fuel for the fire to burn, and it turns. But I am whatever you say I am. If I wasn't, why would I say I am?
Hello there, Sharks. I'm Jonathan Little for PokerCoaching.com. You all know me by now. Today is the $300,000 buy-in Super High Roller Bowl. It's the biggest tournament of my life. I'm well studied, rested, prepared, and ready to do my best. I've been watching a lot of footage on the opponents. We have a big database of things they do right and wrong, etc., etc. I'll get to the table, consult the notes, and then play my best. I've been in Vegas for about 2 weeks. I played a bunch of Poker Masters tournaments, $10,000 to $100,000 buy-ins, and I lost all of them. I think I'm 0 for 8 or 0 for 9, something like that. But I had 2 big bubbles that I lost. I had pocket aces against pocket queens, all in the $25,000 tournament. Bubbled. Got a queen on the river. In a $10,000 tournament, I had kings all in against Jack 10 suited on the bubble. He made a straight or a flush or something. I don't know. I lost. That was for a lot of chips, too. So it's been a rough trip. That said, I feel like happy enough with the way things have gone in terms of equity. Not so well in terms of results, but that is okay. Sometimes you're going to have variance. You have to make sure you stay sane, stay well rested, and do your best. So anyway, $300,000 buy-in, Super High Roller Bowl. You don't get many opportunities like this, so let's make the most of it. Most importantly for you, though, we are giving away 3 $1,000 pieces to this tournament. 0.3333% each. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it's $1,000 each. You all enter the giveaway. The winners. Are you ready for the drum roll? The winners are Chris Moody, Brian Cooper, and Glenn Bagshaw. Congrats to them for winning $1,000 each of me in the Super High Roller Bowl. Starts in about 20 minutes. I'm well rested, refreshed, ready to play. All I have to do now is run a little bit hot. First 2 levels have not been great. Not had very many good hands, and those that I have had have lost. Had ace king, lose to king 10 in a 3-bet pot. That didn't work. Didn't lose that much though. I had ace 8 on king 8 2 king 6. Lost to pocket 6s. Put no money in on the river. That was good. Well, not good that I lost, but good not losing much money. I had 10s in a tough spot in a 3-bet pot. I came queen 8 something, I don't remember, queen 8-3. I check called. Turn was a blank. I check called like a 2. River was a 9. I folded on the river to David Peters. Who knows if it was a good fold or not. Kind of a weird spot. I had the 10 of spades blocking the flush draws, but I also blocked the weird jack 10 that came in. He probably doesn't have too many jack 10s though. Nothing's gone well. I have gotten a lot of my bluffs through. So that's been pretty good. It's the only reason I have any chips. It's funny, it feels like it's gone horribly, but really I'm only down like 100 big blinds, right? 100 big blinds is not a lot, not a good thing to be down over the course of an hour, or 2 hours, or 3 hours, whatever it's been. But at the same time, there's some variance in poker. I don't know if you were aware of that. Anyway, I have 75 big blinds when we return. We'll see how it goes.
Here's a hand from early in the Super High Roller Bowl, $300,000 buy-in. We're playing about 300 big blinds deep. 500, 1,000. First level of the tournament. Folds around to me. I have ace-king offsuit in the small blind. I raise it up to 4 big blinds, which I think is pretty fine and standard. We could limp if we wanted to get tricky, but I think you just want to raise all your best hands. My opponent in the big blind is Chris Brewer, one of the absolute best GTO players in the world. He is a crusher. Only $3 million in tournament earnings, but he's been playing the biggest games online for a while. He 3-bets me. Okay. 300 big blinds deep. Do we just pop it in there? Do we play for all of our money? What do you think? Take a second. Think about it. Pause the video. Write what you would do in the comments section below in this spot. We're obviously not folding. Do we call or do we bump it up? And if we bump it up, how much do we bump it up to? Do we make it 30, 50, or all in? So here's the closest chart I could find quickly on pokercoaching.com. This is a cash game chart, so not quite the same, and it's 200 big blinds deep, so also not quite the same. But you see, ace-king offsuit does just want to 4-bet all in this scenario. To be clear, this is 200 big blinds deep with no ante, small blind versus big blind 3-bet. So we should probably put in the 4-bet here to something like 50,000. That's going to put him in a pretty nasty spot. If he rips it in, what do we do? What do we do against a 5-bet? Well, we pile it in there is what we're supposed to do. You ready to play for all the money in the first level of the tournament? I decided I wasn't. This is maybe a little bit chicken. I'm kind of embarrassed to even show you this hand. I feel the embarrassment emoticons raining down on my head right now. Ugh, embarrassing. All right, I call. Which I think is actually at least fine and defensible. Like we saw ace-queen was a call, right? Should have 4-bet, but we called. Flop comes Jack 10-8, not great. I check. He bets tiny. I think the only option here is to call. We could have the best hand. We have lots of equity. We don't want to check raise and then get re-raised. That would be awful. So we'll call. Try to get there. Turns a 4. Check. If he bets small again, we'll probably call again. If he bets big, we'll probably just get out of the way. Check, check, though. All right. River's the 5. Should we bluff? Do we have any better bluffs? I'm not sure, actually. If you think about the worst hands in my range here, it's probably going to be something like king-queen, ace-queen, ace-9 suited. Those all would probably make a little bit better bluffs than this ace-king. I don't know. This might actually be a bluff. Maybe I have like ace-x of diamonds that could bluff. What it amounts to is if you can find better hands to bluff with, then you should probably not bluff with the ace-king. But if you don't have better bluffs to bluff with, then maybe this is an okay hand. What are we trying to get him to fold? We're trying to get him to fold out something like a 10 or an 8 or an underpair. He could very easily fold out a 10 or an 8 or an underpair if I blasted here for like 35K or 40K. That could be pretty sweet. That said, he could just be randomly sitting here with a really good hand, like pocket 5s, like 7-6 for all I know. Maybe he bets those on the turn, who knows. He could have easily a jack. I think a jack would definitely check back the flop, or check back the turn some portion of the time. He could also easily have a 10, like ace 10, king 10, queen 10, 10-9. All those hands would very likely check back the turn. So given he could have a lot of those hands and I don't think he's going to fold them, I just decided to check and then check fold if he bets. Check, check though. He shows me the king 10 offsuit, and I wish I would have 4-bet pre-flop. Here we have the beautiful pocket 10s against David Peters, one of the absolute best poker players in the world. $36 million in live tournament earnings. That's a whole lot. $36 million more than almost everyone. Folds around to someone who raises it up. I actually don't remember who this was. Who was this? I don't remember who this was. They raise it up to 4,000. I opt to just call. I think 3-betting is perfectly fine, perfectly viable. We certainly could 3-bet. Perhaps this was either an overly insane player who I thought may 4-bet me a lot, which I don't think is really where you want to be. It's fine, but not really where you want to be. Or maybe I thought this player was a bit on the tight side, in which case I didn't want to 3-bet either. Whatever. Folds around to David Peters on the button, who makes it 17K. Initial raiser folds, back to me with pocket 10s. We cannot fold here. Some people get really chicken and think, oh, $37 million in tournament cashes, I guess I should get out of the way. But no. David Peters knows how to bluff. This is a spot where we just have to call, see the flop, and go from there. Flop comes queen, 8, 4, 2 spades. We have the 10 of spades. I check. He bets 15K. Ooh, it's already getting pricey. Can't fold here, though. We have backdoor draws. We could easily have the best hand. A lot of hands in this range are stuff like ace-king, ace-jack, right? These are hands that would definitely bet the flop some portion of the time. He could just have hand like ace-5 of diamonds and be taking a shot at it. Really, I'm not sure what David Peters' strategy here is in this scenario. I have to presume he's going to be a little bit on the tight and aggressive side, but for all I know, maybe this is a spot where he just squeezes and gets after it pre-flop and then triples it off a lot because he thinks people overfold. If that's the case, I better not fold. I call, turns a 5 of diamonds, I check, and now he bets again. All right, this is where it is very important to make sure your range is well protected. As long as you know you have sets in this scenario, like pocket 8s and pocket 4s, maybe even pocket 5s if we decide to get a little bit splashy. And you also know that you have some other made hands you're just not folding, like ace-queen and king-queen. I think this is a fine spot to call the turn and then fold the river. What a lot of people do, I'm not going to necessarily say wrong, but makes their spot way worse in this scenario, is they check raise, stuff like sets on the flop. That makes their best hand in their range now something like ace-queen, which actually could still be beat, right? And even then, a lot of people check raise ace-queen on the flop, which makes their best hand king-queen, right? And as your range gets weaker and weaker and weaker, you have to be more inclined to just call down on these spots. Otherwise, you're check folding everything. I mean, imagine the most straightforward player in the world who check raises every queen and better on the flop. Just imagine someone did that. The best hand they could have in their range on the turn is now pocket jacks. Besides the turned maybe 7-6 or turned pocket 5s. Not very many combinations of that. If the best hand you can have in your range is pocket jacks, well now, it would be criminal to check call the turn and then check fold the river. So, you want to make sure you protect your check calling range with lots of other better hands like sets, ace-queen, king-queen, queen-jack that you know you're not folding if your opponent blasted on the river. You may say, you're really not folding queen-jack if he jams the river? No. Sometimes you got to be willing to go with it. This is clearly a spot where you're setting up an all-in on the river some portion of the time. I think this is a fine spot to check call. That said, we actually don't have a great hand to check call with because if you think about the hands we want him to be bluffing with, hands that make a lot of logical sense, that would be Jack 10, Jack 9, and 10 9. Also, spade draws. And our 10 of spades and the 2 10s block a lot of those, which makes it more likely that he has a made hand, right? So, I'm not going to say this is like a definitively easy call, but I think against a good, strong opponent, this is a spot where you have to make sure your checking range is well protected, and then call with this hand with a plan on folding it to a river bet. But, you know, I could be convinced from a GTO point of view, this particular hand, 2 10s with a 10 of spades, could be a fold right here to this big bet. I call though. River's a 9. I check. He puts it in. I block Jack 10. He could just be bluffing me. This is a spot where a lot of people think he just has the nuts, fold, obviously. Other people think, look at all the bluffs in his range. He could have lots of ace-x of spades, maybe even king-x of spades. Sure. Some of his obvious bluffs, though, come in with Jack 10, right? I know I block him, but Jack 10 comes in. He could just be value betting ace-queen, maybe even, obviously, aces and kings and 8 and queens. So I think this is a spot where we have to fold. Sticking with the plan, check call flop, check call turn, check fold river. What a bummer. Wish I had a queen. Or maybe I don't. Maybe I'm glad I didn't have a queen if you had the nuts.
We're going to the feature table. Level 3 was okay. What happened? I don't know. I won some hands. We have 180K from a 300K start. We'll do our best. On to the next one. I'm back in my room. I made it to day 2. The problem is I have 56,000 chips. Not very many. 9 big blinds, not where you want to be. Today was a tough day. I did not get very many cards. I've not watched the stream yet. I was on it for 3 hours. I was told I'd be happy with it. I guess that means I made quote-unquote right decisions. I didn't really make a whole lot of hands. It's tough when you don't make a whole lot of hands. It's frustrating when you don't make a whole lot of hands, but then you have to realize it's one tournament. Sometimes you're not going to make a lot of hands. I was talking to one of my friends, Jonathan Jaffe. He says he doesn't like tournaments where he just doesn't really get off the ground. And I completely agree. I have not gotten off the ground in today's tournaments. And that happens, I don't know, 30, 40, 50% of the time, probably 40% of the time, 30% of the time, somewhere in there. I got shallow. I won a flip. I got it all in with ace 4 against jack 9 suited. I won. Would you believe that? So I guess I'm lucky to be in. Tough day, though. Tough day. I'm going to go to bed. Try to do better tomorrow. Spoiler alert, I lost. Quick and painless, quick and easy. Funny enough, I spent all morning studying short stack shove scenarios because I knew I was going to go back to have 8 or 9 big blinds. They put me in the big blind on the first hand. Someone raises 3x. I had the king 3 offsuit, I fold. Second hand, jack 9 suited, jack 9 of hearts in the small blind. Under the gun, min raised. Folds around to me. Shove fold charts go out the window here because with 7 big blinds, I have no fold equity. Cool spot, right? Actually, 6.5. No, 7. 7 big blinds. I decided to call. Why call? Because big blind's going to call quite often. I'm going to check the flop. Big blind's going to check the flop. Under the gun's going to bet. If I have anything decent, I'm putting my money in. Or I call, and every once in a while, the big blind squeezes. Big blind squeezes. Initial raiser folds. I plot my money in there. Getting good pot odds. If big blind squeezes and under the gun re-raises, ooh, still probably just plot my money in there. Anyway, big blind squeezed. I got it all in, heads up, with 1, 2, 3 dead big blinds in the pot. Not so bad. I have jack 9 of hearts against king 9 offsuit. I lose. Now I'm going to get a flight home. This was not a great trip. Honestly, didn't even have that good of a time. Oh, goodness. Trips like these make you wonder what in the world you're doing. Sometimes you're just going to run poorly. And I definitely ran poorly on this trip. Such is life. I'll be back for the World Series. Goodbye.
On to the next one.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. G'day, Shocks. I'm Jonathan Little for PokerNews.com, here today reviewing the hand that had the whole poker world talking just recently from the $300,000 buy-in Super High Roller Bowl. This is one of the biggest buy-in tournaments of the year, maybe the biggest buy-in tournament this year. I actually played it. I did not win. I busted in the middle of the field. But I outlasted Daniel Negreanu, who busted early in the first level. You all know Daniel Negreanu, absolute world-class player. He is always working hard on his game. He's battling in the biggest games against the best players in the world. And he's a crusher. Number 3 on the all-time money list. 6 World Series of Poker bracelets. Absolute crusher. His opponent in this hand is Michael Adamo. I've actually reviewed quite a few of his hands here on my YouTube channel at youtube.com/pokercoaching. Make sure you check it out. If you are unfamiliar with him, he has 2 World Series of Poker bracelets, $13 million in live tournament earnings. He is the all-time money leader from Australia, and he gets in there and battles hard. I played a decent amount with him over the course of the Poker Masters and the Super High Roller Bowl series that took place at the Poker Go studio at Aria, and he will put you in nasty spots. He's actually been crushing it recently. It's funny. He and Mikita Badzikowski, I don't know how to say his name. Sorry, Mikita. They both came out for the $50,000 tournament, then there was the $100,000 tournament, and then the $300K, right? Makita won one of them. Adamo won the other one. And then, well, spoiler alert, Michael Adamo ended up winning the Super High Roller Bowl as well. He is on an absolute heater. Actually, he won a 50K as well. He won a 50K and 100K, and then the 300K. Oh my God. It's a pretty good run. All right, let's take a look at this hand featuring these two world-class players. Here we have Dale Negreanu on the button with Ace-King. We are playing 250 big blinds deep. We started with 300,000 chips, so Negreanu lost 50,000 chips somewhere along the way. He opens it up with the Ace-King, and Adamo defends the 8-6 suited. So far, so good. Perfectly fine in standard. 8-6 offsuit's a hand that you can't really fold. If this was like 8-3 offsuit or 8-4 offsuit even, maybe you can fold, but 8-6 is just too good to fold to a 2.5 big blind raise when there's also a big blind ante in play. Flop comes giving Adamo the nuts. Adamo checks, and now Negreanu checks it back. You may ask, why not lead here? Whenever you're really deep stacked, in general, you do not want much of a leading range, just because whenever you do run into the nuts, you don't want to lose tons of chips. Now, obviously, Adamo has the nuts, but what about when he doesn't have the nuts, right? It is worth noting that Negreanu is going to have some nut hands on this 9-7-5 board, or at least effective nut hands. Like he's raising 8-6 suited on the button and whatnot, probably. And he could obviously have sets. He could have the two pairs. So this is a spot where, yes, Adamo's range connects very well with this board, but because Negreanu opened from the button, he's going to connect pretty well with this, well enough with this board. Let's actually take a look at the GTO strategy for Negreanu. Is that pulled up? Good. In this scenario, you may be surprised to see that he should be checking a lot of the time. And that's because he just does not have much of a range advantage and he does not have much of a nut advantage. Whenever it's basically 50-50, you don't do a whole lot of betting. Let's see what Negreanu is betting on this 9-7-5 board. Notice he's betting most of his nines, right? They're all, well, some of his nines, not even most, some of his nines. You're going to find that whenever you are doing a whole lot of checking, you're going to be using a mixed strategy with the majority of your range. And you see the nines prefer to bet, especially ace-9 and king-9, although you do see some of the nines checking in this vicinity. You'll always notice that hands with a top pair and a straight draw very often bet. So you'll see hands like 9-8 betting pretty frequently, 9-6 betting pretty frequently, right? Some middle pairs are betting, right? Over pairs are betting, although interestingly enough, aces and kings do a decent amount of checking. You'll find that GTO strategy often checks back with aces in scenarios like this because they can just easily get to the showdown, right? And they're unlikely to be outdrawn, whereas a hand like tens is way more likely to get outdrawn, right? Because if your opponent has random king-jack and they get a king, you lose. So you'll see hands like tens betting very close to every time, whereas aces does some checking. Essentially what this does is whenever you bet, you have some good strong over pairs, you have some good strong top pairs, yeah. But also when you check, you have those hands as well, and it puts your opponent in a difficult scenario. Take a look at the bluffs that are mostly used. We see the eights are very preferred as bluffs, Jack 10 very preferred as bluffs. These are essentially draws that can bet and then call a raise. We'll see some six betting as well, right, for a gut shot as well. Obviously the good hands are betting 9-7, 7-5, 7-5. These are all betting. Under pairs are not betting very frequently. And then a lot of the unpaired high cards are not doing a whole lot of betting. A lot of the ace highs are just checking it back, which is what Negreanu did, right? You see ace king in the scenario checks 75% of the time, give or take. Perfectly fine, standard, and good. And it is always tough whenever it does go check, and you don't improve with a hand like ace king, but quite often you just get out of the way. Like say it comes any card besides an ace or a king, and Adamo bets, you're probably just going to get out of the way. Now, I will say, from playing with Adamo and from watching a lot of footage of Adamo on various high roller tournaments, if you are a Poker Go subscriber, they had a $250,000 buy-in tournament recently where they had Adamo on the feature table a decent amount, and like I watched all that clearly, and he gets after it. He is not afraid to run big bluffs. So this is a spot where when you do check it back with the ace king, perhaps you want to be a little bit more call happy against someone like Adamo than you do against someone who's just more straightforward. But you got to be aware of that. Also, I'm going to say that it is tough to play against people who will really turn up the heat. And Adamo is capable of turning up the heat. I've seen him run multiple gigantic bluffs. And he also is pretty balanced and has some nut hands in those scenarios as well. And it's tough against those players. And the fact that those players do run big check raises makes you have to be a little bit more cautious, because think about it. What hands really want to get it all in on 9-7-5? if you know your opponent's going to have some nuts and some bluffs? And the answer is just not a lot, right? So anyway, Negreanu checks. He gets a really good turn, the ace. And this is a spot where I have to imagine Adamo's not going to bet all that often. If you think about Negreanu's checking range on the flop, what does it contain a whole lot of? Well, it has a whole lot of aces, right? Notice, look at all these aces are checking, right? So given he has all these aces, this is a spot where I have to presume Adamo's going to check a ton. And whenever he is checking a ton, he's going to be betting very polarized with just his best made hands and some probably high equity draws and a few low equity draws. Here is Adamo's turn strategy, as you see, checking 89% of the time. It's almost every time. And look at what he is betting. He's betting 9-5 for 2 pair, pocket 5s for a set, pocket 7s for a set, jack 8 for a double gut shot, 10-8 for an open-ended, 9-7 for 2 pair, ace-9 for top pair, for top 2 pair, ace-7 for top and middle pair, right? He's betting really good hands and then some bluffs. Notice we have some bluffs down here, which are pretty fun. A lot of people don't find these bluffs down here with 4-3, 4-2, and 3-2. But these are often very good bluffing hands because you can easily bet these and fold if you get raised, right? It's quite a strong play to have really good hands in your value betting range, high equity draws like 10-8, jack 8, jack 10, and then a few kind of junky bluffs. Like if you bet the 3-2 suited here and you get raised, you just fold, right? You move on with your life. If you bet the other draws, you do not fold if you get raised. So this is a spot where we'd see the 8-6 actually not betting all that often. And you're going to find that quite often the super nuts does a decent amount of checking, especially when it's not very likely to get outdrawn. And let's see if Adamo does it. Are we sticking to the script? Yes, so far so good. Both players playing good, solid GTO poker. I have to presume Negreanu's going to bet this hand, basically every time. This is a spot where ace-king is good a lot. Now, obviously, we see that Adamo is checking with the 8-6 sometimes, but if you go back to the rest of the checking range, given he's betting ace-9, ace-7, ace-5, 9-7, 9-5, right? He's betting all the 2 pairs. When Adamo checks, he's going to have mostly worse hands, right? I mean, look, he has these aces, which we crush. He has these king highs, which we crush. He has a lot of 9s, which we crush. Essentially, we crush everything besides the few slow played hands and, the exact 8-6. We do see ace-king betting less than I would have thought. I'm kind of surprised we don't see ace-king betting every time here, but it does check about half the time. Okay? Probably because it's a hand that it's not so concerned with getting outdrawn, right? Whereas we see ace-jack and ace-10 betting a little bit more often. Interesting to see. This may have to do with blockers to various straight draws, etc. Like ace-8 betting frequently with the gut shot, ace-6 betting pretty frequently. So this all makes a lot of sense. What else is betting? King 9, very likely best, right? You got to realize that if when Adamo checks, he's just going to have a lot of weakish hands here. So King 9 is good enough to go for value at this point. And then whatever other bluffs we have. So we're going to find various 8s, various 6s, I have to presume. So here we have various 8s going for the bet, right? Not many over here. Here we have all the 6s going for a bet that we have remaining in our range, right? All the unpaired 6s going for bluff. And then something you see happen in this scenario when you don't really have all that many logical bluffs because you would have bluffed with most of them earlier. Remember on the flop, right? Look at all these bluffs betting. There aren't actually all that many bluffs in Negreanu's range. So what you see happening from a GTO point of view in this scenario is usually the card that is above the second card on the board bets quite frequently as a bluff. And as we see here, that would be a 10 and a jack. 10s and jacks are right above the 9, right? These hands are used as bluffs very frequently. Just stone airball bluffs. This is something almost no one does, where they bet the jack 4 suited on the turn, right? But this is a good, strong GTO play. If this was like a jack high board, then the king high and the queen high would be the ones bluffing very frequently. Because you have to realize, when you do get check called here, you're going to be against a whole lot of 9s and 7s and 5s, right? So you want to have an overcard to the 9, the 7, or the 5. Ideally, or a draw to the nuts like with 4-3 down here. So this is a region of hands that you often do not see bluffed from most players, and because of that, you should usually overfold a little bit when you face lots and lots of aggression. That's usually not such a bad strategy because most people are not bluffing quite often enough. To be fair, a lot of people don't take a hand like Queen 6 and bluff it, even though that's like a no-brainer bluff, right? So anyway, let's see if Negreanu does go for the bet with the ace-king. It seems like it's a mixed strategy. I would have bet this literally every time, and I probably would have messed up. because I would not have checked this ever. You have to realize, whenever I go through these hands, I'm learning a lot as well, right? I'm in here battling these games against these best players, and I always want to ask, like, would I have played the hand like this player did? And also, would I have played like the GTO strategy? And sometimes I would, sometimes I wouldn't, right? And you want to make sure that you are working hard and studying and improving. Speaking of improving, I have a poker training site, pokercoaching.com. Head over there, check it out. Go to pokercoaching.com/free and get a completely free trial. We have a lot of quizzes there. You want to take a quiz now? Sure, let's do it. Okay. In this scenario, if you are Michael Adamo with the 8-6 facing this turn bet, what would you do? You're obviously not folding, but would you continue slow playing and call? Would you raise small, like 8,000? Or would you raise big? And if you would raise big, how big do we go given we are super deep stacked? Take a second, think about it, pause the video, and write what you would do in the comments section below. All right, this is definitely a spot where we need to dial in that check raise. In this scenario, when Negreanu bets to turn, his range is going to be a whole lot of aces, right? And also a whole lot of draws, a reasonably strong polarized range. So against a reasonably strong polarized range, you want to be check raising with your effective nut hands, especially the nut hands that really want to build a big pot. And as we see here, the GTO strategy is actually to raise quite big, 200% pot. We are going for a big raise in this scenario. What exactly is 200% pot? We would call the 6,500, that'd make the pot 13.5, and then we would make it 2x that, so 27,000 we would go, plus our call, I think. 30,000-ish. 30,000-ish is a strong, solid GTO play in this spot. You may say, excuse me, 30,000-ish? Yeah. Whenever you're really deep stacked, you're going to find that you need to get money in the pot with the nuts. So whenever you're going to be using this gigantic check raise, your range is going to be super polarized to effective nuts and then some high equity bluffs and some low equity bluffs, right? So let's take a look. Is that what the solver does? We have 8-6 for the nuts, pocket 7s for the nuts, ace-9 for the nuts, ace-7 for the nuts. Notice here, though, we see ace-7 not even going for the big raise all that often, right? We see ace-8 every once in a while, ace-10 every once in a while. These hands are like barely good enough. And then we see some draws. So what are our high equity bluffs in the spot? That's going to be jack-8 for double gut shot, 10-8 for double gut shot, jack-10 for gut shot, right? Although jack-10 isn't raising all that often. Interesting to see jack-10 folding. I'm kind of surprised to see jack-10 just folding to Negreanu's turn bet. Seems kind of nitty. But whatever. 6-4, raising a lot for open-ended. And then some low equity bluffs with 4-3, 4-2, and 3-2. Pretty low equity bluffs here, right? Also, you will see sometimes like pairs that are likely not good that also have a draw going for a raise, like 6-5, 7-6, right? These are probably not good when Negreanu bets this ace turn. But you can call them, and call them certainly the default. But these are also hands that could conceivably go for a bluff raise, because if they raise gigantic and get called, they have 4 outs to the straight, which is almost certainly good. And then sometimes when they pair their, like let's say 6-5. 6-5, when it pairs its 5, it's probably good. And when 6-5 gets a 6, it's actually good some portion of the time, because maybe it gets a hand like ace-king, and, well, you win with 2 pair in that scenario. Okay. All this looks pretty standard-ish to me, right? Trying to think if there's anything here that's not standard. Notice middle pairs are actually folding here. I probably would not be folding quite this often. Like if you gave me jack-7 here and it goes check on the flop, I check the turn and Negreanu makes a medium bet on the turn. Am I really folding jack-7? I don't know. Let's look at Negreanu's bluffs. Notice here if Negreanu is bluffing a whole lot of these hands in this vicinity, you probably need to call more often. I guess I would presume people naturally overbluff with stuff like queen jack, king 10 in the spot. Maybe they do, maybe they don't, right? And this is a spot where I have to ask myself, is this a scenario where people overbluff? Remember how I mentioned people do not necessarily overbluff with the jack 4 suited, but I do think they're overbluffing with like king 10 here and queen jack here. So maybe they're essentially taking these hands and slotting them over here. Who knows? But I would have had a difficult time folding out the 7s in this spot. Notice the 5s fold. Like 5s are just a bit of an easier fold. Some 8s when you have them are now folding. Like I'm kind of surprised to see King 8 folding, given the opponent's betting with like Queen 10 and Jack 10 and Queen Jack, but it does. Okay, fine and good. Let's see if Adamo goes for the giant raise. He does! Blast it! He's been studying his GTO poker. Now, what do you do with Ace King? Some people just become a chicken and they fold. You could be beat, but I'm going to go ahead and tell you. I think, personally, if anything, Adamo is going to be over-bluffing in this scenario. I could be wrong. Maybe it's just perfectly balanced. If there is a human in the world who is going to find the bluffs in this spot, I can tell you it's going to be Adamo. He seems to really, really like finding spots where he knows he has a lot of nuts and his opponent does not. And he just blasts him. And to be fair, if there's ever a tournament to do that, it's going to be the $300,000 buy-in Super High Roller Bowl, because most people aren't trying to go broke early in the first level. I know this is hard to sort of wrap your head around in this scenario, because I see that Adamo has just the nuts here, right? I can guarantee he's probably going to find some bluffs, unless he thinks Negreanu is the biggest calling station in the world, which, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. Okay, what should Negreanu do? Notice, Ace-King actually folds about half the time. Cool spot, right? Ace-Queen folds half the time. And you may say, why in the world are we folding Ace-King? We bet the turn and we get check-raised. Can't our opponent just check-raise us to death? And the answer is actually no, because we do have a whole lot of hands that have very good equity, like 2 pairs, right? And sets, right? And high equity draws. Notice here, like 10-8's not folding. Some people think with a hand like 10-8 or Jack-8, well, we're not getting good pot odds, I guess we have to fold. But here we have gigantic implied odds. If we improve, Adamo's very likely to just continue betting. And we're going to have great implied odds in this scenario. So notice no re-raising. Whenever you're facing a giant check raise, that essentially presumes your good opponent is very, very polarized. If your good opponent's very, very polarized, you in turn have no raising. So you do entirely calling or folding. Notice that Ace-8 calls more often than Ace-Jack, let's say. And why is that? Well, if you think about it, look at what Adamo's raising, right? He's raising essentially 2 pair better. Like Ace-Jack beats Ace-10, but that's it. Every other hand, Ace-8 and Ace-Jack are essentially the same. And notice Ace-10's only a small portion of his range. But Ace-8 has a gut shot. Having that gut shot's nice, because sometimes you get the 6 and you get bailed out. So anyway, Ace-King is a spot where call sometimes, fold sometimes. I can tell you I just would have paid. I would have called. Fine. We get here. And now, Adamo gets what I think is pretty clearly one of the worst cards in the deck. So what does he do? He 3x pots all in. You may say, is a 5 one of the worst cards in the deck? I think it is, because while he may have some hands like 6-5 in his range that we saw the solver use as bluffs every once in a while, Negreanu has a lot of 2 pair here that improve to sets. Oh, not sets, full houses. And full houses are never folding. Let's take a look at what the GTO strategy is here, because I actually have no clue what it even shows. All right, Adamo's strategy on the river is to go all in 0% of the time. Notice we gave the solver lots of options here. Bet 200% pot, 0% of the time. 125% pot, 0% of the time. Pot, 0% of the time. GTO solver here likes either 60% or 25%. Small bet or small bet. And again, why is that? Because if you look at Adamo's range that gets to this point, he has literally no nuts. Basically none. Look, he has no ace-5 in his range as played. He has no 7-5 as played. He has no 9-5 as played, right? So he has no nuts. Does Negreanu have any of these hands in his range? Well, he has a little bit of pocket 5s, a little bit of pocket 7s, a little bit of pocket 9s, a little bit of ace-5. Oh, actually, a lot of ace-5. A lot of ace-5. So, when that's the case, when your opponent has just some really, really super nut hands in their range that actually crush your previously strong range, you in turn don't get to use giant bets. You instead are supposed to use small and medium bets. Because look, 8-6 is almost certainly still the best hand. It's trying to bet, right? It's trying to get money in the pot. But this is a scenario where when you bet with 8-6, sometimes you're beat. So you're no longer essentially perfectly polarized, right? Notice Adamo's turn strategy. He was very close to perfectly polarized because like ace-9 is effectively the nuts. Pocket 7s is effectively the nuts, right? It's like really, really, really good. 8-6 is the nuts, and Negreanu doesn't have this whole pile of 8-6 offsuits, right? But that's no longer the case on the river because these hands are no longer the nuts. So from a GTO point of view, you should use small bets. But Adamo goes 3x pot all in. Either he messed up, or the ranges he would have gotten to at this point were not the same that the solver used for whatever reason. Maybe Adamo knows he has a lot of 7-5 and 9-5 in this scenario that I'm not presuming. Or maybe he thinks Negrondu's a calling station. If there's one player in the field who may be a little bit of a calling station on the river in a spot where they may think you're trying to push them around, it may be Dale Negrondu. I know a lot of the players don't have 300K to their name to get in there and battle with and lose on the first level. But if there is some player who has a whole lot of money, presumably, it's Negrondu, right? And maybe he's the type of player who will just say, not today, kid, and find a call. Because I'm sure Negrondu's watched the same footage I have, and he's seen Adamo blast it off over and over and over again. And look, I would not fault him for a call here. I know that may sound insane to say that I would call it off for 3x pot, but like, look, it's an unfortunate spot. I realize the solver had no all-in range for Adamo, but you can force it to have an all-in strategy. And here's what Negrondu should do in this scenario. Notice, here's his range, right? He has pocket aces for the super nuts and ace-5 for the super nuts. Obviously, ace-5 loses to pocket 7s, which Adamo has, but whatever. So we see 7-5 calling, 7s, 9s, 5s, obviously ace-5 calling. And let's take a look at the ace-king. What does ace-king do against the all-in? It actually folds the vast majority of the time. 92% of the time it finds a fold. But again, if you think Adamo is drastically over bluffing, maybe he is, maybe he isn't, then I just can't fault the call. Like if you give Adamo all ins with stuff like 9-6 here and 10-8 and Jack-8, I mean, it's just a call. It sucks, but it's just a call. Negrondu calls. He loses. Adamo wins all the chips. After this hand, a lot of people were berating Negrondu on Twitter. How could you possibly call off with just one pair in this scenario? And Negrondu's probably sitting here thinking, I know he bluffs here sometimes. And then, funny enough, about an hour later on the stream, Michael Adamo plays some gigantic pot against Jake Schindler on the river where he had a marginal made hand. He checked the river. Jake goes for thin value. Adamo rips it all in for like 5 or 6 times pot as a bluff. And he got the fold. Vindicated for Dale Negrondu. So yeah, congrats to Adamo. He got in there, he battled, he flew all the way to America, got to play with the Americans, won 3 tournaments. Poker's nice and easy when you come to America, I guess. Congrats to him. That's going to be it for today. If you enjoyed this hand, do me a quick favor. Click.
Got it. That's it. Good hand. All right, on to the next one.
If you enjoyed this hand, do me a quick favor. Click the like and subscribe button below. I know this video was a little bit long. It's a little bit in depth, but, you know, this was a good one. This is a spot where a lot of people do not find the bluffs adequately. By the way, if your opponent does not bluff on the river here, obviously just fold. In a lot of games, your opponents just will not be bluffing here. They're going to show you the nuts, whatever the nuts is. They may be, you know, overvaluing a hand like ace-9 or maybe even 8-6 a little bit, but they're going to show you the effective nuts. And if they're going to show you a range that is very tilted towards value and very not tilted towards bluffs, you should just be folding way more often than normal. But again, like I said, if there's ever a player you want to find a big call against, it's probably someone like Adamo. It's tough when they put you in these spots, right? It makes you play for all the money. It's a lot of fun to play poker when you know that your 300 big blind stack or 250 big blind stack may just be all in. All right, that's it for today. Good luck in the games. Have a great week, and I'll talk to you next time. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. So, the World Series of Poker, for the first time in a long time, the live World Series of Poker is just around the corner. And you have 6 World Series of Poker bracelets, which is 6 more than I have. So what do you do that allows you to consistently navigate through these large field tournaments that everyone else is not doing? What allows you to succeed in these games?
Well, okay, there's 2 parts to that. Number 1 is, I play a lot of volume. And number 2, I prepare. I have a trailer right outside of the Rio where I have a full kitchen and a bed because I'm playing a lot of hours. I'm playing like sometimes 2-3 tournaments a day. So, I make sure that I have like all my food delivered and all that kind of stuff. And I'm still being physically active because I do believe that if you are going to play the World Series the way that I do, which is like 6 weeks, 7 weeks of every single day, if you're not physically fit, by week 4 or 5, you're going to see some issues with, stamina. And that's going to cause you to make some mistakes. But one of the other things I do too is I vlog, which is interesting. Like a lot of people must think that's distracting, but I find it beneficial because I'm even more held accountable in a way, because like I do sell for fun, little pieces for the World Series package. So in spots where I'm like, you know what, I just feel like going home. I only got 8 bigs. Let's go. I don't do that because I know I'm playing, like I'm selling a little piece for people, or, I'm going to have to explain in the vlog how I got it all in with 9-4 offsuit under the gun. Right. So, so yeah, for me, it's all that. But then in terms of like, play, I think the most important thing, again, is just sleep and getting enough rest, which is difficult sometimes because, you're getting done at 3 a.m. and sometimes you have to be back for like 11 or something. So that can be tough. But yeah, and then preparation wise, I'll probably play a little mixed games before, throughout the year, play some mixed game tournaments because that's what I like spend most of my time in is the mixed game tournaments.
And mixed game tournaments are good to win bracelets in because they typically have fewer people, right? And do you find that people who play mixed games are worse at those games than people are in No Limit Hold'em today? Like a random stud 8 tournament or whatever?
It's interesting. I think so I think in No Limit Hold'em tournaments today, since there's so many more players, right? You have some really, really great players, and you have a whole bunch of bad ones, right? Well, like in a stud tournament that has 100 players, you're going to have some really, really good ones, some competent ones, and a couple bad ones. I would say that on average, people that do play mixed games make fewer mistakes than they would in No Limit Hold'em. But at the highest levels, probably because people have spent more time solving No Limit Hold'em, they're probably, the best players are probably better at that than mixed game players would be at mixed games.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello everyone, I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm here today with a very fun hand from the Party Poker Millions $25,000 buy-in high roller tournament. This hand features Ivan Liao, who has about 69 big blinds in the middle stages of this tournament, and Phil Ivey, one of the absolute legends of the game, Super Crusher. I played with Phil Ivey a few times, and I don't get excited very often when I play poker, but I get excited when I play with Phil Ivey. It's like a dream come true to some extent, but in a very nightmarish way, because he's really good at poker. Huge thanks to Party Poker for letting me use this footage. Make sure you check out their YouTube channel at youtube.com/partypokertv. They have all sorts of great final tables. So make sure you check it out.
Yeah.
This is Ben Heath. If you don't know him, I love Ben Heath.
Playing with a couple of suited cards. So he wants to get involved as well.
Yeah, his hand just plays well. He's got no...
So in this hand, what happens pre-flop is Bill Ivey raises it up with the King 10 offsuit in the hijack seat off his 39 big blind stack, and that's what we saw. Perfectly fine and standard. Folds around to Ivan in the small blind, and he decides to just call the pocket queens, which is very, very tricky. Very, very trappy. I would basically always 3-bet my best hands from the small blind unless I knew Ben in the big blind was going to be absolutely insane. And you know, Ben gets insane every once in a while, like all the good kids do. But I am virtually never calling here. I'm just 3-betting every time. If you know Phil Ivey's raising like especially wide and he's going to be really, really weak pre-flop against a 3-bet, then, you know, maybe you could justify calling. If you think he's going to play weakly against the 3-bet, but will triple barrel off very often if you just flat call pre-flop, then maybe that has some merit, but you pretty much always want to be 3-betting your best hands, especially ones that are kind of vulnerable to being outdrawn, like pocket queens are in this scenario, right? Like we see he has 57% equity, which is good, don't get me wrong, but you know, it's still quite vulnerable. So anyway, you want to 3-bet your best hands.
A reason to squeeze, like a hand like King Jack off would be a good hand to squeeze. 6 deuce suited. If he hits his hand, he can feel pretty good about it. And the whoa, both have a oh man, wow. Phil got a pretty special flop for the King 10 off. And Ivan can't like what's going on here, although he does have the Queen of Spades.
So, flop comes. Ace, 10, 2, 3 spades. This gives Phil Ivey the nut flush draw and middle pair. Gives Ivan pocket queens, under pair, second nut flush draw. Very good hand as well. And Ben has bottom pair, but that is trash here. So, gets around to Phil Ivey. They go check, check, as they very often will on these ace-high boards. And Ivey should be betting here pretty frequently. I actually don't hate checking it back with this hand, because if you bet and get raised, it's pretty miserably bad. And you do have to expect Ivan to have a lot of decent big cards calling in the small blind that did not necessarily want to 3-bet and face an all-in, right? So I don't hate checking it back, but betting's also perfectly fine. If you do bet this hand and get raised in Phil Ivey's shoes, you're not folding, but it is a scenario where I think checking is also reasonable. He does bet, though, 15,000. He does go for a small bet, which I like, because that's going to get called by Queen of Spades a lot, and Jack of Spades, and Jack 10 of Hearts even, right? All these hands that are drawing very, very thin. So if you are going to bet this flop, I like a small bet size from Phil Ivey.
A little perhaps surprising to see Phil bet this one, but maybe not necessarily. But a second pair and the nut flush draw, maybe one he can check back, but decide to bet it. I mean, Ivan can definitely call with some weaker hands, as can Ben.
Oh, man.
Easy call for Ivan, right? He's not trying to put in a raise here, because if he check raises the flop and gets action, he's usually not loving it. He's going to be against an ace a lot of the time, or a flush. Also, he could be against ace with the King of Spades, which would be a nightmare. He could be against a flush already, right? So in this scenario, Ivan has a very clear marginal made hand, and that's going to result in him just check calling. I actually discuss situations like this a lot at my training site, pokercoaching.com, because they come up very frequently, and if you screw this up, you're just going to be lighting your money on fire. If you're not already a Poker Coaching member, we are having a New Year's sale. Make sure you check that out at pokercoaching.com/New Year sale to get a great discount on Poker Coaching Premium.
Oh dear.
Turns to 7 of
So Phil
spades.
gets paid.
Nightmare card for Ivan. And now, when Ivan checks turn, as he's going to do every time, this is a spot where Phil Ivey just wants to bet an amount that allows him to pretty reasonably go all in on the river. So pot 75,000. Phil Ivey has 205,000 left. So in this scenario, notice if Phil Ivey bets, let's say 50,000 on the turn, 2/3 pot, and Ivan calls, the pot's going to go up to 175, and Phil Ivey is going to have 155 left going to the river, right? For, 3/4-ish pot, which I think is nice. This is a situation where I do think that is probably the play. I think maybe you can even bet a little bit bigger on the turn, because in this scenario, what are you trying to get called by, right? Whenever you're in a scenario like this, you always want to ask, which hands am I trying to have call me? And right here, we're trying to get called by a queen of spades, which is not going to fold, a jack of spades, which is not going to fold, and then sets, right? Sets, if he has sets or two pairs, you don't really care if those call or fold, and you also want to charge them the maximum, right? So I like a pretty big bet here from Phil Ivey, setting up this all in on the river.
Look at that look. He's just thinking about, he's just like trying to look not interested. And he is like, I have the nuts versus the wildest guy at the table.
Not to go on a tangent here, but they just said that Ivan is the wildest guy at the table. If you are known to be the wildest guy at the table, then you definitely want to 3-bet your absolute best hands pre-flop, because your opponents aren't going to believe you, right? Sorry to go back to that, but I really do think just calling the queens pre-flop is a really, really big mistake. Because if you are active, if you're aggressive, your opponents are going to think that you are bluffing a lot. And if they think you're bluffing a lot, they're just not going to fold. Like, for all we know here, maybe Ivy raises, Ivan 3-bets, Phil Ivey just rips it all in pre-flop or something, or decides to call and ends up putting in his money very poorly. But instead, Ivan lets Phil Ivey hang around cheaply and end up making the nuts, right? Which is not what you necessarily want, especially when you have a very loose aggressive image. Anyway, back to Phil Ivey.
45 is the bet.
He goes 45. I think 45 is probably a little bit small, because notice now, if Ivan calls, pot's go up to 165, and Phil has 160 left, I think you'd rather bet just a little bit bigger on the turn. Because also, this is a spot where if Ivan does have, let's say, pocket nines with a spade, he's always going to call the turn bet no matter what it is, as long as it's reasonable, right? But he's not necessarily going to pay you on the river. Whereas, well, in that scenario, you want to just get the pot bigger immediately, because, like, he's never folding a spade, right? Whereas if you bet smaller on the turn and then all in on the river, which I have to presume is what Phil Ivey's going to do, he's going to be able to more easily fold because he's going to be getting worse pot odds on the river. So I think Phil Ivey should have gone just a little bit bigger. Again, always got to be careful critiquing the absolute best players in the world like Phil Ivey, but I do think this is a spot where a slightly bigger bet size is ideal.
Gavin, of course, will be going nowhere with the second nuts.
Ivan's, of course, calling. Again, no reason to raise, right? Because if you raise, what's going to give you action?
This is a dream scenario for Phil.
Right?
I mean, this is just a question of how much he bets is how much he's going to win, right?
He set up a pot-size river shove.
Yeah, and it's just...
And the board does pair, but that's still...
That shouldn't really change us, right? Because Phil's not betting a set or two pair on the turn in that sizing, is he? He's checking those backs.
No,
so.
and for Ivan's perspective, just thinking if Phil could think, Ivan somehow could find a boat, but it doesn't matter. He's got the nut flush, and he knows he's getting called by queen of spade, jack of spade, and...
All right, so river is the two of hearts, which is actually a pretty bad card for Phil Ivey, because every once in a while he now loses to like a weird pocket tens or pocket twos, but two's not all that likely. Pocket sevens is very unlikely. Pocket aces is very unlikely. Although, I think aces is a more reasonable slow play pre-flop than pocket queens. And this is a spot where you have to ask, if I jam it all in, will my opponent call with the queen of spades or the jack of spades, which is what we're trying to get called by. And against good players, strong, high-stakes players, you definitely want to shove here. I like Phil Ivey's play a lot. But if you're playing against like really, really weak, tight players who are not going to properly assess your range, and they're going to look at this too and think, oh no, he could have ace two, but like Jeff Gross, the commentator, said here, he doesn't really have ace two or pocket tens or anything like that because he's checking back on the turn, right? If your opponents can't really figure that out, in that scenario, you should maybe even consider going smaller. So pot's 165. Maybe the right play would be to bet like 100K or 80K against really, really weak tight players. But against good players, calling station E players, people who know they have to get in there and battle, I like the all-in. Now, around to Ivan.
And Ivan saw this going differently in his head.
Yeah.
He saw a trap turn into a
just limped
tough
queens.
situation.
Just flat the queens, pardon me.
So what I want you to do
From the small.
is I want you to pause the video here and ask yourself, what would you do in Ivan's shoes? And type it in the comment section below. Would you call the all-in or fold to the all-in? This is an important point. Take a second, pause the video. I'll wait for you. This is a pretty dicey spot. Against good world-class players, I think you just have to make the crying call. That said, if you think your opponent's not going to find the adequate amount of bluffs, I think it's at least reasonable to fold in this spot. And I get emails all the time where people ask me the question of, what do you do with this second nut bluff catcher when your opponent goes all in? Almost always, it's a hand like this, where the opponent does show up with the one hand that beats them, right? And you can't be results oriented. This is a scenario where, yeah, you are going to run into the nuts some portion of the time, but more often than not, well, maybe not more often than not, but more than the required 33-ish% of the time based on the pot odds, you're going to have the best hand. You're going to have the best hand 40% of the time, something like that. I'm not actually sure Phil Ivey is running too many insane bluffs in this scenario, especially if he's playing against someone like Ivan who, you know, I've never seen Ivan before. Maybe he's loose aggressive calling station E. If you know your opponent to be loose aggressive calling station E, you should probably not run quite as many bluffs, right? And if that's the case, we're on this weird leveling war where we have to ask, is Phil Ivey just playing GTO? Is he playing in a manner that is trying to exploit Ivan and that he's mainly value betting? Or is he flipping that on his head and just like drastically over bluffing because he realizes Ivan's going to realize, all right, it'd be insane to bluff me here, so therefore I should make big folds. And I think for the most part in scenarios like this, I'm not saying this is what Phil Ivey's doing, but most people just don't bluff often enough because they expect to get called. And if you expect to get called, and if your opponent thinks that you expect them to, if your opponent thinks that you expect them to call you, if Ivan thinks Phil Ivey expects him to call, Ivan should now start making really big exploitative folds. And this is actually what a lot of the very best loose aggressive players do, is they play all sorts of small pots, cultivate an insane image, and then when all the money goes all in, they realize their opponents think, all right, they're calling every time, right? Therefore, Ivan should start making really big folds. And again, I don't know the dynamics at this table, but there certainly merits both ways for folding this hand. In general, from a GTO point of view, Ivan cannot fold this hand, but we're not necessarily playing GTO poker here if Ivan has cultivated this maniacal image that perhaps typically does not fold. If your opponents think you typically don't fold, they're more likely to be value betting. If they're more likely to be value betting, you in turn should find bigger folds.
Listen, he's got a banner on the wall outside. He's won an event here. He's using two-time mega. I think he's going to find it. I think he's going to find a fold.
He might. I mean,
what do you think he's going to do?
I don't like the call, but
Look at this. That's a muck face. Fold.
Wow.
Oh, Mr. Liao. Ivan Liao. Phil's got to feel sick.
You got to feel sick whenever you have your opponent set up, drawing dead, and somehow they find a fold. But what can you do? Sometimes they find a fold. That's me for today. I hope you enjoyed this video. Huge thanks to Party Poker for letting me use the footage. If you enjoyed this video, do me a favor, click the like button, click subscribe buttons below. Also, feel free to leave a comment for the types of content you would like me to be making here on my channel. I read all the comments, and I want to make sure that I'm giving you the content that you want. So make sure you leave me a comment and let me know what you want, and I'll do my best to give it to you. Good luck in your games. Have fun. Make sure you check out pokercoaching.com/New Year sale right now for a big discount on Poker Coaching Premium, and I will talk to you next time. Bye-bye. So, look, the World Series is coming back live for the first time this fall. A lot of people have not played live poker at all or very little, right? And I am wondering, Jonathan Little wants to know, what do you do in these large field World Series of Poker events that other top pros are clearly failing at because, well, you have 15 bracelets and I have 0. So why are you doing substantially better than me in these large field World Series events?
Well, the funny thing to me is that, well, I don't know if it's funny, but I think that a lot of people are on the wrong track. And I'm just like, there's whole thought processes that are on the wrong track. There's whole, like, I mean, to me, the best possible way to play No Limit Hold'em is different than, I think differently than everybody else, right? And so to me, they're just wrong. And I'm not trying to be cocky and say everybody's wrong, I'm right. It sounds that way, but I'm kind of glad, because I'd rather not talk about that and just let them continue doing what they do. But I mean, I honestly think that, a critical element is patience. Critical element is patience. And so many people don't give themselves a chance because they just don't have the patience. And then they find theories to justify the fact that they don't have patience, right? Oh, well, you must do this, you must do that. There's all these universal laws in poker that were invented by who the fuck knows, not by me. And these universal laws in poker, suppose they're all wrong, or suppose that they're 40% wrong, or suppose they're 20% wrong. So then that's great for me, because I'm just going to keep doing what I do, and I'm just going to keep getting there and winning and winning. And, the funny thing is that, the tournaments, which they say personally I'm supposed to do the worst in, they're like, well, Phil has no chance in these fast structured tournaments. He has no chance in the turbos. Well, in the last 4 years in the turbos, I have 3 final tables in the 5K at the series. So, I mean, but they're like, well, I don't understand that because he doesn't have the mathematical know-how and knowledge to get there. Well, okay. I mean, I've won one. I finished 6th in the last one we had in 2019. And I made a final table in like 2017. It's a crazy record. And this is the one where all of the GTO wizards, that Daniel will tell you, that all the guys play in this, the 5K turbo. So all of this new generation, which believes in GTO, plays in these 5Ks. And yet I just keep getting there. Final table, bracelet. And so then I guess maybe they'll come back and say, well, I guess Phil's just lucky. Well, I mean, if they're going to use universal laws, which are wrong, then that's going to benefit me for a long time. And so all of these false prophets, really end up benefiting me bigly, hugely.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I won at about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello everyone, I'm Jonathan Little for PokerNews.com, here today with a video from the Party Poker Premier League, where we're going to analyze a very interesting hand featuring Dan Jungleman Case. You see him right here. He has about $9 million in live tournament winnings, and he is considered to be one of the absolute best heads-up players in the world. They are playing the Party Poker Premier League, which is a series of sit-and-goes. And at my training site, pokercoaching.com, we just released a brand new spin-and-go course. These are the most popular form of sit-and-goes on the internet today. And if you want to make sure you are playing at a very high level, make sure you check out pokercoaching.com/spin. Let's get right to this exciting hand.
With just a couple 100,000 in chips, you have to play pots.
You hear Mike Sexton, one of my heroes. Make sure you check out his book, Life's a Gamble. Here we are playing with a 15,000 small blind, 30,000 big blind. And we see Jungle Man limp from the small blind off of about a 25 big blind stack. So the players are relatively shallow in this scenario. I think raising is fine with the ace-9. Limping is fine. If you limp and your opponent raises in the big blind, you can just rip it in. His opponent in the big blind is Phil Locke. Phil Locke has been around the poker scene for forever. He has one World Series of Poker bracelet, about $4 million in live tournament earnings, and he coined the phrase felted, which means to lose all of your chips, either because he felts his opponents a lot or because he gets felted a lot, one of the two. We'll find out in this video.
And again, Jungle Man just limping in here, allowing the blinds to get a free flop here.
I mean, he checks with the 9-7, which is perfectly fine. You don't really want to raise this because if you raise and get shoved on, it's not great. If you raise and get called, it's not great. Just see the cheap flop. Nice play by Phil Locke.
Every pot here against Phil Locke from this spot, just limping in. But this maybe is what he's been waiting for.
Well, he's not going to lose this one.
Flop comes. Ace, king, queen, giving Jungle Man top pair. Do you like top pair? If you like top pair, do me a favor. Click the like and subscribe buttons below. I would appreciate it. This is a spot where Jungle Man loves this flop. Top pair, 25 big blinds deep. Blind versus blind is basically the nuts. And I would usually bet here because it is somewhat susceptible to being outdrawn by a jack or a 10 or a flush draw or a random queen 3. So I like a value bet in this spot.
Ace, king, queen. He's got two aces. He's not going anywhere, but Phil Locke's not going to put a nickel in the pot either, though. That's the problem.
All right, hand should be over. Hope you enjoyed this episode. Oh, wait.
There's no way he's fallen into this trap.
Unbelievable.
I cannot believe he's fallen into this trap, Mike.
Look at this. The guy just took the chip lead. He can't stand it.
He can't help himself. You get a hold of chips, you got to fire him back in there. How else are you going to get felted? So typically when you're raising in spots like this, you want to have some equity, at least a club for a black backdoor flush draw, or maybe a jack or a 10 if you're going to be bluffing. You could also raise with your best hands. This is an interesting spot because really, if you think about it, Phil Locke would raise most of his better hands pre-flop. I suppose he could have all the jack 10s, but for the most part, you would think he'd raise ace, king, ace, queen, ace, jack, ace, 10, and king, queen, and aces, kings, and queens. So in this spot, Jungle Man loves his hand. So given he loves his hand, you have to ask if he wants to call or go all in, right? Because we are only 25 big blinds deep. I think in this scenario, if he is going to go all in, what's mostly going to happen is Phil Locke's just going to fold a ton. So I think the right play is to call, because if you think about his equity against Phil Locke's range, it is almost certainly very bluff heavy and or like weaker top pair heavy. This ace-9 is actually in very, very good shape. So I do not like this bluff from the 9-7. I think this is absurd. That said, Phil Locke plays this very interesting style of poker where he plays just good, tight, aggressive poker for the most part, and then sporadically makes insane bluffs. And that's what we're looking at right here. So anyway, if I was in Jungle Man's shoes, I would call because I'd want to keep Phil Locke in with whatever insane bluffs he has.
How did he fall?
He just likes playing on the short stack. He can't stand it. Unbelievable. Had nothing invested in this pot, and now all of a sudden it's going loop-de-loop.
And Mike, how brilliant does this make Jungle Man look? I mean, he set this up, but it just seems...
Well, Gentleman is worried about it, believe me. He's afraid the guy might have a jack 10, could have a king queen. I know he didn't raise before the flop. Probably put him on a flush draw. When an ace comes off, Jungle Man will not be going anywhere. And Phil Locke...
So let's talk about Mike Sexton's analysis there, that Jungle Man may be concerned that he is beat. While I do think he may be concerned that he's beat by Jack 10, it's just not that big of a deal. I think Jungle Man views this ace-9 as a very strong hand here, unless he thinks Phil Locke is literally never bluffing. Because if you think about Phil Locke's flop raise size, it was kind of small. Typically when you raise small and you give your opponent good odds, you're saying, I have such a good hand that I'll give you good odds and you still can't beat me. So I'm not exactly sure how Jungle Man views this scenario, but if I was in Jungle Man's shoes, I'd be pretty happy knowing that Phil Locke's range is going to be a lot of ace-x, a few nut hands, and a whole lot of sporadic bluffs with a jack or a 10 mostly. So I'd be pretty happy in this scenario.
I believe he's going to shut down right now.
So right now, alarm bells have to be going off in Phil Lock's head when the ace comes, because if you think about Jungle Man's range, it's going to be a whole lot of ace-x, which is never folding, a bunch of kings, which are not going to fold, and some queens, which, may or may not fold, plus some draws. And the draws will probably end up just check folding a lot of the time on the river, because obviously Phil Lock could have a lot of ace-x and king-x here. And also, if Jungle Man does have a king or a queen, there's a chance Phil Lock will be able to bluff those on some rivers. So I like giving up. Anytime the notification bell is going off in your head, you need to make sure that you calm down and relax. Oh, did you click the notification bell, by the way? Click the notification bell below. Ding, ding, ding. That's going to let you know whenever I have a new video coming out. So when the notification bell is going off in your head, it means come to YouTube and watch our videos. When you're at the poker table, though, and the notification bell is going off your head, can I put a sentence together today? Come on, man. Whenever the notification bell is going off in your head at the poker table, you have to relax, chill out, and just give up on your bluff. Sometimes you got to give it up.
Yep.
Good check.
Not
Good
gonna
check.
lose another dime in this spot. He took a stab at it, didn't work. Just going to give it up. Now the club comes off. Not going to be a card that the Jungleman likes to see right there, I can tell you.
So in this scenario, if Jungle Man is against an ace, notice he's chopping most of the time, so you don't really need to bet in that case. You can't get value from like ace 3. If Phil Lock does have a king or a queen, maybe he'll call a small or a medium bet, but whenever the third club runs off, he maybe he will not even call with those. So this is a spot where I definitely love the check by Jungle Man.
Check. You might give Phil Lock credit for having something.
Phil, here's the rope.
So look, I know we're here on YouTube, and I know some of you in the comments are going to be results oriented. But this is a spot where I love a bluff with this 9-7. If I happen to find myself on this river with 9-7 and the club runs off like this, I think you just have to go for it. Because you have no showdown value, and if you think about it, you don't really have that many obvious bluffs besides a random Jack-X or 10X, right? Which, maybe Phil Lock has, maybe he doesn't. But if Phil Lock has an ace in the spot, he should value bet it. If he has a flush in this spot, he should value bet. If he has a straight, he should value bet. So there are a lot of hands in the scenario that should value bet. Now, I fully realize he's probably going to throw out a bet here. Jungle Man's going to call, and Phil Lock's going to lose. And the comments are going to say, look at this idiot Phil Lock running a bluff into trips. What was he thinking? Remember, Phil Lock doesn't know that Jungle Man has trips. Phil Lock thinks Jungle Man has a range of a whole lot of aces, kings, queens, and jack high, and 10 high. And against that range, how does 9-7 do? Well, it doesn't beat any of it, and it'll be able to get a lot of it to fold. I mean, if Jungle Man's sitting here with a hand even as strong as a king in this spot, he's going to be in a pretty nasty spot if Phil Lock goes for a pretty sizable bet, like 3/4 pot or so. So this is a situation where I like going for a bluff, even though it's probably going to fail.
You can reel yourself back in or loop it around your neck.
Oh my gosh. He just took the lead, and he's just giving it away.
So Phil Lock does go for a 3/4 pot size bet in this scenario. And now, I want you to say what you would do in this spot if you were Jungle Man. Think about this scenario, the way this hand is played out. If you were in Jungle Man's shoes, playing against Phil Lock, would you fold in this scenario, or would you make the call with your trips when the third flush card comes? I want you to think about this and commit to your answer and write your answer in the comment section below. Would you fold or would you call? All right, did you commit to your answer? Good. You want to make sure you are consistently and actively learning poker. And we just released a brand new spin and go course over at pokercoaching.com where we have lots and lots of quizzes that make sure you are learning how to play well. And you need to make sure you check that out at pokercoaching.com/spin. So in this spot, I think this is just a really easy call with Jungle Man's ace, especially with the 9 of clubs. The only way you could possibly fold in this spot is if you think Phil Lock is so weak and so tight and so straightforward that he literally never bluffs here. So easy call, and Phil Lock is going to lose a bunch of chips.
He's trying. You got to give him credit. He's got some heart. Oh, no. The Jungleman folded. 3 aces there.
Oh, my gosh.
I am in shock over that. I mean, he had to have a pat hand to have him beat.
We got one more hand?
Even if he had an ace, they were going to split the pot. 3 aces with a king, queen.
Okay, yeah.
Wowee. Phil Lock bluffs the entire table so hard that they all have to get out their seat and leave. Sometimes your bluff is so good, you bluff them right out of their seats. And Phil Lock does that today. I do not like the fold by the ace-9. That said, I get it if you think Phil Lock's never out of line. What else can he have besides a flush, right? Is he really going to bluff with his random Jack X and 10X? I bet Phil Lock would. But apparently, at this point in time, Jungle Man did not. He makes a big fold. And Phil Lock wins this pot somehow. So that's me it for today. I hope you enjoyed it. If you want to get lots and lots of high quality poker news, make sure you check out pokernews.com. And I hope you have a great, great day. If you're going to make a big fold, please make sure it's the right fold. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. So, a lot of people here are going to be going to the World Series for the first time ever because COVID happened, a lot of people have been stuck at home, and they're ready to have the party of their life. So they're going to the World Series. They're going to play some tournaments, probably a $500 tournament, $1,000 tournament, whatever. Can you give some tips for them to stay sane? And also, they're finally at the table playing the tournament. What should they be thinking about right out the gate?
Okay, great. I'm glad you asked this question because I'm going to answer twofold. First of all, before you even get there, right? Like, as you can probably guess, I'm a big believer on sort of like a plan, a game plan, right? So if you're going to be there for a week, right? You want to map out the schedule, take a look at which tournaments exactly that you want to play beforehand, right? Because what happens to the poker brain is this. This happens to a lot of guys who play cash. They've been playing for 30 hours straight and they decide to keep playing because the game is really good because they're in it and they don't realize it. The brain at that point doesn't make decisions as well as it would beforehand, right? So I believe set your budget for what you want to do. Okay, how many rebuys will I do here? Well, where's my rest time? All right, can I play every single day? Do I want to go see some things like that? So mapping out the game plan ahead of time and sticking to it as best you can, right? It's Vegas, things happen. Sometimes, your plans change, but having sort of rough guidelines is important. Then when you sit down at the table, I think for a lot of people that are for their first World Series, there's going to be a little bit of nerves, and that's okay. That's normal. You will settle in. If anything, I would suggest in the early stages, you get a lot of chips, right? So in any marginal spots where you're unsure of or whatever, take the conservative approach for the first 30 minutes to an hour until you just feel comfortable again, where you're like, I'm just playing like my home game, and that's what it'll feel like after a while. And then once that happens, then you're just going to focus on playing your best. But there's nothing wrong with saying, all right, before I get crazy and get all my chips in on this big bluff in level 1, I'm going to get my feet set, settle in, observe the table, see what I can figure out about my opponents.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass.
Hello, Sharks. I'm Jonathan Little for PokerCoaching.com, and today we're going to address one of the fundamental building blocks that you must understand if you want to have any success at poker. You have to understand both equity and pot odds. This is something that I know a lot of you already know, but realize a lot of people do not. I get emails all the time where people make it clear they do not understand equity and pot odds. So if these two terms are unfamiliar to you, I'm going to make it really, really clear today what they mean and how to use them in poker. So let's take a look at an example. Let's say you raise to 2.2 big blinds out of your 16 big blind effective stack in a shallow stack poker tournament or a shallow stack cash game for middle position, and then a tight player in the big blind goes all in with this range. If you're unfamiliar with ranges, make sure you check out my video that I recently posted on YouTube about hand ranges. In this scenario, when your opponent goes all in, you think they have a pretty tight range because they're a tight player, and you don't know what they have. You can't put them on ace-king because they could easily play aces the same way, or tens the same way, or ace-jack suited the same way. But let's presume you know they're really tight, and this is what you estimate their all-in range to be. Okay? If you have this information here, you can figure out precisely which hands you should call their all-in with. How do you do that? Well, first, you have to figure out your pot odds. In this scenario, you want to ask, how much more do I have to call? And that is 13.8 big blinds. Why 13.8 big blinds? Because we already put in 2.2, and the opponent went all in for 16 total. 16 minus 2.2 is 13.8. So we need to know that number, how much more we have to call, and then we need to know how big the pot will be total. The total pot will be 33.5 big blinds, which is our opponent's 16, our 16 after we call, that does get added to the pot, plus the ante and the small blind. We would also add the big blind if the opponent was not in the big blind, but they're in the big blind this time. So this is 16 times 2 plus 0.5 plus 1, which is 33.5. Okay? So in this scenario, our pot odds are the amount we have to call, 13.8, divided by the total pot, which is 33.5, which equals 41.2%. Okay? Once we have this number, all we have to do now is figure out which hands have more than 41.2% equity against our opponent's range. You may say, how in the world are you supposed to figure that out? Well, you can use a free program called Equilab to figure this out. You can just search Equilab on Google. It'll come right up. Here it is. What you want to do is you want to type in your opponent's range into Equilab. So here is the opponent's range. It's tens and better, ace-jack suited and better, ace-queen offsuit and better, and king-queen suited. So you can click right here, give your opponent tens and better, ace-jack suited and better, ace-queen offsuit and better, and king-queen suited. Click apply. And now you just have to find hands that have 41.2% equity. Is that what we decided? 41.2% equity or more. So they actually have a feature called the hand range calculator, but for some reason it's not working on my computer. I'm traveling and my computer's not working right. You could use that program, but if you want to do this the old-fashioned way, you can go through and type in various hands and see if they have 41.2% equity against this range. So let's take a look at ace-jack suited. Nowhere near good enough. 35%. Way in the dumps, right? So this would be a fold. If ace-jack suited is a fold, it implies ace-jack offsuit is a fold because ace-jack offsuit is worse than ace-jack suited. As you see, ace-jack offsuit has 30% equity, so it's way worse. What about a hand like pocket nines? Clearly worse than all the pairs, but flipping with all the over cards. You see there, it has 39% equity. Not quite good enough. You're going to find that if someone's really tight and they have only good pairs and only good strong high cards, your pairs that are worse than the lowest pair that they're going to shove is usually not quite good enough. 39 is less than 41.2, so it's a fold. What about if we add pocket tens? That is close, 42%, and probably good enough to call. Now, if you are playing a poker tournament, you always want to have a little bit more equity than the break-even percentage. So instead of 41.2, maybe you want to have 42. to give yourself a little bit of wiggle room and take into account the various payout implications. Sometimes there are going to be bigger payout implications if you are on a bubble, but that's not what we're discussing today. We're discussing just straight figuring out your equity and pot odds and making correct calls because of it. But that should perhaps be accounted for. So maybe you want to have like 42% equity, but 10 still satisfies that. What about ace-queen offsuit? Ace-queen offsuit has 38% equity. Not good enough. What about ace-queen suited? 41.7. Barely good enough. Ace-king offsuit is going to be good enough, pretty obviously. And the reason I say obviously is because ace-king offsuit, notice, dominates a large chunk of your opponent's range. You're flipping against kings, queens, and jacks, so those don't really matter because it's 50%, right? 50 is way more than 42, and you're dominating some of their hands. But notice ace-queen offsuit here is a fold, right? Because you're only dominating 2 hands, and those are the suited hands, which don't have very many combinations, right? So in this scenario, we should call with pocket tens or better, right? Because that has more than 41.2. And we should call with ace-queen. Is ace-queen offsuit a call? No, still not a call. We should call with ace-queen suited and better. And that's it. Pocket tens and better and ace-queen suited. That is the answer to this question in this scenario when we know our opponent's range is this incredibly tight. Okay, fine. That's one example. Let's extrapolate a little bit. What if the opponent went all in for more chips with the same range? What if instead of jamming for 16 big blinds, they jam for 30 big blinds? A much bigger all in. Let's get our handy-dandy calculator so we don't screw this up. We have to put in 27.8 more, 30 minus 2.2, our initial raise, to win a total of their 30, our 30, small blind, and ante. That is 61.5, right? So now we need to have 45.2% equity. 45.2% equity. So if our opponent jammed 30 big blinds instead of only 16, now notice ace-queen suited is not good enough. Ace-king offsuit is, though. And now you probably want like jacks are better if I had to guess. Yeah, jacks are good enough, but remember 10s are not, so because 10s had 42. So in that scenario, exact same range in play, because you're getting worse pot odds, because your opponent shoved for more chips, you in turn should call off tighter, right? If your opponent shoved for fewer chips, you would in turn call off wider, because then we'd only need to win, let's say 30% of the time or 35% of the time, right? Something else that could change is the opponent's range. Let's say that instead of the opponent shoving this range, they shove much wider because they're crazy. Let's presume they're shoving all sorts of stuff, right? I mean, who knows what they're actually shoving? You have to figure out what your opponent's doing by paying attention. That's part of the skill of poker, is figuring out what your opponent is doing and adjusting accordingly. Let's presume they're going to shove this range instead. So same exact scenario here, but a different range, right? So instead of the tight range, they're shoving a looser range. Now, you again want to figure out which hands have 41.2% equity, because those are our pot odds. We're going back to the 16 big blind example. So now, which hands have that much equity? Well, now you already know, like 10s was close earlier, but against this much wider range, you see 10s is absolutely smashing them, 64% equity. Folding 10s against this opponent would be ridiculous, right? What about pocket 2s? 44% equity. So in this scenario, we know we're calling with any pair. Why? Because the opponent's range is so wide open. Has a lot of hands we are roughly flipping against. And you may say, should we call when we're flipping? And the answer is, yeah, we're actually calling when we're behind, because we're getting pot odds. Whenever you are getting pot odds, there's money in the pot. That money is relevant, and you should adjust to account for it. Okay, so we're calling any pair. What about ace-2 suited? 45%. Pretty good, right? Maybe surprising to you to see ace-2 suited sometimes does better than pocket 2s, even though pocket 2s is a pair. Kind of cool, right? What about ace-2 offsuit? This is probably not going to be quite there. Oh, it is quite there. Barely there. I figured ace-2 offsuit was close. So fine, we're calling any ace in this scenario. So imagine you're ace at 2.2 big blinds, and your opponent goes all in for 16. With that wide range, you're calling with any ace. Most people don't. They fold out too often, and that results in little bits of equity going to the loose, aggressive, splashy opponent, which is not good for you. They're stealing your money. Don't let your loose opponents steal your money. What about king 7 suited? Pretty close. Right here, we see it's 42%. Maybe king 6 suited is break even-ish. No, still good enough. What about king 4 suited? Oops. Notice the king 4 offsuit takes away your equity a lot, right? So king 4 suited is not quite there. So it's going to be king 5 suited and better, right? Then what about king 8 offsuit maybe? Nope, not quite good enough. Notice king 5 suited has about as much equity against this range as a hand like king 9 offsuit does. Kind of cool to see the difference there, right? So we're calling any ace, any pair, king 5 suited and better, king 9 offsuit and better. What about queen 10 suited? Pretty good hand, right? You're going to find these good big suited connectors or decent suited connectors are pretty good. What about queen 8 suited? I'm going to guess this is not there, but it may be. Nope, not quite there. Queen 9 suited probably will be. There you have it, right? So now queen 9 suited and better. Probably just queen jack offsuit if I had to guess. Right? See, queen jack offsuit is good enough to call. Queen 10 offsuit, okay, barely, right? You see how even after playing around with this calculator for many, many years, I'm still like a little bit off here and there. That's why it's important you study. You have to study a lot. Obviously, if the opponent's range was a little bit tighter or a little bit looser, then you'd have to adjust accordingly, right? And you're going to find that as the range gets wider and wider, it's sometimes a little bit more difficult to accurately estimate your equity. Everything's easy whenever your opponent has a tight range, right? What about jack 10 suited? Probably. Yep. What about jack 10 offsuit? Probably not, right? Okay. What about 10-9 suited? Probably, and I think that's probably going to be the worst suited connector we call. Oh, so not quite there. All right. So that's our range. We basically found it. In this scenario, we call with all of these hands, all of these hands, all of these hands. Do we decide queen 10 was good? I think we did. Ooh, was jack 9 suited good? We should look at that. Not sure. Probably not. Yeah, probably not. What do we decide queen 10 offsuit was? Yes. Okay. So we're calling... We decided 10-9 suited was not. So that's what you should call with. Now, if you compare this to the range you should call against the tight player, you'll see that you should now call substantially wider, right? And that's because you know your opponent's range is substantially wider. So, as the bet you are facing is bigger and bigger and bigger, you should call tighter and tighter and tighter because you're getting worse pot odds. As the bet is smaller and smaller, you should call wider because you're getting better and better pot odds. Also, as your opponent's range gets tighter and tighter, you in turn should call the tighter and tighter range because you are getting, well, you just have less equity in the pot because their range is very strong. And as their range gets wider and wider and wider, you in turn should call wider and wider and wider. So download Equalize, it's completely free. We'll put a link in the description below, I presume. And get in there and play with it, right? If you don't understand these scenarios, you're going to have a really difficult time figuring out what to do in much more difficult post-flop scenarios where you're playing deeper and deeper stacked. So make sure you understand these fundamentals. Understanding the fundamentals is going to go a long way to helping you succeed at poker. So get in there, study hard, and crush the games. Thanks for watching.
Hello there, Sharks. I'm Jonathan Little for PokerNews.com, and today we have an amazing hand featuring Brad Owen, the most popular poker video blogger. He has over 458,000 YouTube subscribers. He is absolutely smashing it. He lives in Las Vegas, but travels all around. And today he's playing against a mystery opponent, who I'm going to reveal in just a second. Do you know who it is? Make your prediction. Type it in the comment section below before we get there. Also, I almost have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. I'm about 1/5 as popular as Brad Owen. To celebrate, we're going to be having a giveaway. We're going to be giving away $1,000 in cash to one of my subscribers. Also, 3 subscribers are going to win private coaching sessions with me. Entries to this giveaway are going to close when we get to 100,000 subscribers, so make sure you get in now. Check it out at pokercoaching.com/100K. We'll put a link in the description below on YouTube. Let's get right to this hand where we are playing 2-5 no limit Texas variety at the Rio in Las Vegas.
Now I've got aces under the gun +1. Phil limps in on my right.
Phil? Which Phil? There's a lot of Phils in poker.
I raised the 20. The cutoff and button call. Andrew calls from the big blind.
Oh, Phil Hellmuth. Do you all know Phil Hellmuth? Wait, you don't know Phil Hellmuth? Phil Hellmuth is the winner of the World Series of Poker main event and a bunch of other World Series of Poker bracelets. He has infinite in earnings. He's the master of heads up, no limit Texas style. And he is playing 2-5 at the Rio with Brad Owen for fun. What a gent. All right, let's take a look at this hand where Phil limps under the gun, playing $675 deep, so 135 big blinds deep. Brad raises to 20, cutoff calls, button calls, big blind calls, fill calls. This is what happens whenever you're playing small or medium stakes no limit hold'em. Some of you complain in the comments, when I raise with my aces, everybody calls me and tries to give me their money. Oh wait, that's a good thing. That's what you want, right? Don't complain when your opponents give you what you want. All right, we're gonna see a flop 5 ways. Here we go.
Bill comes along as well. The flop comes Queen 10-4 with 2 hearts. It's check to me. I bet small and put out 35.
All right. Queen 10-4, there it goes. You can see it. If you're listening to this, by the way, on my audio podcast, make sure you check out my YouTube channel at youtube.com/pokercoaching. Right here, we have the top pair, which is almost certainly good, but the board is very coordinated. This is a spot where, from a GTO point of view, you probably do want to bet on the smaller side just because you have what is very likely the best hand, you're betting with a pretty strong range, and your opponents are usually going to be in pretty bad shape. That said, exploitatively in small stakes, no limit hold'em, I think a better play is to just bet on the big side. In this scenario, the pot's $100. I would go ahead and bet something like $70 because no one's going to fold a queen, no one's going to fold a 10, and no one's going to fold a draw. And if they have some garbage like pocket sixes, they're probably going to fold anyway to any bet. So I'd rather just get more money in when I'm in good shape. And a nice benefit of betting bigger is that usually when your opponents do raise you when you bet big, you actually can make a reasonable fold. Because when they're going to raise you, then it's going to be mostly just really good top pairs and better. And you lose to a lot of that, right? You lose to 2 pairs, you lose to sets, and the draws have very good equity against you. When you bet small like 35, you're kind of in a tough spot whenever you get raised because you're not sure if your opponents are going to be raising with stuff like Queen Jack because they think it's the best hand, right? As you play in a more polarized manner, usually that's going to result in your opponents playing a little bit more cautiously against you just because you could be sitting here with pocket queens or pocket 10s or queen 10 suited, right? So they have to be very, very cautious raising in that scenario. But when you bet 35, they may stick around a little bit wider, which is fine and good. But you're in a tough spot if you do get raised. And sometimes people will splash around and put in a raise to $100 here, and then it's pretty nasty. Whatever, though. Brad goes for the more GTO approach. He goes for the $35 bet. I think that's fine and good. Let's see what happens.
Folds to Phil. Let's see what he does.
I'm going to raise it. I'm going to raise 130.
Calls and then raises.
I've got a very tough decision now.
We have a very tough decision now. We have $500 behind in this scenario with pocket aces against Phil Hellmuth, the World Series of Poker master. Man, oh man, what a spot. What do you do in this scenario? I want you to take a second and think about this spot. And I want you to pause the video and write in the comment section below what you would do. Would you make a nitty fold? Would you call and then get it in on safe turns? That's going to be what? A non-heart for sure. And then I guess a king's pretty bad, queen's bad, jack's bad, and 9 is bad. You getting it in on those cards? Are we calling and getting it in on any card on the turn? Or are we going to rip it in his face right now and plow it all in? Pause the video and write what you would do in the comment section below. All right, did you do it? I hope so. Going through this active learning process is going to go a long way to helping you improve your poker skills. If you want to keep testing your skills right now, I have another cash game quiz available for you with 10 questions that, well, almost no one can get right. See if you can do it. Check it out at pokercoaching.com/cash quiz. This is a tough spot. Tougher than it may seem because we bet into 4 opponents and then someone raised. And it's Phil Hellmuth. And we're on a video blog. So look, I know that the video bloggers get a little bit more action than most people because people want to make their video blog. That said, does Phil Hellmuth worry about that? I don't know. So the way you want to go about analyzing the spot, to some extent, this is not 100% the most precise way because you would just run it through a solver, but if you want to use a simple free program like Equilab, give yourself pocket aces, give yourself the correct aces. We have ace of diamonds, ace of clubs. Let's get that board out there. It was queen of hearts, 10 of hearts, 4 of clubs. And now you want to give your opponent a range. So what range of hands do we think Phil Hellmuth is going to raise with in this scenario? But this is not necessarily the end of the equation, because whenever we shove all in, what's he going to call with? Because maybe Hellmuth raises with like Queen Jack here, but then folds it out to a shove, right? Which is not necessarily good for us. Let's presume, though, Hellmuth is just raising with the hands that he thinks are very good. We're going to give him like King, Queen, and better. Could he have Queen 10 offsuit? Maybe. Maybe not. Could he have pocket 4? Sure. Could he have Queen 4 suited? Probably not. And then let's give him a bunch of draws. You can just go through an equal ab and select all of these. You may say, why not Ace King? Because I think he'd probably raise it pre-flop. You can go through and you can select all of these, and it will remove the ones that are not available because the board is, like, you can't have the 10 of hearts, right? So it'll just naturally remove those. So you don't have to worry about going through and not selecting the 10 of hearts here. Makes it easy for you. All right, now we click evaluate. How do we do against good made hands, king, queen, and better, and flush draws? As you can see, 53%. Can't really fold there. The problem, though, is that maybe he folds out king, queen to a shove, which in that case we win the pot, which is not the end of the world, but we're still not loving it, right? Let's actually remove king, queen, because maybe he doesn't raise king, queen to begin with. And let's remove some of these weaker flush draws, because maybe Phil doesn't play these hands in this manner. Remember, he limped, called under the gun, right? So you got to think he's going to be a little bit more condensed in terms of his hand range. So he probably doesn't have a whole lot of really good hands here. Like ace queen may not even be in his range. Queens may not even be in his range, right? Let's take a look at this range. How do we do against this? See, now 45%, but still fine because the pot's already kind of big, right? In this scenario, we're putting in 500 to win 13 when he calls us. Let's get out the calculator. 5 divided by 13 equals. That means when we do get all in, we only need to win 38% of the time or 39% of the time. So this is a spot where, like, you have to have a pretty good read that Hellmuth just has a good hand in order for you to be willing to make a fold here. That's what you want to look at, right? You want to look at, is it reasonable to ever make a fold in this scenario? What if Hellmuth does this, where now we're thinking he's even more condensed, where he's limping suited aces, limping these types of hands. Maybe doesn't limp pocket tens to begin with. Now we're down to 37%. Not so good, right? This has us getting it in against Queen Jack is probably not possible, but essentially just like ace high flush draws. King high, a good reasonable king high flush draws. Jack 10 is also not possible, so we can just remove it. Low flush draws, and then Queen 10 and pocket 10s. Maybe he doesn't have pocket 10s because he raises it. Maybe we're looking at this. We're at 41%, which is like barely okay. So essentially, you want to know Hellmuth is getting it in with wider than this, right? You also want to know he does not have queens. That would be ideal. And you also want to know he's not going to check raise a hand like king, queen, or ace, queen, and then just get his money in, which maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. I just realized this was off the screen. I apologize. YouTube pro over here. I know that you would think by this wildly high quality show that YouTube pays me to be here, but you'd be wrong. Make sure you check out pokercoaching.com/free. All right, in this scenario, you got to know he's pretty tight in order to make a fold. So the question becomes, should you call or should you jam? If you jam, will he call it off with these flush draws? It doesn't really matter because he's going to be getting pretty good pot odds, so it doesn't really matter in that case. He's obviously going to call the nuts. So I think the play here is actually to call and then get it in on a safe turn. He could also have king jack, right? I guess we could give him a king jack for the open-ended. Jack 9 for open-ended. Obviously, that's going to make it a little bit better for us. Bumps us up a lot if he has all the king jacks. As you see, as you add more and more reasonable hands, it just gets better and better, especially if he doesn't have queens or tens in his range, right? The fact that we think he probably doesn't have queens and tens, because remember, he just limped and called multi-way. That doesn't really sound like Phil Hellmuth. With queens or tens, makes this probably a spot where it's fine to call and then get it in. And the reason you don't want to shove immediately is because when he does have a flush draw, he's going to like call it off and he's not really making any sort of giant blunder. Whereas if you do call and the turn's a flush card, then you can fold because you lose to his entire range. And if you get a safe card, you can reasonably get it in because you're in good shape. That's what I do. I would call and then get it in on these safe turns. He is going to show up with pocket 4s sometimes, maybe pocket 10s, maybe queen 10 offsuit even. But I think you got to get it in without some sort of really, really good read. Interesting to note, there are some players in the spot that literally don't check raise with draws. Okay, let's presume he does not check raise with draws. So the draws he is going to check raise are going to be like really good ones, like king 9 of hearts, right? Let's take away all these flush draws. Maybe he has like ace 4 of hearts. pair and flush draw, right? Maybe he does that. Let's give him just a really, really nitty range. I want to show you what happens if his range is actually nitty. If we give him that, maybe he has Jack 9 suited, let's just say. If he has a really strong range, though, you see we're actually in fold territory, right? If we take away Jack 9, it gets even worse, right? Down to 28, 29%. So the only way you can fold here is if you have spot-on reads on Phil Hellmuth, the live pro, who can dodge bullets, baby. And he does not overvalue the king-queen or the ace-queen, and he does not raise with too many draws. I will say, every time I play with Phil Hellmuth, he just shows up with the nuts, especially in spots where he should be strong. Like right here, it's kind of ridiculous to bluff in this spot because remember, it went limp, raise, call. Flop comes, check, bet into 4 other people, which means you must be strong, and he's still raising. In general, I'm not saying this is what Phil Hellmuth does necessarily, but in spots where you should be really, really strong, you're going to find your opponents do tend to be strong themselves because it's obvious you must have a good hand. That said, I don't know what I do here. I think I would call and then put it in on safe turns, but it feels bad to pay off Phil Hellmuth, doesn't it? All right, let's see what happens.
Go deep into the tank. I raised under the gun +1 after Phil limped in, so there's no reason for him to think I'm weak. I bet into 4 people on the flop, making it way less likely that I'm weak. If he's bluffing and trying to get me to fold an overpair, it's just a gutsy play by him.
I will say, most people are not going to try to bluff you off an overpair. I don't think anyone's thinking that necessarily. They're probably thinking, though, I'm going to, try to get him off of queen-jack or king-queen, right? That's maybe reasonable, but I have a hard time thinking Phil Hellmuth deciding, all right, I'm going to try to bluff Brad off an overpair. If he knew you had aces here, he's probably just raising only for value.
I check my cards again to see if I have the ace of hearts, but I don't. That makes me lean way more towards a call because it's now a lot more likely that he could be raising with the ace-high flush draw.
That is exactly correct. If you're sitting here with the ace of hearts, it's interesting because if you have the ace of hearts, you have a little bit of backdoor equity, which is nice, but notice you block a lot of the draws. If we go back over here to Equalab, remember how I had all these ace-x suited selected initially and not a whole lot of the other flush draws? Essentially, having the ace of hearts removes all these flush draws you're in good shape against, which is bad for you, even though you then have the backdoor flush draw. So when we don't have it, we should be more inclined to get it in or to play the hand because it's more likely Hellmuth has a flush draw, right? It's an important concept.
If he does have a big draw, I'm a slight favorite. If he has a made hand, I could be a huge underdog. There's a lot to think about, and I don't love my spot.
One thing Brad correctly mentions here is that against a strong range, which I do think Hellmuth has a strong polarized range of good draws and made hands, against a range like that, I definitely think it is viable to make a fold here because you're 40-ish% like we showed. However, this is a rather weird spot because Hellmuth limped and then called a raise, which is why I'm discounting pocket queens and pocket tens substantially, right? You got to presume he's just going to raise queens or tens, or maybe he re-raises after he limps and then gets raised and call, right? So the fact that he's missing the most logical made hands, and he may not even have queen 10 offsuit, makes me think that there just aren't very many made hands we lose to in this spot, and there are a lot of draws, right? And the thing is, if he is limping with, let's say, queen 10 offsuit, he's also probably limping king jack offsuit, right? Or if he's limping queen 10 suited, he's probably limping king jack suited and jack 9 suited, right? All these hands are kind of comparable. And for that reason, I think there's a lot of draws available in Hellmuth's range. Now, will he play him like this? I don't know. Actually, it's a kind of dicey spot to raise a hand like jack 9 suited or king 9. King jack in this scenario, because if you do make it 135 and then Brad, or 165 and Brad jams, you probably have to fold, and you don't really want to do that. So this is a spot where Hellmuth, I think from a GTO point of view, probably wants to be raising with just really good draws that can raise and call it off, and really junky draws that are going to have an easy fold. And we all know Hellmuth invented GTO, so, he's probably playing the GTO strategy.
Because I know that this player in particular is capable of dodging bullets. What happens next is one of my favorite moments that I've ever gotten on the vlog.
This is a tough one, man.
Do you think he slapped Hellmuth in the face? Watch and see.
All right, I'm gonna lay it down.
That's the opposite of that.
Don't
Flick pin.
lay that
Hand.
down.
Show it. You
Turn
gotta
one
show
card
it.
off.
You gotta show it. I fold.
Yeah, I have you beat. But turn a card off. What are you doing? Don't play so good against me. Turn one off, dude. Let's go. Wow. Next. Okay, you can fold. That's all right.
Queen 10.
So very good. That fold was too good. I wasn't expecting that. Like, you won that hand. Even though you would have ended up winning the money, you would have gotten it all really bad. But you saved your stack instead of just giving Wilhelm you 600 or 700 with aces, like the rest of them would have done, like the world would have done. You somehow, like he would have 100% have done. Alex admits
I would not
it.
have done that.
You would have folded aces. No, you would have called one straight, sucked down, and then tried to get the
And then
last
I would have
500.
gotten all of it from you, every penny.
No, then I make the great laydown. But it was a very good fold. Max credit.
Very good fold, max credit. If you can find a way to lay down bullets, well, you can dodge the hands that beat bullets, baby. Nice read by Brad. Super read. He has the white magic power just like Phil Hellmuth. Read him like a book. That's going to be it for today. I hope you all enjoyed this video. Again, we're having a big giveaway for whenever I get to 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Make sure you check it out at pokercoaching.com/100K to get in the giveaway to win $1,000 cash, coaching with me, and a whole lot more. Good luck in your games. Have a great, great week. Again, thanks to Poker News for hosting this video. If you want some poker news, check out pokernews.com. And I'll talk to you next time. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. So I think what happens to a lot of the GTO players, a lot of the online players, to be fair, is that they find plays that are very definitively profitable, right? Without necessarily accounting for the fact that there may be some extremely profitable spots later in the future, right? And
Good
like,
point.
let's say you know you're going to make, I don't know, $10 by making the play. Some GTO players will take that $10 play, even though half the time they go broke, and then they're not going to be able to make a $100 profit in the future, or $1,000 profit in the future, right?
No, that's a very smart way to look at it.
And well, also something else a lot of the online players do not do is if you watch them when they're playing poker, they just look straight forward or they look just at their cards. But poker is played like up here, right? Looking at everyone's eyes, looking at their hands, looking at their mannerisms, right? And I mean, something you taught me a long time ago is just trust your reads. You've played a lot of poker, Jonathan Little. Trust your reads a little bit more, right? And I do my best to pay attention. I study tells to the best of my ability, and I right after you said that, I made a few big calls in big tournaments, and I was right like every time. And weird spots where I just like it's one of those spots where you just look and know your opponent's bluffing, right? But I'm sitting here with the king high, but I know you're bluffing. Normally this is just a trivially easy fold, but maybe I have a little bit of the magic that you have, and you just find the call, right? And what happens is a lot of people when they play online, it is known that the potential edges online is very small just because he can't make great reads on people because he can't see anybody, right? And even if you have statistics on them, they're only so useful because, sometimes they're going to have it, sometimes they don't, right? If they're decent players. And there's not a ton you can do. And I think a lot of the live players translate that same thought process to generally softish World Series events that have a ton of people, right? And there's a lot of players in random $1,000 tournaments who just make pretty big mistakes. I mean, if you watch any of the World Series of Poker coverage with you on ESPN, you'll see people just doing all sorts of stuff. I think you can actually watch a lot of it on Poker Go now. I think they have a pretty big backlog of that. And maybe people should take a look at some of the hands that you've played with people. They'll just tell you what they have, right? And nobody tells the GTO robots what they have because the GTO robots don't talk. They don't get involved. And you do a great job of getting people to express themselves, and then you capitalize on it, right?
If you're going to make a picture on how to play poker strategy perfectly, if you're going to paint that picture and you don't include in that picture reading ability, then you're creating a picture in black and white. And, you know, my picture's a lot more beautiful because it's going to have a lot of color in it. So I'm going to paint my way to play a tournament perfectly includes reading ability. So the color is turned on. And, you know, and for them, the color is turned off because it's all mathematical. Let me stare at my watch, you know, all this kind of stuff that they do. And by the way, I'm not saying that what they're doing is bad for everybody, because I do think that GTO probably will make a lot of people better.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello everyone, I am Jonathan Little. I'm here today with episode 335 of Weekly Poker Hand, and over the next few months, we're going to be reviewing hands from High Stakes Poker. This is one of my favorite poker shows on TV. They play gigantic games with a great cast of characters, and I'm excited to see this show returning to Poker Go. If you are not already subscribed to Poker Go, you are missing out. I highly recommend going there, subscribing, and devouring all of the episodes of High Stakes Poker. Also, they have new episodes of Poker After Dark featuring me. I have strategy segments in most of the videos where I go through and analyze an interesting hand. And also, I'm going to be playing in a few episodes, so make sure you check that out at Poker Go. All right, let's get right to the action. We have Tom Dwan. You all may know him. Very loose, very aggressive, splashy, battling player. He has 10-6 suited under the gun, playing 400, 800, no limit hold'em with an 800 ante, so big game, with a 240 big blind stack, $200,000 or so in front of him. So very, very deep stack game. He has 10-6 of spades. Most mere mortals fold this hand, but you know, if you want to splash around with these suited connected hands, I think it's okay. They are playing seven-handed. Like, I'd much rather raise a hand like 10-6 suited than ace-6 offsuit. But Jonathan Little, being the mere mortal he is, does not raise 10-6 suited either. Whatever. Tom Dwan raises 10-6 suited. Nick Petrangelo right behind him. You all may not know him, but he is a world-class tournament player. He's been playing the super high roller tournaments recently and doing well. I think he has about $17 million in live tournament cashes. Very, very strong online player. I actually chopped a tournament with him a long time ago at the PCA. Say a long time ago. When was that? Must have been 4 or 5 years ago. That was fun. Anyway, here he is with ace-jack of clubs in the low jack seat. I definitely like calling. Against the early position raisers, even if they are Tom Dwan, they're going to have reasonable ranges, so you can't get too out of line. And ace-jack suited flop's great, so this is a spot where I definitely think he should call. Nick typically plays good, strong GTO poker, so I don't expect him to make any sort of overly creative plays. I'm not trying to, like, sound negative towards him. I think that's a good thing. I think when you make a lot of overly creative plays, quite often they backfire on you. But I like the way Nick plays a lot. Anyway, he calls. Now, Michael Schwimmer, who I did not know before this show, he used to be a professional baseball player. Now he's mixing it up in the high-stakes streets, battling at the Cadillac of poker, no-limit Texas variety. And he has the ace-2 offsuit. This seems like an easy fold to me, but he decides to 3-bet. Typically, when you are picking hands to 3-bet, when you are deep-stacked, usually you want to 3-bet your best hands, and then also some hands that flop reasonably well when your re-raise, your 3-bet, does get called. So what hands are those? those are usually going to be the marginal suited connected junky hands that are not quite good enough to call. Maybe something like, I don't know, 8-6 suited some portion of the time. That's a hand that you don't quite want to call. If you want to get a little bit splashy and 3-bet a hand, I think that's perfectly reasonable. Typically, whenever you 3-bet a hand like 8-6 suited, when your opponent calls, if you make a straight or a flush or 2 pair, you're still going to be very, very happy, right? And they're often going to be, assuming your range contains a lot of high cards, so you get to steal the pot on a lot of high card boards, and on low card boards, you actually have a premium hand a lot of the time, right? You don't really want to be 3-betting the ace-x offsuit when you're deep stacked, though, because whenever you do get called before the flop, you're just going to flop nothing the vast majority of the time. And when you do flop something, it's top pair bad kicker or bottom pair top kicker. It's not a particularly great hand. So this is a type of hand you'd much prefer to re-raise when you are shallow stacked, because when you're shallow stacked, say you're playing 35 big blinds deep, if someone raises and you re-raise to 6 or 7 big blinds, at that point, they're going to be in all-in or fold mode a decent chunk of the time, which means your post-flop playability doesn't really matter. But here we're playing very deep stacked. So you are going to get called a decent amount of the time. Another big error Michael made here, in my opinion, is that he re-raised to 7,000. It went 2,500 call. You have to understand, when it gets back to Tom Dwan, he has to put in $4,500 to try to win, what, 18,000? He's going to call or re-raise with literally every single hand in his open raising range from under the gun 7-handed. Because I don't think Tom Dwan is raising stuff like King 8 offsuit that may actually fold to a small 3-bet. He's raising with the best hands, and then if he is getting loose, it's going to be with suited, connected type stuff that flops well enough. And when you give him great odds, he's never going to fold. So by 3-betting small, you're basically forcing your opponents to continue. But you definitely do not want your opponents to continue, especially when you have the 8-2 offsuit. When you are going to 3-bet in this scenario, you typically want to use roughly a pot-sized re-raise. And a pot-size re-raise, the way you calculate that is you take 3 times the last bet plus any additional money in the pot. So 3 times the last bet is 2,500 plus 2,500 plus 800 plus 400 plus 800. So that comes out to 7,500 plus 25 plus 25. That is about $12,500, give or take a little bit. So if you are going to re-raise in this spot, you want to make it about 12,500 to give yourself some pre-flop fold equity. Whenever you re-raise small like this, you're literally always getting called. And that's not good if you have some bluffs in your range, right? Anyway, everybody folds back around to Tom Dwan, who, like I said, is either going to call or re-raise. Even though 10-6 suited is not a good hand, pot odds exist. He has to continue. He does. Back to Nick Petrangelo, same spot. I don't think, well, I did not know Michael before this episode of High Stakes Poker, but maybe these players did. It seems like he was getting in there and battling, but even then, if you know he's getting in there and battling, you don't really want to 4-bet here because with ace jack of clubs, because Tom Dwan could easily have a hand like ace queen, maybe ace king being a little bit cautious, probably not. Also, Michael could just have a very strong hand as well, because remember, he 3-bet the under the gun and raiser and low jack caller, so he should have a strong range. So I definitely think Nick Petrangelo should just call here. He has no other option. On the flop, it comes Jack of diamonds, 10 of diamonds, 6 of clubs, giving Tom Dwan bottom 2 pair, Nick Petrangelo top pair, top kicker, and a backdoor flush draw, and Michael Schwimmer zip and pip. Absolute nothing. This is a spot where the board actually connects pretty well with everybody's range. That said, I do think the out-of-position players, Tom and Nick, are going to check to the initial raiser most of the time, and with ace-2 offsuit, you just got to give up. Whenever you're playing multi-way, you have to be very, very cautious, especially on boards that should connect well with your opponent's ranges. And when there's a jack and the 10 on the board in a 3-bet pot, you can pretty much count on one of your 2 opponents having something, and maybe both of them have something. So this is a spot where Michael just has to check. I actually have a cash game cheat sheet that will give you all sorts of tips to crush cash games that you should probably check out. Check that out at pokercoaching.com/cash tips. Okay? Go there, get that, reference it, and make good use of it so that you do not make blunders like betting too wide in multi-way pots. So anyway, I think this is an easy check for Michael, and he does check. Good. Turn is the 8 of hearts. So it's Jack, 10, 6, 8, 2 diamonds. Tom Dwan has middle and bottom pair, and he's in a pretty neat spot because he's out of position with a pretty strong hand, but it's definitely not the nuts, right? So what should he do? Take a second. Think about it. And you know what I want you to do? I want you to pause this video, if you're listening to this in the audio format, pause it, think about what you would do in the spot, and write it in the comment section below on YouTube. If you're not watching this at youtube.com/pokercoaching, you are missing out because there's a video here. So go in the comment section below and say what you would do. Would you check with the middle and bottom pair? Would you bet small, like 8,000? Would you bet medium, like 16,000? Or would you bet giant, like 2x pot, like 45,000? Going through this exercise will go a long way to ensuring that you are thinking about the game and actively learning. That's what I teach at pokercoaching.com. If you have not checked out my training site, pokercoaching.com, it's free. Check out pokercoaching.com/free to get your trial membership. All right, this is a spot where, in my mind, Tom Dwan has only one option. You wrote yours in the comment section below, right? Make sure you do it. Commit. That's how you get good. This is a spot where I think Tom Dwan should bet using a medium to big bet size. I don't think he wants to go gigantic like 2x pot, because when he goes gigantic, then he's mostly going to be getting called by very, very strong hands from his opponents. But whenever you are betting infrequently on a coordinated board into multiple people, you're usually betting with a somewhat polarized range, meaning you either have a really good hand or a draw of some sort. A draw here, maybe a hand like King Queen, maybe King 9 suited, maybe something like diamonds, like maybe Ace X of diamonds, maybe King X of diamonds, depending on how wide Tom's range is. And then you're gonna be betting with straight sets, 2 pairs, right? So whenever you use that strategy, you either have a really, really premium hand or you have a draw, and it puts your opponents in a pretty nasty guessing game. And I think this 2 pair is definitely good enough to bet. It's pretty easy for Nick Petrangelo to have Ace Jack, King Jack, Queen Jack, Jack 9, Queen 10, 10 9, hands like that that really can't fold to a decently big bet. And when Michael lets it go check, check, check on the flop, he almost certainly doesn't have a premium hand, so you're not worried about him having you beat. Also, I would expect Michael to have a whole lot of Ace King and Ace Queen here, and you don't really want to check and let those hands see a free river. So I like a bet in Tom Dwan's shoes. I'd go something like 16,000. Tom does go 17,000. I like the play. I really think that is the only option. The problem with going small, by the way, is that while you will get called by more hands that you beat, you're not really giving those hands that bad of pot odds, and they're not really making that big of an error by calling. Whenever you bet bigger here, some of the weaker hands, if they do decide to call, are making an error, and if your opponents do have a draw, you want to charge them the most you reasonably can. So I like Tom's play a lot. Around to Nick Petrangelo, top pair, top kicker. It's normally a pretty good hand, but multi-way, when your opponent is betting in this scenario into you and the other opponent, it's a strong marginal made hand. If you raise in this scenario and get re-raised, it's just miserably bad. If you raise and get called, it's certainly not great, because either your opponent has a really strong made hand as well, or they have a draw that has plenty of equity. So this is a spot where I think the only good play for Nick is to just call. You know, there's actually merit to perhaps folding a hand like this, not in this exact scenario, but if we were more multi-way, like hypothetically, let's say Tom Dwan raised under the gun, Nick called, 3 more people called, Michael 3-bet small, everybody called, flop comes, they check it through, turns the 8. If Tom then bets into like 4 or 5 opponents, this ace-jack actually could just be a fold. This hand is much weaker than it actually appears at this point because of the way this Jack 10, 6, 8 board is going to line up with everybody's ranges. So this is a good play by Nick just calling, which is what he does. Michael with zip and pip, who's over there hanging out eating a sandwich, he folds. And now we see the River 2, which is one of the best cards for Tom Dwan, one of the worst cards for Nick Petrangelo, because on a 10, 6, 5, 4, 3, or 2, Tom Dwan's hand is quite premium. Notice, though, if the river was an ace, king, queen, jack, 9, 8, 7, right? All of those cards are quite bad for Tom Dwan because then there'll be a 4 straight on the board or an overcard that Nick could very easily have. And that's going to make it to where if Tom bets on those rivers, when he does get called, he's often not going to be loving it. But here, it's pretty easy for Tom Dwan to bet. Given Tom is known to be a very loose and aggressive player, I think Nick is kind of forced to call with hands like a jack, maybe even a 10 if he has it, like say he does have 10-9 or ace-10. If he did decide to call the turn bet with those, I think that you just got to pay off against Tom Dwan in the spot. Given there are a lot of draws in Tom Dwan's range that he could have, I think he wants to go for a big bet size. Again, pot's 57,000. I would go pretty big, like 45K, 50K. I don't think you want to go gigantic like 2 times pot or 3x pot all in, because then even hands like ace jack are going to start folding out, and that's exactly what you're trying to get called by, right? So this is a spot where I like a substantial but non-humongous bet. Typically, your humongous bets are going to be reserved for your effective nut hands. The hands are just like almost always good. It's going to be like queen 9, 9-7, right? For the straights. And then some sporadic bluffs, usually blocking your opponent's calling range. And then your other bet size is going to be hands like, well, this, like strong 2 pairs, sets, etc. And usually you want to go pretty big in this spot. Tom does go 46,000, so I'm playing exactly like Tom Dwan in the spot. I don't know if that's good for me or bad for him. And over to Nick. Like I said, this is just a rough spot where I think he's forced to pay. The only time you can actually fold in this scenario when a lot of draws miss is when you know your opponent's especially weak and passive and they don't have all that many bluffs in their range. But that's not Tom Dwan. If you are playing small stakes or medium stakes cash games, though, and you know your opponent's a weak, tight knit, when they make a big turn bet and a big river bet, more often than not, they're just going to show up with the nuts, right? So if they're going to show up with the nuts more often than not, then you, in turn, should be overfolding. However, even though it seems like Tom Dwan has chilled out a little bit from the previous episodes of high stakes poker from back in the day, he's still in there battling. I mean, look, he's raising the 10-6 suited under the gun, right? What do you want from the guy? So this is a spot where Nick just has to find a call. That's what he does, and a $149,000 pot gets shipped over to Tom Dwan right at the start of the show. Again, if you are not watching Poker After Dark, I highly recommend it. If you love poker, check that out at Poker Go. And if you want to be notified when I'm uploading more hands like this, make sure you click the notification bell below the video. Also, click like, click subscribe. I would appreciate it. That helps the YouTube supercomputer know that you like my content. If you don't like it, well, go somewhere else. Enjoy your life. Life's too short to be watching content you don't enjoy. Have a great day. Thank you for being here. Good luck in your games, and I'll talk to you next time. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. How do you tell these recreational players who come out there to play 1 or 2 tournaments, how do you essentially tell them to have the courage to make these big calls at the end of day 1 or at the beginning of day 2 or on the bubble or whatever, where someone who is, someone who has good accolades in poker, they're clearly in there, they're clearly battling. How do you tell them to make these calls for lots of money with marginal-ish hands that are clearly profitable, right? Because a lot of people, they'll just fold. They'll fold because they want to survive, right? They want their experience of playing at the World Series of Poker to continue, and if they call, they know they're out 40% of the time. Can you say anything to help people like that who have that issue?
So really it's a good question again, because really it's a question of mindset, right? Right? So like for me, I would go back and do same process for what I always do is like going into the tournament, what is your intention for this event? Or is your goal to just make day 2? Is your goal to last as long as possible? Is your goal to make the most amount of, equity? Is your goal to just give yourself the best chance to win? And whatever you decide before the event, stick with that plan, right? So if you're not, let's say your goal is to make the best EV decisions, and it's 3 hands before the end of day one, and you pick up ace jack, and Sean Deeb was, rebuying like crazy, goes all in for 20 big blinds, and you're in the cutoff.
Don't fold.
Right, and you think, 3 hands left. You got to remind yourself, all right, what am I here to do? I'm here to make good decisions in every situation so that I give myself the best chance to cash and win this tournament, or, and to give myself the best equity. So then you just get recentered on why you're there, what your intentions are. And listen, if your goal is to just make day 2, that's okay. It's okay for now, okay? But once you start playing more, you're going to have to adjust that goal because it's not a very good goal, right? It's like big deal you made, you made it through day 1. The way tournaments work is if it pays 30 spots and you come 35th or 3,008th, you get the exact same amount. Nothing, right? So from an experience perspective, if you're just a casual recreational player and you want to have fun, I can get it. You just, you want to last a little longer. But if you are going to take this seriously, that has to be sort of a mindset that you need to jump out of that because it doesn't help you in any way.
For sure, and if anything, it just kind of gives away your money, right? And the thing is a lot of these people, they work hard all year to get their $1,000 to go play the tournament, and then they give it away without really realizing they're giving it away because if you blind out, you just lose, right? You're guaranteed to lose. Whereas if you make the call where you win 60%, sometimes you get a lot of chips and you win the game, right?
You're right. Like mindset-wise, here's the thing, right? When you play a poker tournament, you're going to get knocked out almost every single time.
You're going to lose.
Like 99, let's just say for the sake of argument, 99% of the time, you are going to lose all of your chips, period, right? So the fear of this inevitability is not justified. It's going to happen. You're going to go broke, right? Except the one in a blue moon times where you actually win. So when you go broke, needs to be something that you're less attached to. I don't want to go out. It's only round 2. Who cares? Round 2, round 6. If it's not in the money, obviously you don't want to go broke when you're like 3 outside the money. So there's adjustments you need to make there. But, being the first one out, Vanessa Selps used to be this player who, wacko, she's like, boom, 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 boom. Like, you see her do some crazy stuff and she's out in first level and people go, wow, well, she must not be good. But then you look and she's like, but she won 3 tournaments because she's willing to take those, risks. And she also knows who cares about the first hand, the 10th or the 50th. When by playing this style, like Mike, the grinder, this really aggressive style early, it's I guess the term would be that they shit or get off the pot. If you will.
Hello everyone, I'm Jonathan Little, and we're heading to Las Vegas. I'm gonna go play 2 episodes of Poker After Dark, presented by PokerGo. The first day is a $25.50 all the way up to $100, $200, no limit hold'em game. The blinds escalate over time. That's gonna be fun and exciting. And then the second day, I'm playing a $5,000 buy-in, winner take all sit and go, featuring me and a bunch of poker coaching coaches and content creators. It's gonna be a tough lineup, but I'm gonna do my best. Ready to go. Let's play. We're at the PokerGo studios now. We're gonna get COVID tested because safety is important. We're doing it.
All right, so I'm gonna take this tiny little swab and swab the back of your throat for 5 seconds, okay?
Let's do it.
All right, so tilt your head back slightly, open your mouth as big and wide as you can, stick your tongue out and say, ah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're all set.
Wow, that's lovely.
You're all set, all done.
First break here. Chris back here stacked me a second ago. He had turn to straight and a flush draw. I had the top pair, top kicker, and the nut flush draw. We got it all in on the turn. He check shoved me. We're gonna keep playing. If I get stacked again, we're done. So I'm gonna try to not get stacked again.
A little longer than a few minutes later.
Well, I'm back in my room. I got stacked. Again. Not a good showing for me. To be fair, I'm actually pretty happy with my play. I don't think I would actually change much from the way I played. The hand that I lost a lot of money on, I raised King Jack, offsuit, clubs and spades from the hijack seat. And then Jake in either the small blind or the big blind 3-bet. I made it 600. He made it 2,000, and I called. You may say, is King Jack even a call there? I think against the small raise size it is, and also he was playing a lot of hands to the point that I'm just not folding much of anything out of my initial opening range there. I realize King Jack's not great though. Flop comes King 8-2. It's pretty good. He bet 1,400. I made the easy call a top pair. Turn was the 8 of spades, putting up a backdoor flush draw. I had the jack of spades, remember? He bet 6,500. Sizable bet. I'm not folding at this point. Jake was the type of player who was playing a lot of hands, and whenever someone's playing a lot of hands, really your strategy has to be make a decent pair, don't fold it, give them every opportunity to bluff. I realized he could easily have ace-king, king-queen, pot, an 8. He could have random 8-4 for all I know, right? But he could also have a whole lot of bluffs, like a lot of them. So I called. River was the 9 of spades, putting up 3 spades. He went all in for about 9,000. I called, of course. It's an easy call with the king and the jack of spades because I blocked some flushes. And he showed up with the 10-3 of spades for the backdoor flush. I'm not sure if he would have bluffed off if he missed, but I kind of presume he would have. So that's one of those spots where, like, I just have a super lock on the hand, right? Pre-flop, just call, keep him in. On the turn, super lock, just call, keep him in. I just, like, don't want to get him to fold in general. Plus, I want to give him every possible opportunity to bluff. And, you know, 18% of the time or whatever it is, you lose. So I lost.
Time for another hand breakdown from Jonathan Little, this time about one he played.
Hi everyone, I'm Jonathan Little of PokerCoaching.com, and let's analyze this interesting situation. When you're playing against a loose, aggressive player like Jake, you simply have to be willing to call down decently wide. Most of the time, that's going to result in you catching a lot of bluffs. However, sometimes they're going to backdoor a flush and stack you. Realize though that in scenarios like this, you'll often end up winning the pot 70, 80, 90% of the time, but whenever they get there, you're just going to lose. How would you like to play with me on Poker After Dark? Well, now is your chance. I'm giving away one $5,000 buy-in seat to play with me next season. Head over to pokercoaching.com/pokerafterdark to enter the giveaway. That put me down to about $4,000 or $5,000. I got it all in with 8s against ace queen. We ran it twice, and I lost 2 out of 2. So I'm the big loser. But that's okay. Like I said, I'm actually pretty happy with the way I played today. I don't think I would really take back much. I mean, the way I lost, I lost top pair nut flush draw against a straight, which is just kind of unlucky. And I, had the opponent drawing to runner flush, and he got there. Guess I'd sign for that. I'm going to get some rest, and tomorrow we're going to be playing a $5,000 buy and sit and go with a bunch of poker coaching coaches. Looking forward to that. That's going to be a lot of fun. If I win, I'll be almost even from today. Hopefully we run hotter there. We're about to record some strategy segments. We're going to be going over 10 interesting spots. They have to be less than 1 minute. They're very strict around here. Excited to make it happen.
Before the break, Chamath made a crafty bluff with a gut shot. For more on this hand, let's go down to Jonathan Little.
Hi everyone, I'm Jonathan Little of PokerCoaching.com, and let's analyze this interesting spot. When you are in position on the flop with a junky draw, like Chamath's gut shot straight draw in this scenario, you simply cannot fold too often, which is a mistake a lot of people make. When Bill checks the turn, Chamath correctly goes for turn bluff with his hand that probably cannot win at the showdown. When he chooses this medium size, he should certainly continue bluffing on a lot of rivers because he's still going to get called on the turn decently often. Especially if your opponent's turn checks typically indicate weakness, this is a play that will result in a lot of small and medium pots being pushed your direction. How would you like to play with me on Poker After Dark? Well, now is your chance. I'm giving away one $5,000 buy-in seat to play with me next season. Head over to pokercoaching.com/pokerafterdark to enter the giveaway. We're getting ready for the big game. Matt's studying his charts. Brad's studying his charts. Justin, he just knows the charts. He made all the charts. He doesn't need them.
He made the charts.
We're about to play the game. We're getting ready. I don't think I could run worse than I ran yesterday, so we're going to try to win some hands today. It's the middle of the day right now. About to play $5,000 buy and sit and go. Bunch of poker coaching coaches, content creators. I lined up a really soft game here today, and I'm probably the worst player at the table.
So today is the $5,000 buy and sit and go. You guys starting with $150,000.
It's break time. They're discussing James Romero's GTO bluff.
GTO versus Explo. Who knows?
We can't tell you who's winning right now, but it's one of the two.
I'm blocking ace.
I made it past the first break. That's good. I got it all in. I lost the flip.
In that sense, maybe this play's actually better.
But I'm still in, so that's lucky.
I'll definitely run the combo.
Well, I busted the sit and go. It was a lot of fun. It included all poker coaching coaches, including Faraz Jaka, Matt Affleck, Justin Saliba, Brad Owen, and James Romero, and me. I didn't really get a whole lot going in the sit and go. I lost an all-in pretty early with King Queen against A7, standard spot. And then really my bust-out hand. Matt Affleck raised. I shoved all in for about 20 big blinds from the big blind with ace-9 offsuit. You can call there or you can jam, either plays fine, but he seemed to be opening a decent amount, so I shoved. And he had pocket jacks, and I was out. So it was kind of a Turbo E tournament. There was a decent amount of play early, but I didn't really have a whole lot to work with. I stole some small pots, but, 0 for 2 in all ends. I actually got it all in, I think, 8 times at the Poker Go studio over the last 2 days. I think I've lost every single one. When I say 8 times, the first day I got it all in 3 times, and we ran it twice every time, and I lost every time. So 0 for 8. It's tough to win when you're going to go 0 for 8 in all ends. All in all, though, it's been a very fun trip. I've enjoyed myself, and we're going to go have dinner with the coaches, and then we're going to go back home.
These guys are so much cooler than me.
James, you said you were going to win and then you won. Who's going to win, James? What do you think?
I am.
You are? Oh, well, that's confidence.
That's what I came to do. I've been preparing for five or 6 months for this sit and go, and played out perfectly. Thank you.
Hard work pays off.
It does.
Brat, the top video blogger in the world, the poker world.
Here we go. We got Jonathan Little, top training site owner in the world.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello everyone, I am Jonathan Little for PokerNews.com, here today with a hand from a high-stakes major tournament that took place on the Party Poker Live tournament circuit, the 100,000 euro buy-in tournament. It's a high-stakes game. Let's get right to it. If you want to watch this video, and many others by the way, make sure you check out Party Poker's YouTube channel at youtube.com/partypokerlive. All right? Let's get to it.
I can't get him. He's too good. You gotta pick on me.
Got some.
In this hand, to start it off, we have Charlie Carroll, loose aggressive player who raises it up with ace-queen offsuit. I love watching Charlie Carroll play. I have my tie-dye pants on, just like he often wears. So he raises it up in the cutoff to 10,000 chips. We are playing with Charlie Carroll having about 38 big blinds effective. We're playing 2,000, 4,000 with a 4,000 big blind ante. If you don't know Charlie Carroll, he has about $10 million in live tournament earnings. He is hyper aggressive, and he's currently starting a charity to help tackle homelessness in the UK. So good job for him. Hopefully he makes it happen.
Here, Charlie raises it up to 10K with the ace queen.
Then Kerry Katz, generally thought to be a pretty solid player, but despite being a generally solid player, he is number 11, 1-1 on the all-time tournament leaderboard with $30 million in cashes. Also, he is the founder and owner of Poker Central and Poker Go, so huge thanks to him to putting on all of those shows.
Kerry Katz calls behind with ace jack of hearts. A couple of hearts also in Chinwei Lim's hand.
Chinwei Lim, also a very, very solid player, has about $9 million in earnings. He calls in the big blind. He bursted on the high roller scene actually just in 2019. Where he had $8 million in cashes in that year. Nice job, good work. All right, we see the flop. 3 reasonable hands. Here we go.
An 8 of hearts. And somehow, some way, we still find 2 hearts on the flop. Comes 9-5 deuce with 2 hearts. 5 hearts between our 3 players. 2 hearts on the flop.
Weird lead by Kerry. I just told you how Kerry is generally on the tight, solid side, yet he leads out with the flush draw. This is a neat scenario. Perhaps he thinks Charlie Carroll's going to check behind a lot on the flop, but I don't really think that's going to happen a ton. If he checks and Charlie Carroll bets, I definitely think Kerry can reasonably put in a check raise or a check call, either one, with a hand that's either likely good at the moment or clearly has the best draw. He decides to lead it though, and over to Chinwei Lim with his 10-8 of hearts. What do you do in this spot facing the lead? What I want you to do is I want you to pause this video and type in the comment section below what you would do in this weird scenario facing a lead. Now, obviously, we don't know Kerry Katz has the ace-jack of hearts, so don't think, oh, he has the ace-jack of hearts, just fold. That's not the right answer. So, should you either call, raise small, let's see how much Kerry bet. He bet 13,500. Should you raise small to, let's say, 28,000? Should you raise medium to, like, 50,000? Or should you rip it all in? Pause the video, type it in the comment section below, and tell me what you would do. All right, are you back? Hopefully you did the homework. You typed the answer below. If you want to further study poker, I actually have a lot of homework for you to do over at pokercoaching.com, my training site. There we have loads and loads of interactive homework challenges where I task you with figuring out how to play your entire range in various scenarios. And this is a pretty tricky spot because Chenwei Lim certainly is not going to fold his flush draw. He also has an overcard. He has backdoor straight draw. This is a pretty reasonable draw. If he does raise to, let's say, 25,000, 40,000, I guess can't go 25, 28,000 or 40,000 or 50,000, he runs the risk of Charlie Carroll shoving all in. Notice Charlie Carroll can easily be sitting here with an overpair or a better flush draw, right? So you don't really want to raise, I don't think. Also, if you raise, Kerry Katz may decide to just shove all in too, which would also be terrible, right? So I think calling is the only play that makes sense in this scenario. You always want to make sure you are paying good attention to the stack depths. And when you're playing this kind of medium 30, 40, 50 big blind stack like we are playing in this spot, you want to make sure that when you're raising with a draw, it's either a really junky draw that you can happily fold against an all-in, or a really strong draw that you can happily call off against an all-in. And these medium flush draws and open-ended straight draw type hands, usually these hands much prefer to call in scenarios like this. So I definitely like calling in Chenwei Lim's spot. Let's see what he does.
Katz leads here for 13,500 with the ace-high flush draw.
He's giving it some thought.
Setting a pretty reasonable price for Chenwei Lim to call.
Call?
Call he does.
Weird spot for Charlie Carroll now. Charlie Carroll's facing a lead and a call with two overcards with the backdoor flush draw. What more do you want in life? It's actually a pretty bad draw. This is a spot where facing a lead and a call, you're going to be against a whole lot of made hands and draws. That said, he's getting really good pot odds. Is he going to realize 20-something% equity in this scenario? He probably will. He's in position, closing the action. I know he's kind of shallow stacked, but I think you are supposed to splash around for 13,000 here. I don't think you can justify raising, because if you raise, you are going to get shoved on by premium hands and draws, which I do think make up a decent chunk of Carey's range. And, Chenwei certainly has a whole lot of, 9 type hands that may just decide to put it in as well for Charlie's relatively shallow stack.
You should be cautious.
He's actually telling the truth this time.
A warning sign to Charlie Carroll.
Charlie does call.
Makes the call with ace-queen.
We go to the turn. What do we have? King of Diamonds, yeah.
Diamonds comes on the turn.
So take a second to ask yourself, whose hand does this connect best with? What do you think? It's probably Charlie, right? This is a spot where Carey probably doesn't have a whole lot of kings unless it was the King X of Hearts. Chenwei Lim probably does not have a whole lot of these either unless it's also the King X of Hearts. And Charlie Carroll probably has a whole lot of Ace King, King Queen, King Jack with random hearts in it, right? So I think this is a spot where Kerry Katz wants to check to see what develops. I mean, he's not trying to check fold his hand, but notice if Carey bets, he is going to get jammed on some portion of the time, which is not particularly great. And when you have a draw like this, often you want to be the one putting in the last bet or checking to induce your opponent to bet with all sorts of hands that your ace high is actually in okay shape against. So let's take a look at what happens.
No help to anybody.
Chenwei Lim should not bet here either. Even though he does have a draw, he doesn't really want to bet and face a raise. Just like Carey doesn't, right? And also, this card does not particularly help his range all that much. Now, does Charlie decide to bluff?
Charlie Carroll.
If you've ever played poker with Charlie Carroll, one thing you know about him is that he enjoys wearing clothes with fun prints on it, like my fun tie-dye pants here. He also enjoys bluffing. So this is a spot where you can pretty much count on Charlie Carroll finding a bluff. He loves to get after it. He especially loves attacking ranges that he thinks are probably weak. And this is a spot where I do think both players' ranges are perhaps not super weak, small blind and big blind here, I mean, but they are definitely somewhat capped. You got to think that neither player has a very strong hand here because they would probably just bet it on the turn. So do you need to turn this ace queen into a bluff? The question is, can you get a 9 to fold? That's what we're trying to get to fold here. It's tough because if you slot Jonathan Little in against Charlie Carroll here, Charlie Carroll here, it's kind of a tongue twister, I am not folding a 9. Just not doing it. I'm probably not folding a draw. I may actually check shove a draw in this spot against him. So if your opponents know that you like to get in there and battle, you have to actually be a little bit more cautious. That said, I definitely know Charlie's tendencies are to be hyper-aggressive, get in there, push around the opponents who fold too often, and I would not be shocked if he does that. So he has an interesting scenario where he has 128k left, and the pot's 74,000. If he bets too big, he runs the risk of not being able to make his opponents fold on the river. I do think he needs to go kind of big, though. I mean, he probably wants to go something like 40,000 in this scenario. That way he can still have 80 or 90 going to the river. I think that will give him some fold equity on the turn plus river. So I think that's probably going to be a good size. He doesn't want to go small like 20 because then no one's ever going to fold a 9, right? And they may randomly get there on the river and never fold, or they may just decide a hero call off. So I think you want to go with a 40,000 bet in the spot, assuming you want to bluff, which may or may not be the case depending on what you think about both of your opponent's ranges. What does he do? What does he do? Does he fire in the chips?
Charlie's the most likely to have a king in his hand, having raised pre-flop, so maybe it's a good time for him to stab at it.
He does. Nice.
That's
50.
He'll bet 50,000.
I think 50 may actually be a tiny bit too big because notice he only has 78 left and the pot's 124. I'm not sure he's actually going to have a whole lot of fold equity on the river, although maybe he thinks his opponents are going to call the 9 now and then fold out on the river, or just call more now with a flush draw and then fold out on the river. So we know Charlie's aggressive. What about Carey? I already told you Carey's a little bit on the cautious side. Let's see what he does with the ace jack of hearts. While we're waiting on him.
Carey's just in such a gross spot with a hand with so much equity.
1 second.
Especially if Chinwei Lim folds out. Cats has a lot more equity than it looks like right now.
While we're waiting on Carey, do me a favor, click the like and subscribe button below. I would appreciate it. That goes a long way to helping me.
Just kind of gross.
Yeah. Tricky situation for Cats.
Summon the Charlie Carroll within you, Carey. All in.
Actually, do they... Oh, yeah, they actually count the cards that have been hit the muck, right? With the percentages
yes,
here?
I believe
okay,
so
so
here.
it always... Would they take into account the 2 hearts that Chinwei has in hand? So he really does just have 21%. Seems unfair for a hand this good to have 21%.
I love an all in here. Did I make that clear?
But leading out and then checking the turn puts you in such like no man's land with your ace jack of hearts here. And not even closing the action would be problematic for me if I were in Katz's spot right here.
Those are timed cards he's throwing in. He needs a little bit more time to think this one through. Summon the Charlie Carroll within you. Carey, let's do it.
And Carroll bet 50,000 with 78k behind. So it looks like you have absolutely no fold equity if you decide to raise here and just take your ace jack of hearts to the river.
Unless you're against Charlie Carroll.
From Carey Katz.
No fear.
Got him. So you may say, why shove in the scenario when it looks like you have no fold equity? The thing is you're playing against Charlie Carroll, loose, aggressive, battling poker player, and Carey properly recognized, yeah, this is a bad spot. Yeah, I'm going to get called a lot, but we do have some fold equity. And in this scenario, he does decide to go for it. I definitely think that he does not want to call there because if he calls it and goes check, check on the river, he often loses. And he can make some better hands fold. For all we know, Charlie even made like a thin value bet with a hand like 9-8. Maybe he makes that, maybe he doesn't. Maybe he has pocket queens or something like that. Again, I'm not saying he necessarily does it, but if he does bet those hands and faces a check raise, it is miserably bad, right? Also, he's going to have some bluffs with equity, like ace queen, right? Maybe Charlie's betting a hand like 7-6 and then folding it to a shove. Whereas if you check call with ace jack of hearts and you miss on the river, you're going to check the river. Charlie's going to shove with his 7 high and force you to fold, right? So I like the way Carey played this hand once he got to the river. That said, I think he probably just wants to check call or check raise immediately on the flop and play it that way. So fun hand. Thanks to Party Poker for letting me use it. Thanks to Charlie Carroll for lending me his pants and letting me enjoy watching him play. I love watching Charlie Carroll play. He gets in there, he battles, and, win or lose, still has a smile on his face. That's me for today. Enjoy your week. Good luck in your games, and I'll talk to you next time. Bye-bye. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Excellent. So when you go play the World Series of Poker, I gotta presume you're going to go play the World Series of Poker, and you sit down in the first tournament, let's say it's a $1,000 buy-in, no limit hold'em tournament. What goes through your head? Like, what are you trying to figure out when you first sit down? And what is your general strategy? What are you thinking? Because a lot of people out there, they've never played the World Series, or they've played a little bit with minimal to no success, and they're lost. And you are the person with the most success. So what are you doing when you show up there?
Well, I mean, first of all, the first thing that the pros are thinking, you're thinking, I'm thinking, we're all thinking is, how tired am I? Right? It's a 1K buy-in tournament. It's a week or two into the series, or 5 weeks into the series, or 6 weeks. We may be just fucking exhausted. And then if we're exhausted, then what time should you sign up if you're exhausted? And, and so I'm talking about, you asked specifically about me and the other pros. And so then the question is, does it make sense to sign up right at the 8-hour mark when you're short? And, there's still skill involved, but you better pick something up quickly or you're out. And just try to get lucky before you really access all of your skills. But for a lot of people that are watching this, they're like, $1,000 buy-in tournament the series, I need to take that seriously from the start. And so to talk to those people, I would still consider the tired thing. Are you exhausted? And if you are, maybe you take a nap before you play and come in an hour or two late. So I would definitely consider whether you're tired or not. And maybe that's something people don't talk enough about. The second thing is, I'm thinking that half the people, or at least 30% of the people, are going to give the money away. So, and as time passes, they're going to get into their grooves of what they usually do. Everybody comes in with the best intent and the best strategy to start. That's why it's not really fun to be there for the first hour or two. Only like 10% will just give the money away early, right? But later, when they're grooved and they're playing their style of poker, especially hours 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 at a World Series tournament, they're playing their strategy. And some people think it's correct to play really fast. And if you're at a table and you have chips and you've got a couple players that are playing fast, I'm very happy. But I'm also very ticked off at the same time. And I'm happy because I know they're going to double me up, but I'm ticked off because they're going to bluff me a bunch before they double me once or twice. And so that's where you see me going off a little bit about this fucking guy, he's playing way too many hands. And people are like, wait, why is Phil complaining? That was a standard hand. A lot of my wines have nothing to do with the hand that's happening and everything to do with the long term of what's happening in that spot. Some crazy guy, having the run of his life, winning every hand and won't slow down because he's not smart enough to, and doesn't understand he has to, and just fucking tortures me and tortures a bunch of us. And then I'm frustrated, especially when that's day 2 or day 3. Now that guy oftentimes is just going to end up giving me all the chips. So I'd be much better off if I just shut up, didn't whine, and just waited for the gift, but sometimes that gift has, is wrapped in barbed wire, right?
For sure. Plenty of those gifts. You just have to be there ready to collect them, right? Is that kind of how you were feeling when Negreanu had the 6-4 against your 9s? Were you feeling kind of like that? Like, I'm going to get the guy to go off at some point, and this was it, but then he got trips.
I was feeling like, it was a really nice spot for me, 2 9s against 2 unders, and I limped and got the raise in, and I was feeling pretty good about that, and then it just felt a little unjust to me that it came 4-4-3. And so, and I think that sense of, that's me kind of going off and saying, what the fuck, how did you get 3,700 in with 6-4 diamonds? Now he takes you to the charts, which shows it's normal and natural to do that, but normal and natural or not, I don't expect to lose that pot.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello everyone, I'm Jonathan Little for PokerNews.com, here today with a hand from High Stakes Duel 2, Round 1, featuring Daniel Negreanu and Phil Hellmuth. This was an incredibly long, exciting match. Make sure you check it out on Poker Go. Also, you can follow all the Poker News at PokerNews.com, so make sure you check them out. Also, recently I had both Daniel Negreanu and Phil Hellmuth on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/pokercoaching, for an interview. So make sure you check out those interviews. They discuss all sorts of topics, including heads up, no limit hold'em. So make sure you check that out. Here we have a very interesting hand where Phil Hellmuth takes an interesting line with a very strong hand. So let's take a look at this. Daniel Negreanu makes a minimum raise off of a 50 big blind effective stack from the button/small blind. And Phil Hellmuth has king queen offsuit in the big blind. Look, you should probably just 3-bet this hand. It's really strong. Calling's fine too. You can kind of do whatever you want in this scenario. Given Negreanu seemed to be opening a pretty good amount, I think if anything you want to be 3-betting a little bit more. But Hellmuth typically took the passive lines where he did not get 2 out of line before the flop, and he seemed to try to avoid spots that could become marginal. And to be fair, if you do have Negreanu raising, you re-raise king queen, and then you get 4-bet, it is marginal. The thing is though, is that if you're known to be a little bit on the tighter side, he's not going to 4-bet you pretty much ever because he knows you're on the tighter side. And he's going to presume your 3-betting range must be strong. Anyway, Hellmuth calls, flop comes, jack, 5-2, all diamonds. Phil Hellmuth has the king of diamonds, so he has the second nut flush draw. He checks, Negreanu makes a tiny bet of 800 into the 3,200 pot. This is a situation where now Hellmuth can, again, go either way, but I think I probably prefer calling here, because now if he does raise to any amount, let's say 3,000, if Negreanu then re-raises, it actually becomes pretty bad, because Negreanu could have some ace of diamonds flush draw, which you're behind. He could also have flushes, which you're behind. He could have good jacks, which you're behind, right? So you see he could have a lot of hands that you're not in great shape against now if a lot of money does go into the pot, and all those hands make pretty logical sense to be in Negreanu's range at this point. Also, king high does have a little bit of showdown value, meaning that if you do check call here and it checks down and you miss, that's okay, because sometimes you end up winning the pot with the king high, right? I actually discussed this a lot in my cash game masterclass at pokercoaching.com. And right now you can actually get completely free access to it at pokercoaching.com/cash masterclass. This is a spot where we have what's essentially a pretty reasonable marginal made hand that also has a draw. And typically in this scenario, the marginal made hand component kind of overrides the draw component, and that results in you doing a lot of check calling. Anyway, Helmuth does elect to call, which I think is fine and good. Turn is the 8 of diamonds. He makes the flush. That's lucky. He checks. Negreanu checks it back. Fine. Whenever you're out of position on the turn, it's perfectly viable to check when you make a very strong hand because you want to do everything you can to keep your opponent betting when they have hands that are in terrible shape, like, let's say, 4-3 of clubs, right? For just a hand that's totally dead. So I definitely like Phil Helmuth's check. Fine. River comes the queen of diamonds. Board is Jack of diamonds, 5 of diamonds, 2 of diamonds, 8 of diamonds, queen of diamonds. 5 diamonds on the board. This is a situation where Helmuth has, what is this? This is the third nuts. Notice that the ace of diamonds is the first nuts. I'm sorry, not the ace of diamonds, what am I saying? The 10-9 of diamonds for the straight flush is the first nuts. The ace of diamonds is the second nuts. King of diamonds is the third nuts, okay? So in this spot, what would you do if you were in Phil Helmuth's shoes? Pot is 4,800, a whopping 6 big blinds, and you're playing 50-ish big blinds deep. In this spot, would you check the king high flush? Would you bet small, like 1,400? Would you bet medium, like 3,200? Or would you bet big, like 6,000? I want you to pause this video and write in the comment section below what you would do in this scenario. All right, did you do it? I sure hope so. Going through this active learning process is going to go a long way to helping you improve your poker skills. And right now at pokercoaching.com, you can get access to the Cash Game Masterclass for free. Again, pokercoaching.com/cash masterclass. After every video in that series, you get quizzed to make sure that you are actively learning what you are observing. Otherwise, you're just kind of hanging out, you know? Nothing wrong with hanging out, enjoying content, but at the same time, I want to make sure that you, my students, get as good at poker as you possibly can. So this is a spot where I think you can go either way, between checking, looking to check raise, or betting probably on the big side. And the reason I say on the big side is because in this scenario, you have to ask, what does Negreanu likely have? Negreanu likely has something like a marginal flush, like the 10 high flush, the 9 high flush, the 7 high flush, right? And all of those hands are going to call pretty much any bet, I have to presume. Or he's going to have just some total garbage. Total garbage in this scenario being even a hand like ace-jack, right? Because realize every hand's chopping in this scenario on this board, unless they have a flush, right? So this is a spot where when you bet big, you put Negreanu in a pretty nasty spot with all of his, hands that do not contain a diamond. And if he does have a diamond, I think it's just a pretty easy call, unless he thinks Helmuth is really, really weak and passive. Now, I don't know how Negreanu perceives Helmuth's overbets on the river. If he perceives Helmuth's overbets to be very, very strong, then Negreanu may even fold out a hand like pocket sixes with the 6 of diamonds. But if he's going to perceive Helmuth's overbets as, some bluffs and some effective nut hands, then I'm perfectly fine with going for the overbet. That said, I think given the way this match played out, again, you can check that out at PokerGo, I think he probably should have gone for something like a 3,500 bet or so, or check. This time, Helmuth does elect to check, and Negreanu bets. Now, I said I was going to go for a check raise. I'm going to go for a check raise here if Negreanu bets on the small or medium side. Because when he bets on the small or medium side, to some extent, that is going to depolarize his range, right? Usually in this spot, when he bets small, he's often going for thin-ish value, usually with a hand like 10 of diamonds, 9 of diamonds, 7 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds. Because, and put yourself in Phil Helmuth's shoes, if you're sitting here with, ace-jack of hearts or something, obviously ace-jack of hearts often 3-bets pre-flop, but, who knows. If you do have a hand that is a chop in the scenario, getting really good pot odds, like, what you gonna do? How bad can it be to call? Or if Helmuth has a hand like, 5-4 with the 4 of diamonds, right? He's probably going to call, right? So there certainly is value for Negreanu in betting in this spot. And typically when you bet on the smaller side, you're usually betting with your good but non-premium hands. And if you think about that range, this King of Diamonds and Helmut's hand is actually really, really good. Now, of course, I have to imagine Negreanu is going to be somewhat balanced in the spot where he does have some Ace of Diamonds in this small betting range. It's actually half pot. And he's also going to have some straight flushes in the small betting range. However, there's only one combination of the straight flush. We're not so worried about that. Also, Negreanu maybe bets it on the turn, maybe not. He probably doesn't, to be fair. So he could have that one combination of straight flushes. He could also have some Ace of Diamonds, but you have to think the Ace of Diamonds are going to bet very frequently on the turn. Because in the scenario, if you have the Ace of Diamonds for the nuts on the turn, right, you're not going to let it go check, check. Usually you're going to bet it. And if you did have the Ace of Diamonds and you'd let it go check, check on the turn, on the river, I have to presume you're going to be betting on the bigger side instead of a half-ish pot bet. It's worth noting, by the way, half pot could either be a small bet or a big bet, depending on how big the current pot is, right? Because if the pot was already like 80 big blinds, then a half pot 40 big blind bet's actually pretty big. But here the pot is very small, only 6 big blinds, so this half pot bet is not quite as meaningful as it would be normally if the pot was substantially larger. So anyway, Negreanu does go for the small bet, and I think Helmuth needs to put in the raise because Negreanu's range here is going to be some bluffs, which doesn't matter. It's going to be some hands like 10 of diamonds and 9 of diamonds, which I think you're going to have to call. And every once in a while, Helmuth is going to raise, Negreanu's going to re-raise, and then, Helmuth's going to have to make an unfortunate fold. A lot of people play poker with the idea that they don't want to be in a bad spot or a tricky spot because then they could make a big error. And to be fair, that's kind of true, right? Like if Helmuth does check raise here and Negreanu shoves with only bluffs, and Helmuth, for some reason, folds everything besides a straight flush, then obviously Helmuth's just going to get completely run over. The thing is, though, is that I have to presume Negreanu is going to think that Helmuth, who's probably playing a little bit tight and cautious, when he check raises the river, he just has a whole lot of nut hands. So it would be insane for Negreanu to run a bluff here. And in spots like this, where it would be insane for your opponent to run a bluff on you because they think you're on the tighter side, that actually lets you value bet perhaps a little bit thinner, like with the King of Diamonds here. Now, I would not check raise the river with the 10 of diamonds or the 9 of diamonds if I was in Helmut's shoes, because then Negreanu could be value betting the king or the 10, right? But in this scenario, if there's ever a spot where this hand is a good check raise, I think this is probably it, because the turn went check, check in a spot where the Ace of Diamonds will often bet, and on the river, Negreanu often bets small. So there's a lot of information here that makes me think this is a spot where Negreanu's going to have a lot of non-Ace of Diamonds in his range. Helmuth does just call, though. And Negreanu does turn up with the 10 of diamonds, 9 of hearts. So he did have one of these flushes. Now, would he have called the check raise? Some people may say, oh, he would never call the check raise because he knows that Helmuth would only check raise with the nuts. The thing is, though, is that if you're check calling this king, maybe you actually are only check raising the nuts, and that makes your opponent's decisions really easy, right? You want to do everything you can to make your opponent's decisions difficult. And when you only opt to play big pots with the nuts, it makes your opponent's decisions really, really easy. Now, of course, Phil Helmuth, world-class player, 15 World Series poker bracelets, infinite money in cashes, right? He gets out of line sometimes, and there's a lot of difficulty in playing against Phil Helmuth because he'll just sporadically put in a bluff. That said, this is a spot where I don't think he's going to be putting in all that many bluffs, because most people don't put in all that many bluffs here because you realize Negreanu could just have a lot of diamonds. They're going to decide to call the raise, right? Like this hand. So, interesting spot, but I think Phil Helmuth probably played this one just a little bit cautiously, and it ended up resulting in him not getting full value in this particular hand. That's going to be it for today. Hope you enjoyed this video for Poker News. If you did, click the like and subscribe button below. Also, click the notification bell. About 10.63% of you have clicked the notification bell. You might as well up that to 10.68%. Thank you. Ding, ding, ding. Good luck in your games. Have a great, great week, and I'll talk to you next time. So I know you've been a little bit involved in trying to get poker back in America. Sheldon's dead, so do you think online poker is going to be coming back to America at any point in the near future? Give us some inside information, please. That's good.
So I saw some people sort of have a negative tone on it as though it wouldn't matter much, and I disagree. I do think it matters that Sheldon Adelson has passed away because he was the #1 proponent against the idea of, legislating online poker. And I remember, as you mentioned, going to Sacramento, doing like a private poker game with like a bunch of Republicans, right? They were all Republicans. So having conversations with them, not one of them had a problem with online poker. They're like, we like it, we're fine with it, but we can't really. And I was like, well, they basically explained in a nutshell, like Sheldon Adelson came into my office and said, you're voting no on this bill, period. And it's like, okay, so now a lot of these politicians who were funded directly by Sheldon Adelson, who's like, buying their votes, them being freed of that. The question is, does that money get filled by other anti-online gaming lobbies? And if it does, we still have a problem. But that's a big chunk of money that comes out of the pockets of those people. So I'm optimistic that we'll continue to see growth in the United States from a state-by-state level. I think it's a fairy tale to think at the federal level we are going to have something passed where Joe Biden comes out on the state, it says, today, friends, we're focusing on the number one issue facing Americans, and that's check raising the flop in an online poker game. Like none of that's going to happen. It's not going to happen at the federal level. But if you get enough big states, if you can get New York, the big juicy carrot there, now you're talking, big population. California is obviously the 6th largest, economy in the entire world.
It's kind of silly to think about it, right?
But California's it's really not on the radar because the Indian tribes there are super anti. They don't understand it. They don't see how that would possibly benefit them. So they're just a massive blockade to anything happening there.
I've always taken the stance to some extent of I will believe online poker is back in America when I see it. And it's moving very, very slowly. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello Sharks, I am Jonathan Little for PokerNews.com, here today with a hand featuring the amazing poker video blogger, Jamin Burton. Make sure you check out his YouTube channel at youtube.com/Jamin Burton. Also, thanks to Poker News for hosting this video. If you like poker or news, or if you like poker and news, I like poker news, check out PokerNews.com. Jamin Burton is a cash game player who plays mostly, small to medium stakes games like 1-3, 2-5, sometimes a little bit higher. And he recently moved to Las Vegas because, well, if you want to play a lot of live cash games, it's a pretty good place to go. If you are a live cash game player or a live tournament player at the small and medium stakes, I have free ebooks for you. Check it out at pokercoaching.com/free books. We'll put a link below. If you like these free things, do me a favor, click the like and subscribe button. Also, click the notification bell. That way, you get on all of this free stuff that we give away to you on a regular basis. Let's take a look at this fun hand from Jamin. And also, if you have any other video bloggers who you like, if you like their content, if you like their work, if you want me to highlight them, put a link in the comment section below, with a fun hand, and I'll go take a look. Make sure you timestamp it so I can go find it. All right, let's take a look at this fun hand from Jamin.
Now it's time to play some poker.
All right.
Here, I make a pretty standard open of $15 with Jack 10 of diamonds in late position, and the button and both blinds call.
All right, so we are playing 2-5 no limit hold'em at Bellagio. As you can see, this hand was played a little while ago where they had plexiglass up due to COVID. If you're watching this video 50 years in the future, there was this thing called the COVID virus that made everyone wear masks, put plexiglass up. You see the dealer has gloves on. Everyone wanted to be safe and not get sick. Seems like good logic. They have since taken the plexiglass down. Funny enough, one of my good friends had a tough run in tournaments before COVID happened. COVID happened. He started going to play poker tournaments once the casinos opened up a little bit, when they had the plexiglass up. And then he won something like 4 tournaments over the course of like 2 or 3 months. Cash for a bunch of money. They've since taken the plexiglass down, and he has not won anything since. Maybe the plexiglass is good luck for some people. Jamin opens up, playing about $500 deep at 2-5 with the Jack 10 of diamonds in the cutoff. Typical live game. Button, small blind, and big blind all call. Some people look at this and say, oh no, I got multi-way action. It's fine. Realize you just don't need to win the pot all that often anymore, right? All right, let's see a flop.
We see the flop 4 ways. 10 of hearts, deuces, spades, 5 of hearts. Staying in flow, the blinds check to me, and the bet is definitely in order. It helps that I have top pair, but honestly, I'd be betting with a lot of hands.
Okay, so Jamin says here that he would be betting on this 10-5-2 2-heart board with a lot of hands. And I don't think that's necessarily ideal. From a game theory optimal point of view, it's definitely not ideal because it's really easy for the player on the button to have some decent hands here, even though we have a 10. I mean, I'm presuming if we don't have a 10. And it's also easy for the blinds to have a hand that will call or check raise. There are a lot of draws available that they could conceivably have, right? So this is a spot where if you're playing against good, strong, battling opponents, you do have to be a little bit careful continuation betting too frequently. But in 1-3 no limit hold'em, 1-2, 2-5, maybe even 5-10, you will find that most people don't do a whole lot of raising, especially from out of position, like they should. So this is a spot where you can over continuation bet. And the hands that I would definitely be betting here, more so than perhaps you normally could, will be hands with 2 overcards, like Queen Jack. I think Queen Jack is a very reasonable bet on 10-5-2 because you have lots of backdoor draws, especially Queen Jack with a heart, right? Then you have backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, 2 overcards. Also, even stuff like King Jack, King Queen, King 9. These are all hands that perhaps you cannot justify betting multi-way normally, but if you know you're not going to get raised all that often, that's going to allow you to just see the turn and sometimes pick up some equity that either lets you keep betting or stick around in the pot. Also, of course, you can bet with your good draws, your good made hands. Maybe you want to check stuff like top set if you have it. Maybe even middle set or bottom set could check, but I'm not checking a whole lot of really strong hands here. You do have to be careful betting every top pair in the spot, because if you think about it, if you bet every top pair that you have, like this Jack 10, for example, and, well, what happens when you check, right? If you bet all of your good hands and all of your good draws, what's that make your checking range look like? It's going to be a hand like pocket 9s and worse, right? So if your range is pocket 9s and worse, when you check, you become really easy to play against. So, multi-way, especially if your opponents are decent, you have to make sure that you are protecting your checking range by checking with some of your strong hands. Okay? If you want to learn more about multi-way pots, by the way, Matt Affleck at pokercoaching.com has quite a few very, very good high-level webinars discussing how to play these exact spots where a lot of people just play a little bit too straightforwardly. Not that Jamin does this, but it's a spot where a lot of people mess up, and I want to make sure you are not making that error. So check that out at pokercoaching.com in the classes tab. You can just search Affleck. It'll come right up. All right, Jamin bets $35. I think you can probably go a little bit smaller on 10-5-2. It's a really uncoordinated board. That said, again, in cash games, I do think you can use slightly larger bet sizes exploitatively, because if your opponents have anything, like any draw, any pair, they're just not going to fold. So I like 35. It's funny. I'm giving you all these reasons to not bet in general in this scenario, but in live cash games, especially against players who are not going to apply too much aggression, I like betting, and I like betting on a bigger side.
I choose to bet $35.
Sure.
The button calls, the blinds fold, and heads up we are. The turn 3 of hearts brings in the front door flush, and I check.
Okay, 3 of hearts on the turn is not great, because obviously the opponent could have a lot of hands that just improved. They could have random ace-4. They could have random 6-4. I don't think it's like that likely, but they could if they were suited or if they're just overly loose. They could obviously have a flush. They could just have you beat with a 10. So I don't mind the check. That said, in loose-ish live cash games, I think it's actually pretty reasonable to go for a bet here. Because if you bet and your opponent folds, usually they're folding out a hand that has some equity. Like even if they have pocket 8s with the 8 of hearts and they want to fold, that's fine. If they have 8s with the 8 of hearts, they may call and then let it go check on the river and you win. So, especially as your opponents play more and more straightforward, to the point that if they do have, let's say, a flush or a straight or 2 pair, if you bet they're going to raise, then I really like betting a medium amount here, like $60, because then you don't let him see the river for free with all of his hands that are behind, right? And if you do bet and get raised, you can just fold, because most players at 2-5 are not running all that big of bluffs. So this is a spot where I think I would go for a bet, and that's because I know in general I'm betting with a pretty polarized range to begin with on the flop. And if I'm betting on the flop with like Queen of Hearts Jack, right, and I turn the flush draw, I'll definitely just keep betting to put my opponent's hands like a 10 or an underpair in a bad spot. So I think you get to bet this turn pretty frequently, because you have to realize Jamin's range contains a lot of hands containing the ace of hearts, right? He has all of the nut flushes in his range, because he would raise every ace X of hearts and he'd bet a lot of them on the flop, right? So whenever you have all/most of the nuts in your range, you get to bet a little bit wider for thin-ish value/protection. And again, in small stakes live games, medium stakes live games, a lot of people will play pretty straightforwardly, and they'll just always raise you if they have a better hand, which makes their life easy, right? You just don't pay off. A lot of people are really uncomfortable betting a hand like Jack 10 here and folding to a raise. But if your opponents aren't bluffing, it's just an easy fold.
So does he.
Check on the turn.
River Deuce of Diamonds pairs the board, and
River 2 of Diamonds pairing the board. What do you now do with this top pair marginal kicker? Take a second, think about this. Do you check? Looking to check, call a small or medium bet, or a big bet, or any bet? Do you check, call? Do you check, fold to a small, medium, or big bet? Think about that. Or do you go for a bet? Do you go for value? Do you make a small value bet of like $50? Or do you make a big value bet of like $120? Lots of options here, right? Take a second, think about it, and write what you would do in the comment section below. Go ahead. Do the work. All right. I hope you did the work. If you didn't, take another second, pause it, and actually do it. Going through this active learning process is going to go a long way to helping you improve your poker skills. Going back to pokercoaching.com, if you liked Matt Affleck's multi-way classes, well, you're going to love his quizzes, because he has a load of quizzes there too where you can consistently test your skills and get his feedback on a regular basis. I have a bunch of quizzes too, so do a lot of the other world-class coaches there. Make sure you check it out at pokercoaching.com/free. It's free to try. You might as well. So in this spot, I think we have two options. We can either check and then call a bet, and we're probably calling most reasonable bets. If our opponent like makes it 400 or something, I guess we fold. I guess that'd be all in, wouldn't it? Or close enough to all in. But if our opponent bets any reasonable amount, $120 or less, it's a pretty easy call, because by checking the turn and the river, we've induced a bluff. That's definitely the easy play. I think the slightly more difficult play, which is probably better, is to make a small bet in this scenario with something like $50. Because if the opponent has a worse 10, which makes a lot of sense because they check the turn, right? You have to think they're going to bet a lot of the better 10s. Or if they have an underpair, which also makes a lot of sense because they call the flop, check the turn. These are all hands that can conceivably call a small or maybe even a big bet, depending on your particular opponent's tendencies. The downside of making a small bet is that if you bet small and get raised, have you induced a bluff? I don't know. It depends on the opponent's tendencies. If your opponent's generally straightforward, if you bet $50 here, they're just not going to do a lot of bluffing. And if they do raise you, life's nice and easy. You fold, right? If you bet big and they raise you, then you just have a really easy fold, because when you bet big, you're to some extent announcing you have either a very good made hand or a busted draw, and they don't need to raise with much against a busted draw, because if they have a pair or whatnot, they just call. And if you have the nuts, they don't want to raise, right? So this is a situation where I think I would have gone for the $50 bet most of the time. I think a lot of players, if they do have a hand like 10-8, is just going to let it go check, or if they have pocket 6s, they're going to let it go check. But these are hands that will very, very likely call a small bet in this scenario, especially when there are some busted draws like maybe ace-king that would raise pre-flop, bet the flop, check the turn, consider bluffing the river. Maybe with a heart, maybe without a heart, who knows. Even a hand like ace-9 suited, right? Ace-9 of spades, raises, bets the flop with the backdoor flush draw, gives up on the turn, gets to the river, maybe decides to bluff. King-queen of spades, same thing, right? Maybe decides to give up. So there are a lot of busted draws we could have, and for that reason, I think we get to go for pretty thin value in this scenario. So I like that. I think that's fine and good.
Get an idea. I know I have Jack 10 of diamonds, and you know I have Jack 10 of diamonds, but this guy doesn't. He doesn't know what the hell I have. I could have ace queen of hearts for all he knows.
You could.
So let's lead out and turn our actual middle strength hand into a bluff that isn't scared of a flush or a full house, even though this line makes little sense. Let's do it anyway. Let's poker. I lead out for $75 and get quickly min raised to $150.
All right, so Jamin says he's bluffing here. I do not like the idea of bluffing in this spot because it is... You're not bluffing because no better hand's folding. Whenever you are bluffing, you're saying that I'm trying to get a better hand than mine to fold. And I don't think any hand that's better than yours is going to fold in this scenario. If your opponent has like queen 10, he's not folding. So this is not a bluff. This is just a thin value bet. And like I said, I like a thin value bet. Jamin goes 75. I think if you're going to bet here, you should probably go a little bit smaller. And if you are actually bluffing, we're trying to get queen 10 or better to fold, you got to go a lot bigger, right? That said, we don't need to turn this hand into a bluff because it has a pretty good amount of showdown value. This is either a spot where I think you want to value bet and then fold if raised, or check call. All right. On the river, we have a $75 bet and a min raise. You've all seen this come up a lot in the vlogger hands. What do? Take your cards and deposit them in the muck in about half a second. If you didn't know this, go back and watch some of the previous video blogger hands. When people raise you on the river, unless they're insane, they're going to show up with a really good hand. In this spot, what's a really good hand? A flush or a full house.
Well, river raises as bluffs at this level are few and far between, and rebluffing here, well, that would be suicide, which leads me to one option. I fold, and he shows me ace-4 of hearts. So much for poker.
Well, that's good. It's always nice whenever they show up with the ace-4 of hearts because you got to get off the hook. So if I had one complaint about Jamin's line here, it would probably be that he thought he was bluffing on the river. But besides that, I think it's like a fine hand. If you are going to check the turn, you got to go for value on the river. And when they raise you, you have an easy fold. That's me it for today. Thanks for Jamin for letting me use this hand. Thanks for Poker News for hosting it. If you enjoyed this, do me a favor, click the like and subscribe buttons below. Also the notification bell. Good luck in your games. Have a great, great week. And I'll talk to you next time. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I won at about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. So you have what seems to me to be amazing focus at the poker table. When I'm playing live poker, or online poker, when I'm playing live poker, I am distracted by everything that's going on. And I do my best to pay attention, but inevitably I get zoned out watching a sporting event, or somebody texts me and I play on my phone. All this stuff is clearly bad, I recognize this, and I do my best to be off of my phone and try to pay attention, but even then I have problems with that. But every time I'm playing poker with Phil Hellmuth, you seem to be pretty much paying attention. Is it the secret of like eating a lot of Sour Patch Kids at the table, or is there some other secret?
First of all, let's see. I'm in my wraparound suite here at the Aria. So there's Raiders. There's Raiders Stadium. I don't know if you can see it very well.
If you've never stayed at Aria, by the way, Aria is amazing. I love staying there.
it's just really nice. I mean, look, they just gave me this amazing suite here. You can see the MGM over there. I don't know if it's showing up on my, and then over here, and let's see, I think the swimming pool we can see down there. I did spend a little time tanning today. Can you see the pools?
Yeah,
or no?
great.
Yeah, so I always tan right there at the very bottom of the picture. I try to just sneak in there and spend, 9 minutes aside or something and get a little, tan. But to me, part of the focus is being well rested. And, I flew to Vegas early. I'm doing both UFC shows. I think it's called On the Line. I'll be Friday night and Saturday night on the UFC shows. I'm hosting an event here at the Aria, which means I'll have the microphone on Saturday for 10 hours straight, which is very tiring. And then I'm filming 3 Poker After Darks. The first one is Phil's online game, and that's going to be a lot of fun. And then, and the last one is a pretty clever group too. So 3 of those, and then I get to fly home for 5 or 6 days, and then I'll come back for the Negreanu match. But, that's my schedule. But let me answer your question, and I apologize, Jonathan, for taking a while to get to it. Focus at the table is something which I think that because I have ADD, now let's think about that. It did not serve me well with my self-esteem and good grades, right? Because clearly, I could go back to high school and get straight A's that quickly, that easily now because I know I could pull it off, right? And the ADD is lessened and you get better and better. But one thing that ADD does give me is hyperfocus, right? And a lot of times I find myself in those hyperfocus moments. And so I'm really paying attention at the table when I play. And also, you have to understand, we talked about this at the beginning of the show about how my self-esteem, is somewhat fragile, even at age, am I really 56?
Old man.
Self-esteem is fragile. And so I take it personally every time I lose a pot. I take it personally. And that intensity to perform well, that intensity to play perfect shows up. And it shows up with focus. And so for some reason, whenever I'm playing poker, I'm focused. Now I'll play with my billionaire friends and we'll drink. But even then, I just can't help but be, somewhat focused. And and so I'm not sure how or why. I try to listen to music. I try to relax. I try to let my mind go a little bit. But, there's a part of me, Jonathan, literally for the last, 30 years of playing poker tournaments or however long I've been doing it, 35 years, I can tell you who did nanny. And it used to be in 2002 that no one else knew. And so then it was a game for me, right? It's like, all right, I know this guy in the 5 seat did nanny, right?
Let's just pause right
I don't
here.
know.
Whenever you're playing poker tournaments in the past, everyone used to have to put in a little chip before the flop called an ante-chip. That's what you're referring to. That doesn't happen in some games now.
Correct. And so so I would know the guy in the 5 seat did nanny.
Right.
And so I would be like, I don't know if it's intentional or not. I'm going to let this play out for a minute. And then, and then right for the dealer, I say, can you count the antes? Which is, I already know the antes are off. But I want the dealer to count the antes, and then the dealer has kind of a confused look on his or her face. But I'm going to bail out the dealer. I love the dealers. They're doing an incredible job. And my intent is to the 5 seat did nanny. And he's like, what, me? And I'm like, yeah, you did nanny. He's like, well, what do you mean? I think Annie. I said, I'll bet you $5,000 she did nanny. And then they throw it in right away. And if they take the bet, I'm like, all right, I think we might be able to find video somewhere. So after the first few times that happens in a day, no one even asks them, say 7 seat did nanny. I don't even have them count the pot, just like the 7 seat did nanny. And so that hyper focus of noticing these little details is just part of who I am.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello everyone, I'm Jonathan Little for PokerCoaching.com, back with another hand from this 200-400 heads-up battle between Doug Polk and Daniel Negreanu. It's been a back-and-forth match. The players have had some big wins and big losses, but they're continuing grinding it out. Here we have an interesting spot where Negreanu makes a pretty good hand. Doug Polk opens for a raise with King 8 suited, which is certainly fine and standard. Negreanu 3-bets the aces, as he should, and Polk elects to call as well. It is worth noting that these players have been doing some interesting things pre-flop so far that are pretty far off from the solver. For example, we've seen Negreanu just call initial raises pre-flop, once with ace-king and another time with queens. Maybe those were misclicks, maybe they weren't, who knows. We saw another time Doug Polk elected to 4-bet the king 5 offsuit, which is something the solver very, 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 very rarely does. So maybe that's because he thinks Negreanu folds too often to aggression pre-flop. Maybe he thinks he's going to fold too often post-flop. It's tough to know, but it's neat to see the players deviating from GTO pre-flop strategies. Anyway, in this hand, both players played this hand pretty standardly, and we see the flop. Flop becomes ace, queen, 5, 2 diamonds, and Negreanu elects to go for a small continuation bet. You may think, why in the world would you bet small here? Well, it turns out on the flop, pocket aces should either check or bet small, mostly checking but betting small some portion of the time. Looks like about 40% of the time. And it's because you want to get money in the pot, right? It makes a lot of sense. Whenever you are betting in this scenario, it's neat to note that a big bet size, 75% pot, is actually used about 28% of the time, which is a lot, right? And a tiny bet size is used somewhat infrequently. And that's because this board is somewhat connected, right? In general, as your opponent's more likely to have something that's just going to call any reasonable bet, you should typically be betting on the bigger side. If this board was less coordinated, like ace 7-2, no flush draw, then perhaps mostly a smaller bet size would be used. But when there are 2 high cards and a flush draw available, you typically are going to want to bet on the bigger side with most of your range. But if we take back a look at this, the hands that often want to bet small are the super nuts, right? Pocket kings that if you bet and get called, you want to make sure you keep your opponent's range wide, right? Pocket queens is the super nuts as well. Notice king, queen, queen, jack, queen 10. These decent hands, but non-nut hands are often betting small. And then just a smattering of bluffs. Notice a lot of the weaker pairs are betting small some portion of the time too. And some weaker top pairs are betting small. Whereas the bigger bet sizes are reserved for hands like ace-king, ace-queen, ace-jack, hands that are almost certainly good that are also kind of susceptible to being outdrawn. All right, so in this scenario, Doug Polk does elect to make the call, which is perfectly fine and standard, makes a lot of sense. Notice king 8 suited calls the vast majority of the time. And you may say, why not raise with your flush draw? Because here, Negreanu re-raised before the flop, and on this 2 high card board, Negreanu's gonna have a lot of really strong hands here. Ace king, ace queen, ace jack, pocket aces, pocket queens, right? And so Polk really doesn't want to be raising all that often in this scenario. And as we see, he is raising just like very, very infrequently. And when he is raising, it's mostly with his very strong hands, right? Notice ace queen mostly raising, ace jack sometimes too, and pocket 5s. Then just a smattering of bluffs with mostly bottom pairs and under pairs being used as bluffs. So that's kind of cool to see. Turn comes the ace of clubs. Interesting decision. Take a second. Ask yourself what you would do in this scenario. Would you check? Would you bet tiny, like let's say 30% pot? Would you bet big, like 75 or 80% pot? Or would you bet gigantic, like more than the size of the pot? Take a second, think about it, and type your answers in the comment section below. Doing that's going to go a long way to make sure that you are actively thinking about and learning how to play poker well. All right, did you do it? This is a spot where if we look at the solver actually uses a large bet size most of the time. Notice a pot size bet or a 50% pot bet is used quite often, right? However, solver also uses smaller bet sizes as well. So this is a pretty neat spot where the solver is very, very mixed, right? However, for the most part, it is opting to check these pocket aces, right? It's checking the majority of the time, using a smaller bet size some portion of the time, and a big bet size rarely. So this is a spot where Negreanu actually plays straight by the solver, right? And goes for the check. And then back over to Doug Polk. Seems like a reasonable spot to check behind with the king high. It does win some portion of the time when you do check it back. And notice the king 8 suited, and these are mostly flush draws here, does do a whole lot of checking. Notice Doug Polk is supposed to bet when he does have a lot of aces here. Whenever it goes check on the turn to him, the aces are very likely good. King queen even bets a little bit. King jack bluffs, king 10 bluffs. Lots of bluffs going on, right? Notice like random bad flush draws are opting to bet mostly. So that's cool to see. Mostly betting pretty polarized here with either weak flush draws or aces, and then checking most everything else. Check, check, though. River's a 3 of diamonds. Interesting scenario again for Negreanu. Same question as before, right? Should he be checking, betting small, betting medium, or blasting it? And this is a cool spot because if we go through the solver here, now Negreanu should be betting. But if we take a look at the solver's bet strategy now, the solver actually bets 75% pot 9% of the time, 50% pot 8% of the time, and 20% pot 27% of the time. So the vast majority of the time, right? So the vast majority of the time when you're betting here, you're betting small, and mostly that's going to be with a lot of aces, right? Also, some queens are even getting in there for that small bet. When it does go check, check, flop, check, check on the turn, it's pretty likely Polk doesn't have an ace, because if we go back to his solver image there, you would see that he's betting the vast majority of aces on the turn, right? So since Polk is betting most of his aces on the turn, that means when he goes check, check on the turn, he doesn't have very many aces, which means a hand like king, queen, or queen, jack is pretty strong for Negreanu, and it's actually good enough to value bet. In this situation, though, Daniel does go for the 75% pot bet, and if we take a look at this, that is the size that the solver uses with pocket aces the vast majority of the time. So it's kind of cool to see that really this big bet is not actually used all that frequently, but Negreanu uses it. As if he just played perfectly by the book, right? He just played right as the solver would have done. If we go back pre-flop, or on the flop, he can bet or check. You know, he opted to bet. On the turn, you can bet or check, but mostly check. He opted to check. On the river, you're supposed to bet most of your range for 20% pot, but he instead used the big bet size, 75% pot, and it turns out that is the right one. So very, very well played by Negreanu. Over to Doug Polk. Pretty rough spot when your opponent uses a relatively big bet size, but I think it is just an easy all-in with a king 8 suited. If your opponent has an ace, it's a pretty bad spot for them. They could also have worse flush draws or worse flushes that are going to bet the river and then have to call it off. So Polk does elect to go all in for Negreanu's 30K more. And as we see, with king 8 suited, solver does opt to jam when he has it, right? When he has the flush. Looks like he was betting some flush draws on the turn, but he is jamming the flush some portion of the time. He's not folding if he has flush, clearly. So when he does have a flush, he's jamming it every time. Same thing with these other flushes. Whenever he has a flush, he's jamming. So all these queens that you see jamming are the queen flush draw that got there on the river. So he does rip it in. Of course, Negreanu calls, and a pretty big cooler heads down Negreanu's way. So neat hand. It's pretty interesting to see that Negreanu could have gone many different ways with 4 of a kind. A lot of people think, oh, 4 of a kind, just check it every time. Or other people think 4 of a kind, you want to bet and get all your money on ASAP. But we see here that the solver actually does a lot of mixing with its strategy. But it is cool to see the one spot where I think a lot of people mess up on the river. Like, I mean, if I'm in this scenario, I'm probably not blasting the river. Negreanu actually got it right, so great job for him. It shows that he's most likely studying, working hard, and picking the right play. Unfortunate for Doug Polk here. Nothing he really could have done. He's just, he's getting stacked here. Sometimes that's how it goes. Hope you enjoyed this hand. If you did, click like, click subscribe. That goes a long way to letting the YouTube overlords know that you like my content. And also, I'm having a Black Friday sale. We have lots and lots of top-notch products available at pokercoaching.com. I've worked very hard on that. I have a gigantic tournament course coming out very soon. I'm excited for that to finally be released. You are not going to be disappointed. Check all of that out at pokercoaching.com/Black Friday to get a nice discount. That's going to be it for today. Good luck in your games. Have fun. And I'll talk to you next time. So, there are a lot of young people who have found poker over the last few years, either through video games or from, the work that you and other people do promoting the various poker sites. And I could be wrong about this, but I heard whenever you are a young poker player yourself, you would be pretty aggressive with bankroll management to some extent, where, you got some money, you spin it up, try to play the big game. If you fail at the big game, move back down to your regular game. You'll inevitably spin it up again, try it again. Is that true? And would you recommend that to someone who is a young person today, 19, 20, 22 years old, without a whole lot else going on in life, and they are trying to see if poker is for them? Or would you recommend a little bit more of a cautious approach?
Well, you could substitute the word aggressive for just stupid, and discretion is advised, right? So the decisions I made came from, youth and an overabundance of confidence in my own abilities, right? I don't advise taking that route. I think a lot of younger players today have more options as well, especially if you are in a place where you can play online poker. Like if your bankroll is short, there's usually going to be a level lower that you can play, where you can try to grind it back up. Back in my day, I knew that I'd built a reputation as a decent player. So if my bankroll was 2,000, I would sit in an 81-60 game, which is like one rack of chips. It's not very much at all. And if I lost, I always had in the back of my mind that if need be, I could borrow 5,000 from somebody, and then, go back down and work it. So here's the thing. I think shot taking is a valuable way to build a bankroll, but you need to do it methodically, right? If your bankroll dictates, say, for example, you should be playing 2-5, no limit hold'em, right? But you see that there's an incredibly good game that's 5-10, but it's a much better game, but it's a little outside your bankroll. Taking a percentage of that, whatever, maybe I'm just going to give a vague number. I didn't do the math on this, but 20% of that bankroll tops and use it for these spots. That can expedite your ability to build a bankroll rather than do the old school, grind. Because a lot of the recommendations you'll get for what you need as a bankroll, God, I never had anything close to that.
Yeah, people say you need 50 or 100 buy-ins. You probably had 8.
Right. Yeah, you're talking about people that are looking to have 0% ruin. I was more I'm good with 30% ruin, which is a little bit high.
Yeah, and also a lot of people don't fully have the, the discipline to move back down and grind it up, right? And you did, right? You moved down when you had to, you grinded it up, you moved down, you grinded it up, and
I remember going broke, playing 400, 800.
It's pretty big stakes, right?
Years ago, 400, 800, I went broke in the game. I borrowed 2,000 from Huck Seed, okay? And 2,000 isn't enough to play $30, $60 limits, okay? But I was okay, that's where I'm going to start. And I played 10 hours a day. I also made a bet that I could play 140 hours in 2 weeks and win at least one big bet per hour, $60 per hour. So to make a long story short, I did put in 140 hours in that 2 weeks. I won something like 24,000 or something, paid Huck back and had myself a bankroll. And I was back in the 4 and 800 game in a week or two. Because DGen's going to DGen.
Good job, good work. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50. And it went amazingly well. I won at about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20. And usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello there, Sharks. I'm Jonathan Little for PokerCoaching.com, and today we're going to discuss the top 3 reasons why you are losing at poker. Now, I want to make it very clear, a lot of you are not losers. A lot of you have studied extensively at PokerCoaching.com here with me on YouTube, and you're crushing the games. Good job, good work, congrats on that. But if you are struggling at poker and you do not know why, because very often the losing players don't quite know why they are losing and they inevitably blame it on bad luck. Well, it's probably not bad luck. There are very often specific reasons why you are losing, and today we are going to be discussing the top 3 reasons why people, maybe you, lose at poker. This is not meant to be a criticism of you. This is meant purely to be helpful, educational, enlightening, so that you can improve your poker skills and start winning at the game. So, first thing people do wrong is they care way too much about their hand and way too little about their range. Most losing poker players look at their cards and they ask, how do I play my hand? But understand that anytime you make a decision at the poker table, you split your range. For example, say everyone folds to you on the button, okay? If you have a good hand, you raise it. If you have a bad hand, you fold it, right? Some people, though, if they have a medium strength hand, they limp with it. Take a second, think about what that does to your limping range. Well, your limping range is going to be all very marginal, right? And if your range is starting off very marginal, you're going to be really easy to play against if your opponent just applies mindless aggression, because unless you improve to top pair or better on the flop, or the turn or the river, you're going to end up folding, right? So you want to make sure that you are playing a balanced range that is difficult to play against. For example, at PokerCoaching.com, we have a tournament masterclass and a cash game masterclass that go in depth and show you the game theory optimal strategy, but also an implementable strategy that will have you playing close enough to the game theory optimal strategy so that you are going to be difficult to play against. For example, in this scenario, let's say we raise the button with all of these hands that are not white, right? You see all these hands that are white. These are hands that we would fold on the button. Maybe this is the cutoff. I'm not exactly sure the exact scenario, but it extrapolates to every other scenario. We play with this range pre-flop, and let's say the big blind calls, okay? Flop comes 10, 8, 6. What do we do with our entire range? Not do we play our whole range the same way, because we're going to be betting some hands, we're going to be checking some hands, right? But we want to make sure that our betting range has strong hands and weak hands in it. And we also want to be sure that our checking range has strong hands and weak hands in it so that we're not easy to just run over with mindless aggression. What a lot of people do wrong is they check behind with their medium strength hands and garbage only, and then they just fold all of it by the river if their opponent bets the turn and bet the river. Well, that's not going to work out for you at all, right? So you're going to find that in general, when you have what's referred to as a big range advantage, whenever your entire range just crushes your opponent's entire range, which does happen sometimes, in that scenario, you're going to want to bet very, very frequently. But in scenarios where you do not crush your opponent's range, such as on 10-8-6, where the big blind caller in this scenario is going to have a whole lot of straights, 2 pairs, top pairs, draws, etc., we have to do a decent amount of checking. So in this scenario, take a look at what I would recommend doing. You want to go through and you want to categorize your hands in your range, because we would play all of these hands pre-flop by raising them, right? We're not limping anything. We want to categorize them into premium made hands, draws, marginal made hands, and junk. And then, assuming you don't have a big range advantage, which you do not in this scenario, you're going to bet your premium made hands and your draws, and you're going to check your marginal made hands and your junk. And it's important to realize that your draws are going to be some very good draws, like open-ended straight draws, gut shot straight draws with overcards, etc. And some of your draws are going to be pretty weak draws, such as the King 2 of Hearts on 10-8-6. You may say, King 2 of Hearts isn't a draw. Well, it's a backdoor flush draw, right? You make the king high flush, you're probably going to win. Or if you get a heart on the turn, you can keep betting very easily. And also, if you get a king you're usually pretty happy. So this counts as a bad draw. This is a draw that you could bet the flop with and then fold if you get raised. Whereas when you have a hand like, let's say, Jack 9 for a straight draw, you bet this one, and if you get raised, you do not fold because you have lots and lots of equity, right? So when you bet the flop, you're going to have all these good hands in red that are just happy playing a big pot, including sets, top pairs, over pairs, the best middle pairs, pairs with straight draws, etc., right? These are all very good hands. We're not folding if we get raised. And then we're going to bet with some strong draws, such as stuff like Jack 9, Queen Jack, Jack 7 suited. Really, any 9 or 7 is pretty decent if it has an overcard. And then we're also going to bet with some weaker draws, quote-unquote draws, such as various overcards like King Queen. Is King Queen, no backdoor flush draw, a draw? Sure. You get a king or a queen, you almost certainly win. If you get an ace or a jack or a 9, you can continue bluffing. Maybe even a 7, you can keep bluffing. So these are cards that are hands that are going to win very often with additional aggression on the turn or the river. Same thing for these low backdoor flush draws with an overcard. Then we have this total garbage ace 5. That's another hand you can bet and then fold to a raise. Then our checking range. This is where a lot of people go very wrong. What a lot of people do incorrectly here is they bet every 10, 8, 6, or pair. And that makes their checking range something like ace high and worse. So imagine your checking range on this flop is ace high and worse. Well, unless you get an ace on the turn, if your opponent bets, you just lose, right? And the tough thing is that if your opponent is trying to check it down, they probably have an 8 or a 6, and you're going to lose anyway. So if they bet, you end up folding and you lose. If they check it down, they have a pair and you lose. So you're going to lose if you use this strategy, which is not ideal. You do not want to take a large chunk of your range here, all these aces, and just lose with them. That would be quite bad. So you want to make sure that you put some hands in your checking range that you know you're not going to fold to a turn bet unless the board's really bad for you. So we have some 8s in our range, right? We have some pairs. I would definitely recommend even protecting this. Maybe you check back the aces sometimes, right? I think that would be very viable. You want to do everything you can to reasonably protect your checking range. But notice we have a lot of 6s that we're not folding to a turn bet. We have a lot of 8s we're not folding to a turn bet. We have some ace 9 and ace 7 we're not folding. Ace king and ace queen, we're probably not going to fold to a turn bet unless the turn's quite bad. And realize a lot of these hands in green are going to improve to a pair on various turns, right? Like if a king comes, ace king, king 6 improves to a pair. If, like, let's say a queen comes, ace queen improves to a pair, queen 8 improves to a pair, queen 6, right? So on various turns, you're going to improve to the best hand, and your opponent's going to have a difficult time seeing that. So that's how you go about playing these scenarios. You also check back your total garbage. That's going to be stuff like Jack 5, no backdoor flush draw. Fine and reasonable. But at pokercoaching.com, we discuss extensively how to balance out these ratios over here. These ratios over here are going to let you know if you're playing somewhat in balance or not. As a general rule on the flop, you can have at most 2 draws to every 1 premium made hand. Fewer is fine. Notice here it's more like a 1.4 to 1 ratio or something like that, which is fine. But you don't want to have a ton of draws because then your range is way too weak, right? These ratios here will inform you if you're playing a reasonable strategy or not. If you have like all premium made hands and no draws, that's a problem too, because when you bet, you just have the nuts. Your opponents can easily fold, right? You may say, but my opponents are calling stations. They're oblivious. Good, then you found a nice easy game that you can just sit there and value bet your opponents to death. I'm presuming your opponents are not horribly awful at poker, because if they're horribly awful at poker, well, you're just going to win. I mean, it's very difficult to lose if your opponents are blundering left and right, unless, of course, you are blundering left and right. A lot of people in the small stakes games get a little bit egotistical and think they know how to crush their opponents because their opponents play so bad, and they in turn try to adjust so much to the point that they end up playing very poorly themselves and they lose. So you're going to find that starting off with a good fundamentally sound strategy and then adjusting accordingly is very often the way to go about beating basically every game. All right. Next reason you're probably losing is game selection. You are probably playing in games that are too tough for you. People very often play as high as they possibly can to the point of failure. You're going to find the biggest winners in the game play a level or two below what they conceivably could play, right? You have to understand, if you're the 9th best poker player in the world, you're really, really good. But if you sit at the table with players number 1 to 8, you are going to be a consistent loser. You need to understand where your win rate comes from and game select accordingly. For example, there are some $10,000 buy-in tournaments that are quite soft, that satellite in a lot of players from $100 buy-in games, right? If $100 players are playing in $10,000 tournaments, they're presumably going to be less skilled than the regular $10,000 players, right? But there are also some $10,000 tournaments that satellite in no players, and those games are very tough. If you care about making sure you have an edge, you want to play in the games that are soft and not the games that are tough, because in the games that are tough, even if you're good, your win rate may be 5 or 10% return on investment. But in the really soft ones, you may have 50% return on investment. Would you rather have 50% return on investment or 5? It's up to you. You have to be disciplined and make sure you're playing in games that you can beat. Same thing happens when you're playing in cash games, right? Whenever you walk into a casino, let's say you want to play 1-3 no limit and they have 4 1-3 no limit games. Very often, one of those games is not particularly profitable to play at, even for a good player, because first off, the rake is going to be kind of high in a lot of 1-3 games, which is a big problem. Make sure you're playing in games with low rake, if at all possible. But also, sometimes some players in specific games are going to be taking the game very seriously. And they're going to be trying their absolute best to win. Whereas at the other tables, they may be having a party. I remember one time I went to a casino in Philadelphia to play 5-10 no limit randomly for a day. I walk in there and there are 2 5-10 games. One of the games had everyone wearing sunglasses, hoodies, drinking their green tea and water. The other table, everyone was having a party. It was like a circus over there. They were all having fine wine, throwing chips in the pot, etc., right? Well, I can guarantee you, at the tough game, your win rate's going to be minimal. At the party table, your win rate's going to be through the roof. And you know what happened? They seated me at the tough table initially. Fine. What you do is you ask the floor person to put you on the table change list, and as soon as the seat comes open at the other table, you have first priority to take it, which of course you will in that scenario, right? So make sure that you ensure that you have the best chance of success by getting in games and specifically seats that you can win at, right? Also, in No Limit Hold'em, Pot Limit Omaha, any game with position, chips flow to the left, okay? Meaning, you're going to lose money to the people on your left, on average, and you're going to win money from the people on your right, on average. So, you want big stacks on your right and short stacks on your left, if you can ever set that up. Sometimes you can. In cash games, you can move seats if you feel inclined. So, if you have a big stack on your right and small stacks on your left, you're going to win big pots and lose small pots. You ideally want to have position on the weakest players, right, who are going to be making errors, because you're going to be the one in position to capitalize. So you want to make sure that you're not just going to the casino and taking a seat, or just going to the casino and playing whatever the daily tournament is. You want to make sure that you're being selective about it and playing in games where you have the biggest edge possible. Third reason why you are probably losing at poker is that you are far too emotional about short-term variance. Poker is a high variance game, and if you're trying to view this game as a get-rich-quick scheme, you're not going to make it. Hate to break it to you. While every year, someone turns a little bit of money into a whole lot of money by running hot, parlaying it, and parlaying it, and parlaying it, and getting rich, you may not know this, but a lot of them end up broke because they continue being, I'm not going to say degenerate, but yeah, I will. They continue being degenerates. You have to realize that if you consistently play with a small bankroll, and you're taking gigantic shots, especially in tough games as the buy-ins get higher and higher, your edge is going to diminish down to nothing. So then you really are just kind of flipping a coin to some extent, maybe even with a minimal edge, but if you don't have a proper bankroll, you're going to get demolished. Also, a lot of people, especially in the live poker arena, do not actually play all that much poker. You're not actually putting in a lot of volume. You have to understand that volume cures variance, and that you have to work hard and play a lot to actually realize your edge. I think a lot of people get it in their minds because of, media and Twitter and whatnot. They see people winning. World Series of Poker is happening right now, and when I look at my Twitter feed, this person won a bracelet, this person won a bracelet, this person won a bracelet. You're like, man, everybody's winning a bracelet. Why aren't I? Well, there's a whole lot of people not winning the bracelets, right? You only see the winners to some extent, and you have to make sure that you have a clear picture of reality. I mean, this is why I put out video blogs that are 100% open and honest, showing quite often I go and I play a tournament series, I didn't win any hands, and I lost. It happens. Sometimes I win too, but you're not going to always just go there and smash your opponents. You have to realize that, and you have to be reasonable about that. You have to understand how variance actually is in poker, and there is a lot of variance. But if you play a lot with an edge, it's basically impossible to lose in the long run. A lot of people think the long run, though, is like a year. But then you dig deeper into their results or into their data, and they're like, they play one tournament every week. It's 52 tournaments. Hate to break it to you, 52 tournaments is not a lot of tournaments, and you're going to experience a whole lot of variance over 52 tournaments. So realize that the long run is perhaps quite longer than you think it is. What happens to a lot of people is they go and they play, let's say, one tournament a week, and they lose for 3 months straight. No cashes. 12 games. Hate to break it to you, you're going to go 12 games without getting a cash frequently if you play a lot of poker tournaments. Or if you're playing cash games, you may go for a stretch where you lose some number of sessions in a row, especially if you play short sessions because you're not putting in very much volume, right? And this makes some people go on tilt. And this is when they go off the deep end. They don't play their best. They show up. They're already annoyed. They're already mad. But you have to realize when you're not playing your best, whatever edge you have when you are playing your best usually goes right into the dumpster. And then you start playing it at a big negative, well, at a big disadvantage, right? And if you're playing at a big disadvantage over and over again, well, now your opponent's going to be beating you, which is going to make, it's not even necessarily your variance go up, but you're going to go down into the dumpster farther and farther and farther. I want you to get out of the dumpster, everyone. And playing poorly, playing when you're on tilt, is just going to result in your results being awful. Because, like, even if you're a good, strong winning player, you're going to experience variance, right? And sometimes that's going to result in you losing. If you're a losing player, instead of trickling up on average, you're going to be trickling down on average. So then whenever you actually do get a bad run, it's going to go way down, right? And that makes a lot of people sad, depressed, annoyed, and I do not want that for you. You do not want to be sad, depressed, or annoyed in life. Fully recognize that you have a great opportunity to play poker, and that if you get to play poker, you're doing pretty well in life, even if it may not necessarily feel like it. This is a game that's supposed to be fun and enjoyable, and if you are not having fun, if you're not enjoying it, you need to figure out how to do that. And at least for me, an easy way to do that is to win. And if you play when you're on tilt, you're way less likely to win. So don't get on tilt in the first place. Understand that variance exists. Embrace it. Accept it. Play with a big bankroll. Play a lot of volume, and you'll find that that will cure variance in the long run. You just have to realize that this is a long run game, not a get-rich-quick scheme. So that's it. Those are the top 3 reasons why you are losing at poker. If you enjoyed this video, do me a quick favor. Click the like and subscribe buttons below. Also, if there are any other reasons why you think your peers are losing at poker, or maybe you're losing at poker that you want me to discuss, let me know in the comment section. I read every single comment that comes through. I appreciate them, and I appreciate you being here watching this video. Good luck in your games. Have a great, great day, and I'll talk to you next time. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I won at about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello everyone, I'm Jonathan Little for PokerNews.com. Yes, Poker News. I make videos for Poker News at PokerNews.com. Make sure you check them out. They have, well, a whole lot of poker news and some strategy too. This is a hand from High Stakes Duel that took place on Poker Go. Make sure you go back and check out the entire first round of this match. It was a lot of fun, full of battling between the Jedi, Phil Hellmuth, and Daniel Negreanu. Phil Hellmuth has been around for forever. He has the force reading abilities of a Jedi Master, and, well, he has 15 World Series of Poker bracelets to prove it. He's battling it out against Daniel Negreanu, old man kid poker. He's been around for a while, not quite as long as the old Jedi, but he's been around for quite a while with $42 million in tournament cashes. These are two great players. Let's take a look at this fun hand that they played today, playing about 36 big blinds deep. So, first things first, Phil Hellmuth in the small blind /button elects to limp in with the 10-8 offsuit, which is fine and reasonable. You probably do want to have a limping strategy in this game, and Phil Hellmuth definitely had a limping strategy in this game. We're going to take a look at this from the GTO point of view in a little bit, but let's just go through the entire hand first. Hellmuth limps, Negreanu checks, flop comes 10, 7, 6, 2 diamonds, giving Phil Hellmuth top pair marginal kicker, and a gut shot straight draw. Pretty solid hand. Negreanu checks, Hellmuth makes a continuation bet, as he almost certainly should in this scenario. And now Negreanu raises. Ooh, he makes it 5K too, a pretty sizable raise. Phil Hellmuth is doing everything he can to summon his force reading abilities. May the force be with you, Phil Hellmuth. This is a spot where a lot of people make the error of ripping all their chips in, and they just shove them all in. The problem with shoving is that, well, that's a Sith play. You don't want to zap them with the lightning and go all in, because what's going to happen is if you shove, whenever you happen to have the worst hand, you're always getting called, right? And if Negreanu does happen to have a premium draw, like an overcard with a gut shot with a flush draw, yeah, you're a little bit ahead, but it's not like you're printing equity, right? So this is a spot where your main concern is keeping Negreanu in with all of his junky draws. Because, to be fair, Negreanu could have a lot of really bad hands in his range because he did just check against the limp, right, before the flop. And he may check raise with a hand like 9-3 for a bad gut shot, or even a hand like, Queen 9, something like that, that, has some equity that may decide to barrel off. Also, Hellmuth just has a very, very good hand to call down with in this scenario. So this is a spot where I think the right play is going to be to call, and that is what GTO Jedi Master Phil Hellmuth does. Turn is the King of Spades, Negreanu checks, and this is a cool spot because when Negreanu checks the turn, very often he's going to have some sort of very weak made hand that he decided to check raise on the flop, like 6-3. Or he's going to have some sort of draw. And if you can make a small bet here and get your opponent to either call with a hand like 6-3 or fold out a hand like 9-3, like that's fine, right? You do have to be cautious in this scenario because you really don't want to bet and get raised. So if you think you're going to get raised ever in the spot, you have to be a little bit more inclined to check it back because you don't want to bet here and get jammed on. Also, Negreanu may check raise a hand like Queen 10 and then check on this King turn. Remember, board's 10, 7, 6, King, so it's not the greatest turn for Negreanu. That said, when the turn brings an overcard that doesn't really connect with the logical draws all that much, you don't need to be overly afraid of that card, which is why, like, Hellmuth really should not be overly afraid of this King, because the only Kings that make a whole lot of sense for Negreanu are the King-high flush draws, right? And, he may just continue betting those anyway. So this is a spot where Hellmuth actually does have the best hand a lot of the time. He lets it go check, though, the clear marginal made hand. River's the 5 of diamonds, completing some of the junky straights, 8, 4, and 4, 3, and also the flush. That's nasty. Now, Daniel Negreanu decides to bet 7,500 into the 12,000 pot. What would you do in this situation? Remember, we need to summon our Jedi skills. Get ready. May the 4th be with you. What do you do in this scenario? Do you summon all of your discipline and fold? Or do you call? Or do you battle and go all in? I want you to pause the video and write what you would do in the comment section below. All right, did you do it? I sure hope you did. This active learning process is going to go a long way to helping you improve your Jedi mind reading skills. This is a spot where if we think Negreanu is going to be on the cautious side, or if you think your opponents in your games are going to be on the cautious side, this is a very, very easy fold. However, if your opponent's a good battling Sith Lord who's not afraid to get in there and fight, you have to call. Going all in does not make sense at all because if you go all in, you're always going to get called by the nut hands that Negreanu could definitely have. There's no reason he could not have a flush here or straight or a set or 2 pair, right? And so for that reason, I think you're either calling or folding. And in this scenario, let's see what Hellmuth did. He folded. And you know what he was against? 2 blue diamonds. The 3-2 of diamonds, giving Negreanu the flush. Let's take a look at this hand from a GTO point of view. So look, I'm not going to pretend like I know what Phil Hellmuth is doing before the flop. I'm going to pretend like it's something like this strategy we have pulled up here. If you're listening to this on an audio podcast, please check out my YouTube channel at youtube.com/pokercoaching. If you're here on YouTube, do me a favor, click the like and subscribe buttons below. I appreciate it. This is a spot where on the flop, assuming Hellmuth has this range, which again, who knows what he actually has, with a hand like 10-8, we see it's a very, very clear bet. All of your top pairs, or the vast majority of top pairs on the flop, pretty much all the time are just going to bet. We see here basically every 10 bets the majority of the time besides the weakest 10s. Over to Negreanu. Should he raise this flop all that often? Turns out no. If this was a pre-flop raised pot, I think raising becomes very viable because then Negreanu's range contains all the middle cards, and perhaps Helmut's range does not. But if you go back and look at Helmut's range here, it contains a lot of these middle connected cards and somewhat weakish hands like 10x, right? So for that reason, from a GTO point of view, Negreanu actually should not be raising the flop all that often. We see the hands that do like to raise are some 9-8 for straights, 10-7 for straights, Jack-8 for gut shot, Jack-9 for gut shot. Those hands seem to raise a lot. Also, we see hands like 8-4 suited raising a lot, 8-3 suited, 8-2 suited, 9-3 suited, 9-2 suited. So we do see a lot of these random junky gut shots raising as well, as I suggested, right? We also see 5-4 suited and 4-3 suited raising, but not so much 3-2 suited, but it's probably reasonable. So Negreanu did opt to raise on the flop. In this scenario, Helmuth does not really go all in ever. Looks like he either re-raises small or he calls, and we see that the 10-8 is just a pure call, right? No reason to rip it all in here. In this scenario, looks like almost no bluffs, really. Just probably these hands like King-9 is probably a flush draw if I had to guess. Not a lot of raising, right? Like I said, you really don't want to be raising very often in this scenario. All right, on the turn, when Negreanu turns the King of Spades, let's take a look at what his strategy should be here. This is where I think Negreanu probably went wrong, where if we look at this, 3-2 suited obviously makes up almost none of his range, but if he does have it, it says that he should bet it every time. If he has 4-3, 5-3, these are flush draws, I'm sure, 8-3, 9-3, Queen-3, Jack 9-2, right? Basically, all of these hands that are junky flush draws are opting to use the dark side and apply immense aggression. You may say, do you really want to be betting in this scenario with like 9 high flush draw? And the answer is yes, because if you look at Negreanu's range, it also contains 2 pairs, which are really good, also contains the straights, which are really good, and to be fair, he's also continuing to bet with like Jack-9 and Jack-8 on the turn for gut shots, right? Notice that on the turn, Negreanu should not be using a gigantic bet here. The biggest bet size he's using is a pot size bet. After this hand was over, Negreanu asked Helmuth if he would have folded to an all-in on the turn, and the answer is like you're never just 2.5x potting it all in on the turn. It just does not make a ton of sense. I mean, I suppose you could jam in the scenario on the turn with some like kind of junky-ish draws and a few nut hands, but this strategy is going to be way easier to implement for sure, and I'm sure it does not leave much money on the table compared to if you did want to use a gigantic turnover shove. You got to be careful with the gigantic turnover shoves, especially if your opponents are a little bit trappy, and everybody knows that Jedi Masters, they will mix it up with you, and they will slow play, and they will trap you, so be careful, okay? All right, he did check on the turn. Like I mentioned, it turns out Helmuth actually can bet the turn some portion of the time he feels inclined. The 10-8 does bet. It's kind of an interesting spot where Helmuth actually does bet a large chunk of the time, I suppose, because he has a lot of random kings. If you look at this, he should call the flop check raise with stuff like King-9, King-8. He has a lot of these 2-pair type hands on the turn, so he could certainly bet with a lot of hands, including hands as weak as the 10-8, because his range is pretty well protected, containing lots of 2 pairs, lots of strong draws, lots of straights, etc. All right, on the river. Again, I know Negreanu does not have 3-2 suited in his GTO range, but he does have 4-3 suited and Jack-2 suited and Jack-3 suited and Queen-2 suited, Queen-3 suited. Turns out all of these draws that made a flush on the river opt to bet, as Negreanu does. Interesting to see a 60% pot bet is the bet size most preferred. GTO does not use a pot size bet or a bigger or even a small bet. It does go for a medium bet size. And then, should Helmuth make the call with the 10-8? And the answer is, mostly. We see the 10-8 here calls, we'll call it 75% of the time in this spot on the river facing this bet size. And like I said, if you think Negreanu is going to be under bluffing here, you should definitely fold this hand. But if you think he's going to be over bluffing, you should definitely call. Now, you have to remember, Phil Helmuth has the Jedi mind reading ability, which I, Jonathan Little, do not possess nearly as much as him. And this is a spot where some of the best players in the world, if they make reads, they'll find hands like this 10-8 that fold 25% of the time or so, and they just fold it perfectly. The 25% of the time that they quote-unquote should when they're beat. And they call. The 75% of the time they quote-unquote should, and they are right. To be fair, maybe Helmuth got lucky, maybe Helmuth just folds here every time. I don't know, but in this scenario, Helmuth got off the hook. and he did not pay off, which is pretty sweet. Let's take a look at the other hands that are opting to raise here. I just want to show you all some of the fun plays that GTO makes in this spot. Notice that Helmuth actually has a lot of flushes in his range. He has low ace X flush draws that got there on the river, king high flush draw a little bit, queen high flush draws, jack high flush draws, right? So he actually has a lot of flushes on the river. So in this scenario, Helmuth gets to bluff sometimes. What are the best bluffs? Look at this from a GTO point of view. Pocket queens on 10-7-6 king 5. 3 diamonds, opts to bluff all in. Why? Because we have this magical queen of diamonds blocker, which blocks a lot of Negreanu's flushes. Remember, going back to Negreanu's range, look at all these flushes he has. He has a lot of the queen X suited. I mean, look, I realize his range is not all that big to begin with, but a lot of his value range is the queen X flush draws and the jack X flush draws, right? So we see pocket queens and pocket jacks both being used as a bluff. We also see queen 10 with the queen of diamonds and jack 10 with the jack of diamonds being used as bluffs sometimes as well. Ooh, that's a fun strategy, right? A few other random bluffs. We see 8-6 sporadically bluffing. I mean, look, in reality, I know that I substantially underbluff in this spot, and I have to think most people do as well. So when you are in this spot, make sure you know how to get in there and battle with good blockers on the river. And this is a fun hand, right? We have Negreanu using his Sith power with his draws. By the way, if you don't know how to play your draws, please check out my quiz at pokercoaching.com/draws quiz. And we have Helmuth in this scenario using his Jedi ability to make a good read. So that's going to be it for today. I'm actually having a sale at pokercoaching.com. I know it's May 4th today when this video comes out, but we're having a Cinco de Mayo sale. Check that out at pokercoaching.com/Cinco. There you can get full access to pokercoaching.com at a big discount. Do not miss out. Check it out. Let me know what you think. Leave your thoughts about poker coaching in the comment section below. I would appreciate it. Good luck in your games. Have a great, great week. If you like this video, click like, click subscribe. Hope you have a great May 4th, and I'll talk to you all next time. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I wanted about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass.
Another chapter from my book, Jonathan, is you write down your list of blessings and tape that on your bathroom mirror. So if you take nothing away from today, here's some mirrors. If you take nothing away from today, write down your 2021 goals and your list of blessings and tape them to your bathroom mirrors. Now, the mirror. Now, so that, what does that do? When you leave the house in the morning, you're always going to brush your teeth. Well, I'd like to think we don't all brush our teeth. And you're gonna spend some time in the bathroom, and you see that every day. So what does it do? It leaves you with intent in your mind, and you're not going to read that like a year will pass, right? Or a few months will pass, and you're not going to see it the same way you saw it. But it's always going to be in the back of your mind that there's a list up there. And so what are you going to do? You're going to leave happier because you understand your blessings, and you're going to leave more focused because you understand what you want to accomplish in the year 2021. Now, leaving happier is a big thing because most people only think about what they don't have. And they're, oh, I'm jealous. So if I would have just bought this coin, or if I would have just done this, or if I would have just had this job, and my best friend ended up with this girl, and I should have been with her, and all this bullshit they think about, all these could haves and should haves, all these could have beens, might have beens, you know? No, write down your blessings. If you have good health and you're broke, you're doing a lot better than someone that has 20 million that has bad health. Trust me. So, yeah, health is a big one. So anyway, those are just 2 chapters from my book, Positivity.
Hello everyone, I'm Jonathan Little for PokerCoaching.com. I just got my second vaccine shot, so I am ready to get out there and play some live poker. So today, we're going to be reviewing a hand that video blogger Brad Owen played at 5-10 no limit at Bellagio. Brad Owen is a phenomenal YouTube content creator. He has about 400,000 subscribers here on YouTube. That's about 5 times as many as me. Maybe if all of you click the subscribe button below, we'll get up to that number today. We'll see. He primarily plays live cash games in Vegas, but he also plays some tournaments, plays some online, and he's worked with me at PokerCoaching.com a little bit. We run various promotions, giveaways for his followers, so make sure you subscribe to Brad's channel at youtube.com/BradOwenPoker. You will not be disappointed. If you like, well, content like you're about to see, you will love his channel, so make sure you check that out. For those who do not know, I used to play a ton of this exact game, 5-10 no limit at Bellagio. It must have been 6 or 8 years ago. I would pretty much just show up there every day, noon until midnight, and I would grind it hard. It was a good game, made a bunch of money, and I had fun. Brad's doing that today. He is crushing it. Let's take a look at this interesting hand.
Ace-King offsuit in the cutoff. It's a terrific hand worth raising with. I make it 30. Dan calls on the button. The big blind calls as well. 3 of us are going to the flop.
All right. We raised to $30 in the cutoff. Perfectly fine, perfectly standard, exactly what I would do. We are playing about $1,500 deep total, 150 big blinds. If you are playing smaller stakes games, as many of you tell me you are in the comment section, and your opponents will call bigger raise sizes with a bunch of garbage, feel free to raise to 4 big blinds or 5 big blinds to just extract more value. But if you're playing against good players who are trying to win at poker, who are not really, really bad, you need to use more fundamentally sound strategies, and that's typically going to result in about a 3 big blind raise size.
Dealer puts out Ace-10-7 rainbow. We have top. The big blind checks.
Top, here we go. All right, this is a pretty common scenario where we're going to be playing multi-way with a pretty good hand, but a non-nut hand like top pair, top kicker. This is a spot where a lot of people mess up, and they bet something like $30 because they want to get called, right? But that is not what you should be doing at all in this scenario. You should actually be betting on the bigger side, because if you think about the range of hands your opponents are likely to have, they're likely to have an ace or a 10 or a 7, and no one's going to fold that for $65 or so into the $95 pot. Also, they could easily have a hand like Queen Jack or Jack 9 for a gut shot straight draw that if you bet something like $30, they're going to be getting really good odds to call, and if they do happen to spike on you, say a king comes and they're sitting here with Queen Jack, right? You make 2 pair, they make it straight, and you're going to get taken for a ride. That would be really, really bad. So when you're playing in multi-way pots like this, and you know you're going to be betting with mostly your good made hands and a few draws, you typically want to be betting on the bigger side. When the pot's 95, I would go something like 65. To make sure you know when to continuation bet and how much, I have a quiz for you to take. Head over to PokerCoaching.com/cbetquiz to test your skills to make sure you are not screwing up this very common spot. Let's see what Brad does.
At 50 for value, the button.
Brad goes 50. I would have gone just a little bit bigger because of, again, your opponent's range connectivity. On connected boards and high card boards, your opponents are really likely to have something, and if they have something like an ace, a 10, or a 7, they're just not going to fold to any reasonable bet.
And big blind both call. It's hard for us all to have aces.
Both call. Brad says it's hard for you all to have aces. I completely agree. And when you go 50, I'm not going to say they're going to call with like bad gut shots like 8-6 of hearts for, just terrible gut shot, but they will still stick around, I think, with Queen Jack for a gut shot, King Jack, King Queen, Jack 9, Jack 8. All of these will definitely stick around. 9-8, obviously. And some hands even like backdoor flush draws. A lot of these gut shots will have backdoor flush draws. And they're also going to call with any ace, any 10, most 7s. They may fold out something like 7-6. But if you give a lot of the players in live cash games 8-7 for bottom pair, pretty bad kicker, they'll still just stick around. So in this scenario, when we do bet 50, we're going to be against a very, very wide range. So we have to be a little bit cautious on a lot of turns because, like, say the turn's a random 8. They could easily have Jack 9 or 8-7 or 10-8, right?
Turn is the king of hearts. We make top 2 pair, but Queen Jack makes it straight. The big blind checks. My hand is too strong to check.
I'm too strong! Too strong! I want a victory!
I put 140 out there.
All right, turn the king, giving us top 2 pair, clearly a very, very premium hand. And we definitely want to keep betting. Some people look at this and they think, oh no, I could be against Queen Jack. Yeah, you could, but you could also be against, well, all of the other worse hands. We pretty much have the nuts here. If you bet and get raised, it's miserably bad, but that's just not going to happen all that often. So we want to bet. Going back to the same thought process as on the flop, it's pretty likely we're going to be against at least one person who has an ace. And if someone does have a 10, it's going to be King 10, which is 2 pair, or Queen 10, which is a gut shot in a pair, or Jack 10, which is a gut shot in a pair. And if they have the 8-7 draw, or even like the Jack 9 draw now, those all have 8 outs. So we want to be betting on the bigger side again. Also, I'm not even sure we want to bet a hand like Ace Jack on the turn. Ace Jack's probably close, but like Ace 9's definitely a check on the turn because it's kind of likely we're beat. So in this spot, we're going to be betting very polarized, meaning we're betting our best hands and some draws. I know there aren't a ton of draws here, but this is a spot where I do think we want to go on the bigger side. Brad goes 140. I think 140 is a solid bet size here. I may even go a little bit bigger again, but I like this. Interestingly enough, if you are on the button, in this hand we're against the button and the big blind, if you are next to act after a sizable turn bet from Brad, not from Brad in particular, but from anyone, in this scenario, you should probably make pretty tight folds because you have to worry about the big blind having a decent hand as well. So like say you're sitting here on the button with ace 9 suited, right? It's a spot where you probably just need to fold to a big turn bet. There's a lot of value in these multi-way pots in just folding early and getting out of the way. What a lot of people do wrong is someone will bet big on the turn after betting the flop into multiple people. Then they'll just stick around with top pair no kicker. And top pair no kicker in this spot is going to be in pretty bad shape because Brad, if he's competent, which he is, either has a very good made hand, which he loses to, or a draw that has plenty of equity. And if you have a hand like ace 9, you even block 9-8 and jack 9, right? So just an easy fold.
That's a bit too much for the button. He folds. Price seems fair for the big blind. He calls. We're heads up. The river is the 10 of diamonds. It's not particularly great. The big blind checks. Thinking back, I'm not sure what 10 my opponent will really have. I bet flop and the button called, so it'd be very ambitious for the big blind to overcall with a single 10 and think it was good. I suppose that he could have a 10 with a backdoor flush and straight possibility, like Jack 10 or 10-9 of spades, for instance, but a lot of those hands would give up on the turn. It's more likely I'm up against a worse ace whose kicker won't play.
All right. Let's pause right here and analyze this. Brad has a little bit more analysis, but let's start right here. Would the opponent call the turn with King 10? Obviously, yes. Queen 10? I think so. And Jack 10? I think so. Maybe not. Some people will fold out those. But I think it's pretty reasonable that those hands would definitely stick around. However, it's also pretty reasonable that your opponent could have an ace, right? Check call flop, check call turn. That makes a lot of sense. They could also have some total garbage like 9-8 or jack 9, whatever, all the busted draws, but you don't really care about that. So in this scenario, my main concern is how do I get value from an ace? And unless your opponent thinks you're especially loose, aggressive, bluff happy, you probably need to bet on the small side. Because if you bet big, like let's say 400, they're going to realize even a hand like ace queen is just chopping, and you should probably make a snug fold, especially given Brad could easily have all the nuts. Pocket aces, pocket kings, pocket tens, ace 10, king 10, right? Brad could have all of those hands. So this is a spot where I think, especially in most live cash games against most non-professional poker players, you probably want to use a small size of something like 200 or 225. And I think that's going to result in you getting called a lot of the time by an ace. And as you bet bigger than perhaps like 250, I think that's going to start making the ace-x fold, which is the exact hand you're trying to get called by. Also, every once in a while when you go small, your opponent may call like king, queen, or king, jack, which would be great. And also, if you bet and get raised, you want to make sure you're losing the minimum against a 10, because you could be against the 10s, right? This is not a spot where you're like, know you're printing money. Well, you are printing money, but this is not a spot where you have the best hand every single time you bet, but that's okay, because there are plenty of ace-x and perhaps king-x that can call a small-ish bet.
I remember in the last hand of the previous vlog,
we did not see this, but let's just listen to this.
I overbet pot on the river because I thought my opponent had the same hand as me and wanted to get him off a chop. Here I bet 400 with the reverse mindset. I want my opponent to think that I'm trying to get him off a chop, that we both have aces with kickers that won't play, since the board is paired and there's a king out there.
Okay, let's talk about this leveling war type concept. I personally try to just not get involved in leveling wars because I don't know how my opponents think. Here, Brad says that in a previous hand, I made a big bet to try to get my opponent off of a chop. I'm going to presume the opponent saw that, otherwise it's just completely irrelevant, right? If the opponent sees that we made a big bet here with like ace-2 on a previous hand and the opponent called with an ace and you chopped it up, will the opponent think that you're doing the same thing this time? Or will they think you're doing the opposite thing this time? And I don't know. I don't know what the opponent's thinking. This is some random player never played against, right? So unless you know your opponent especially well, or you have some very long history where you've done the same thing over and over and over and over and over again, such that your opponent realizes, all right, this is just how he plays, I just don't get involved with these leveling wars whatsoever. Because like, say for example, you're on the river and you bet 75% pot and your opponent calls and they see you're bluffing. Next time you bet 75% pot, are they going to think you're bluffing or are they going to think you have the nuts? I don't know, right? I mean, I have no way of knowing. If they've seen you bet 75% pot on the river 12 times out of 12 with a bluff, I would recommend changing it up and doing that with only the nuts. But that's not what's happening here. This is some like short time frame where we're getting involved in a short time frame leveling war. And I realize it's relatively easy / logical to get involved in this in live poker because you're seeing the same, like you don't see all that many hands and you're trying to make the most of whatever information you have. But I think a lot of people overvalue this information or this leveling war type concept. And for that reason, like I said, I just would have bet 200. Even if my opponent saw me make a previous play 30 minutes ago with it in the spot that Brad outlined, I just think it doesn't matter all that much. Let me know in the comment section what you think about this, because I don't get involved with this. I know a lot of other players who just don't get involved with this. They just try to play their hand in a fundamentally sound manner, adjusting for whatever the opponent does incorrectly. But that implies you actually know with a high degree of certainty what the opponent does incorrectly. And here, I don't know if our opponent's going to overcall when we bet 400 or if they're going to overfold. I do know when we raise pre-flop, bet the turn, bet the river into multiple people, and we use a big size on the river, we should be really polarized. So either the nuts or the effective nuts or nothing. And that should make our opponent even like fold out some ace-x here. So if they're going to fold out ace-x, then clearly this is not a good bet size. But if there's this leveling war going on and Brad has accurately figured it out, then, you know, Brad makes an extra $200 out the door. So it's a tough spot where maybe I leave money on the table or maybe I'm doing it right. I don't know. Let me know in the comment section. So Brad does go for the big bet 400 into 525.
Something unexpected happens. The big blind raises to 950.
Okay. Now we get check raised. The opponent is basically all in here. If we were really deep stacked, funny enough, I think this ace-king may actually be a reasonable hand to bluff re-raise. Because whenever you are playing really deep stacked, you essentially just want to block the nuts. What are the nuts here? It's going to be an ace, well, pocket aces, pocket kings, and pocket tens, right? And if you have a blocker, if you have a 10, that's not a hand you want to bluff re-raise with most likely, because that can just easily call the raise. So ace-king, I think, becomes the most viable bluffing hand. Ace-7 as well. These are hands that block your opponent from having full houses, right? Obviously, you don't expect to be against pocket aces or pocket kings all that often, but, you know, every once in a while you will be. But pocket 7s is a pretty likely hand that would consider going for this. So this is a spot where, like, basically no one bluffs. But if you're playing really deep stacked against really good players, maybe you should mix it in, because give your opponent a hand like 10-7, right? If they check raise the river and get jammed on for $5,000 or something like that, it's a pretty bad spot because they only beat a bluff. And if they think you never bluffed, it's actually a fold. Anyway, that's not what we're looking at here. We have to put in $550 to win a pot that's going to be, what, $2,400 or so? So we need to be good like 21% of the time. So what would you do in this spot? I want you to think about this and write your answer in the comment section below. In this spot, would you fold or would you call? All right. What did you decide? Either way, going through this active learning process is going to go a long way to helping you improving your poker skills. And at my training site, pokercoaching.com, we have over 1,000 interactive hand quizzes, very similar to this. Also, we have lots of courses. We have a cash game masterclass where we have lots and lots of short parts to the video, or short parts to the course with quizzes after every single part to ensure that your poker skills are progressing. I'm actually having a big sale right now for Cinco de Mayo. Check it out at pokercoaching.com/Cinco to get a very, very big discount on pokercoaching.com because I want you to get in there, study, and improve your skills so, well, you can win all the money. This is a spot where I think it's just a pretty easy fold. It's annoying that this is how this hand played out, but if you think about this from the opponent's point of view, Brad raised preflop, continuation bet the turn, and now blasts the river. Brad should be really polarized. If Brad is really polarized, the opponent does not need to bluff with the marginal made hands like an ace because that beats the random bluffs that Brad could have, like, I don't know, 9-8 or Jack-8 or Jack-9. So he's essentially taking whatever hand he has and is raising into Brad's value range. Because if Brad has pocket aces, pocket kings, pocket tens, ace 10, king 10, 10, 7, he's just not folding, right? So even raising a hand like a 10, like a weak 10 here, I think is kind of optimistic. So that means the opponent should have a pretty strong hand. What is a pretty strong hand here? Probably like a good 10 or better. And I do think the opponent could have king 10 or queen 10 or jack 10. Brad seemed to kind of ignore those hands on the turn, I think. But they could have it, right? And the thing is, even though it's kind of unlikely the opponent has king 10, queen 10, jack 10, just because there aren't that many combinations of it, when they check raise the river against a very polarized range, all of a sudden their likely range shrinks up a lot to be very premium hands. Also, would they check raise bluff here all that often against a very polarized range that contains all the nuts? Seems unlikely. There are a lot of spots that come up like this in poker where, let's say our opponent does have one of the random nut hands. There's not all that many combinations of it. But the way they played the hand, they're just really likely to have it. I reviewed a hand a while back with Kim Lim where she had quads on the river and it got like 6-bet on the river or something. And she folded. And there were 2 combinations of straight flushes available. And a lot of people in the comment section said something to the effect of, it's really unlikely. The odds of them having a straight flush against your quads are 1 in a billion or whatever it is. And yeah, pre-flop, but whenever it gets 6-bet on the river, all of a sudden the odds become like, I don't know, 70-30. It's like really, really likely your opponent has one of the super nut hands whenever they decide to blast it like this. And this is not quite as extreme of a scenario, but I do think it's very easy for the opponent to have a 10, and given they're basically all in for not a whole lot more, I think it's viable for them to check shove with a lot of the 10s. So this is an annoying spot, but I think you just got to fold. By the way, it is okay to bet the river for value with ace-king, with the idea that you're going to fold if you get raised, because when you get raised, you're just entirely beat, or mostly entirely beat, and whenever you bet and get called, you win a lot, because your opponent could easily have an ace. That said, I don't know if I love the $400 bet because I'm not sure if the ace-x calls, but assuming they are going to call the $400 bet, then I think the $400 bet was actually very good.
It's gutsy because I can have 10s, aces, kings, 7s, ace-10, queen-jack, and ace-king all in my range the way I've played this so far. The opponent can't have a ton of those hands in his range because he would have 3-bet pre-flop or likely would have raised me at some other point.
While the opponent cannot have aces and kings, maybe 10s, they definitely can have king 10, queen 10, jack 10, right? And because the opponent is so shallow compared to the pot, they can justify jamming those, I think.
Problem is that people just always have it when they raise on the river. Oh man, what kind of canned sardines did I open here? I guess it doesn't matter. The brand isn't important at a time like this. I'm confused. Is there some chance that my opponent doesn't have it? Could he be interpreting my bet how I wanted him to, which was for him to believe that we're chopping, and now he's raising, thinking that I'll have to fold a hand he'd be chopping with?
Like I said, I'm not a fan of getting involved in this leveling war. I think most people are going to look at this big bet, think you're polarized and be done with it. They're not going to think I saw him make this play earlier with a particular type of hand, and then they're going to do the same thing this time or the opposite this time. Who knows? I don't know how people are going to react. I wish I did, but I don't. Sorry.
I don't know. There's too much going on. I close my eyes and call, pretty much expecting to lose. The opponent rolls over, king 10 offsuit. His ambitious call with second pair and a backdoor straight draw almost gets him in lots of trouble because he was drawing nearly dead on the turn, but then gets bailed out by drilling a 2-outer on the river against the right player who just can't fold. That one's devastating. I'm mad at myself for calling the raise. My profit for the day is almost completely wiped out.
It's never fun whenever the dealer's shoveling the money to your opponent. I realize this video is already a little bit long, but one thing I wanted to mention here is that Brad seemed to, I'm not going to say focus on it, because I know Brad's a good, strong poker player, but he discussed here that the opponent was basically drawing dead on the flop, had to get the good run out in order for Brad to lose. And yeah, that's true. I think a lot of people get it in their heads that this was just an unlucky spot and it's going to happen very rarely, so like whatever. But in reality, like Brad mentioned here, when the guy check raises the river, he probably just has the nuts. Even though it's kind of unlikely he has the nuts, probably just has it, right? So don't be unhappy about getting unlucky here. And all you can do is make the best play at every particular betting round. And Brad played pre-flop great. He played the flop great. Maybe he could bet a little bit bigger. Played the turn great. And assuming his read on the river was right, or his leveling war thought process was right, he played the first part of the river right. And then your opponent gives you very new, very uncommon information. You just got to make the fold. It's annoying. It's frustrating, but you got to make the fold. Interestingly enough, if Brad actually bet smaller on the river, like I would have recommended, 200 or so, and then the opponent raised, I think calling it off then becomes a little bit more reasonable. Because when you bet small on the river, some aggressive creative opponents, which I don't know whose opponent is, but some aggressive creative opponents will think your small bet means a lot of marginal hands like an ace, trying to get thin value or something like that. And if they think that, they are going to end up bluffing you some portion of the time, so you've induced bluffs. But the way Brad played his hand, he induced no bluffs. He looked like he had the nuts. And when you look like you have a lot of nuts in your range, your opponent would have to be insane to try to bluff raise you. And in this case, as you see, the opponent just had the nuts, played it face up. When you get to the river for all the money, turns out most people play pretty face up. So that's going to be it for today. Huge thanks to Brad Owen for letting me use this hand. Make sure you like and subscribe his channel at youtube.com/BradOwenPoker. If you like this video, click like, click subscribe below. I'd appreciate it. Also, click the notification bell. If you have any suggestions for other hands I should cover from video bloggers, put a link in the comments section and put a timestamp, and I'll take a look. Good luck in your games. Have a great, great week. Thank you for being here, and I'll talk to you next time. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I won at about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. What makes you want to be out there in the poker public? Because there are plenty of people who are really great poker players, have been around for forever, but they are not so much in the public. Like, I mean, Phil Ivey, we talked about him earlier, right? Super crusher, doesn't really do a ton in the public. Whenever he says anything to the media, people just gobble it up. What makes you be, like, you kind of are the media to some extent, like, right? You are in the public eye all the time. Why do you feel inclined to do that?
Well, so the first reason is I enjoy it, right? Because if I didn't enjoy it, guess what? I wouldn't do it, right? And second of all, I think that I'm uniquely qualified to do it, in a broader range, because I've also worked behind the scenes on both sides. I've been a player, I've been a grinder playing 10-20, trying to pay rent and all that kind of stuff. And I've also been on the, industry side where I understand the inner workings of how things function, right? So I think I'm well qualified to do it. I enjoy it. That's really enough for me. If I enjoy doing something, like, I'll continue to do it. I think I add value, and I think I'm certainly, for the most part, and I have been for most of my life in poker, polarizing, right? Because I'm not afraid to enter into controversial topics or whatever. So you get haters, and I'm sure you have some too, probably hardly any, but you get some people hate, but who cares? In the bigger picture, there's enough people that do enjoy your content. When I'm streaming, I have interesting conversations with people and whatnot. So I don't know. It feels like I don't feel obligated to do it, but I feel like I love poker, right? So I love to see it thrive, and I think I can help by adding my 2 cents by doing some of the videos you do on YouTube and things like that. I think it's a great way to promote the game, and ultimately, I guess too, it's ultimately a good way to promote GG Poker. Which the more eyeballs on GG Poker, the more people see how cool the software is, the more people play.
In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I won at about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello everyone, I'm Jonathan Little for PokerCoaching.com, here today reviewing a hand from the most recent season of Poker After Dark. And at the end of this, I'm going to show you a clip that I had in the most recent season of Poker After Dark, reviewing this actual hand on the air. It was a lot of fun producing those segments. Huge thanks to Poker Go for making it happen. This is from episode 1 of this season, and here we are watching the Brady Bunch play. It's called the Brady Bunch because it's Phil Hellmuth's home game, and he is the poker brat. Here we have Chamath under the gun, straddling. They're playing 100, 200, 400, very, very deep stacked. Alan Keating raises it up. And then David Sachs opts to call as well. David Sachs is a tech entrepreneur, as are most of the people in this game, including Jason Calacanis, Bill Gurley, Chamath. He elects to limp as well. Also, 3 of these players at the table have a pretty cool podcast called the All In Podcast. I like it a lot. It features Jason, David, and Chamath. So if you want a fun podcast to listen to where they talk about all sorts of stuff, check it out, the All In Podcast. All right, so we have a limp here. Jason Calacanis folds, as he should. Phil Hellmuth elects to limp it in with the ace-4 offsuit, which is probably fine, and Bill calls as well. So we see a 5-way flop. Jason wished he had the jack-2, but he folded. Flop comes queen, jack, 2 spades. Everybody has a very junky holding, besides, I suppose, David Sachs with middle pair and Alan Keating with middle pair. Checks around to Alan Keating, and this is a spot where I think that he should probably just check. When you have middle pair multi-way, you may think there's value in betting and making your opponents fold out hands with equity, but usually your opponents are going to fold out hands with like 3 outs. And take a look here, right? If people fold, they're going to be folding out, what, ace-4? Like, do you really care if your opponent sticks around to the turn with ace-4? Not really. You may be able to get some hands with decent equity to fold or put in money poorly, like let's say king-9 for a gut shot and an overcard. But usually that's not such a big deal whenever your middle pair is decent. So I definitely think Alan should just check. And similarly, I think David Sachs should check with his middle pair better kicker, because if he bets and gets called or raised, it's miserably bad. But if it checks through, he gets to see the turn and then try to not fold his hand. He does opt to bet though, and what's going to happen here is any hand that is drawing really, really thin is going to fold, and you're only going to get called by decent pairs that have okay equity, and draws that have a lot of equity, and better hands that actually beat you. And interestingly enough, Alan Keating actually does have one of the hands that David Sachs is thrilled to be up against, with the same middle pair, but a worse kicker. This is a pretty tough spot for Alan. I think he probably just has to call getting good odds here, which he does. Turn comes the 10 of clubs. Alan checks, and now David has to figure out what he should do. Remember, he doesn't know that Alan has a worse hand here. He assumes Alan has a reasonable range because he called a flop bet, right? Alan's not going to check call the flop with 8-7 of clubs, right? He probably has either a queen, a jack, a 2, a flush draw, or a straight draw, right? So no, assuming that, what should David do in this spot? I want you to pause the video and write in the comments section below if you think David should check, bet small, like 1,000, bet medium, like 2,000, or bet big, like 4,000. Pause the video and write what you would do in the comment section below. All right, did you do it? Good. Going through this process is going to go a long, long, long way to helping ensure you play good, strong, fundamentally sound poker. And assuming Alan's range is anywhere near reasonable, this is a spot where David just has to check. Because if he bets and gets called, he's mostly going to be against hands that have very good equity, many of which actually beat David's King Jack. You may say, but wouldn't Alan always bet a queen or better on the flop? And I don't think so. If you gave Alan Keating Queen 9 on the flop, he would at least consider checking it. Also, don't forget that Alan Keating, loose, aggressive, battling player, may sporadically put a check raise in on you, which would be terrible, right? When you have a very clear marginal made hand that really does not want to make the pot giant, you just want to check and you want to see a cheap showdown. The great thing about David Sachs' King Jack here is also that if it goes check check on the turn, he can just call any river bet because by checking the turn, he will have induced bluffs from Alan. I actually have a quiz available for you to take to make sure you understand the fundamentals. Check it out at pokercoaching.com/fundamentals. If you get any of those questions wrong, you need to brush up on your poker skills. This is a spot where I think it's a pretty easy check for David, but he goes for a medium-sized bet. And again, if somehow he knew exactly what Alan Keating had, I guess this plays fine. But remember, we don't know exactly what Alan has. Sometimes Alan's going to have any queen. Sometimes he's going to have the queen 10 particularly, or the jack 10, right? Sometimes he's going to have random king 9 or 9-8. And sometimes Alan Keating, with the heart of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, is going to put in the raise. Alan is a very strong, aggressive opponent. And at this point, I am pretty sure he is reading into David's bet sizing with the dinosaur eyes and mouth correctly, assuming that David has a strong but non-nut hand. And Alan has made it crystal clear through this episode that if he thinks you have a non-nut hand, he's going to pounce. And he is going to attempt to collect this pot. So that is what he does. He decides to make it 6,000. It's actually a pretty cool spot because if you think about it, Alan probably doesn't have a whole lot of premium hands, right? Because you got to think he would at least consider bluffing the king 9 on the flop. He'd probably just fold 9-8 on the flop. Maybe he splashes, who knows. He could have jack 10, but does he really want to be raising jack 10 into David, who could easily have king 9 or queen jack or queen 10, right? It's one of these spots where the play doesn't actually make sense. But if your opponent's going to bet too wide and let you run them over, then I love the play. But I don't think this is going to work so great against absolute world-class players because they're going to look at this and they're going to figure out that when David Sachs bets small here, his range is probably a lot of marginal-ish hands. And if his range is very marginal, Alan, loose, aggressive, battling Tyrannosaurus, is going to pounce. Therefore, King Jack just cannot fold. And to be fair, David Sachs does call, which I think is good and fine. Alan decides to blast it on the river. He goes for the pot-sized bet. And this is where I think David messed up. Because you know what David did? He deposited his cards in the muck pretty quickly. He called the turn, presuming, all right, I'm just going to try to get there and try to get a straight or trips, right? The problem, though, is that he did not correctly realize that his range looked marginal to Allen. And if your range looks marginal to a very strong, aggressive, battling player, they are going to pounce. And when they pounce, they're going to eat your lunch. They're going to eat the pot. And knowing that, David has to realize that he has induced a bluff by betting small on the turn. If you've induced a bluff and your opponent's inclined to bluff, and you have a very good bluff catcher, and you block the straights, and you block the two pairs, you just have to call. Very, very easy call in this scenario for David, I think, and he let it go. And I want to make it clear. I actually respect these players very much for their business prowess, and I'm not trying to criticize their play or anything. I'm just trying to help all of you make sure you do not make this same mistake. This fold would be great if Alan Keating was a weak passive player, but it's not good if he is a loose aggressive player, and Alan made it clear he was in there trying to win every pot that looked like it was available for purchase. So that's going to be it for today. Hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, click the like and subscribe button below. And now, I have something special for you. Mr. Editor, cue the Poker After Dark segment that I did really quick for a nice little summary.
Sir, yes, sir. Before the break, Alan Keating bluffed David Sachs out of the pot. And for more on that hand, let's send it down to Poker Pro Jonathan Little.
Hi, everyone. I'm Jonathan Little of PokerCoaching.com, and let's analyze this interesting spot. On the turn, David Sachs has a decently strong hand in middle pair, but it's a spot where it is still easy for him to be beat by top pair or two pair or straight. In spots like this, you should often check behind and look to call a bet on most rivers so you don't get blown off your hand by a check raise. When Alan does make the turn check raise and gets called, he correctly realizes that his middle pair is probably not good. While he may have a little bit of showdown value, he opted to use his hand as a bluff, which is a very, very good play against players who will bet too wide on the turn. If David instead just checked behind on the turn, he could have easily called a river bet, and that would have worked out way better for him. How would you like to play with me on Poker After Dark? Well, now is your chance. I'm giving away one $5,000 buy-in seat to play with me next season. Head over to pokercoaching.com/pokerafterdark to enter the giveaway.
All right, I hope you enjoyed that little snippet of the new season of Poker After Dark. Remember that you can watch the episodes right now if you head over to pokergo.com. I have strategy segments in a lot of these episodes, so make sure you check that out. And if you like these strategy segments, let the people at PokerGo know. I would appreciate that. Good luck in your games. Have fun. And I'll talk to you next time. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I won at about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. One more thing I want to mention from the book is that you discuss having a pyramid for success, where essentially you want to develop things to stay away from to some extent, right? They will keep you out of a lot of trouble, right? So that you don't make some gigantic blunder. Like, let's say, you love going to play blackjack for not little money, but for a lot of money. And you make a rule, essentially, I'm not going to go play pit games, period. And then you stick to it. And you make a bunch of these, right? Like, say, you like drinking too much or doing drugs or whatever you like doing that's a problem. Can you expand on that a little bit? And what happens if you break one of the blocks and you go to the pit and you play too big a blackjack?
So it's interesting because I did write this. So thank you for mentioning that. Is one of the chapters in the book is I wrote down a pyramid of success, and there's a bunch of blocks in there that say don't do this. So right away when I was like 21, 22, I was gambling too much. I was playing baccarat and blackjack, and I lost most of my money or all of my money playing those casino games. So immediately I said no more casino games. It's different now. Because I represent the area, I hang out here, and for me, risking $10,000, when I picked up just 1.6 million just on the app, not to mention the SPACs, I mean, I've had years where I made $10 million, so 10K isn't that much for me, and it's kind of fun for me. I can still have fun betting 500.
I'm not talking about you playing blackjack. I'm talking about other people playing blackjack who have 10K to their name and they go off for 2K one day, right?
Yep. No, you're right, and I'm getting there. But I'm saying that you can adjust the pyramid as time passes, because I used to have no casino games at all in there. But I remember coming up with this pyramid, in 1987, and just like it was a life-changing thing for me. And so I was able to write a bunch of stuff I shouldn't do, and I stuck to those very quickly. Also, Jonathan, one that's kind of aligned with the pyramid. About 2011, I said I'll never lose $10,000, more than $10,000 playing poker in Vegas, and I stuck to that for like 8 years. Now it's different now. I play super high stakes stuff, and I'm but that helped me for years and years and years. I could win 30, 40, 50, 100,000 in one night. And I do remember once where I went off the rails and I lost 93,000. And I said, your punishment is you're going to stay in town till you get it all back. And luckily for me, I won 75,000 back the next day. But I stick to that. And Mike Mattisau will laugh when I'm down to, one time I was with him and I was down to my last 550, and he knew I was quitting. And I somehow ran that into 65,000. But there's some power to having goals and having stop losses on yourself and sticking to it. I have people that play in my regular online game, famous athletes. I don't want to talk about names, famous VCs, famous CEOs. And half of them, I say, listen, risk a $4,000 buy-in and another $4,000 buy-in. If you lose 8K, just quit. You'll never have a bad day. To them, $8,000, they make 30, 40, 50, 100 million a year is nothing. And you're going to have plenty of days where you win. And so, sticking to stop losses in poker and money management in particular is huge.
Hello Sharks, I am Jonathan Little for PokerCoaching.com, and before we get started, we're having a big sale at PokerCoaching.com because it's the fall season. I know a lot of you are outside playing, having fun, but while everyone's outside playing, if you want to spend a little bit of time improving your poker skills, check out PokerCoaching.com/fall to get a big discount right now. Today, we're going to be going through a hand from the awesome poker video blogger, Lexy Poker. We will put a link below to his YouTube channel. Go there, click like, click subscribe. In today's hand, he is playing 10-25 no limit, taking a little bit of a shot, playing a little bit bigger than normal at Hard Rock in Tampa, Florida. It's an exciting hand. Let's take a look.
In this hand, a recreational girl sits down and limps under the gun. Next to act makes it 100. We have pocket 10s on the button. We could 3-bet or call. This time we decide to just call. The big blind calls and the limper calls. So going 4 ways to the flop.
Woo! I forgot. Lexy Poker goes fast. Faster than me. I'll slow it down for everyone. Under the gun, limps. Playing $2,500 deep. 100 big blinds. Somebody raises to 100. We just call on the button. Fine and good. You could re-raise, but if you re-raise in this scenario and your opponent decides to go all in, you have to reluctantly call it off. Now look, whenever you are taking a shot in a game that's bigger than normal, you cannot be afraid. You can't be scared of getting it all in. What a lot of people do very wrong here is they will re-raise, let's say, $400 or $350, get shoved on, and then fold. But if you are playing a higher stakes game and your opponents are battling, as I know they are prone to do in Florida, you have to find the reluctant call-off. Now, I think the way Lex played it is perfectly fine. I would not be re-raising in this scenario. I would just call on the button. Call on the button, try to flop a good hand, and go from there. I think that is by far the best strategy in this spot. If the limper decides to limp re-raise, as some recreational players do, he said the initial limper was a recreational player, then you can fold, because then you're probably against aces and kings. So I like this play a lot. Lexo poker calls, big blind, and under the gun all call. We see a four-way flop in position with pocket tens. A lot of people get scared in this spot, or they don't like this spot because they think, oh no, now I'm going to lose the hand a lot of the time. An overcard's going to flop. Yeah, sure, but you know, sometimes it doesn't, and also sometimes you make a set. So realize when you see the flop multi-way, we put in 25% of the money into this pot, and you're not going to win it every time. And that's A-okay. So don't think you have to win every single pot just because you have a pretty good pre-flop hand.
$400 in the middle. Board is 5-6-3 rainbow. It checks to us. We just
It's fast. All right, flop comes 6-5-3. Something I do, a little tip for all of you out there, is I always reorganize the board from high to low. It helps me memorize the board a whole lot better, helps me remember the scenario for future discussion. I always note my cards high to low. If it's pocket tens, it's a 10 and a 10. But if it was jack and 10, it would be jack 10, not 10 jack. With this board, I would say 6-5-3. A little bit of a nitpicky thing I do, but I think it actually does help a lot for structuring your thought process in general. All right, 6-5-3. They check to us. Okay. Here, it's very important to ask yourself, what's my opponent's strategy, right? Are they going to play straightforwardly? Are they going to be insane? Given we have no reads, I don't know. So what I want you to do is take a second to think about what you would do with pocket tens in this spot with no reads besides my opponents are loose and splashy. In this scenario, pot's $400. Would you just check it back? Try to see a cheap showdown? Would you make a small bet, like $125? Would you make a big bet, like $300? Or would you make a gigantic bet, like $600? Pause the video and write what you would do in the comment section below. All right, did you do it? Did you like the quiz? If you like the quiz, click like, click subscribe. I would appreciate it. Also, if you want a whole lot more quizzes, over 1,200 of them, where we go through every single street of over 1,200 hands, check out pokercoaching.com/fall to get in on the fall sale right now. This is a spot where, in any regular scenario, I think the play is to bet kind of big, like $300. I know from a GTO point of view, you often want to be betting small and multi-way pots, but this is a spot where I have to think Lexo Poker should be betting pretty infrequently, mostly with just very good made hands and draws. And the nice thing about betting big in this scenario, like 300, not 600, but 300, is that worse hands can still call. If you give someone 7-6 or a draw or, pocket eights, they're going to call the bet. And if you bet 300, they have to be incredibly concerned that you just have the nuts for, sixes, fives, or threes. Obviously, they could have a straight, but, sets are very good. You're not folding sets. So this is a spot where I think the play, especially in live poker against, more recreational players, is to use a big bet size with the idea that they're going to give you really, really, really accurate information if they raise you. And I would bet here 300 and fold if small blind, big blind, big blind under the gun or the initial raiser decided to check raise, because I would expect them to have pretty much the nuts, right? While they could check raise perhaps a hand like nines or eights, realize they could also have aces, kings, queens, jacks for the under the gun player at least. Or the under the gun slow player could have that. I say slow player, maybe they're slow player. Also, the pre-flop raiser could have those hands as well and decide to go for a check raise. I don't think it's likely, but they could. Obviously, the big blind could have random straights and two pairs and whatnot. So I think this is a spot where when we bet the tens and get called, we're very happy. But if we bet the tens and get raised, we're very unhappy. So this is a spot where I think the play is to bet pretty big, and then I think we're going to get pretty accurate information. Now, don't tell your opponents that. Don't let your opponents know you're going to be betting big in this scenario with some hands like pocket tens that you're going to fold. Obviously, of course, we'd also bet here with stuff like 8-7 and not fold to a raise. We'd bet stuff like ace-4 suited and not fold to a raise, and we'd bet stuff like sets in two pairs and not fold to a raise. So realize we don't have a ton of hands we're betting in this spot that we are folding, but I think this is one of the I guess I call it thinnish value hands. I think that makes sense to do, or to use. You don't need to bet bigger like 600, because when you start betting 600, you'll even get hands like 7-6 to fold, which are hands you want to get value from. And you don't want to bet tiny, because when you bet tiny, you're giving all the pairs very, very good odds to draw. And for all you know, you may induce a bluff, or maybe you won't. You're not really going to know how to play against that. So I think a 300 bet is quite nice in this spot. Checking's fine too if you have a read that your opponents have the nuts, but I have no reads here. If you can just like look across the table and tell someone loves their hand in the big blind or the under the gun player, which could easily have sets in this scenario, either of them could, and big blind could have the straights. If you can look and tell they're happy, just check and then fold. Sometimes you really can make reads that good in live poker.
Decide to check this one back, and I don't really like this. At the time, I was thinking about pot controlling. This board can really smash the big blind and the limpers ranges. They can have all the sets and 2 pairs on this board. So I played a little pot control, a little scared money because the game's so big, but don't really mind it. Turn card.
All right. Lexo Pokerton played a little bit of scared money because we're playing so big, and I don't like it. You can't be scared money. We actually reviewed another hand from Lexo Poker where he was not scared money at all, so I don't think he's necessarily being scared money here. I think he's just maybe he had a read. Maybe he decided just going to find a way to try to get to a cheap showdown. The problem with that, though, is that if you think about the turn cards that are going to come on this board, basically every turn card's bad, right? I mean, name a good turn card. There really aren't a ton, because if your opponents have a marginal made hand like King 5 suited in the turns of King or 5, you lose. If they have random Queen Jack in the turns of Jack, you lose. If they have 7-5 in the turns of 7, you lose, right? So like all the turn cards are gonna be pretty bad in this scenario. So whenever there are a lot of potentially bad cards and you have to fade 3 hands, right? I think you just want to bet and either pick up the pot immediately or get called by some worse hands and clean up your equity by getting some other hands with equity like King Queen to fold. Anyway, check. Turn's gonna be bad. Let's see.
Card is an offsuit 8, and now the limper leads out for $150 into 400, so a pretty weak sizing. So now I think she'd bet a lot bigger if she had a straight, 2 pair, or a set. I think she has mostly a hand like 8-9, 7-8, pocket 7s, or ace-8, so I raise for value. Given the fact that I check back the flop, under-rep my hand, I raise to $500, trying to get value from all of her 1 pairs or pair plus straight draw.
All right, let's slow down right here. Under the gun bets 150, the other player folds the initial raiser. And now here we are with the 10s. We have the best hand almost every time. Obviously, the under the gun player could just be sitting here with a set or random 8-5 for all I know, right? Remember, we have the read that the under the gun player is a recreational player. So whenever you think your opponent is a recreational player, I don't think you want to try to really narrow their range to the logical holdings. And I agree. Everything Lexo Poker said here was pretty logical, right? Random 8s, hands like a 6. Sure, makes a lot of sense. But I don't think you can automatically remove all of the nut hands, because for all you know, they're just betting small because they want to get called. They could be sitting here with 8-6 suited for all you know. They limp and then call a regular raise, right? Also, it's tough because whenever you raise here, the big blind's going to play super straightforwardly. But if you call, I think it's probably the safer play here because like your hand's good, but if a lot of money goes in the pot here, again, I don't think you're in great shape. Because if you do raise to 500 here, yeah, you'll get value from 8-7 and 7-6 and stuff like that, but you also are putting in money very poorly when you're behind. I don't hate this raise, but I think it's you got to be careful with this. This is the type of play that works great against generally weak, straightforward players. But we're playing 10-25 no limit hold'em, right? How recreational can they be? They're probably okay, and for that reason, I'm always a little bit cautious with plays like this that kind of presume the opponent is playing really like ABC poker. I have a hard time presuming the opponents play ABC poker. Anyway, we raised to 500, sure. So also, Lexo Poker mentioned his hands underrepresented. While that's true, whenever you raise a turn to 500, it's not underrepresented anymore. And now it just looks like you're trapping your opponent. If it looks like you're trapping your opponent, then alarm bells should be going off in their head.
If she calls my raise, I'll check back all rivers unless it comes out of 10.
I like that play.
So she makes the call. I'm not feeling great about the hand, but I'm pretty sure I'm winning at this time.
I generally agree with that. Whenever you raise here and get called, you're usually pretty happy. And I also like the idea that if I do raise and get called, I'm not going to go for thin value on the river with my 10s if it's, say, some brick. Because even though a hand like 8-7 could call, we could conceivably be beat.
River comes off a 3, pairs to board. She thinks for about 2 seconds, and you can see right in front of me, she leads out for $1,200.
Woo! Nasty one. Nasty one. Nasty one. You know what we're going to do? This may be the first time ever. We're going to have 2 quizzes in this video because this is a nasty one. Take a second. Think about what you do in this scenario facing the $1,200 lead. Do we find a nitty fold against a recreational player? Do we find the call? Or do we rip it all in? Let's do it again. Pause the video. Write what you would do in the comment section below. All right. This is a gross spot. Either we're calling or folding. We're not raising. Because if we raise and she is sitting here with the nuts, like a 3 or set, she's just not folding, right? Well, set's now a full house. So raising would be awful. So the question is, do we fold or do we call? I think in this scenario, the only bluffs that we're going to see are going to be like ace-4 suited and maybe like king-4 suited. Because if your opponent was sitting here with a hand like 8-7, would they ever just look at this turn and think, yep, blast ya? I think that'd be insane. I think that'd be legitimately insane for almost everyone. Now, I remember that this player is a recreational player. Who knows what they're actually going to do? But that'd be a pretty insane thing, right? Like, going back to the turn action, I would not be shocked if they show up with a premium hand here like a set, right? Like, that's fine and standard, even though they use a suboptimal bet size. But on the river, are they really blasting it with a hand like 7-6 or 8-7? I don't think so. So I think we're going to see ace-4 suited a pretty good amount of the time, maybe ace-7 suited. But that's like it. That's it. So given there aren't all that many combinations of bluffs, only 8 of them, you want to ask, are 3s logical? Well, they could easily have ace-3 suited. They could easily have like 4-3 suited. 5-3, 4-3, yeah, 5-3 suited. Maybe 3-2 suited for all we know. Notice all these are pairs and gut shots or pairs and open-ended straight draws, right? They're not likely, but they are possible. Could the opponent ever have just like the nuts? Could they have turn pocket 8s? Sure. It's afraid to let it check behind. Could they ever have a slow played set on the flop, like 6s or 5s? Sure, right? So the question is, are we good about 30% of the time, 32% of the time, whatever we need to be good? In this scenario, you divide 1,200 by the entire pot after we call to see how often we would need to be good. Let's get out the calculator. I'll show you how to do this. You do 1,200 times 2. That's what the total pot's going to be. Plus the 1,400, right? This is the total pot. So we take 1,200 divided by 38. So 1,200 divided by 3,800 equals 32% of the time we need to be good. So there are 8 logical bluffs, maybe a few other nonsense bluffs that I'm not thinking of. Jack 10 or something ridiculous. So there's 8 logical bluffs. The question is, how many nut hands are there that may play this way? Well, we have ace-3 suited, just 2 of those. 3-2 suited, probably not. 4-3 suited, sure, right? It's 2 of those. There are pocket 8s, pocket 6s, and pocket 5s. There's 9 of those. So 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. We're looking at 13 nut hands that could have played this way. Could she ever have 9-7 suited? Maybe. 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. We're looking at 17 nut hands that could play this way. I don't know. It's a tough one. In scenarios like this, you want to try to break your opponent's range down and figure out, would they play these hands in this particular manner, right? Because we don't know she's always going to play this way with ace-4 suited. And we also don't know she's going to always play this way with 9-7 suited, right? So it's a tough scenario. She got 7-4 suited. I mean, it's possible. It's 4 more hands there. Could she ever overvalue a hand like pocket 9s? Maybe. But if she's overvaluing 9, she could easily have like jacks and queens that play weirdly too, right? I will generally say, when people take this line, when there are a lot of logical bluffs available, you should usually find a call. Like if there's a bunch of busted flush draws, I would have called here. But given there's no flush draw, I think it's probably just a fold. Notice if there were flush draws available, there'd be some more number of potential bluffing combinations, right? But with no flush draw available at all, you're really just looking at the busted straight draws. And for all you know, they don't even play this way. It is worth noting as well, how does your opponent play in general? When they snap bet, when they have an easy decision, does that tend to err towards value or bluffs? Because some people, when they snap bet, they either have the nuts every time or they have nothing every time. And if you're paying attention to your recreational opponents, you should be correlating this. Now, imagine you've played with this player for, I don't know, an hour, and you've seen them make 1 snap bet, and it was a bluff. We had a sample of 1. would we read into that and call in this scenario because of that? Assuming they play using normal timing every other time, but you've seen them make one snap bet and it was a bluff. I would call every time. If they've made one snap bet over the course of an hour and it was the nuts, I think I'd fold every time. Like these are little things that would just sway me one way or the other in this otherwise very, very close spot. What would I do in this scenario? I don't know. No reads. I usually just call. The nice thing about calling is that you get to see what your opponent's doing, right? And if your opponent shows up with some complete nonsense, you learn a lot. If they show up with a set, you learn that something about their turn bet size, right? If they show up with a 3, you learn, all right, maybe a little bit loose and splashy on the turn, trying to spike, and then when they spike, they lead. You learn a lot when you call. You don't learn anything when you fold. So I err towards calling with no reads, but with any sort of read whatsoever, this could easily be swayed to a fold. It's a close spot.
Well, this turned into a pretty nasty spot. We are beating hands like 5-6, 8-6, and 8-5 that are now counterfeited.
Would she lead those? Snap lead those? I don't think so. I would definitely not think she's snap leading those because a lot of people have to look at the board and realize, oh my God, I just got counterfeited. Those are logical bluffs, but would the opponent do that? I just don't think so, especially since those are marginal made hands that can easily beat your busted draws. I would never. I would be pretty surprised to see 8-5 or 6-5 show up here.
The 3 on the river now reduces her likelihood of having pocket 3s. She's not limping pre-flop with 7-4 suited. She could have 9.
I don't like that logic. So look, you just mentioned 6-5, right? Or 8-5. If she's playing 8-5, she could easily have 7-4, right? And I'm not putting that past a recreational player to limp the 7-4 suited under the gun, trying to see a flop, right? So I would not narrow that. I always try to point out whenever I'm observing anyone's like thought process, the things that I think are very reasonable, right? And also things that I think are kind of unreasonable. And right here, I think that's the first unreasonable thing Lexy Poker said so far.
7 suited, which is a straight, but I think she'd be betting way more on the turn, not $150 into $400. So
Again, if you're playing the small stakes games, you can presume they're going to play that straightforward ABC where they bet small with their marginal made hands and big with their nuts. But as you play against higher stakes opponents, they will mix it up.
Can discount that hand. So basically, I'm only losing to pocket 5s and pocket 6s. I think she would probably raise pocket 8s pre-flop. She may not want to check call a bet, so she bets herself, basically naming her own price. However, 1,200 into 1,400 is a huge price to name for herself. So I don't know. It just doesn't seem good for me.
Doesn't seem good for you. I agree. So Lexy Poker mentions I think he's trying to narrow her range too much. Like whenever I'm trying to pinpoint someone's range, it's usually is this reasonable? And Lexy Poker says she probably raises 8s pre-flop, but not 6s. And like, really? I don't know that I can narrow someone's range who I don't know all that much. Even if I know someone a lot, and I know they limp some hands under the gun, 8s is reasonable, 6s is reasonable, right? 9-7 suited is reasonable. I don't know anything about their bet sizing because I don't really know. So in this scenario, I just don't know. Now, if you did think your opponent's range was exactly 6s and 5s and maybe 3s, it's only 7 combinations of hands, right? Could they have ace-4 suited, ace-7 suited? Sure. If that's the case, and you think they would bluff with those hands, this is an easy call, right? Because they're going to be bluffing half the time. And you only need to win 32% of the time, right? So if the opponent's range is exactly 6s and 5s, then sure. Easy call, no-brainer. But I don't think that's what we're looking at here. I think it's definitely a close spot.
After thinking for a while, being at this stakes, I just don't think I can fold a hand so strong like pocket 10s. After tanking for 2 minutes, I flick in the call, $1,200. She shows us pocket 5s for a flop set, river full house. I basically donate $1,200 to seat number 2, and I muck my cards.
All right. Whenever you see that your logic was incorrect, what should that make you do? Because remember, Lexy Poker said she probably would not bet the turn 150 with pocket 5s. I presume she would re-raise the turn with pocket 5s if she had it. And I would presume she would bet bigger. But again, I just don't know, right? And I think something a lot of people do a little bit optimistically is they really try to narrow the opponent's range to like 1 or 2 key hands. But as you move up in stakes and play against better opponents who are going to be a little bit more balanced or a little bit more tricky, just straight up tricky, then you cannot narrow their ranges so much. And that leads to a lot more guessing games. And you have to be cool with guessing if you're going to be playing poker at a high level. And sometimes you're going to guess wrong. So fun hand. That's going to be it for today. If you enjoyed it, check out Lexy Poker's YouTube channel. Again, link is in the description below. Also, click like, click subscribe. Subscribe to his channel as well. Thanks for being here. Good luck in your games. Have a great, great week. In order order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I won at about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Please hold the handrail. Hello, everyone. I'm Jonathan Little. We are heading to Fort Lauderdale to play the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open. They have a lot of tournaments there. They have a 1K today, a Turbo. They have a, what else they have? They have a 2K the next day, a 5K, a 25K, a 10K. They have all the tournaments within a week, which is perfect because you get to play a lot of volume in a short period of time. That's exactly what I need in my life. So, let's go there. Let's try to win some money. So I've been home for the last month, and the World Series was very hectic, especially given I didn't even play all that much poker. We had a lot of meetings, met a lot of people, made a lot of good connections, had a lot of fun. And I went home and I had all the work to do, like literally all of it. Every day was full. And that's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind doing all of the work for all of you. I'm willing to sacrifice my time for you, reading Banana. And poker used to be like the difficult part of my life, the strenuous part, the part that required all the focus. But now it's kind of the opposite. Now it's more like regular life requires all that. And poker's more of, I'm not going to say it's necessarily a vacation, but it certainly feels like it a little bit. So I am valuing my time playing poker more. So to all of you young kids out there, or those who don't necessarily value your time playing cards and enjoying the life you live, because look, I squandered a lot of enjoyment because I was a young, dumb kid in many, many ways. Realize how good you have it, because it's only going to get tougher. Hello, everyone. Today's a $2,000 tournament. We've been playing for about 7 hours, and now we're on the bubble. 28 people get paid. First place is $97,000. We're currently hand for hand. I have 20 big blinds. There are a few short stacks. We're going to try to cash, but you never know. We're still on the bubble, but we got a full double up. I flopped a set against top pair, and I won. $10 players. I have 300K, a little bit less than average, 20 big blinds. We're playing 2 5-handed tables. Maybe we'll get lucky. Here we are, final table with our companions. Oh, all right, 20 big blinds. Do it again? Nice. We're 3-handed. I have 5, 6, 7, 8, 850.
I got about $1 million.
Joe McKenna's about $1 million. Here we have all the chips. The rest. 3-handed. No longer heads up. I won the tournament.
Oh.
There it is.
No?
We have a trophy.
Oh, yeah.
And some cards. I had pocket eights. I won every hand.
2 red eights.
I won every hand.
Did you hear what today was? Today was the Ocho day.
It's the Ocho day?
And my wife's favorite hand. The Ocho.
I'll take it. So, yeah, I won the poker tournament. That was good. I generally got hit by the deck at the final table. And I had the best seat at the table because the big stack was on my direct right. And he's a good aggressive player, World Poker Tour champion, Tony. Not sure how to say his last name. Anyway, he was raising a decent amount, which allowed me to jam my 20 big blind stack. I did that over and over and over. Eventually, he raised nines. I got kings. I got a double, very big double late. And I won a lot of the hands. Heads up, I got pretty lucky. I had Jack 7. The board was Jack 5-2. He bet into me. There was a flush draw. I believe I limped this one. Yeah, I limped this one. He checked the big blind. It came Jack 5-2. He bet out with a 5. I called with a Jack. Turn was another 5. He bet again. I called. River was a Jack. He checked, and I bet huge, like 1.5 times pot, and he called with his full house, obviously. And then I won a flip. So I generally felt good about my play today. I ran some bluffs here and there, but didn't do anything insane, and just played good, fundamentally sound poker all day. It was a surprisingly tough field. Everyone's good now. Anyway, I won way more than my fair share of hands and won the tournament for 97K. Tomorrow is a 1,006-handed tournament at noon, so we're gonna go get some rest and then try to win that one too. Today is a $1,000 6-handed tournament. Right back in it, bright and early. We get to play with the legend. There he is right there. Mike Sowers. He's one of my friends. He's on my direct left. In the good old days, he beat me heads up in a tournament online. I got 320K. I don't know how much he got. 500 or something. We'll see how it goes today. Here's my dad, Larry Little, playing a satellite. Folding his way to a victory with any luck. They're doing a lot of construction here, by the way. You see all these walls? There used to be bleachers against them. I have no clue what they're going to be doing, but they are clearly dumping tons of money, tons of renovations into this place, the Seminole Hard Rock, and it is going to be sweet as soon as they're done. Today is day 1 of the $5,000 buy-in Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open main events. They're not going to stop talking. That's how it goes when you try to make a video right before the start of a tournament. So yeah, let's run hot. Man, oh man, I got absolutely butchered today in the $5,000 tournament. I lost literally every hand for 3 hours, and that's all it took. I don't think I won a pot. It's funny how it goes. You can go, you can win the tournament, and then the next day you can literally not win a hand. Poker's fun. Tomorrow, we're gonna have a breakfast with some of you. Maybe I'll see you there. And then we're gonna try again on day 1B. Poker coaching, annual breakfast now at the Hard Rock. All the good students, they're like, oh, don't show me, don't show me. They think I'm terrible.
Yeah, I charge for this.
Nice.
$2 a second.
Oh my God. $93,000 in the day. Not so bad.
Thanks to aces.
We got aces right at the end of the day and won 3 big blinds. Congrats.
Okay.
This is Will the Thrill. Go to his charity tournament in New York if you have the option.
Right before the Bazaar in January. Put that hand on a weekly poker hand.
Yeah, that was an exciting one. Someone raised that 3-bet aces and he folded. We're in the players' party. For the winners and the losers. It's time to go play day 2. Had a nice relaxing morning. I sat in the bathtub and played Hearthstone for about an hour.
They have a new expansion. It's a lot of fun. I love games. Let's go play some poker. I got absolutely butchered today. It was a lot of fun. First hand, made top pair in a 3-bet pot, but the opponent had a better top pair. Then I lost a flip. So 1/3 gone, 2/3 gone. I got her only with queens. That was lucky. And I doubled up against ace jack to get back to like 20 big blinds. Then I got aces against the same guy. I raised, he called big blind. Came queen 10-3, 2 diamonds. He blasted it into me. He led, huge. I'm like, okay, I'm in great shape here. So I put the rest in. And he had queen 10, so he just blasted it huge on queen 10-3. So I was out. Well, I am out. Now, I'm gonna go eat some noodles. Tilt food. Actually, not tilt at all. Whenever you just get completely demolished, there's not a whole lot you can do. So I'm gonna go have some lunch, and then play the 2,500. There's still a 2,500 left, a 25K, and a 10K. So, plenty of poker to be played. Well, I'm out of the 25K. I was chugging along. I never really had a ton of chips, but I did get up to about 1.5 starting stacks at one point. And then I found pocket queens. Someone raised, someone called, I went all in. I got called by pocket eights, and he got an 8. So I'm out. Tomorrow's one more try, a 10,000 one-day tournament. We'll see how it goes. Well, I'm out. I didn't fare too well in the 10K today. I ran into aces early in the day to get kind of short. Then I won. Jack 10 suited against ace king to get basically back to a starting stack. But then I lost ace 9 to Jack 10 suited to get down to chump change. And then I lost king 10 to 6-5. So I won all in out of, I think, four or five total. So that's it. I'm going home. We're going home with a trophy. Trophy looks like that sign right there. And it's fun, actually, because I did great in the one tournament, and besides that, I won like no hands of poker. And I guess that's just how it goes sometimes. Can't even talk. That is how it goes sometimes. I'm excited to get back home, and my next trip will be to Atlantic City, I think. Who knows what where you're going to be doing. If you're not already a poker coaching member, by the way, go to my site, pokercoaching.com. We've been doing lots and lots of work there to significantly build out the site to give you the best learning experience you can get. I know a lot of sites offer training videos. Some of them even offer quizzes like Poker Coaching does. But we have structured the site such that you actually learn how to play better. Just today, a player who made the final table of the 25K said he's a good cash game player, but kind of sucked at tournaments. He signed up to pokercoaching.com a month ago, made his first big final table, so it could happen to you too. Good luck in your games, have fun, and I'll talk to you next time. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I won at about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. I'm Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. Hello, Sharks. I am Jonathan Little for PokerNews.com, here today with a hand from the Party Poker Live Premier League, featuring two world-class players. We have Phil Hellmuth, you all know him. I interviewed him on my YouTube channel recently. Make sure you check that out at youtube.com/pokercoaching. He is the crusher in the World Series of Poker. 15 World Series of Poker bracelets. He's going to be playing against Dan Jungleman Cates. If you don't know him, he is considered one of the best heads-up no-limit hold'em players in the world. He's also the founder of the Daniel Cates Foundation that helps people who are less fortunate in Africa primarily, and he, well, gets after it. Let's take a look at him playing a fun one against the great Phil Hellmuth Jr.
And this was an amazing heat as well because of all the point system came into play. Everyone was so close.
Yeah, this was it was the last one, I think, the last heat, wasn't it? And Jungleman shouldn't really be playing a pot in the hand too, because he's like blocked to make the final because he has all the chips and he decides to like play crazy. He doesn't really know why, he's just doing it.
So what the commentators here are referring to is the fact that this is sort of a league, right? And Jungleman, Dan Cates here, already has enough points to the point that he doesn't really need to try to accumulate points anymore. He just wants to not go broke. So that is certainly worth noting here. People should presume he's going to play on the tighter side. That said, he will take them to the jungle and battle all day, every day for fun, for sport. That's how the Jungle Man operates. So in this scenario, Phil Hellmuth raises it up from, it looks like, the hijack seat. Jungle Man calls with the 8-7 of hearts. If you are unfamiliar with pre-flop play, make sure you download my 6 max pre-flop charts for 6-handed play. You can get those completely for free at pokercoaching.com/6maxcharts. Phil Hellmuth opens it with the King Jack offsuit. Jungleman calls the 8-7 suited. Sure, seems reasonable.
It was kind of a theme with the whole Premier League when Jungleman's in, is that he just does his own thing and doesn't pay attention to the points, and it aggravates people.
So funny enough, I thought he called. Calling's fine. Jungleman re-raises though. They are playing very deep stacked here, 132 big blinds. As you are deeper and deeper, I think it becomes more and more reasonable to 3-bet some of these suited connected type hands like this, because whenever you do happen to make a strong hand, you're very, very, very likely to get paid off for a lot of money. So Jungleman does go for the small 3-bet. It goes 8,000, 20,000. Phil Hellmuth calls with the King Jack, and look, normally King Jack is not the best hand in the world to call a 3-bet with, but against the Jungleman, getting good odds, I think calling is reasonable. You may actually want to 4-bet this every once in a while. I don't hate it. These big blocker hands like King Jack offsuit, Ace Jack offsuit, Ace 10 offsuit play reasonably well as a bluff, because whenever you have those two high cards in your hand, it makes it less likely your opponent has those high cards in their hand, which means they're less likely to have like pocket kings and ace king, right?
He just wants to play correct poker. He doesn't want to do anything to do with points. So that's as good as you're going to get with the flop.
Phil Hellmuth flops the nuts. He has King Jack on Jack 4-4. Seems like a great spot to check. Give Jungleman the chance to bluff.
King Jack.
Check. 51.
Jungleman bets 21,000 into the, what was it? It was roughly 45,000 pot. Phil Hellmuth immediately check raises it up to 51, so a little bit more than a minimum raise, 2.5x the bet. What a weird spot for the Jungleman. I want you to take a second to think about what you would do playing very deep stacked against the great Phil Hellmuth. Obviously, we don't know he has the King Jack. This is a situation where it's pretty tough, right? I mean, I realize Jungleman has the 8 high, but he's getting really good odds. He has to put in 30 into a pot that's going to be quite big. And, you know, you have all the backdoor draws. You have position. Is that enough to stick around against the World Series of Poker bracelet champion? I want you to think about this and pause the video. Write what you would do in the comment section below. Would you fold, even getting good odds and having position? Would you call? Or would you bump it up? Would you re-raise and make it something like 150,000 and try to really apply pressure to Phil Hellmuth? We are playing very deep stacked again, 530,000 deep, so lots and lots of play remains. Pause the video and write what you would do in the comment section below. All right, this is a tricky spot, and I think Jungleman's reasonable options here are to fold because he thinks Phil Hellmuth is just doing this with the best hands, or perhaps to call. If you think Hellmuth is ever getting out of line, or if you think you can really bully Hellmuth on the turn and the river, which maybe is the case, maybe not, I don't know. If you think you can really push him around on the turn and the river and maybe even get him off of a jack, especially if the board runs off a little bit, nasty, then I think that it's very reasonable to call, purely because we're getting really good odds and because we are in position. When you're deep stacked, good pot odds and position allows you to stick around with all sorts of backdoor draws. If Jungle Man had a slightly better draw, like Queen 10 of Hearts or King 10 of Hearts for backdoor flush draw with an overcard, then I would love calling. Like, I think folding would be out of the question then. But I think in this scenario with just 2 undercards and like the bad end of the backdoor straight draw, I think folding is probably ideal.
I think you mentioned at some point that everybody knew the Jungleman was at it when the turn comes. How'd you know?
It was just pretty obvious. I don't know. It was just the way he calls, and he gives a lot away live. But
Jungleman does opt to call. Commentators saying Jungleman's a tell box. Maybe that's true, maybe not. I tend to presume the absolute best poker players in the world are not tell boxes, although, you know, maybe Jungleman is. Who knows? I don't know. Haven't played with him very much, so I have almost no idea. But you got to be careful assuming you know too much about people who are very successful at poker.
it just felt like he was bluffing. There's not many hands he would raise the turn with, you see. All his value hands he'd just call again, I think, and then probably get a raise in on the river, so.
Turns the 9 of hearts. Commentators are talking about something not relating to this hand. Thanks, commentators. Come on, maybe I'll mute you next time. So here, the turn's the 9 of hearts, and Phil Hellmuth immediately bets 40, a small bet. I do not like this bet, because in this scenario, if Jungle Man has a jack that's worse than King Jack, he's obviously never going to fold for any amount. If he has an underpair, like pocket sixes, he'll probably call a slightly bigger bet, right? If he has a 4, you know, you're just on the hook no matter how it goes. And if he has some nonsense, I mean, I guess 40 keeps him in with some nonsense. To be fair, given Jungle Man has the 8-7 of hearts, maybe Phil Hellmuth's bet's actually pretty good, because realize Jungle Man is going to have 8-7 of clubs and King 10 of clubs, right? So hands that are drawing pretty thin here. That said, I think you probably just want to go a little bit bigger, because again, you give a world-class player like Jungle Man position and pot odds, and they're going to stick around with all sorts of stuff appropriately. So this is a scenario where I think you probably want to go just a little bit bigger. But, you know, Jungle Man has 2 options here now. He can either call or raise. If we were getting kind of close to getting all in, I think calling is definitely the right play. As you get deeper and deeper, though, it becomes more and more viable to raise. The thing is, though, is you really, 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 really do not want to raise with a draw that you'd have to fold if you get shoved on, assuming you think you're actually going to get shoved on some portion of the time. So in this scenario, it's pretty likely Phil Hellmuth has a jack, right? If he has a jack, will he rip it all in if Jungle Man puts in the raise in this scenario? And I don't know. From everything I know about Phil Hellmuth, everything I've seen him when he's playing heads up against Down Negreanu, he really doesn't seem to try to just like blast it in with anything, really, unless he just is really, really confident he has the best hand, and he realizes he could be beating the scenario by like ace-4, 5-4, etc. So I think raising in this spot is pretty reasonable. And if Hellmuth ever is bluffing, you'll get him to fold out like ace-high, which is fine, right? And if he does call, sometimes you're going to spike a heart or a 10 and just win all the money. So cool scenario. Actually, one of the recent pokercoaching.com homework questions I had, it was like, how do you play your draws on the turn whenever you could get shoved all in? And this really is an intricate spot, because if Hellmuth is just going to rip it in because he's out of position and, you know, the river could be quite bad for him, then Jungle Man does not want to raise with good draws like this. But if Hellmuth is going to call or fold, then raising is amazing. Make sure you check out pokercoaching.com. We're actually having a big sale right now for Father's Day. Shout out to all the fathers out there. If you're a father, let me know in the comment section below. I'm a father too. I have 2 kids, James and Thomas. They're sweet boys. Sometimes. So anyway, check out pokercoaching.com/fathers for a big discount for a limited time on my training site, pokercoaching.com. If you like this channel, you'll like pokercoaching.com. You'll probably love pokercoaching.com. And if you don't like it, let me know within 30 days and I'll give you all your money back. If I don't help you get substantially better at poker, I do not want or deserve your money. All right, so what's Jungle Man do here? I think calling and raising are both fine.
Like he was trying to blow Phil off a hand.
And after Phil's check raised the flop, you have to give him credit for something.
I think he goes massive as well. He goes 40 to like 160 or something.
I will venture to say, when Phil Hellmuth check raises like he did, it was actually a small bet. I think commentators were busy talking about the previous hand. It went 20 and then 51. When Phil Hellmuth does that, I don't think he has to have all nuts. I think he could easily have like pocket 8s in this scenario. Or he could have ace high or something and just be like splashing around trying to push Jungle Man around because he gets fed up. If you watched the recent high stakes duel between Negreanu and Hellmuth, you saw whenever Hellmuth got a little bit steamed up, he would get after it. And that's a lot of fun. Make sure you check out my interview with Phil Hellmuth, by the way, on my YouTube channel. It's a lot of fun. We also interviewed Daniel Negreanu. I do my best to provide good content for you. If you like my content, do me a quick favor. Click the like and subscribe button below. We're almost at 100,000 subscribers. When we get there, we will have a very, very nice giveaway for all of you, including money, coaching, and all sorts of stuff. So make sure you're a subscriber.
Oh,
Jungle
so
Man
sick.
does.
I hate poker sometimes.
Raise it up.
Look at you sitting there
How much?
shaking your head. You know it.
40 to 110. Jungle Man expects to never get shoved on, which I think is reasonable here.
Damn, queens with me, ace jack.
Kind of strange because at the time I thought Phil Hellmuth check raised with the intention to, pick up a bluff, but then when he got raised, I think it's almost like a speech thing to get him to bluff again. It must be because what he called the river.
So here the commentator's saying that whenever Phil Hellmuth does all this talking, it's almost like he's trying to induce Jungle Man to bluff again on the river, and I think that's certainly what could be happening here. Like right here, Phil Hellmuth knows he's going to check call on basically every river, I think, especially against Jungle Man, who's loose and aggressive and splashy. And sometimes you can get unlucky. I actually had a very similar spot like this on Poker After Dark recently. You can check that out at Poker Go, where I flopped top pair against a loose aggressive player who decided to 3-bet me with the 10-3 suited, and he backdoored a flush, and I lost, right? I flopped top pair, he backdoors a flush, and I lose. And if he doesn't backdoor flush, I win a bunch of money, but he does backdoor the flush, so I lose. And that's fine. You would sign for that all day, every day. And I think that's the scenario that Hellmuth's in, where I do think Jungle Man's going to bluff this river, or bet this river like close to every time with this hand. And, sometimes he gets there, sometimes he doesn't, but Hellmuth's going to pay either way. I have a question for everyone. Is it your guilty pleasure to see Phil Hellmuth get tilted? I think it's almost everyone's guilty pleasure. You think the Jungle Man's going to do it?
And then it's
That's just brutal. It's like the worst one.
The best one!
Right, because you can give him a little bit of credit for having the heart draw there.
Like ace queen of hearts maybe or something like that. But
that big jungle.
7-8. Don't see that one ever.
At the end of this hand, Daniel just puts his hand over his face so he doesn't laugh out loud.
So many times in this Premier League, Jungle Man was about to ruin his tournament and just seemed to wiggle out on the turns of the river. So
Jungle rivered the 10 for the straight. Bets 245K. I mean, look, there's nothing Hellmuth could do here besides make a absolute wizardly read. Hellmuth does make some super white magic reads every once in a while, as he calls them, and this would be an amazing fold if he could find a fold here. I would never fold. Sometimes a Jungle Man gets you.
Everybody was just like kind of jealous and a bit annoyed that he was running so good because felt like he should have lost his chips a few times.
Got anything, Jungle Man?
I think this is one of those times in the Premier League where everyone was so involved in watching the hands because it all meant so much.
Yeah.
Straight.
Look at that smile.
Oh my God. Welcome to the jungle.
Just look at Phil. Just keep your
Got fun and games.
I like your call.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a good call.
he's got a 4, and I think it's brilliant.
You knew he was bluffing on the turn. Everybody knew he was bluffing on the turn.
I knew he was going to try to give me all the money too. It's just so sick.
I like your call.
I really do.
You know Phil's about to go crazy here.
Wow. Tried to bluff off all his money. He had the Premier League locked up, and he decided to bluff it all off. The guy had
Welcome to the jungle, am I right? That's going to be it for today. I hope you enjoyed this video. Again, if you did, do me a quick favor, click like and subscribe below. We have lots and lots of content coming out for you here at youtube.com/pokercoaching, so make sure you check it out. Good luck in your games. Have a great week. Whenever you're against the backdoor flush, I hope they don't get there, especially with the straight, because then you really have to pay. Bye-bye. In order to really win a ton of money, especially at the small and medium stakes, you have to take advantage of what your opponents do incorrectly. I sat at Bellagio every single day. I played 5-10, 10-20, or 25-50, and it went amazingly well. I won at about 12 big blinds per 100 at 5-10, so $120 an hour, at about $150 per hour at 10-20, and usually the bigger games didn't run, but whenever they did, this course is going to teach you everything you need to know to crush cash games. Jonathan Little, and I'm excited to bring you my very in-depth cash game masterclass. So you have what seems to me to be amazing focus at the poker table. When I'm playing live poker, or online poker, when I'm playing live poker, I am distracted by everything that's going on. And I do my best to pay attention, but inevitably I get zoned out watching a sporting event, or somebody texts me and I play on my phone. All this stuff is clearly bad, I recognize this, and I do my best to be off of my phone and try to pay attention, but even then I have problems with that. But every time I'm playing poker with Phil Hellmuth, you seem to be pretty much paying attention. Is it the secret of like eating a lot of Sour Patch Kids at the table, or is there some other secret?
To me, part of the focus is being well rested. And, I flew to Vegas early. I'm doing both UFC shows. I think it's called On the Line. I'll be Friday night and Saturday night on the UFC shows. I'm hosting an event here at the Aria, which means I'll have the microphone on Saturday for 10 hours straight, which is very tiring. And then I'm filming 3 Poker After Darks. The first one is Phil's online game, and that's going to be a lot of fun. And then, and the last one is a pretty clever group too. So 3 of those, and then I get to fly home for 5 or 6 days, and then I'll come back for the Negreanu match. But, that's my schedule. But let me answer your question, and I apologize, Jonathan, for taking a while to get to it. Focus at the table is something which I think that because I have ADD, now let's think about that. It did not serve me well with my self-esteem and good grades, right? Because clearly, I could go back to high school and get straight A's that quickly, that easily now because I know I could pull it off, right? And the ADD is lessened and you get better and better. But one thing that ADD does give me is hyper-focus, right? And a lot of times I find myself in those hyper-focus moments. And so I'm really paying attention at the table when I play. And also, you have to understand, we talked about this at the beginning of the show about how my self-esteem, is somewhat fragile, even at age, am I really 56?
Old man.
Self-esteem is fragile. And so I take it personally. Every time I lose a pot, I take it personally. And that intensity to perform well, that intensity to play perfect shows up. And it shows up with focus. And so for some reason, whenever I'm playing poker, I'm focused. Now I'll play with my billionaire friends and we'll drink. But even then, I just can't help but be, somewhat focused. And and so I'm not sure how or why. I try to listen to music. I try to relax. I try to let my mind go a little bit. But, there's a part of me, Jonathan, literally for the last, 30 years of playing poker tournaments or however long I've been doing it, 35 years, I can tell you who did nanny. And it used to be in 2002 that no one else knew. And so then it was a game for me, right? It's like, all right, I know this guy in the 5 seat did nanny, right?
Let's just pause right
I don't
here.
know.
Whenever you're playing poker tournaments in the past, everyone used to have to put in a little chip before the flop called an anti-chip. That's what you're referring to. That doesn't happen in some games now.
Correct. And so so I would know the guy in the 5 seat did nanny.
Right.
And so I would be like, I don't know if it's intentional or not. I'm going to let this play out for a minute. And then, and then right for the dealer, I say, can you count the antes? Which is, I already know the antes are off. But I want the dealer to count the antes, and then the dealer has kind of a confused look on his or her face. But I'm going to bail out the dealer. I love the dealers. They're doing an incredible job. And my intent is to the 5 seat did nanny. And he's like, what, me? And I'm like, yeah, you did nanny. He's like, well, what do you mean? I think Annie. I said, I'll bet you $5,000 she did nanny. And then they throw it in right away. And if they take the bet, I'm like, all right, I think we might be able to find video somewhere. So after the first few times that happens in a day, no one even asks them, say 7 seat did nanny. I don't even have them count the pot, just like the 7 seat did nanny. And so that hyper focus of noticing these little details is just part of who I am.
Hello, Sharks. I'm Jonathan Little for PokerCoaching.com. You all know me, and today we are back with more hands from High Stakes Duel, this time featuring Phil Hellmuth and Tom Dwan. The structure of this game is a little bit convoluted. Basically, they play 3 rounds, but if someone loses, they can quit. And every time you play a new round, the stakes double. So, this time, Phil Hellmuth beat Nick Wright, not a poker player, in the first round. Now he is playing against Tom Dwan. Want me to spoil it for you? Who won? We'll probably spoil it for you at the end. Anyway, whoever lost has the option to play again for double the stakes. I think this time they're playing for a $100,000 buy-in. That sounds right. $100,000 buy-in. The winner gets $200,000. You all know Phil Hellmuth. He's been around the poker world for forever. He has infinite World Series of Poker bracelets, infinite in caches. You all know him. He's the poker brat and the king of heads up, sit and goes. His opponent is Tom Dwan. You all know Tom Dwan? He used to be the absolute in-boss of No Limit, Texas Hold'em Online, and PLO to some extent. He has been, we'll say missing for a while. I think he just was in China, cleaning up all the home games. Well, not home games, sorry, cash games. And now he's back. He's playing all over. He's in the media a little bit more, and he has decided to show up and play High Stakes Duel. Give Phil Hellmuth a little bit of action. All right, let's take a look at this hand. They are playing relatively shallow stacked in this game. We're playing only 17 big blinds deep. Right in Phil Hellmuth's wheelhouse. He loves getting in there, playing shallow stack poker. So it seems. Let's take a look. Tom Dwan has King 2 offsuit on the small blind, which is also the button. He raises it up to 9,000. Fine and good. King 2 is certainly a reasonable hand to play. You may want to have a limping range, but King 2's not really a great hand to limp with because if you raise and your opponent folds, that's just fantastic. And it doesn't especially play well post-flop. If you limp and your opponent in the big blind checks, you have to play post-flop. Whereas if you raise, you don't play post-flop every time, right? So, pretty reasonable hand to raise. Phil Hellmuth calls. His hand's going to be a mystery. Flop comes 9-5-2. Hellmuth checks. And Tom Dwan can go either way with this bottom pair. I think checking is fine. Betting is fine. When your bottom pair is really susceptible to getting outdrawn, like a 2 is, I think betting is usually more reasonable than if the board was, let's say, King, Queen, 9, if you're sitting there with a hand like Ace 9. In that scenario, if you have Ace 9, your bottom pair top kicker is pretty unlikely to get outdrawn because the only bad cards for you are realistically a Jack or 10 on King, Queen, 9, right? But on 9-5-2, any card could be bad for you. That said, checking back is also perfectly fine. This is a very clear marginal made hand. Checking's fine. Either play seems reasonable to me. Tom Dwan does go for the check back. One thing worth noting is that you don't really want to get check shoved on in this scenario. If you do bet this hand and get shoved on, it's probably a reluctant call because in this scenario, Phil Hellmuth can have all sorts of draws that have decent equity, right? If you give him any open-ended straight draw, gut shot, over cards with backdoor flush draw, he may just decide to rip it in on you, and if that's the case, you have to make the reluctant call. And worst case, you usually have 5 outs. So if you do bet this and get shoved on playing this shallow, you probably have to call it off just because you're getting pretty good pot odds. Anyway, Tom Dwan does go for the check. Turns a 5. Phil Hellmuth now applies a little bit of pressure. 11,000 into 18,000. Well, sticking with the plan, marginal made hand. Tom Dwan's not folding. Seems like an easy spot to call. You may say, why not raise? Well, if you raise, what's going to happen? Hellmuth's going to call with all of his good hands and fold all of his bad hands. King 2, in this scenario, is not doing great against all the good hands, and it's doing pretty well against all the bad hands. So in this scenario, there is no point in raising whatsoever. River is the 3. Kind of a nasty card. A lot of draws come in. And Phil Hellmuth goes 27,000, half of his remaining stack, leaving himself 6 big blinds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 big blinds only. Is he ever bluffing? What do you think? Take a second and consider what you would do in Tom Dwan's situation. With bottom pair, okay kicker. Pause the video and write what you would do in the comment section below. Would you fold, call, or make a ridiculous all-in? Not a good option. Write what you would do in the comment section below. All right. This is an annoying spot for sure because The 3 actually does complete some draws, but at the same time, it also doesn't complete a whole lot of draws. Realize that Helmuth could easily have a hand like 8-7, right? Got shot that missed. He could easily have 7-6. Got shot that missed. He could easily have 8-6. He could easily have a hand like Queen-Jack or Queen-8, right? That just decided to go for the turn and river bluff. So in this scenario, when you do beat lots and lots of busted draws, and your hand may be a little bit underrepresented because perhaps maybe Helmuth thinks that Tom has a whole lot of ace-high type hands that he may fold to a turn plus river bet, I think this is a spot where you just have to call. The only time you would ever be able to reasonably fold here is if you know very confidently that Phil Helmuth basically never bluffs using this bet size. And I know many of you in the comment section think that Helmuth is a super nit and he just does not bluff. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's not. But you have to presume your opponent playing in $100,000 buy-in heads-up matches is probably at least competent, and they are capable of bluffing from time to time. Also worth noting is that Helmuth did take a polarized bet size, right? Where he bets 27,000 into 40. In that scenario, he's going to have a range that is really good made hands and busted draws, right? And in this scenario, there actually aren't all that many really good made hands, just a 9 and a 5, right? The fact that the 5 is paired actually makes it a little bit less likely he has a made hand, whereas if the board was instead like 9, 5 to 6, let's say, then he could have a few more premium made hands, just a few more combinations of those, right? So this is a spot where I think it's a pretty easy call. Interestingly enough, if he bets smaller, like 10,000, maybe he's betting with a wider range for value, but even then, as he bets wider and wider for value, he may be value betting a hand like 4-2 suited for all we know that we beat. So no matter how you look at this spot, unless Phil Helmuth is the weakest, tightest nit in the world, it's just a call. Tom Dwan calls, and he caught Phil Helmuth speeding. Speeding? Speeding? Is that even English? Goodness gracious. Speeding. He caught Phil Helmuth speeding. Somehow that's a tongue twister. He caught Phil Helmuth speeding. Try to say it yourself on your end. If you did it right, let me know in the comment section. So, that's it for this hand. I'm about to spoil who won this match. If you've not already watched it on Poker Go, make sure you head over to Poker Go and watch it. Okay? We'll have a countdown. 3, 2, 1. All right. Phil Helmuth lost. He won 7 in a row, finally lost 1. The question on everyone's mind is, will he double the stakes and step back in the arena against Tom Dwan? What do you think? What do I think? I think he's not gonna do it, but he may. I want to see it. I want to see it. If you want to see it, let Phil Helmuth know on Twitter that you want to see it, and let me know in the comment section if you think Helmuth will get in the ring and double the stakes and play a $200,000 buy-in heads-up match against the in-boss of the past era of online poker, Tom Dwan. Let me know what you think in the comment section below. That's me for today. If you enjoyed this video, do me a favor and click the like button, click the subscribe button, and click the notification bell. I have a few more really fun hands from this match lined up for you, so make sure you click the notification bell so you do not miss out on any of them. Good luck in your games. Have a great, great day, and I'll talk to you next time. Yeah, I'm talking to you.